My name is Wu Xingyue. According to my brother, the name Xingyue was bestowed upon me by a noble. I have traversed into the Marvel universe, and with a mindset of making the best of my circumstances, I wish to lead a tranquil life. However, one day, a system akin to an upgrade chain awakened, claiming to be the core of the Taldarin tribe, a divine lineage. It informed me that our arch-nemesis, the Zerg, was rising and demanded that I activate the upgrade chain to summon the Taldarin army for battle. Yet, as a frail woman, what could I possibly do? Just as we were sharpening our blades in preparation to confront the endless horde of Zerg, we discovered something astonishing. I am Wu Liang, a traveler. My previous universe was inadvertently destroyed by me. In an attempt to atone for this catastrophe, I brought the Zerg army to the multiverse in search of the Infinity Stones. However, it seems they harbor some misconceptions about me, referring to me as a calamity of the swarm and shouting for my demise upon sight. But I am innocent. Chapter 1, Prologue. The Hive of the Multiverse. The multiverse. Some say it is formed from countless divergences, with each branch representing a brand new universe. Others argue that it is the choices made by individuals that give rise to entirely new realms based on different decisions that me. The multiverse resembles an immense hive at each significant juncture within a universe. Any slight alteration can generate a new universe akin to a hexagonal honeycomb. Due to the origins of these new universes from the initial one, they naturally follow the timeline of the primary universe. Fate may be predetermined, yet within the cosmos exist some absurd and naive souls, individuals who engage in actions unrecognized by others. It is precisely these people who cleave the stalemate of destiny. Thus, as the honeycombs proliferate, the hive of the multiverse naturally forms in this enigmatic multiverse. Who are the witnesses? Who are the participants? Who can articulate the complexities? Marvel Multiverse. An unfathomably vast hive spans the entirety of the void, with new hexagonal honeycombs continuously emerging, expanding within this colossal hive. Perspective shifts. We swiftly traverse through the densely packed trillions of honeycombs. Each honeycomb radiates a golden glow, mysterious and captivating. Suddenly, among the endless golden brilliance, there exists an exceedingly minute anomaly, so small that it is nearly imperceptible, obscured by the luminescence of surrounding honeycombs. The focus sharpens. In this anomalous location, point one honeycomb has completely vanished, while the surrounding 10 have transformed into shades of black and white, exuding an aura of desolation. Adjacent to this monochrome realm, another honeycomb is in the process of shifting from golden luminescence to black and white. Delving deeper into this honeycomb, the minuscule honeycombs instantaneously expand, reaching millions of miles. Billions of miles. An infinite expanse. PX Universe. My name is Gao Hua. I am a pilot of a starship from the Blue Planet, soaring through the cosmos. Currently, I find myself a solitary figure, with aspirations of marrying and having children, envisioning a life filled with tender moments. Yet, alas, such a life seems destined to elude me, not just in this lifetime, but for all eternity, because my universe is on the brink of annihilation. Zing, the sound of the ship's communicator switching. Help! Help! It is gnawing at me. Zing. Damn it. That wretched creature has burrowed into the ship's compartment. Marine Corps. Where the hell are you? Zing. For heaven's sake, can you not pilot a warship? Do you not see the colossal tentacle? How did you even acquire your pilot's license? Did you purchase it? No. Bang. Boom. Screech signal lost. Zing. Calling the flagship. Calling the flagship. The warship is severely damaged. Requesting to return. Zing zing. This is the flagship. This is the flagship. ID B10018. The flagship is overloaded. Please land on another flagship or a Kree flagship for repairs. Zing. This is Mothership A110, requesting assistance. Requesting assistance. We are ensnared by a Leviathan tentacle. Our energy shield is nearing its limit. Requesting support. Zing. To all tribal leaders, captains, and frontline warriors, I am Commander Zhong Xian. Our superheroes have fallen one after another, and the planet Terra has succumbed. Our hopes, our home, are lost. Zing zing. We shall repay tooth for tooth, eye for eye, and seek vengeance upon the swarm. We shall never surrender. All fleets, aircraft, target coordinates. Galactic latitude 1342.348, longitude 497.867. Main cannon, secondary cannon, onboard artillery, charge to maximum power. Execute a full-scale strike. Launch. Zing. Buzzing charging. Intellect. Maximum power. Main cannon charging initiated. Countdown 10.8. Intellect. Maximum power. Secondary cannon charging initiated. Countdown 7.5. Onboard weapon system. Maximum power. Secondary cannon. Charging initiated. Countdown point 3.2.1. Launch. Millions of incandescent beams erupted forth, slicing through the void, striking the swarm over 1,000,000 kilometers away. In a vacuum of space, sound cannot propagate. Light and heat erupted violently, akin to the simultaneous detonation of countless nuclear warheads. Alarm. Intellect. Detecting a level 15 shockwave approaching. Prepare for impact. Prepare for impact. As all celebrated the dazzling explosion, alarms echoed across every warship. From the explosion's epicenter, a massive shockwave surged outward, radiating in all directions, engulfing the entire fleet in an instant. Whoosh crash boom. The violent shockwave struck, causing the warships to sway and tumble uncontrollably from their original positions, with the foremost vessel nearly colliding with the one behind. Intellect. Energy shield at 78.45.12. Alarm. Alarm. Power system failure alert. Weapon system failure alert. Thermal regulation system malfunction alert. At the explosion's epicenter, flames gradually receded, revealing a shield-like carapace, meticulously arranged, spreading across millions of kilometers. The flesh-like appendages converged in clusters, followed by an eruption of an enigmatic azure luminescence. In an instant, billions of azure plasma bolts surged forth. Alarm. 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 Intelligent core. Target locked. Target locked. Ding initiating energy barrier. Ding insufficient energy. Please. Engage emergency brakes. Please. Engage emergency brakes. The violent blaze ignited by the explosion illuminated half the cosmos. The flagship's intelligence system reported, battle damage assessment indicates a loss of 112.1 million aircraft and 1.27 million warships, along with 30,000 motherships. The battle raged on, as an endless tide of insects surged forth, enveloping the battlefield like an immense net. Flames, colossal beasts, and debris limitless, as if this were the true visage of the universe. Alarm! Alarm! The olivine worm is attacking. I am weary. I hope the underworld is still operational. Intelligent core, initiate self-destruct protocol. Intelligent core, self-destruct protocol initiated, countdown commencing. 5, 3. Comrades, I am coming to, oh great sovereign, the battle has reached its conclusion. Please provide your directives. Scour the battlefield, deploy worker drones for annihilation and extraction, and prepare for the invasion of the next universe. Understood. At the heart of the obsidian swarm, a colossal creature, as formidable as a mountain, slowly turned and advanced toward the center of the battlefield. Wherever its immense form traversed, the billions of insects parted to create a path. The towering leviathans descended in unison, forming a staircase of titanic creatures for the sovereign to tread upon. Thud! The massive figure's formidable spikes crashed down upon the first leviathan, bellowing from a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers. Are you all fools? Could you not simply carry me over? Do you intend for me to walk this entire way? Do you wish to exhaust me? Wail! The towering leviathan lamented, having just torn apart a mothership and collided with a fortress, appearing as pitiable as a domesticated dog. Wail! 1,000,000 leviathans cleared a path, as the one beneath Wu Liang surged toward the center of the cosmic battlefield. The enormous figure gazed into the depths of the universe, lost in contemplation. A decade had elapsed. 10 years ago. Ku, you have awakened, sovereign. Who are you? Where is Kerrigan? Where is Isha? And where is this? You are in the deepest recesses of the sovereign's domain. Kerrigan and Isha perished to protect you. I am the mother. What is the sovereign's domain? Perish? How can that be? As long as there are genetic fragments, Zerg technology can reconstitute them. Do you think I, the sovereign, am merely idle? Mother? Are you not mute, unable to speak? Sovereign, this is what you have always referred to as the realm of the mind and truth. Sovereign's domain is a more accurate designation. The power of the phoenix belongs to the very essence of the universe, symbolizing both life and destruction. Upon its detonation of the primal source, the entire cosmos perished alongside it. This was due to the phoenix's profound animosity towards you, which triggered a multiversal assassination. Kerrigan and Isha sacrificed themselves for the Zerg, counteracting the obliterating force of the phoenix. Consequently, they have been utterly annihilated, a demise that resonates at the level of cosmic law. Moreover, I am not mute with Isha's presence. Words are rendered unnecessary. Wu Liang vividly recalled the blood-red expanse, where both land and sea were vaporized, as if he too were undergoing a similar fate. How could this happen? No. A wave of guilt washed over him, as countless memories of Kerrigan and Isha flooded his mind. Mother Nest, did you just say the universe has also perished? Indeed, Sovereign, we now inhabit an alternate universe. Are you implying that Wanda, Peter, Tony, and the others are all gone? Yes, Sovereign. A sudden hum resonated within Wu Liang's mind. Sovereign, please maintain your mental stability. Your physical form has been obliterated, only your consciousness remains. Instability of mind may result in irreversible damage. Wu Liang, bewildered, glanced down to find that, as the Mother Nest had stated, he existed in a semi-ethereal state. Wait a moment. After a brief silence, a thought struck him. This is the Marvel Universe, where Infinity Stones exist, capable of altering reality. Right? The Infinity Stones. I shall reverse all of this. Sovereign, you may be disappointed the 6 stones cannot alter the annihilation caused by the Phoenix's force. If 6 are insufficient, what of 10, 100, or even 10,000? Mother Nest, Sovereign, let us embark on a quest to plunder the multiverse together. As you command. Chapter 2. The Chain of Ascension. In a distant beehive at the Midtown High School in Queens, New York, Wu Xingyue was abruptly awakened, hastily rising from her bed with an expression of great alarm. Xingyue, have you had another nightmare? A concerned voice came from below. Yes, Liz, Wu Xingyue replied softly. Still shaken. Was it another colossal beast? Indeed, this time the beast was even more enormous. I saw it vividly and can still recall its details, Wu Xingyue admitted, her heart racing. TCH, you speak as if it were real. I've told you before, you should watch fewer horror films. Haha, you coward. You have class tomorrow. So go to bed early. Good night, Liz. Wu Xingyue whispered to her roommate below, then closed her eyes. Yet, the mechanical voice in her mind continued to resonate. Beep. Fear level 1. Beep. Fear level 1. Beep. Fear level 1. Beep. Conditions for awakening the Chain of Ascension have been met. Awakening in progress. 59,100. Who is speaking? Wu Xingyue wondered, the voice sounding so real that it did not feel like a hallucination. Nyan, reporting to the Supreme. I am Nyan, the executor of the Taldarin tribe. The adjudicator of the current Chain of Ascension. What is the Taldarin Chain of Ascension? Wu Xingyue murmured, recalling that she had heard of Taldarin before, but could not quite remember the details, especially the term adjudicator. Nyan, reporting to the Supreme, Taldarin is one of the 4 great tribes of the divine race. A chosen one of the supreme existence, possessing a body of divine creation, the sharpest sword among the highest, controlling advanced biology, machinery, and psychic technology. The Chain of Ascension is formed from the Taldarin tribe's artifact, the Taldarin crystal, endowed with the authority to command the Taldarin tribe. And the adjudicator assists the Supreme in controlling the Chain of Ascension. Oh, I remember now. Dark Moon often mentions being part of Taldarin, right? Nyan, hybrid. Yes, that's it. Nyan, Supreme. Dark Moon is the only surviving hybrid of the Taldarin tribe, responsible for your safety during the slumber of the Chain of Ascension. Wu Xingyue felt a gradual illumination before her. The surrounding space was an infinite void, imbued with a blood-red hue. At the center, there lay a colossal crystal, which appeared large enough to require 3 adults to encircle it hand in hand. Where's this? How did I end up here? Wu Xingyue gazed at the scene around her, feeling a surge of anxiety. Though she had experienced time travel before, it was merely a fleeting moment. Now, the surroundings were far too daunting. Nyan, reporting to the Supreme, this is the Taldarin dimension. Your consciousness has descended here. Wu Xingyue cautiously surveyed her surroundings, which consisted solely of desolate void. Why does it look so desolate here? Is it just you and this gigantic crystal? Nyan, reporting to the Supreme. Taldarin was once a planet that, long ago, underwent a dimensional strike, resulting in its current form. Dimensional strike? I have only heard of dimensional degradation. Have you heard of 2-dimensional foil? Impressive indeed, the ability to reduce 3 dimensions to 2, effortlessly annihilating the galaxy. Nyan, reporting to the Supreme. The reduction from 3 dimensions to 2 involves transforming a 3-dimensional entity into a 2-dimensional plane, encompassing numerous complex fields. However, it is not without means of defense. The Taldarins had developed methods to circumvent this during their peak. As for dimensional elevation strikes, their principles are diametrically opposed to those of dimensional reduction strikes. Yet they are the most lethal. Oh, why is that? Nyan. To illustrate simply, consider a flat square piece of paper. When subjected to a dimensional elevation strike, it becomes a 3-dimensional cube. Yet, this does not conjure a cube from thin air. Rather, it is filled with matter, transforming the paper into a cube. However, the paper remains fragile and cannot endure the influx of matter, leading only to its shattering. Nyan, the planet Srain underwent this material infusion, facing countless instances of fragmentation and annihilation during the process, yet ultimately emerged as a plane, surpassing the level of a mere planet. The Taldarins, however, were not so fortunate. During their elevation, all members were obliterated, as they were ensnared by the elevation chain, leading to their absorption by the divine Tatal crystal. Being an artifact of the highest tier, the crystal sustained severe damage and subsequently fell into a dormant state. Very impressive, indeed. Wu Xingyue appeared nonchalant, seemingly indifferent to the intricacies of the matter. Ding. Would you like to activate the elevation chain? Wasn't it already activated? Wu Xingyue inquired, puzzled. Nyan. Reporting to the Supreme, the elevation chain has merely awakened. The authority to activate it rests with the Supreme. Could you elaborate on the functionalities of the elevation chain? Nyan. Reporting to the Supreme, the elevation chain comprises 5 functional segments: psychic link, negative control, hierarchical control, the racial ritual, and the path of the Supreme. So complex? Please elucidate further. Psychic link, similar to the cares of other tribes. It is used to connect the abilities of all Taldarins, facilitating consciousness linkage, knowledge transmission, and energy transfer. Negative control. Members linked by the elevation chain possess the capability to absorb negative emotions, accumulating negative energy to elevate the status of the elevation chain. Hierarchical control. This symbolizes the identity and status of the Taldarins, with the Supreme at the apex, cascading downwards. Higher-tier Taldarins wield absolute command over those beneath them, and as the Supreme, possess the authority to associate or expel. Association grants Taldarin's identity to outsiders, while expulsion signifies death. Racial ritual. Apart from the Supreme, other Taldarins may challenge their superiors through the racial duel ritual, engaging in single or multiple combat. The victor may seize the status of the vanquished, who will be consumed by a black hole, becoming sustenance for the victor. Path of the Supreme. Tasks assigned by the Arbiter must be completed by the Supreme to unlock relevant technologies, units, and exchanges. Tasks must also be completed. Wu Xingyue immediately wore a face of dismay, yearning for a tranquil life devoid of conflict and violence. Nyong. This is the supreme growth. An essential journey to master the Taldarin tribe. I refuse. I am still in school, Wu Xingyue retorted stubbornly. Nyong. To report to the Supreme. The power to initiate lies within your grasp, but time is of the essence. What do you mean? Are you threatening me? Wu Xingyue snapped fiercely. Nyong. To report to the Supreme. The awakening of the Ascension Chain is due to the absorption of your fear value. Analysis indicates that the archenemy of Taldarin is rising. Chapter 3, Taldarin Tribe Architecture, Unit. Fear value? And an archenemy? Wu Xingyue elongated her tone in terror. Nyong. To report to the Supreme, all sentient beings possess emotions, which are a form of pure energy. Emotions such as joy and anger generate emotional energy, while fear is the highest quality of emotional energy. The Ascension Chain relies on this energy for repair, and Taldarin members utilize it for growth and advancement. Nyong, the Supreme's nightmare is, in fact, the reality occurring in other universes. This information is conveyed to your mind through cosmic waves. They are known as the insectoids, once servants of the Supreme, who ultimately rebelled and killed the former Supreme. They are the archenemies of our Taldarin tribe, the most detested existence. As Nyong spoke of the archenemy, a subtle shift in emotional tone was discernible in its mechanical voice. Events occurring in other universes? Insectoids? Wu Xingyue exclaimed dramatically. The vivid images from her dreams lingered in her mind, towering beasts, endless numbers, ruthlessly slaughtering the entire universe. The fact that this was genuinely happening was beyond her comprehension. Yet, what troubled her most was that these were indeed the insectoids. But in her recollection, they did not resemble this at all. Had her brother deceived her all along? Her limited knowledge had been derived from her unscrupulous elder brother's tales. Nyong, to report to the Supreme, the images have been preserved in the Ascension Chain. Would you like to view them again? Wu Xingyue was momentarily taken aback, frozen in her thoughts. How remarkable. Not only could it analyze the information within the fear energy, but it could also save it. Could it possibly be shared as well? On social media? Wu Xingyue couldn't help but scoff inwardly. As a paragon of beauty and virtue, a flame of curiosity ignited within her. I have something to say, but I am unsure if I should. Nyong, please, Supreme, give your command. Are we not being unilaterally oppressed? Wu Xingyue intended to say you, but upon uttering you, she felt it might be inappropriate. After all, she was now their Supreme. Referring to them as you seemed too distant. Would it alienate her subordinates? Having witnessed the images multiple times, she initially felt shock upon learning that the scenes from her dreams were real, but she gradually acclimated to the idea. If traversing dimensions was possible, what else was beyond the realm of possibility? Nyong, to report to the Supreme, during the peak of the Taldarin tribe, we were one of the cosmic overlords. With our flagship powered by a star, we still possess the strength to confront them, and I firmly believe that under your leadership, we shall undoubtedly vanquish the insectoids. Oh, Wu Xingyue nodded attentively, her enthusiasm evident as she listened intently, unable to deny the charm of flattery. However, despite her words, she recognized the wisdom in avoiding immediate peril. Indeed, she felt a twinge of trepidation. The two parties were not on the same tier. One had already wreaked havoc across the cosmos while she had yet to graduate from high school. What could a fragile young woman like her possibly do? Superman. Oh, but it seemed she was in the Marvel Universe. Niang, report to the Supreme. The Taldarin tribe has no customs of retreating. Death is merely a beginning. After the silence of all things, the Supreme shall grant us new bodies. Alas, religion can be quite the burden, Wu Xingyue mused internally, seemingly forgetting that the Supreme referred to herself. Ding. Would you like to activate the Ascension Chain? The prompt chimed once more. Activate. Wu Xingyue confirmed with a nod, silently praying. If the heavens should fall, may the tall ones hold them up. She hoped the wretched Zerg would encounter a formidable opponent and then be reduced to ashes. She had a slight understanding of the Marvel Universe, where the powerful could obliterate entire realms with ease. Ding. Ascension Chain activated. 135-6100. Ding. Ascension Chain activation complete. Psionic link, negative control, tier control, Lakshal ritual. Path of the Supreme, 5 functional modules activated. 135-6100. Ding. 5 functional modules activated successfully. Data upload in progress. Please wait for completion. Ding. Would you like to view the Ascension Chain system? View. Wu Xingyue felt a surge of curiosity. Experiencing it directly was far more enlightening than merely hearing about it. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and a black and crimson interface materialized before her. Fear value, 1,100 points. Ascension Chain. Supreme. Wu Xingyue Arbiter. Niang High Tier Lord. Dark Moon Mid Tier Lord. None. Low Tier Lord. None. Ascender 1. None. Upon seeing the fear value, Wu Xingyue couldn't help but voice her curiosity. What purpose does this fear value serve? According to previous explanations, the fear value was intended to repair the damaged Ascension Chain and to empower Taldarin members. The mere presence of it in the system seemed significant, almost resembling game currency. Niang, report to the Supreme. The fear value displayed in the system reflects recently acquired fear, which can be exchanged for unlocked buildings and units. Buildings and units? Wu Xingyue's interest peaked, and she promptly added, open the exchange list. The originally black and red system underwent a transformation as a densely packed list of exchange options unfolded from the side. Taldarin Hub. Fear value 100, unique, unlocked. Crystal Tower. Fear value 500, unlocked. Photon Cannon. Fear value 1000, locked. Warp Gate. Fear value 5000, locked. Control Core. Fear value 10. 000, locked. Death Council. Fear value 50, 000, locked. Ascendant Sanctum. Fear value 100, 000, locked. Mechanical Laboratory. Fear value 100, 000, locked. Mechanical Station. Fear value 500, 000, locked. Forge. Fear value 1, 000, 000, locked. Stargate. Fear value 1, 000, 000, locked. Probe. Fear value 10, Revenant. Berserker. Fear value 50, Slayer. Hunter. Fear value 500, Ascendant. Paladin. Fear value 1000, Cataclysm. Mechanical Sentinel. Fear value 3000, Vanguard. Immortal. Fear value 10, 000, Judgment Walker. Colossus. Fear value 1, 000, 000, Annihilator. Void Glimmer Ship. Fear value 2, 000, 000, Dreadnought. Fear value 5, 000, 000, Death Fleet. Fear value 10 billion. A myriad of exchange options sprawled before him, many requiring astronomical amounts of fear value. Numerous prerequisites existed for these exchanges. For instance, a probe necessitated the construction of the Taldarin Hub, while a Revenant required the creation of a Warp Gate, and a Vanguard needed the unlocking of the Control Core. This was due to the corresponding psychic imprints of each unit being stored within the respective structures, thus necessitating their prior unlocking and completion for exchange. However, for the creation of unprecedented soul machines, one needed not only fear value but also a twisted soul. Well, Wu Xingyue exclaimed, momentarily entranced, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Quick, quick, I want to construct and exchange. Chapter 4, Psychic Imprint. Warp Beep. Is the Taldarin Hub to be constructed? Construct. Construct. Wu Xingyue's curiosity surged, feeling as though countless ants were scurrying in her heart. This sensation surpassed even the thrill of shopping sprees during the Double 11 festival. Beep. Deducting 100 fear value. Please wait. Construction in progress. Countless dark red luminescences overflowed from the crystalline chain, accumulating beneath the crystal. The dark red light flowed like water, relentlessly absorbed by the crystal below. Regardless of the amount. Boom. The ground erupted with a sound. Suddenly, the ground beneath Wu Xingyue's feet bulged upward, rising dramatically 10 meters, then 100, then 1,000. Before long, a grand structure resembling a pyramid had formed beneath her, with the immense dark red crystal atop it. while surrounding decorations of dark red radiance gradually coalesced. Beep. Taldarin hub construction completed. As the system notification sounded, the Taldarin hub was finally completed. The architectural structure resembling a pyramid is surrounded by 4 statues suspended in midair. The statues depict a woman clad in heavy armor, her visage bearing a striking resemblance to Wu Xingyue, yet exuding a more commanding presence. At the pinnacle rests a crystal of the Ascension Chain, currently emanating a dark crimson glow. Niang, Supreme Being, the construction of the crystal tower necessitates a probe, requiring the expenditure of 10 fear points for exchange. Wu Xingyue is momentarily captivated by the awe-inspiring emergence of the hub when suddenly, a voice from behind startles her, prompting her to swiftly turn around. Behind her stands a towering figure, approximately 2 meters tall, enveloped in formidable armor, with a serpentine visage and an exceptionally elongated chin. Its head, notably large and reminiscent of an octopus, features 2 thick nerve bundles extending from the sides. Are you Niang? Wu Xingyue inquires tentatively. Niang. Indeed, Supreme Being. I am currently a virtual projection, lacking a physical form. Niang bows slightly, resting its left hand upon its right shoulder in a gesture of respect. The crystal serves as the essence of the Ascension Chain, integrated atop the hub. Once the hub is completed, the accompanying technology may be utilized. The virtual projection is merely the most rudimentary form of the myriad advanced technologies. Wu Xingyue, failing to discern any notable differences, waves her hand dismissively, stating, "All right, I appreciate your formalities, but as a contemporary educated woman, I find them somewhat disconcerting." The probe? Is it the least expensive one that resembles a detector? Niang, correct. Exchange. Expenditure of 10 fear points. Please hold during the transition. What is this transition? Niang. To answer, Supreme Being, the transition is a unique quantum technology of the star spirits, allowing for the relocation of pre-existing structures to designated positions. If I understand correctly, does that mean summoning already existing units? Niang, precisely. Wu Xingyue nods, yet a perplexing thought arises within her. Wait a moment, if, as you assert, the transition involves summoning existing units, then the Taldarin tribe should only have the survivors of the Dark Moon, should it not? Shouldn't the probe be reconstructed instead? Niang. To clarify, Supreme Being, the Taldarin hub possesses energy imprints from the damaged probes within the Ascension, which can be restored by expending fear points. The production of new probes requires unlocking the mechanical research facility. Damaged? Niang. To clarify, Supreme Being, all members of the Taldarin tribe are linked to the Ascension Chain, and upon death or damage, they transform into energy imprints that can be restored through the expenditure of fear points, subsequently being summoned to fight for the Supreme Being. By your account, these energy imprints seem rather powerful, do they not? Does this not render them akin to immortal beings? Furthermore, are not probes mechanical? Do machines possess energy? Niang, this is a boon granted to my tribe by the divine Taldarin crystal. The mechanical units within the Taldarin tribe are the result of a fusion between twisted souls and machinery, possessing energy characteristics, colloquially referred to as soul machines. The twisted souls are a unique product of the Taldarin tribe, originating from lives tortured to death by the tribe. Once captured, they are integrated into the Ascension Chain, becoming the lowest tier of existence within the Taldarin tribe, utilized as cannon fodder in conjunction with machinery. The Taldarin tribe requires fear as a catalyst for their growth, rendering them exceptionally cruel, bloodthirsty, and cunning, a stark contrast to the other divine tribes. While members of other tribes voluntarily undergo mechanical transformation upon suffering near-fatal injuries to continue fighting for their kin, the Taldarin utilized cheap, twisted souls. Thus, the Taldarin tribe emerges as the most formidable among the divine clans. Wu Xingyue, however, found herself perplexed by the notion of twisted souls. Shrugging her shoulders to signal the commencement of the process, a harsh, grating sound echoed, reminiscent of a subpar 3D printer's friction. Dark red lines, as if woven by an invisible hand, gradually coalesced into a machine resembling a detector. Subsequently, points of starlight illuminated the dark red lines, gradually forming a black metallic shell that radiated with a crimson aura of spiritual energy. Ding. Leap completed. Ziz. Probe number 1. Probe number 1 acknowledges the Supreme. Good. Haha. Wu Xingyue exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing the probe, which appeared remarkably high-tech at a height of 3 meters. Niang, wretched slave, Supreme is the only title you may use. Get to work. The hierarchy among the divine beings is rigid, and the Taldarin tribe exemplifies this structure. The Ascension Chain resembles a pyramid, with the Supreme at the apex, followed by the members of the Taldarin tribe ranked according to their status. Below them lie the common populace, the deceased followers, and the lower-tier warriors, with the soul mechanics occupying the lowest position, mere cannon fodder slaves. Ziz. Probe number 1. Yes, Honorable Arbiter, ding. Would you like to construct a crystal tower? The system's prompt resonated. Construct. The structure lacked a spiritual energy imprint, permitting only construction. However, once erected, it could be relocated via leap. The agile 3-meter probe swiftly exited the Taldarin hub and began construction in an open area. Ding. Deducting 500 points of fear value. Please wait during construction. In a manner akin to the emergence of the probe, the crystal tower was gradually assembled. A dark red crystal, slightly smaller than the Taldarin crystal, appeared, its midsection adorned with a black metallic ring that rotated slowly. Ding. Crystal tower construction completed. And a photon cannon. I want to build a photon cannon. Wu Xingyue exclaimed eagerly. Ding. Remaining fear value, 490 points. Insufficient fear value to construct. TCH. How disappointing. It's akin to shopping during Double 11, perpetually constrained by the harsh realities. I'm tired, Niang. How do I return? Niang, to report to the Supreme. The slain dimension is bound to you. You need only to silently wish to depart. Depart. Wu Xingyue felt herself once again engulfed by darkness. The cosmos. The universe teemed with colossal insectoid units, floating like cosmic dust, accompanied by countless worker bees soaring through the void, each bearing items infused with energy. On a star measuring millions of kilometers in diameter, a black mycelial blanket envelopes every location, with immense deep pits found every 10,000 kilometers. Each housing a gargantuan secondary hive, surrounded by countless colossal larvae crawling about, alongside some that have already transformed into massive flesh cocoons, awaiting the passage of time for their emergence. Chapter 5. Extraction field resources increase at an astonishing rate, exceeding 100 million units per minute. In a vast open expanse, dozens of titanic tunnel worms erupt from the mycelial-covered ground, soaring into the sky with an overwhelming momentum. These colossal creatures open their gaping maws, and a black tide of insectoid units surges forth, subsequently dispersing in an orderly manner in all directions. Upon releasing all their units, the tunnel worms close their gigantic mouths and swiftly retreat into the mycelial depths, vanishing from sight. Shortly thereafter, another dozen tunnel worms burst forth from the ground, repeating the previous actions, akin to an unrelenting assembly line. On a bountiful ecological planet, the air is filled with the sweet songs of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers. Verdant forests, serene lakes, and a plethora of wildlife abound. Under a deep blue sky, with the sun shining brightly in the distance. Beneath a towering cliff of 1,000 fathoms, a colossal figure leans against the rock face, using its immense arm to scratch its back against the stone, idly observing the 17 floating infinity stones before it. There are 5 power stones, 3 time stones. For space stones, 2 mind stones, and 1 reality stone. This collection represents all the infinity stones acquired from this universe in the previous 10. The remaining infinity stones were destroyed during the process of conquest, as they were fiercely protected by the powerful. Although the insectoid race is vast in number, it lacks units capable of countering high-end combat forces. Consequently, to overcome them, the insectoids must resort to a sea of insect strategy to overwhelm their foes. In such circumstances, many infinity stone bearers, when on the brink of death, choose to destroy their stones, leading to the widespread destruction of these treasures. The few remaining were seized under extraordinary circumstances. Wu Liang had contemplated the notion of using the infinity stones to capture more stones, but the outcome was disastrous, as resonance occurred when infinity stones interacted with one another, resulting in their immediate destruction. Bored, Wu Liang manipulated the reality stone with his psychic energy, altering reality according to his whims. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the hive within his mind. Master, the 10 Directions insect universe is now on the right track, consistently replenishing an immense number of combat units every second. Can the resources sustain the insectoid race's full-scale mobilization? Master, we are consuming vast amounts of resources every second, and reserves are depleting rapidly. Hive. Every planet must be covered as a mutated extraction field. The pace of mobilization must not be interrupted. Continue the mass production. Understood. Master. With the command issued, at that very moment across this universe and the 10 Directions insect universe, every planet witnessed the emergence of enormous flesh tumors that rapidly expanded, gradually enveloping the entire planetary body. Subsequently, the sarcoma enveloped the entire planet, its surface adorned with a layer of obsidian exoskeleton. This exoskeleton proliferated, ultimately forming the unique biological structures of the Zerg, known as extraction fields. The rhythmic sound, akin to a heartbeat, resonated from within the extraction field, which pulsated in a steady expansion and contraction. Instantly, the cosmos appeared even more desolate and terrifying, resembling a monstrous lair. Wu Liang found this quite satisfactory. By swiftly gathering the infinity stones of Universe 1, he could expedite the conclusion of his current predicament. Universe 1 is the realm Wu Liang inhabited upon his arrival in the Marvel Universe. He had an unsettling feeling that countless eyes were fixed upon him. An invisible crisis drawing near. Despite commanding the boundless Zerg forces across the multiverse, he still felt a twinge of trepidation. Wu Liang gazed discontentedly at his colossal form, troubled by his current predicament. Having suffered the destruction of his physical body, only his consciousness remained. To restore his corporeal being, he merely needed to seize human genes. However, for Wu Liang, afflicted with a form of racial purism, being a son of Huaxiao was a point of pride. Although the Marvel Universe featured a representation of China, he still felt it lacked authenticity. Thus, Wu Liang temporarily inhabited the body of a genetic editor, awaiting the moment he could restore Universe 1 and, in turn, reclaim his original form. His current physique towered at a height of 1,000 feet, resembling a humanoid figure, entirely shrouded in black chitin, with well-defined muscles and a towering back, reminiscent of a giant atop a mountain. Deep blue veins coursed through the chitin, exuding an aura of ancient profundity. This body was crafted based on a drop of Xel'Naga blood that emerged as the mother nest recovered to 50% of its strength. The source of this blood remained an enigma to the mother nest. Consequently, Wu Liang's form was derived from this drop of blood, enhanced through genetic editing, endowing it with boundless potential, a fusion of pure physicality and spirit. At this stage, still in the juvenile phase of the Xel'Naga, he possessed the prowess of a singular universe-level entity. Boom! A colossal being suddenly descended nearby. Its towering silhouette loomed as it landed, a pair of fleshy exoskeletons unfurling, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun. The Olive Bug Lord had arrived, having previously encountered the Sovereign. Wu Liang was not surprised by the arrival of the Olive Bug Lord. He had summoned it. The reason for this summon was clear. During several attempts to acquire the Infinity Stones, his own shortcomings had become evident. Particularly his lack of elite combat power capable of confronting entities surpassing the level of the Celestials. His swarm was indeed formidable in number. Yet only he and the Mother Nest possessed the capability to contend with those transcending the celestial tier. The Mother Nest had recently attained the strength to enter the multiverse. But as the heart of the Zerg, Wu Liang was unwilling to risk its involvement. As for himself, although he wielded the power of a top-tier universe-level entity, it would be rather unbecoming for the leader to engage in battle every time. Since the disappearance of Kerrigan and Isha, there had been no other advanced Zerg, save for Abathur, who was solely dedicated to genetic research. Thus, he is now prepared to cultivate advanced insectoid species, with the Olive Worm Lord being the first unit on the cultivation list. The Olive Worm Lord is a variant among billions of olive worms, possessing not only formidable strength but also remarkable intelligence, along with the complete gene ability of Curse of Rebirth. This gene ability was derived from the genetic analysis conducted by the venerable Kunlun Shou, although the analysis yielded an incomplete ability. However, this particular olive worm has possessed the complete Curse of Rebirth since its inception. Curse of Rebirth, cursed by the Dragon Clan, upon death. It transforms into desolate bones awaiting a new rebirth, yet the agony of death remains eternal. According to the Mother Nest, life continually evolves and perfects itself. Even for the rigid genetic structures of insectoid units, variants are rare treasures among the insectoid species, and the Olive Worm Lord stands out as one among billions. Chapter 6. Advancing to higher insectoid species. Do you understand why I sought you out? Wu Liang inquired, gazing at the Olive Worm Lord, whose stature rivaled his own. The Olive Worm unit serves as the mainstay of the insectoid frontline, particularly possessing a natural advantage against battleship main cannons, especially due to its genetic ability, which can be deemed a nightmare for all energy weapons. Each olive worm has now grown to hundreds of meters in size, with their numbers surpassing 10 billion. As a variant of the Olive Worm unit, the Olive Worm Lord exhibits not only exceptional abilities, but also possesses a consciousness that distinguishes it from other olive worms. Akin to a queen, representing a naturally evolved mid-tier insectoid. Great Sovereign, your servant comprehends. A deep voice resonated from the olive worm's robust exoskeleton. Good. As long as you understand. Have you brought what I requested? Here it is. The Olive Worm Lord retrieved a star core from behind. The star core, also known as the core of a neutron star, is one of the essential materials for Thor's hammer and is a resource required for the mutation of the insectoid queen. A single star core is sufficient to mutate 100,000 queens, highlighting its exceptional value. Very well, let us proceed. Wu Liang rose and stepped forward. With each step he took, the surrounding forest, lakes, and myriad beasts transformed into crimson light and vanished, revealing a desolate landscape. This phenomenon was merely a manifestation of the reality gem Wu Liang wielded. The red reality gem ascended, while the blue space gem detached from the swirling infinite gem. Floating before Wu Liang. Crash, the space shattered like glass. The space ahead fractured, morphing into a deep blue vortex. Wu Liang led the way into it, with the Olive Worm Lord closely following. The scene shifted. Upon a star spanning millions of kilometers, the 108th secondary Mother Nest's lair. Once the mother nest's injuries had healed to 50%, the secondary mother nest was able to cease its division and could now expend resources, along with the star core, to facilitate mutations. Presently, even the secondary mother nest houses over 1,000 units. Upon the sovereign's arrival, the towering form of the 108th secondary mother nest immediately prostrated itself, expressing its submission. A vast open area surrounded it, bustling with countless worker bees diligently attending to their tasks. In the central position, a creature of merely 100 zhang in height from the insectoid race operated a vessel taller than itself, with countless viscous veins connecting to the 108th secondary hive. Upon the arrival of the sovereign, the 100 zhang figure hastily abandoned its task and scuttled before Wu Liang, exclaiming, "Great sovereign, a day without seeing you feels like 3 autumns. My admiration for you flows like the waters of the Yellow River, uncontainable." "Stop. Save the flattery for later," Wu Liang interrupted Abaser, glancing at him, who only reached his calf. "Abaser, when will you incorporate the gigantification gene? Your short stature makes conversing with you quite a strain on my neck." "The great sovereign, the gigantification gene is of little use to me. My current stature is quite suitable," Abaser replied. "Very well. How are the preparations for the advanced insectoid evolution experiment coming along?" Wu Liang, disinterested, recalled that he had previously wanted Abaser to venture out and plunder infinite gems. Yet this creature stubbornly refused, citing its height as detrimental to the dignity of the insect race. "The preparations for the advancement experiment are complete, great sovereign. The required materials include 1,000 megabytes of resource points, 1,000,000 units of various rare materials, 1 stellar core, and 1 abyss heart. The 1,000,000 units of rare materials represented half of the precious resources within the insect realm, including fragments of divine artifacts, all aimed at enhancing the physical strength, mental acuity, and psychic energy of the olive insect lord. The abyss heart was particularly valuable, an energy core obtained after vanquishing the Hell Lord Mephisto in the first conquest of the universe. Since then, it had never been acquired again, underscoring its rarity." "Good." Wu Liang nodded in acknowledgement, then addressed the olive insect lord. "You were birthed from the 108th dimensional hive, sharing the same origin. Therefore, your evolution into a higher insectoid must take place here. This transformation will not only transcend your current life stage, but also serve as a rebirth. However, it entails significant dangers. Have you considered this thoroughly?" "I vow to serve the insect race unto death." "Excellent," Wu Liang replied with satisfaction, turning to stride towards a nearby location, instructing Abaser, "Commence." As the sovereign moved away, Abaser turned to face the olive insect lord, a grin spreading across his face, revealing rows of serrated teeth. The previously innocent expression vanished, replaced by one of cruelty and obsession as he circled the olive insect lord, occasionally reaching out to caress it. Abaser pursed his lips, his voice dripping with fascination. "What a splendid specimen. Ever since your inception, I have envisioned how to dissect you. Higher insectoids, this noble echelon, have all ascended through bloodshed, treading upon the corpses of countless kin. In the annals of insect history, only 2 have ever achieved advancement through experimentation. Since then, none have succeeded in the multitude of trials." With a moment of reflection, Abaser's expression shifted back to one of savagery as he continued, "I hope this experiment proves successful. Otherwise, you shall become my test subject, a mere resource for the evolution of the insect race." "Lord Abaser, I am willing to sacrifice everything for the insect race. Let it come." The olive bug lord spoke in a somber tone, undeterred by Abaser's words. It was born to serve the insect race, and if it were to fail in its mission, it would consider it an honor to contribute to the evolution of its kind even in death. It retrieved a star core from its body and placed it before itself, then closed its enormous insect eyes, awaiting the impending experiment. Abaser disregarded the olive bug lord, perceiving it as a being of greater strength. However, as long as it had not ascended to the rank of a higher insect, it was unworthy of conversation. The hierarchy among insects was no jest. Higher insects were distinctly superior, and those who had not attained such a status were mere fodder. Abaser wriggled its corpulent body towards the vessel, extending several appendages to manipulate it. A liquid, reminiscent of blood, rose from the vessel and under Abaser's control. The secondary mother nest began to transform. The abdomen of the secondary mother nest split open, revealing hundreds of tendrils that extended in all directions, enveloping the olive bug lord along with the precious materials, the star core and the abyss heart, before swiftly retracting. It was as if the secondary mother nest, after encasing the olive bug lord, was breathing rapidly, expanding and contracting violently, while countless luminescent energies surged towards its abdomen. Time passed slowly. Chapter 7, A Modest Trial. Earn 100 fear points in the heart of Queens, New York, at Midtown High School. Morning dawned, heralded by the jarring sound of an alarm clock. "Hey, time to get up, Xingyue. Hurry up," called Liz from the lower bunk to Wu Xingyue in the upper bunk. "Don't shake me. Let me sleep a little longer." Please. Liz. Wu Xingyue pleaded. All right, since you had a nightmare last night, I'll let you sleep for another half hour. I'm off to the cafeteria, Liz said. Not wishing to bother Wu Xingyue further, and dressed before leaving the dormitory. Niang. Supreme One. Early morning is the most opportune time to gather fear points. Please rise. Supreme One. Suddenly jolted awake by the voice in her head, Wu Xingyue realized it was the adjudicator from yesterday. Oh no, that wasn't a dream, she exclaimed, sitting up abruptly, her pink pajamas wrinkled and her hair tousled. Niang, what time is it? Calling me up this early. Do you want me to make things difficult for you? Wu Xingyue said, visibly annoyed. Niang. Reporting to the Supreme One, as you have yet to complete the trial of the Supreme Path, I, as the adjudicator, hold the right to request that you fulfill the assigned tasks. Please comply. Wu Xingyue fell silent, recalling the various functionalities of the Ascension Chain, which included an introduction to the Supreme Path. Nevertheless, she was not ready to give in, adopting a pitiful demeanor as she said, Niang, can't you wait a bit? You know I went to bed very late last night. Niang. No, Supreme One. Morning is the time when emotional energy is most abundant. Please rise quickly to complete the first task of the Supreme Path. Simultaneously, a system notification sounded. Ding. First task. All beginnings are difficult, a modest trial. Requirement. Acquire 100 points of fear value within 1 hour. Wu Xingyue was rendered speechless. The system had directly notified her. Very well, she thought, just wait for me. Reluctantly, she rose from her bed and dressed, but how was she to generate this fear value? This perplexed Wu Xingyue, for she was a paragon of virtue. A model student who adhered to the law and cherished small animals. Niang, do you have any good ideas? Niang. Reporting to the Supreme, the probe has investigated, revealing that there are 147 individuals in the entire dormitory. You simply need to block the exits and fire escapes, then set a blaze amidst the flames. Panic and suffering will yield a substantial amount of fear value, thus completing the task with ease. Wu Xingyue rolled her eyes in exasperation, responding, I should have anticipated this. A race that absorbs fear value has no good individuals. Niang, please, Supreme, expedite the completion of the task. If the time elapses, the system will determine that assistance is required, at which point it will aid you in fulfilling the task. She now understood clearly that she had indeed boarded a pirate ship. Assist me in completing it? What does that mean? How will you help me? Wu Xingyue fired off 3 questions in quick succession, bewildered. If this was her trial, why would assistance be offered? Niang, reporting to the Supreme. You are the highest authority of the Ascension Chain. The tasks of the Supreme Path are designed solely to aid your growth, should it be determined that you require assistance. The probe will manifest and sweep through the dormitory to ensure you complete the task. In essence, you are the leader, the task is a task, nominally requiring your completion, yet if you fail, I am powerless, thus ultimately, I will assist you in fulfilling it. This is formalism, a severe case of formalism. Wu Xingyue exclaimed in anger, understanding the implications clearly, yet feeling even more troubled. Was this not a roundabout way to coerce her into completing the task? Otherwise, would they truly send the probe to massacre the entire building? Setting aside the fact that they all resided in the same dormitory and bore no animosity towards one another. Even if she were to take 1,000 steps back and consider a massacre, it would inevitably attract a cadre of superheroes to seek retribution against her. This was a Marvel universe, where any mishap could lead to the emergence of a superhero. Perhaps a massacre avenger would arise from this. Wu Xingyue lamented when suddenly she recalled something. The probe manifesting? Niang, reporting to the Supreme, while you were resting, I have already teleported the probe to your location and scanned the entire block, identifying all units that may pose a threat to you. Oh, Wu Xingyue did not delve further into this. Upon her arrival in this world, Dark Moon had executed a similar task. Her mind was now preoccupied with how to complete the mission, as she had no desire to spend the night sleepless. Fear value. Wu Xingyue donned her attire and opened the dormitory door, traversing the corridor with a heavy heart. At this moment, many residents of the dormitory were still ensconced in slumber. She and Liz were both academically inclined, typically rising early to attend an interest course called Megastructures. Megastructural studies focus on the examination of colossal objects and are offered as specialized courses in university, while in high school, they exist merely as an interest class. For instance, the Dyson sphere is a conceptualized gigantic artificial structure proposed by Dr. Freeman Dyson. Wu Xingyue participated in this endeavor to explore the cosmos, seeking a method to transcend the dimensional barrier and return to her original Earth. After all, this is the Marvel Universe, a realm where anything is possible, and it harbors her only remaining relative. Of course, there were also some early risers among her classmates. Approaching her were a curly-haired black girl and a Caucasian girl, hand in hand, whispering to each other, "Hey, that horror film you recommended last time was terrifying." I was like, "No way, stay away from me. That's disgusting." Wu Xingyue perked up her ears, her innate curiosity piqued by their conversation, and she couldn't help but smile. But suddenly, she froze in place. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? A horror film. She mused. Niang, does the probe have a loudspeaker? Wu Xingyue inquired silently. Niang, reporting to the Supreme, it does not. But psychomagnetic conduction meets your requirements. This is the probe's detection module function, akin to sonar, just several centuries ahead of it. With slight adjustments, it can emit the desired sound. Could you please finish your sentences in one go next time? Wu Xingyue rolled her eyes in exasperation, but her mood brightened considerably. She took out her phone, locating the frightful video she had previously watched, and asked, Niang, how can I make the probe play this video? Ziz. Probe no. 1. Scanning complete. Shall I play it? An electronic sound echoed. Wu Xingyue was startled and looked around, unable to spot the probe. The voice seemed to resonate right beside her. Niang, is this what you call psychomagnetic conduction? Niang, affirmative. If this technology could be widely adopted, I would surely prosper. Wu Xingyue thought, her eyes gleaming. As a top student at Zhongqing High School, she understood the implications of this technology. At that moment, she could vividly imagine the frenzy that would ensue if this technology were brought to fruition. Just envision a pair of headphones that could deliver the experience of wearing them without the need for physical presence. The market value would be astronomical. Wait. I should step outside first. Lost in her thoughts, Wu Xingyue did not forget her mission and quickly dashed downstairs to avoid any unintended harm. She was not afraid of being startled by the sound. She sensed that only she could hear it. Rather, she feared the potential repercussions from those surprised by the noise. Moments later, 100 meters from the dormitory, Wu Xingyue raised her hands to her chest in a moment of silence. Do not blame me. I am doing this for your own good. Let it begin. Ziz. Probe number 1. Video playback initiated. Instantly. The dormitory erupted with screams, escalating in intensity, as if competing in a cacophony of sound. Ding. Fear level 10 ding. Fear level 10 ding. Fear level 10, Chapter 8. The event, the undead. Ha ha ha. Initially, Wu Xingyue felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing the screams, but as the pitch varied, she could no longer contain herself and burst into raucous laughter. If one could peer into her heart, they would discover 3 versions of Wu Xingyue confronting one another. A figure clad in white, exuding an aura of sanctity and inviolability, stood with arms crossed, seemingly perturbed by her own actions. Beside her, another individual dressed in black, adorned with heavy dark eyeshadow, radiated an unmistakable sense of malevolence, whispering incessantly. The normally indifferent figure began to undergo a subtle transformation, as if summoned by an unseen force, producing 2 glasses of beer from thin air, joyfully toasting with the one in black to celebrate. Ding. The initial trial is complete. Reward. 2 civilian units, the Dead Apostles. Niang, congratulations, Supreme Being. You have taken another step towards becoming a qualified Taldarin. Upon hearing the system's announcement in Niang's words, Wu Xingyue retorted, I did it for everyone's good. She was unwilling to admit that mischief could sometimes be quite entertaining. The system's fear index displayed. Fear index, 1,300 points. This recent scare had yielded a total of 810 points. Niang, report to the Supreme Being. The 2 civilian Dead Apostles have already transitioned to the Slayer dimension. Should we proceed with the sacrificial absorption of their life essence? The Dead Apostles represent the lowest strata of the Taldarin tribe and constitute the most numerous group. They embody the quintessential traits of the Taldarin: coldness, cruelty, and efficiency. They are ever ready to sacrifice their lives, offering their essence to the Supreme Being, a profound aspiration held by every Dead Apostle. However, the capriciousness of fate often sees these apostles merely utilized by commanders as offerings for some inconspicuous ascendant or as fuel for their next skill enhancement. Though this reality is profoundly unjust and tragic, it reflects the harshness of the cosmos, where the weak are destined to serve as sustenance for the strong. Wu Xingyue, puzzled by Niang's inquiry, wore a quizzical expression. Sacrifice? What does that mean? Niang, report to the Supreme Being. Sacrifice is an application of the Lakshira ritual within the Ascension Chain's functionality template. The life essence of the defeated will be transferred to the victor through the Ascension Chain, akin to a consecration. This is also the mission of the Dead Apostles. Wait, living sacrifices? Wu Xingyue's comprehension dawned. You truly are an evil race. Indulging in the practice of living sacrifices. What a cult. Niang, Supreme Being, this is a necessary step for all ascendants within the Taldarin tribe. It is the very foundation of the Ascension Chain, and you cannot refuse. No. Wu Xingyue's complexion paled as vivid images of living sacrifices flooded her mind. At barely 18, her upbringing emphasized kindness towards others, though she might possess a hint of dark humor, akin to enjoying harmless pranks. The notion of enhancing oneself through the sacrifice of living beings was utterly intolerable to her. Niang, Supreme Being, Please decide when the sacrifice shall take place. Niang remained unperturbed by Wu Xingyue's response, continuing with his monotonous inquiry. Wu Xingyue's eyes flickered with intelligence. She recognized that further discussion would be futile. Although she held the highest authority over the Ascension Chain, when faced with the dilemma of its choices, she found herself merely a subordinate. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Niang, our Taldarin tribe is just beginning to take shape. For the sake of our development, we cannot afford sacrifices. We must first focus on population expansion. Niang did not respond immediately. After a brief pause, he conceded. Niang, the supreme decision is correct and aligns with the interests of Taldarin. Please guide the next mission of the undead. Yay. Wu Xingyue felt a surge of delight, but soon found herself perplexed. How was she to arrange this? After all, he was still a student. And you, Supreme, I can teleport the undead to my side. I am in need of assistance. Wu Xingyue was taken aback. And you? Is that you? Oh, you can speak to me? And you, Supreme. Once the Ascension Chain is activated, the psychic link will automatically bind all units. The consciousness link is merely a basic function. Wait, you used to call me your majesty, didn't you? And you, I report to the Supreme. Only by activating the Ascension Chain will you earn our unwavering allegiance. Do as you wish. Niang, hand the undead over to Yu. Also, don't disturb me unless necessary. I have classes to attend. Wu Xingyue said, visibly frustrated, realizing that she had merely been placated. Niang, as you command, Supreme. In the realm of slain, 2 upright undead dissipated like quantum particles. Hey, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be sleeping? A voice came from behind. It was Liz, who had gone to fetch food. Haha, I couldn't bear to let you go alone, so I wanted to accompany you. However, once I came out, I couldn't find you. Wu Xingyue quickly shifted her mood, chuckling as she spoke. She then placed her arm around Liz as they made their way to their elective class. Breakfast was simple, a double-layered sandwich accompanied by a cup of coffee. After a brief meal, they arrived at a green grassy area. By this time, many people were already engaging in activities on the lawn. Hi, Xingyue, Liz. They greeted warmly. Behind them followed Peter and the hefty Ned, whose real name was Jones. She was Spider-Man's girlfriend, though that was not the case now. This world might not be the same as the cinematic universe. In the films, they were preparing for a knowledge competition, which did not exist here. Instead, there was an international event concerning megastructures. Thus, Peter and Ned were both enrolled in the megastructure elective, actively preparing to participate in the event. This world seemed to place greater emphasis on celestial studies. And various nations had long initiated a space race, with over a dozen known space stations belonging to a few major powers. The event was organized in high school as a showcase opportunity, garnering nationwide and global attention from prestigious universities. Performing exceptionally could lead to invitations from renowned institutions. Hey, Wu Xingyue responded amicably. Peter, you speak. Ned nudged Peter playfully. You. Wow. Peter appeared quite anxious, turning his back to the two while making a helpless gesture towards Ned. He then turned around, stammering. Haha. The 3 of us have formed a team to participate in the event and would like to invite you both to join. Peter initially felt somewhat anxious, but quickly finished his words, casting an eager glance at Wu Xingyue and Liz. With a dismissive glance at Peter, she smiled and said, Xingyue, Liz, we have a splendid idea. Perhaps you might consider hearing us out before deciding whether to join. Both Wu Xingyue and Liz were exceptional talents in the realm of megastructures, and every team sought to invite them. However, their own team lacked the persuasive strength to compel them. Chapter 9. Do not put all your eggs in one basket. When did the marginalized begin to speak so audaciously? A voice rang out. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed individual approached, flanked by a number of followers. David. He cast a disconcerted look at the speaker. Humph. David scoffed, striding past the trio to stand before Wu Xingyue, towering over her. My team still has 2 vacancies. Why not join us all? Wu Xingyue frowned in displeasure. David, whose full name was Andrew David, was rumored to possess significant connections. He was the school's top figure, known for bullying individuals of color, often engaging in acts of campus violence. Remarkably, after each incident, David would resume his usual demeanor the following day, revealing the extent of his influence. Apologies, but I have already joined a team, Wu Xingyue replied. Liz gasped in surprise, quickly stepping in front of Wu Xingyue to shield her from David. Her father had warned her about David's background. David's father had 2 brothers, one a government official, the other a crime lord in Hell's Kitchen. Thus he straddled both the legal and illegal realms, making the school wary of provoking him. David, we wish to avoid trouble. We already have a team. Please seek others, Liz implored. Do you think you possess the right to refuse? David sneered, his disdain palpable. Yet, he couldn't help but privately acknowledge Wu Xingyue was quite attractive, though regrettably of Asian descent. Liz, on the other hand, was commendable. He was a severe racist. Likely influenced by his family background, his uncle had garnered votes through racial discrimination, successfully campaigning as a senator. Thus, he had grown up harboring disdain for those of different skin colors. Surround them. David commanded his entourage to encircle the two. Z1. Probe 1. Hostile target detected. Initiating onboard system. Analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Target poses a minor threat to the Supreme. Recommend particle cannon strike. Beep. Taldarin code. Eliminate all threats to the Supreme. Plan 1. Particle cannon activation data analysis indicates target is an ordinary human. Recommended power 0.0001. Launch countdown 32 seconds. Stop. Cease at once. Wu Xingyue exclaimed, her heart racing as she urgently commanded in her mind. The mere notion of a particle cannon sounded highly advanced. And being so close, who knew if it would splatter blood all over her? Moreover, she had never even killed a chicken. The thought of witnessing someone perish before her eyes was utterly repulsive. Z1. Probe 1. Conflict detected between Taldarin code and Supreme Command. Onboard system in judgment. Beep. Supreme authority supersedes Taldarin code. Command obeyed. Particle cannon deactivated. Beep. Activating Plan 2. Deploying long-range psychic shield. Transmission in progress. 10,000 meters above. At this moment, the probe was cloaked in stealth mode. Upon receiving the Supreme Command, the particle cannons on either side retracted. Once the secondary protocol was initiated, the probe's energy shield materialized. Its dark red hue resembling particles gradually dissipating like bubbles in the air. Ding. The energy shield transmission is complete, with a strength rating of level 3. Wu Xingyue listened to the continuous voice echoing in her mind. As the physical shield transmission concluded, she suddenly felt an invisible force enveloping her, isolating her from the outside world. Neon, what is happening? Neon reports to the Supreme Authority. Your safety is the paramount concern of the Taldarin tribe. The Taldarin Code is a set of regulations that every Taldarin must abide by. Any entity posing a threat to your existence will face annihilation. The energy shield is a communal asset of the divine race, allowing the Taldarin tribe to share protection through energy links. In the event that the Supreme Authority rejects engagement with a threatening target, the probe can only execute the second protocol to transmit the energy shield for your protection. Very well. Wu Xingyue acquiesced. Given the perilous nature of her surroundings, she found no objection to this course of action. All of this transpired in mere moments. Just as Wu Xingyue was relieved for having avoided lethal consequences, she noticed David striding ominously toward her, accompanied by a group of Caucasian students who began to shove and jostle her. Peter and Ned, displaying commendable loyalty, stepped forward to shield her. David, this is school, Peter asserted, positioning himself at the forefront. Pathetic. What of it? Are you going to report me to the teachers? David scoffed, disdain evident in his demeanor. As tensions escalated between the two factions, Wu Xingyue hesitated, contemplating whether to call for probe assistance. Suddenly, one of the Caucasian students rushed to David's side, exclaiming, David, the teacher is coming. David paused, glancing toward the direction indicated by his peer, his expression darkening. Consider yourselves fortunate today. We'll see about this. He led the way to a nearby area. The newcomer was none other than Harrington, the instructor for the Structural Constructs elective. Despite David's connections, he harbored a healthy respect for Harrington. The field of structural studies was closely tied to military interests, and he had no desire to provoke unnecessary trouble. It seems I have missed quite the spectacle. Ladies and gentlemen, Harrington cast a pointed look at David, the warning in his gaze unmistakable. Now, time is of the essence. Next year marks the competitions, and I hope you all focus on your preparations. Let us commence with our study of celestial bodies. Having issued his warning to David, Harrington positioned himself centrally and began the lecture. It is known that the moon is a satellite of the blue planet and is also the closest structural entity to us. Many scholars have speculated that the moon might be an artificial satellite. The surrounding students gathered closer to the center, attentively listening to Harrington's lecture. Wu Xingyue, from now on, we will be a group. Peter extended his hand. Indeed, we are all classmates. We must support one another. Wu Xingyue responded without pretension, shaking his hand. However, her smile held a deeper significance. Future Spider-Man. Spiders are insects too. I wonder how many of the insectoid race he could defeat? She had not forgotten the threat of the Zerg. She had been contemplating strategies to counter it. However, whenever the despairing images resurfaced in her mind, she was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Her decision to join Peter's group was not motivated by David. Even without him, she had intended to approach Peter. Through her observations over the past few months, she discerned that although this world was not exactly like the cinematic realm of Spider-Man, it bore a striking resemblance. Therefore, it would not be long before Iron Man sought out Peter, presenting a splendid opportunity to connect with the Avengers. She would not place all her hopes on the Ascension Chain, for as they say, one is a clan and the other a tribe. The chasm between them is unfathomable. She recalled her brother's favorite adage. One should not put all eggs in a single basket. Chapter 10 yet. It was only 2010. On the dark side of the moon. Within a vast chasm stood a castle formed of dark matter. Inside the castle, it bore a striking resemblance to a Western church. With an enormous high seat at the deepest point, flanked by a relatively smaller lord's seat, all constructed from accumulated dark matter. Seated on the lord's chair to the left of the high seat was a handsome man with black hair and dark eyes. This was the hybrid known as Dark Moon. At this moment, he wore an expressionless visage, gazing at the two figures that appeared below. The commoners, Darley and Mo Fei, had never encountered a high-ranking lord before. The Taldarins, with their rich history, all possess their own names. Well, I have no business here. You simply need to guard this place, he instructed. Understood, high-ranking lord. They replied. The Taldarins adhered to a strict hierarchy, with every member unconditionally obliged to obey the higher echelons, even to the point of sacrifice. The two mortals knelt on one knee, demonstrating their compliance with the high-ranking lord's command. Dark Moon waved them away and subsequently descended into the depths of the castle. The space was vast, equivalent to 10 basketball courts. At its center, hundreds of intricate devices were in operation, each housing a creature, behemoths from Blue Star, being dissected and analyzed like laboratory mice. Some still retained their original appearances, while others had become unrecognizable. Some bore half their original forms, the other half grotesquely distorted. Ding. Psionic Gene Editing Device. Experiment number 13423 Summary. Gene fusion rate at 1221. Experimental organism deceased due to gene mutation. Ding. Psionic Gene Editing Device. Experiment number 13424 Preparation underway. The experimental organism is a giant lizard. Biological sample upload complete. Ding. Psionic Gene Editing Device. Injection of high-ranking lord's gene complete. Awaiting rejection response. Directional gene guidance fusion rate at 0001 121 1389. Ding. Psionic Gene Editing Device. Beep. Biological Gene Mutation Injection Stabilizer Target Deceased. Ding. Psionic Gene Editing Device. Experiment number 13424 Summary. Gene Fusion Rate. Dark Moon observed the data displayed on the editing device in silence, lost in contemplation. This is an experiment he has secretly conducted since his arrival in this world, encompassing all known biological taxa as subjects, unbeknownst to the Supreme Being, based on his observations. It seems that the Supreme Being harbors a strong aversion to this area of study, prompting him to choose the moon as the site for his clandestine experimentation. However, months have passed without a hint of success. He contemplated using himself as a template for reverse analysis, yet each time he approached a critical moment, an invisible force seemed to obstruct his progress. Nevertheless, a vivid image lingered in the recesses of his memory, an endless battlefield of hybrids, where he was merely an inconspicuous participant. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. Niang, Dark Moon Lord, I have reviewed all information regarding the Ascension Chain, but there are no technical documents related to hybrid species. The only information pertains to you. Frustration welled within him. He was certain that something existed in his memory, cursing himself for being unable to recall the pivotal points. Without hybrids, how could the Supreme Being contend with the overwhelming swarms? Dark Moon was engulfed in self-reproach. Niang, perhaps what, Niang? Dark Moon inquired hastily. Niang, perhaps once the restoration of the Ascension Chain is complete, it may be possible to regain the technology for creating hybrids. Dark Moon nodded helplessly. It was a last resort. He cast one final glance at the instruments before striding away. The experiment continued, representing a potential avenue for Dark Moon. As long as the instruments were sufficiently powered, they could persist, consuming merely a fraction of the energy required for the experiment. The biological samples were even simpler. As long as corresponding organisms were available, the psionic cloning device could endlessly produce new specimens, provided energy was ample. Ah, Niang, I checked the execution records of Probe 1. Did the Supreme Being encounter danger? Soul machines are devoid of autonomy. Any entity of a higher tier can access the execution records of these machines. Niang, once an executive officer, was cunning and astute. The records were meticulously detailed. Dark Moon's sudden mention of this matter must have a purpose. Yet Niang did not reveal his thoughts, instead probing. Niang, yes, Dark Moon Lord, what do you intend? The Supreme Being is too benevolent. The humanity of this world bears a striking resemblance to that of the previous human race, and I perceive an opportunity. Niang, Dark Moon Lord, are you suggesting? Niang, uncertain of Dark Moon's intentions, felt no alarm, for the constraints of the Ascension Chain would prevent any detrimental thoughts regarding the Supreme Being from remaining hidden. The Supreme Being requires rigor in their training. In Midtown High School, Queens, New York, at 11 o'clock a.m., the bell rang for the final class. This weekend, the Osborne Group and Stark Industries are holding a technology exhibition and have extended an invitation to our school. Interested students may sign up. After the teacher concluded, he gathered his belongings to depart. Osborne, Wu Xingyue was taken aback. In her recollection, although this world differed in some respects, the variance was confined to the trajectory of technological advancement. It seemed improbable that the Osborne group would exist in this realm. She glanced at Peter in the back row, who was packing his things, her confusion deepening. In the multiverse, countless Spider-Men exist, all transformed by the bite of a mutated spider. However, in the film, the origin of Spider-Man for Holland's character is merely glossed over, leaving the backstory of the spider unexplained. The Oscorp Corporation is absent from the cinematic narrative, thus attributing Peter's acquisition of spider-like abilities to Stark Industries. Based on the timeline, Peter likely gained these powers towards the end of 2015, approximately 6 months prior to the events of Captain America: Civil War, coinciding with the relocation of Stark Tower to the Avengers base. During this significant transfer of resources, it would not be unusual for a small spider to be affected. This line of reasoning also elucidates why Tony took an interest in Peter. He had been observing him for some time. Their relationship resembles that of a father and son, as they share an innate bond. Perhaps I am overthinking this. After all, it is only 2010. Wu Xingyue shook her head, attempting to dispel the gossiping thoughts swirling in her mind. If only my brother were here. He knows everything about Marvel. If he were present, he would probably be terrified in some corner. Chapter 11. The topic: Satellite Munah. A tremendous sneeze reverberated, shaking the very ground. A large figure, one hand on his nose and the other scratching his backside, pondered aloud. Am I coming down with a cold? Huh. What are you doing, Xingyue? Liz gave Xingyue a hearty slap on the shoulder, revealing a mischievous grin. You're quite grown up, yet still so childish. Be careful lest you remain single. Wu Xingyue felt exasperated by Liz's antics. Although she was deep in thought, she couldn't shake the peculiar feeling that upon awakening, her physical capabilities had significantly strengthened. She sensed Liz's stealthy approach long before she arrived. Haha, I suppose you were lost in thought, huh? Were you contemplating some dashing rogue? Wu Xingyue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot Liz an annoyed glance. She had come to terms with the fact that foreigners were quite open-minded. But with so many classmates around, did Liz really need to be so brazen? Watch out. Wu Xingyue, flustered and indignant, found herself growing more irate with each passing moment. Rising from her seat, she retaliated and playfully scratched at Liz. Haha, I concede. Just as their playful sparring escalated, another voice approached. Ladies, be careful not to expose yourselves. Wu Xingyue and Liz became aware of their surroundings, sharing a knowing smile before ceasing their playful tussle. Shall we go grab a bite to eat, and then check on our group project? Wu Xingyue paused for a moment, recalling her promise to join their team. All right. Let us go. The three of them waited at the classroom door for Peter and Ned to arrive before heading to the cafeteria for lunch, then making their way toward the exhibition hall. It was midday, and the campus was bustling with activity. As they drew closer to the exhibition hall, the crowd thickened, with many engaged in unloading equipment. Once inside the exhibition hall, Ned boldly took the lead, enthusiastically pointing out their group's designated area. Xingyue, look, that's our spot. Wu Xingyue exchanged a glance with Liz, her brow furrowing involuntarily. Following Ned's pointed direction, they noticed the location was rather obscure, marked prominently by a large restroom sign. Sensing the awkwardness between the two, she awkwardly remarked, well, the situation is such that our group focuses solely on the topic, hence the embarrassment. She sharply elbowed Peter, feigning a smile while muttering, Peter, this is all your fault. You must explain quickly. If they leave because of this, I shall not let it rest. Ouch. Peter gasped in pain, drawing in a quick breath. Xingyue, the truth is, I primarily selected this spot because of its proximity to the restroom, for convenience's sake. Could he confess that he had forgotten to queue yesterday, leaving him with no other option? Yes, indeed, the restroom location is the best. Ned, with his protruding belly, hastily added his explanation. All right, let us first take a look at the project you've prepared. Wu Xingyue was not convinced by their excuses. Humph. Liz let out a disdainful huff. Since Wu Xingyue had no objections, she refrained from further comment. The trio of Peter, Ned, and the others sighed in relief, genuinely concerned that these two academic prodigies might look down upon their group. Walking ahead, Wu Xingyue and Liz began to converse. Liz, linking arms with Wu Xingyue, quietly complained. Xingyue, didn't you say you wouldn't participate in the competition? Why did you agree to join today? As distinguished figures in the realm of megastructures, many sought to invite them to participate. Wu Xingyue preferred to maintain a low profile, while Liz had little interest in the competition, thus paying it no mind. But today I changed my mind. I know you don't care about this competition. You need not force yourself for my sake. Wu Xingyue offered no explanation. What nonsense. You are my dear sister. If you participate, then I shall too. In a short while, they arrived at the designated location. The floor was marked for placement. Their designated area was rather small, barely accommodating 4 tables side by side. Several cardboard boxes were carelessly arranged nearby. Peter stepped forward to tidy up, stating, "They arrived this morning, and I haven't had the chance to organize them yet. Haha." Ned joined in the cleanup, retrieving a stack of blueprints from the boxes. After a brief arrangement, Peter, under Ned's enthusiastic recommendation, stepped forward and, addressing a blueprint, explained, "Megastructures refer to the category of colossal objects. These are the fundamentals. But I want to elaborate further. Our group's topic is the moon, the satellite of the blue planet." With a flourish, Peter unveiled the first blueprint, revealing a photograph of the moon. "Is this it? Are you jesting with us?" Liz expressed her dissatisfaction with Peter's teasing manner. Initially curious, she now found the revelation of the moon to be rather foolish. The moon was a well-known megastructure. Surely, even those unacquainted with the subject were aware of it. "Xingyue, let us leave. They are nothing but frauds." With that, Liz attempted to pull Wu Xingyue to her feet. Peter was not taken aback by Liz's reaction. Rather, he spoke with unwavering confidence. "The moon is surely unremarkable, but what if I were to claim that it is a construct of human origin, or rather, the creation of an extraterrestrial civilization? Are you jesting? Star Moon. They must be mad," Liz exclaimed incredulously. Wu Xingyue cast a surprised glance at Peter and then at the unresponsive Ned. She was familiar with this hypothesis and had seen related films. But surely this had no connection to the Marvel Universe? She continued, smiling and signaling for him to proceed. "Indeed, you are exceptional, Star Moon. The most gifted individual in structural studies," Peter remarked in admiration. Noticing that Wu Xingyue exhibited no sign of surprise, he found himself astonished instead. The remaining 2 shared similar expressions. After ensuring that no one was paying attention, Peter leaned closer and whispered, "The true discoverers of this matter are my parents, who were distinguished structural engineers. They left when I was very young, and thereafter, I lost all contact, left with only a box of antiquated belongings." Growing up with Aunt May, he had often faced ridicule from classmates for lacking parents, being labeled a wild child, and thus had endured considerable bullying. Recently, he had stumbled upon the box left by his parents, which contained several blueprints and a tape. His participation in the structural studies interest group stemmed from these items. As he yearned to uncover what his parents had been working on, Wu Xingyue nodded thoughtfully. Many versions of Peter's parents existed. Yet the constant remained that they were either deceased or missing. Peter either lived with Aunt May or her husband. If his parents were indeed the discoverers, it could clarify matters, as they were often portrayed as geniuses in relevant fields. Simultaneously, Wu Xingyue grasped the gravity of this discovery. The disappearance of Peter's parents was undoubtedly intertwined with this revelation. Chapter 12. Tidal locking. Little green? But dangerous. Is she afraid? Yes. Of course, she is terrified to death. Yet, in comparison to the endless tide of bugs, this was trivial. To her, danger equated to a supervillain, and supervillains represented untapped potential. It must be said that the dark technology of supervillains often overshadowed that of superheroes, merely succumbing to the allure of glory. She simply wished to live her life peacefully. As long as she did not provoke them, this was all capital against the insect horde, irrelevant to notions of good and evil. Wu Xingyue's expression turned serious as she declared, "What you say is quite moving. I have made my decision to assist you, Peter." Peter tilted his head, squinting slightly, moving. As a recipient of affection, why did he not feel it? Casting a glance at Ned, he could not help but think simultaneously, is this girl's peripheral nervous system somewhat lacking? Just as the group contemplated their thoughts, Liz's discordant voice broke through. Pointing at the blueprints and cardboard box, "Hey, Peter, you speak so mysteriously, yet you intend to use these few items to substantiate your claims?" "No, Liz, Star Moon. The detailed materials are not here. This is merely preliminary. The real documents are secured in a safe location. We require your assistance to validate this hypothesis," Peter explained. Their group, based on blueprints and recordings, has validated numerous hypotheses and even uncovered a wealth of literature in the library to bolster their claims. Now, all that remains is to wait. Validation? The two inquired, perplexed. Peter paused, as if hesitating, and then, seemingly resolute, began to articulate slowly. The rotation of the blue planet and the orbit of the moon are synchronous, each taking 27 days. This phenomenon is known as synchronous rotation, which means the moon always presents one face to us, while the side we cannot observe is referred to as the far side of the moon. Could you please get to the point? This is merely foundational knowledge regarding celestial structures. No need for a lecture here, Liz interjected sarcastically. Liz. Wu Xingyue tugged at Liz's sleeve, indicating for her to be quiet. "I apologize. Liz has a rather impatient disposition. Please, Peter, continue." Peter smiled, unperturbed, and continued. "This phenomenon is a result of tidal locking in natural satellites. The side of the moon facing the blue planet experiences greater gravitational pull. However, This theory presupposes that the moon is a natural satellite. My father discovered evidence to support the notion that the moon is a construct of extraterrestrial civilization every century. The moon undergoes orbital adjustments, returning to its designated path, something a natural satellite cannot achieve. Adjustments? Indeed, orbital adjustments. The warming climate following the Ice Age has affected the magnetic field of the blue planet and has had a negligible impact on gravity, leading to a periodic eruption every century. According to tidal locking theory, changes in gravitational forces would naturally influence the tidal locking between the moon and the blue planet. Yet my father found that despite these gravitational changes, the moon and the blue planet maintain a consistent 27-day rotation. Thus, the only plausible explanation is that the moon is consciously self-correcting, a feat unattainable by a natural satellite. In 15 days, we will experience the centennial eruption, coinciding with the moon's adjustment period. If we can document the moon's correction process, it will serve as irrefutable evidence that the moon was constructed by an extraterrestrial civilization. Peter elaborated continuously, pointing to corresponding evidence on the blueprints. Liz, who had previously scoffed, now wore a troubled expression and remained silent. I have a question, Wu Xingyue interjected. Please go ahead. Based on what you've said, why seek us out? Wouldn't it be more prudent to consult a celestial architect? Wu Xingyue understood that the moon might indeed be an extraterrestrial creation, yet she was uncertain about how to substantiate this claim. Surely, they couldn't just slice the moon open. However, hearing Peter's well-founded arguments, she began to ponder. This was a renowned opportunity, and given that they were not previously acquainted, was it not rather fortuitous for her and Liz? This discovery belongs to my parents, and thus, their names must be noted alongside it when consulting those scholars. I fear that I will be completely sidelined in the end, Peter shrugged. Aren't you concerned that once you share this with us, we might not include you? Peter smiled and pointed at the bustling crowd in the exhibition hall, stating, No, as far as I know. You had no intention of participating in the competition prior to this. Instead of seeking them out, you ought to focus on yourselves. If this discovery were to be confirmed, it would undoubtedly stir tremendous waves within the realm of structural academia, potentially earning a Nobel Lifetime Achievement Award, an allure that few could resist. Congratulations. You have a keen eye. What exactly do we need to do? We simply need time. The afternoon comprised only 2 classes, physical education and biology. During physical education, Wu Xingyue electrified the atmosphere, astonishing everyone with her remarkable feat of performing 200 sit-ups in a minute, shining even more brightly in subsequent tests. In contrast, the biology class was rather mundane. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the bell rang punctually, prompting all seated students to rise eagerly and depart. In America, the educational system embraces a philosophy of joyful learning, devoid of homework or so-called study periods, adhering instead to a principle of teaching only when desired and coaxing when not. Much like the number 2222. Many believe it to be the correct answer, while some even contend that the earth is flat and that science is a blasphemy against God. Wu Xingyue was no stranger to such absurdities. After gathering her belongings, she awaited Liz to walk back to the dormitory together. The dormitory was arranged by Zhongqing High School for students who resided at a distance. Xingyue, you are truly impressive. How did I not notice this before? Do you practice martial arts? Liz mimicked her, demonstrating punches and kicks. Wu Xingyue instantly frowned. She had been so distracted that she had unwittingly achieved such an astonishing feat, completing 200 sit-ups in merely a minute. Remarkably, this was not her limit. She felt she could achieve 300 within the same time frame. Martial arts? Don't you have a home to return to? Not this week, Liz replied nonchalantly. Liz stayed in the dormitory not due to distance, but because she preferred it. She often remarked that her father was too busy, leaving the house cold and uninviting. Xingyue, I noticed you registered for the weekend science exhibition. Are you interested? Weren't you always complaining about me spending all my time in the library? This time, let's go out and explore. Higi, that's more like it. I have the privilege to observe up close. Liz declared with pride. Ha! Have you forgotten my name? Liz. Liz Osborne. She placed her hands on her hips, emphasizing her point with exasperation. Little Green? Chapter 13. Chinese Restaurant. Uncle Long. Liz leaned closer, eager to hear what Wu Xingyue had to say. Wu Xingyue, sensing her slip of the tongue, sheepishly replied, nothing much, just reminiscing about a pet I once had. Humph. Liz huffed, expressing her dissatisfaction. The 2 girls playfully bickered as they returned to the dormitory, sharing a silent night. The next day, wake up. Liz was the first to rise, brimming with energy. Get up, get up. At this moment, Wu Xingyue also got out of bed, dressing herself. Perhaps influenced by someone, she, who was typically a lover of sleep, found herself motivated to rise today, for there was excitement to behold, and her curiosity burned fervently within her. On the bustling streets, despite it being the weekend, a number of hurried office workers remained occupied. Work was work, devoid of any idealistic notions. Holidays were a privilege enjoyed by only a select few. Two young women weaved through the towering edifices. Liz appeared quite cheerful, her steps light and buoyant. After crossing another intersection, she pointed to a restaurant with a red sign ahead and exclaimed, "Xingyue, there's a wonderful Chinese restaurant up ahead. You often stay cooped up in school, so today, I shall take you to try it." Chinese cuisine. Wu Xingyue couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Ever since she arrived in this world, she had not savored the flavors of her hometown, and in America, Chinese food was indeed a luxury. Zhongqing High School was not a private institution, and the cafeteria offered only burgers, sandwiches, and greasy soups. Fresh vegetables were a rarity, with even an apple costing more than a beef burger, underscoring the stark disparity in value between the two. Stir-fried kidney is here. 2 servings of fragrant rice. Even before entering, the cacophony from inside was palpable, and the restaurant was bustling with patrons. The decor exuded an antique charm, featuring square tables and long benches. Unlike most fast food establishments where one queues to place an order, here, waitstaff donned red shirts, patiently assisting customers with their orders. "May I have a serving of baozi?" "Certainly, sir." Baozi. Many foreigners, non-locals attempting to order in broken Chinese, found themselves in comical predicaments. The two women settled into a corner table. "How is it? Not bad, right?" Liz, well acquainted with the place, expertly grasped a pair of disposable chopsticks and began rubbing them together. The hallmark of this Chinese restaurant lay in its adherence to traditional customs. Unlike other localized establishments, it maintained authentic practices, requiring patrons not only to use chopsticks but also to order in Chinese. Should one err, they would need to repeat their order multiple times. Wu Xingyue raised an eyebrow, surprised by Liz's adeptness with the chopsticks. This was a mystery not easily unraveled. A skill that could not be acquired without years of indulging in street food. "I'd like a serving of stir-fried kidney, pan-seared beef tongue, and 2 portions of fragrant rice," Liz declared to the inquiring server. "Stop. Liz, what are you ordering? Eating this so early in the morning?" These are the house specialties. Everyone orders this." Liz innocently pointed to the others. Wu Xingyue glanced around, noting that most diners indeed had similar dishes. "Given your regularity here, I expected you to eat something different." "TSK." Wu Xingyue replied with disappointment, then turned to the server and said, "I'll have 2 servings of savory tofu pudding, 2 youtiao, and a small portion of pickled vegetables. Oh, and make sure it's the savory tofu pudding." As she perused the menu, upon seeing the options for sweet and savory tofu pudding, she quickly declared, "Savory is the true essence." "All right, please hold on." The server noted her order and retreated to the kitchen. "Savory tofu pudding?" Liz glanced at the menu, puzzled by the explicit note regarding taste. "Well, that's because people from the north do not consume sweet dishes," interrupted a voice, drawing their attention. An elderly gentleman, indulging in fried dough sticks dipped in savory tofu pudding, caught their gaze. Judging by the color of the tofu pudding, it was evidently salty. "Are you the owner of this establishment?" Liz inquired, astonished, nearly dropping her chopsticks. "Xingyue. Look, it's him, the owner of this restaurant. He was quite handsome in his youth," she exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards a photo wall at the back of the restaurant. "The owner of this place is remarkable. He participated in the Vietnam War and possesses exceptional culinary skills. However, he tends to be elusive. I have visited several times without encountering him," she elaborated. "Uncle Long." Wu Xingyue was equally astonished, momentarily at a loss for words. Do we know each other?" the elderly man inquired, setting down his fried dough stick and scrutinizing the girl before him. Lid's animated gestures snapped Wu Xingyue back to reality. Realizing her earlier enthusiasm may have been a tad presumptuous, she apologized. "I'm sorry. I might have mistaken you for someone I once knew." "Oh, I see. How amusing." "I have been called that before." Uncle Long chuckled, unfazed, and then began chatting amiably. "Where are you from, young lady?" Wu Xingyue hesitated, uncertain if her hometown held the same name in this realm. After a moment, she replied, My ancestral home is in Shandong." "Ah, a fellow townsfolk. Are you a student at Zhongqing High School? How many people are there in your family?" Uncle Long inquired with a warm smile, seemingly delighted to engage in casual conversation, especially with a fellow native. Perhaps due to his age, Uncle Long relished sharing stories, and his spirits lifted even more upon encountering someone from his homeland. Furthermore, he generously offered the two a complimentary meal, a privilege seldom granted. Liz was elated, thrilled to have met someone who once possessed such youthful charm. "Xingyue, you truly are my lucky star. I have visited many times without encountering Uncle Long." They found themselves at a technology museum located in the city center. The surrounding streets were congested with people, and numerous police officers were maintaining order. From a distance, they could see the prominently displayed signs for the tech exhibition, organized by the Osborne Group and Stark Industries. Navigating through the throng, the two women finally reached their destination, surrounded by a sea of predominantly young attendees. This technology exhibition, orchestrated by the Osborne Group and Stark Industries, was indeed grand. The entrance featured 6 security checkpoints, manned by guards in black uniforms wielding firearms. Each checkpoint was equipped with stringent screening devices, conducting thorough body scans to detect any prohibited items. A long queue had already formed. "Over here, Xingyue. Did you forget I have the passes?" Lids waved, signaling for her to follow. Lids retrieved a distinctive badge from her pocket and affixed it to her chest, guiding Wu Xingyue towards a secluded security gate that stood unguarded. Upon reaching the gate, an electronic detector emerged on the left side. After Lids raised her badge for scanning, 2 beams of laser-like light swiftly intersected over the 2 of them, prompting the gate to open. They stepped into the technology exhibition, where both women felt their pupils dilate in astonishment at the breathtaking scene within. Chapter 14. The technology exhibition. Everything here resembled a futuristic city, brimming with captivating novelties. The exhibition hall was divided into 2 primary sections, the biotechnology of the Osborne Group and the mechanical technology of Stark Industries. In the Stark Industries section, the 2 women entered a mechanized area where they encountered a professional woman wearing a headset who warmly distributed smart glasses to each visitor. "Ladies, please put on these smart glasses. At every exhibit, intelligent assistants will provide you with detailed explanations." Wu Xingyue nodded with a smile, extending her hand to receive the glasses. However, to Wu Xingyue's astonishment, as she reached out, her fingers passed through the professional woman's hand as if touching air. Remarkably, she found herself with 2 pairs of single-lens smart glasses. The realistic holographic projection revealed that the glasses had emerged from a dispensing compartment behind. Lids, unfazed by the occurrence, took the glasses from Wu Xingyue and adeptly donned them. Upon hearing Lid's explanation, Wu Xingyue experienced a moment of clarity, grasping the underlying principle. Indeed, this bore Tony's hallmark, leaving visitors in awe from the very start. Once Wu Xingyue secured the smart glasses, the display activated. Stark artificial intelligence initiating, the lenses flickered, transforming from opaque black frames to transparent. As she surveyed the area, the once mundane section was infused with vibrant colors through the glasses. Along the edges of the corridor, a black, rail-like structure elevated a blue virtual screen, showcasing numerous introductions. At that moment, an intelligent voice resonated in her ear. Since its establishment in the early 19th century, Stark Industries has been dedicated to advancing human societal progress. The introduction was extensive, recounting the origins of Stark Industries and its significant events. The 2 women proceeded towards the first exhibit, and the intelligent voice chimed in once more. "The product you are observing is a prosthetic device launched by Stark Industries in 1990 specifically for individuals with disabilities." Beginning from the left, you can see the first generation of prosthetics, followed by the second generation ergonomic prosthetics, the third generation lightweight silicone prosthetics, and after several iterations, we now have reached the 6th generation bionic prosthetics, which can directly connect to human nerves for control, allowing for dexterity akin to that of a natural human arm. The bionic prosthetics were designed with a skin-like material, devoid of any cumbersome straps, seamlessly conforming to the body with only slight variations in skin tone. Additionally, volunteers demonstrated the manipulation of objects and everyday usage on the display platform. Many onlookers gathered, astonished by the intricate maneuvers of the bionic prosthetics. However, the 2 women displayed little interest and soon continued towards the next exhibit. What you are witnessing is a product developed in 2010 under the leadership of Mr. Tony Stark, based on electromagnetic reactor technology, designed to create an urban planning power grid that enables free electricity for individuals. It is currently in the conceptual stage. The second exhibit was expansive, featuring a 1-meter energy conduction core at its center, connected by various precision pipes. The crowd here was even larger than at the previous display, captivated by the more relatable miniature power grid, which, if realized as described, promised remarkably affordable electricity. Following his announcement to cease arms production, Tony Stark decided to pivot towards renewable energy. Not only was Tony a technological genius, but he was also a business elite. Through his efforts, Stark Industries did not falter after the closure of its weapons division. Rather, it thrived on the foundation of the miniature reactor, surpassing its former glory. "Come on, Liz," Wu Xingyue said, her mood dampened, as though she had lost a fortune. Upon arriving in this world, she had missed a golden opportunity precisely when Tony announced the cessation of the arms division, leading to a significant drop in Stark Industries stock. Liz, too, felt envious. As the heiress of the Osborne Group, she possessed an innate understanding of the market and admired the path Stark Industries was taking. The 2 women proceeded to the third exhibit. What you are seeing is the prototype of the Starlink project designed by Mr. Tony Stark in 2011, which is projected to take 10 years and involve the launch of 36,000 satellites. Stark Industries had a total of 9 exhibits, each showcasing items or plans that far exceeded contemporary technological standards. The tour imparted a sense of the promising beauty of future technology. At the ninth exhibit, directly connected to the Osborne Group section, there were no elaborate holographic displays. Instead, the atmosphere was markedly serious, reminiscent of a laboratory, with numerous researchers in white coats busily engaged in their tasks. Liz, your place is quite understated, Wu Xingyue teased. By understated, she referred to the absence of flashy holograms. Not everyone needs to be ostentatious like that guy. Our focus is solely on technology, Liz replied, a hint of bitterness in her tone. Wu Xingyue recognized Liz's envy but chose not to address it, adhering to the adage, seeing through it but not speaking of it, as they were still good friends. The first exhibit, seemingly mirroring Stark Industries' initial display, featured an electronic screen showcasing footage of severed limbs regenerating, illustrating the convenience such successful experiments could bring to humanity. Within the exhibit were several glass containers, each containing lizard limbs submerged in a transparent liquid. If Stark Industries exudes a strong technological flair, this place emanates a palpable ambience reminiscent of a biological laboratory. At the center of the exhibition space, a transparent container houses a monkey, which is restrained within. Its demeanor tranquil yet marked by the absence of its right arm. Nearby, instruments display the monkey's vital signs, while several technicians engage in meticulous adjustments. Amidst the tense atmosphere, they eventually strike a pose, and a figure clad in a white lab coat approaches, manipulating two mechanical arms within the container to inject a serum into the monkey's carotid artery. The previously serene monkey reacts violently upon the introduction of the substance, its struggles causing the laboratory table to reverberate. Chapter 15. Dr. Connors. Soon, a fleshy, granulated mass begins to emerge slowly from the right shoulder of the monkey, as bones, nerves, blood vessels, flesh, skin, and hair gradually develop. Wow. The scene is now thronged with onlookers, and as they witness the successful regeneration of the monkey's arm, astonished gasps fill the air. However, three individuals remain conspicuously silent: Wu Xingyue, Liz, and Peter, who lingers at the back of the crowd. As the heiress of Oscorp, Liz possesses some insider knowledge, her expression one of disappointment as she glances at Wu Xingyue, seemingly questioning her lack of astonishment. As a time traveler, Wu Xingyue connects the dots upon seeing the lizard creature, realizing it is none other than Dr. Connors, nothing particularly strange about it. Peter, on the other hand, had momentarily drifted into distraction, surveying the exhibits at Stark Industries' 9th booth, entirely oblivious to the unfolding events with the monkey, perhaps still in a daze. He wonders if he had just imagined it. Did the monkey's arm just change color? The newly grown arm of the monkey appears soft and pale, still in its nascent stage, with fine hairs just beginning to sprout. Xingyue, Liz, the trio of Peter, Ned, and another friend spot the two girls, and Peter greets them with a hint of annoyance. Hey, Ned, and the obnoxious Peter. Liz responds cheerfully, though she still bears a grudge from Peter's previous behavior. Wu Xingyue nods in acknowledgement. Is my performance not captivating enough? Gentlemen and ladies? The technician who had been operating the control panel approaches, a self-deprecating smile adorning his face. Due to a previous angle, it becomes evident that one of his sleeves hangs empty. Dr. Connors, Liz exclaims upon recognizing the newcomer, then turns to introduce him to Wu Xingyue and the others. This is Dr. Connors, a pivotal researcher at Oscorp and a leading scholar in herpetology worldwide. He is currently tackling cross-species genetics and has made significant breakthroughs, now seeking approval for human trials. I believe he will soon achieve monumental success, contributing greatly to humanity. Liz speaks with pride, as if claiming the accolades for herself. There remains much to be desired. Leads, do refrain from extolling my virtues in the presence of friends. It is a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Connors. Peter, Ned politely greeted. Wu Xingyue, however, merely responded with a perfunctory smile. In her eyes, Connors was undoubtedly a villain, infamous as the Lizard Doctor. Connors smiled and replied, exhibiting a fervent dedication to regenerative technology. He then inquired earnestly, regarding the recent experiment on limb regeneration in monkeys, I noticed some of you seemed dissatisfied. Is there an issue? Please, feel free to share so we may discuss it together. Ned, shaking his head like a bobblehead, indicated he had no objections. Peter appeared somewhat bewildered. Regeneration? Conversely, Liz seemed quite vocal, akin to an elementary student eager to speak. You don't count. Connors disregarded Liz's dissent, presuming her concerns remained superficial, such as aesthetic considerations. He turned his gaze toward Wu Xingyue, pondering internally. This girl is extraordinary. With his experience, he could discern that the others appeared to revolve around her, even the esteemed Liz Osborne. This piqued his interest. Upon hearing Connor's inquiry, Wu Xingyue felt a surge of curiosity. Although not a biology major, her extensive readings in the library had granted her substantial insight. She organized her thoughts and spoke. The experiment is remarkable. However, to transplant lizard regeneration into the human body, the foremost challenge is not interspecies genetic issues, but rather the problem of uncontrollable cells. Uncontrollable cells? Connors echoed in confusion. As long as the interspecies genetic issue is resolved, the regenerative serum can be injected to achieve limb regeneration. The issue of uncontrollable cells, however, exceeds my current understanding. Indeed, the uncontrollable nature of cells, with their hereditary and invasive properties, has been the subject of a groundbreaking experiment in genetics, which substantiated their unpredictability and inherent instinct to favor the viable over the inferior. Addressing only the interspecies genetic issue would merely be a palliative measure. It would link only the superior cells, while the originally weak cells would be discarded, much like cancer cells that incessantly invade and consume other cells until all are transformed into malignant cells. This process lacks a mechanism to maintain balance, a method that can achieve the desired outcome while safeguarding the original cells from infection. Connors listened intently to Wu Xingyue's insights, nodding appreciatively. His admiration for her grew, akin to recognizing a rising star in the academic realm. You make an excellent point, however, at this stage. Our experiments have not yet uncovered the uncontrollable cell issue you mentioned. I will certainly pay closer attention moving forward. I have matters to attend to. Should you find the time, feel free to visit me at Osborne Tower. Connors graciously bowed in farewell before returning to the experimental station to observe the monkey's various data. As Connors departed, the trio, who had just exhibited a demeanor akin to timid quails, instantly regained their composure. Peter extended his thumb in praise, exclaiming, "Xingyue, you truly deserve the title of the most exceptional scholar in Zhongqing. Not only do you surpass most in the realm of macrostructures, but your grasp of biological genetics is equally commendable." "I am in awe." Ned nodded in agreement, resembling a chick pecking at grains. "Uffed, a bunch of mere mortals. My Xingyue is the most brilliant person I have ever encountered. This is merely the tip of the iceberg," Liz scoffed, disdainfully regarding her companion's astonishment. Amidst laughter and conversation, they proceeded towards the next exhibit. This area bore a more mechanical aesthetic, with a colossal mech resembling an animal occupying the central position. A gentleman of African descent, clad in a vivid suit, fervently elaborated. This is the Rhino battle armor, designed by the Osborne Group with the primary intention of safeguarding American soldiers and minimizing casualties. Crafted from ultra-high alloys, it boasts formidable firepower and mimics the charging behavior of a rhinoceros during attacks. Weighing an impressive 4 tons. It features dual machine guns mounted on the shoulders for fire support, amplifies the user's running speed 5-fold, and enhances strength 10-fold, while also being capable of withstanding armor-piercing projectiles. It can be described as a behemoth on the battlefield. The group exhibited little interest in the Rhino mech. Rather, it was Ned and Peter who appeared captivated. "Let's go. We needn't linger with these two," Liz declared, disinterested in the metallic contraption as she moved towards the next exhibit. Wu Xingyue, however, felt indifferent, considering this mech inferior to her family's dark moon. What about its firepower? Can it withstand a swarm of insects? Perhaps the girls would never comprehend why boys were so enamored with metal contraptions. Was something fluffy not more appealing? Chapter 16. Mission: Annihilate the Technology Museum. The girls sauntered towards the subsequent exhibit. Enthralled by the mech, Peter sensed his companion's departure, reluctantly leaving the allure of the mech behind. He hurried to catch up with the girls. This exhibit was considerably smaller than the previous two. The most striking feature was a series of transparent glass cylinders erected in the center, housing various species of spiders, which scuttled about, some even engaging in fierce battles. "Ah, spiders!" one of them exclaimed, retreating several steps and cowardly hiding behind Wu Xingyue and Liz. "Haha, scaredy cat," Ned mocked, deliberately inching closer to the transparent cylinder to provoke her. Peter, captivated by the array of spiders, appeared entranced, as if drawn by an invisible force. In one corner, a cylinder was densely populated with spiders. Within an artificially designed nest, minuscule spider eggs were scattered, accompanied by the emergence of tiny spiders from their shells. The cylinder, a sealed structure, had an oxygen supply line at its base, secured by 4 small screws. Upon magnifying the view to a microscopic level, it became evident that one screw was slightly elevated compared to the others. The perspective penetrated the supply pipeline, reaching the floor level, and then delved underground, where several pipes were arranged in sequence. Whether it was mere coincidence or fate was uncertain. Directly beneath the floor lay a particular pipe, and rather fortuitously. This pipe bore a slight dent, though it was not overtly conspicuous. Perhaps a careless installer had inadvertently dropped a sharp object during installation, leaving this mark. The thickness of the pipes had been meticulously designed, likely without consideration for potential collisions. Yet this seemingly minor imperfection was on the verge of becoming a significant safety hazard. As it was gradually emanating a faint glow, this was a Stark Industries pipeline containing substantial radiation. Was this exhibit solely for observing spiders? There was no explanatory sign elucidating its purpose, prompting Peter to voice his confusion. Unlike other displays, this one was sparsely attended, possibly due to the spiders within, which failed to captivate the audience, resulting in a desolate atmosphere devoid of a dedicated guide. Of course not. This is a specially cultivated mutant spider by Oscorp, intended to showcase the derivative product, spider silk. Experimental evidence suggests that just a handful of threads from these mutant spiders is tougher than steel cable, Liz retorted without hesitation. How do you know so much? Peter inquired, intrigued. What's it to you? I was supposed to provide the commentary here, Liz blurted out, immediately regretting her words. But it was too late. Aside from Wu Xingyue, the others stood in stunned silence. A guide? Ned, with a peculiar thought process, chimed in. So aren't you technically skipping work? Liz's embarrassment deepened at this remark. Noticing her best friend in distress, Wu Xingyue interjected, Liz is the daughter of the Osborne family. What's wrong with skipping work? Xingyue. Liz quickly grasped Wu Xingyue's arm, wishing to prevent her from divulging this matter, but it was too late. She stamped her foot in frustration and exclaimed, Humph. The group grew even more astonished. Boss, why are we preparing our gear for this? There's a perfectly good bank just down the street. A young African-American thug addressed the bald man ahead. The bank's bulletproof glass is too bothersome. I found something excellent. It's perfect for dealing with this glass, the bald man replied, cigarette dangling from his lips. But, boss, the security here is no joke. And I'm afraid, the young thug said, trembling as he glanced at the security personnel at the technology exhibit through the car window. Useless. With me, Alexei. You need only follow my lead. The bald man turned, his fierce countenance often betraying a lack of intelligence. The young thug offered a wry smile. Exchanging a glance with another white thug nearby, their eyes locked, and a silent understanding formed between them. Both harbored ulterior motives, but were momentarily intimidated by the bald man's menacing presence, daring not to express their thoughts. Alexei spoke to himself, in a moment. I'll drive into the technology exhibition. You just need to stall the security for a bit. Once I retrieve that valuable item, I'll come back to take you away. Are we going or not, Xingyue? Light eyes addressed Wu Xingyue, her expression filled with exasperation. Despite having lingered at each exhibit for only a brief moment, Wu Xingyue remained captivated by the spider exhibit. Just wait a little longer. Wu Xingyue herself felt a sense of frustration. She too wished to leave, yet why was Peter unresponsive? The atmosphere had reached a critical juncture. Was it not somewhat excessive for him to refrain from transforming into Spider-Man? No matter her thoughts. It seemed this was the opportune moment for Peter to acquire his spider abilities, yet there was no sign of him being bitten. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding. Second task. The path ahead is open, yet the road of fear is long and arduous. Requirement. Annihilate the technology museum within 1 hour. Wu Xingyue gasped in astonishment. Niang, get out here immediately. She seethed internally. Niang, at your service. What is the meaning of this? Wu Xingyue pointed at the system task. Niang, reporting to the Supreme, the Ascension Chain has detected this location as a landmark building. Its destruction could yield a substantial amount of fear value. Hence the issuance of this task. In essence, the technology exhibition garnered significant attention. Its annihilation would generate immense fear value, akin to a terror attack. The implication was not about the number of casualties, but rather the impact on the external world. If I do not destroy this place within an hour, will the probe take over? Niang, indeed, Supreme. Niang, why do you always pressure me? Wu Xingyue lamented within, observing the technology exhibition. She noted that the venue was bustling with no fewer than 10,000 attendees, and this task was unlike the first one that merely required fear value. This task necessitated the destruction of the technology exhibition itself. In other words, the condition for completion was the obliteration of the exhibition. Niang, a formidable enemy is rising. If the insectoids discover us, they will not show mercy. The Ascension Chain's task is to expedite your growth, for you are the future of our Taldarin tribe. Wu Xingyue fell silent, recognizing the validity of Niang's words, unable to counter. However, there were countless civilians present, including many young children. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh until it turned pale. Niang's voice resonated once more. Niang, Supreme, the construction of the Taldarin hub is complete, and simple star spirit items can be exchanged. It is advisable to exchange for energy bombs. A single one would suffice to annihilate this location. Suddenly, the sounds of gunfire and violent explosions erupted from outside. Chapter 17. Alexei outside the technology exhibition, a modified vehicle sped recklessly. Security personnel were firing their weapons at the speeding vehicle. Inside the modified car, a bald man was driving ferociously, bullets ricocheting off the vehicle. Do you think you can stop me? I'll run you over. Damn it. Beneath Alexei's rugged exterior lay a hint of madness. He showed no fear amidst the fierce gunfire. Boss, slow down. His African-American companion clung tightly to the car's handle, terrified of being thrown out. Alexei scoffed. Truly useless? You can't handle this speed? What purpose do you serve, Cole? He remains unresponsive. Boss, Cole has already fainted. Two useless fools. Wake him up. We will need him shortly. Very well. The young black accomplice kicked Cole in an attempt to rouse him. Cole, awaken. Cole. The sound of gunfire continued unabated, accompanied by the ominous approach of a rocket launcher. It seemed as though divine intervention favored Alexei, as the incoming rocket narrowly missed the modified vehicle. The distance to the Technology Expo was marked at 100 meters, then 40 meters, and finally 10 meters. Suddenly, Alexei jerked the steering wheel, slammed on the brakes, and swiftly engaged the handbrake of the modified vehicle. The tires screeched as the vehicle executed a sharp drift, coming to a steady halt just as it was about to glide towards the Technology Expo. Alexei swiftly exited the driver's seat, hefting a heavy machine gun in one hand while dragging the still unconscious Cole out of the vehicle. Upon stepping outside, he immediately delivered a resounding slap to Cole's face. Ah! Cole cried out in pain, clutching his bleeding mouth in bewilderment, unfazed by the overwhelming gunfire. Alexei calmly executed several tactical maneuvers, returning fire while commanding, Cole, blow that wall open for me. After the alarm sounded, the Technology Expo had entered a state of emergency lockdown, with a massive alloy door sealing off the entrances. This was a precautionary measure for unforeseen circumstances. In America, where gun ownership is prevalent, such measures are commonplace due to the frequent occurrences of terror attacks. Alexei remained composed, having anticipated this scenario. Cole had been recruited specifically for this operation, intended to carry out the demolition at this critical moment. All right, Cole stammered, trembling as he retrieved the pre-prepared explosives. Under the cover of Alexei and the young black accomplice's firepower, he dashed towards a wall of the Technology Expo. The sound of gunfire echoed, bullets ricocheting off the modified vehicle with a clattering noise. Inside the technology hall, alarms blared, warning lights flashed red, and all exhibits came to a sudden halt. The once brightly lit hall was now cloaked in shadows, cast by the urgent red alarms that heightened the tension. Open the door, I need to get out. In the midst of the chaos, a voice called out. Everyone, remain calm. There is a professional security team outside managing the situation. We are safe. The technology hall is specially reinforced to withstand gunfire and explosions. Staff members, with microphones in hand, tried to reassure the panicked crowd. The sounds of chaos, cries, and announcements reverberated throughout the hall. At that moment, Peter, Ned, Wu Xingyue, and Liz had found refuge in a corner. What should we do? Liz exclaimed, her composure unraveling. The sounds of battle persisted, signaling that the conflict was far from over. Call the police, she urged, trembling as she fumbled for her phone. Peter and Ned stood protectively in front of the girls. Staying here is not an option. The enemy's firepower is fierce. They likely have a machine gun and possibly explosives. Peter meticulously analyzed the situation outside, scanning his surroundings in search of an escape route. The American boy, like many others, harbored dreams of being a superhero, influenced by the ethos of individual heroism. Thus, when faced with peril, the instinct to survive would inevitably take precedence. Niang, is this your doing? In contrast, Wu Xingyue felt no trepidation. Her mind was in a fervent whirl. Niang, reporting to the Supreme, it is not. Wu Xingyue's expression darkened. She had initially suspected Niang's involvement, yet this attack was far too abrupt. Such an event was not part of the original narrative. A multitude of thoughts raced through her mind as she pondered the identity of the assailants. Hydra? No, it was too early for them. The Green Goblin? Alas, his precious daughter was still present. The Ten Rings? It seemed they had not yet arrived at the time frame of Iron Man 3. Regardless of her attempts to recall, she remained perplexed as to who the attackers might be. Observing the panicked crowd around her, Wu Xingyue felt a flicker of delight, for the levels of fear were soaring. Ding. Fear level 100 ding. Fear level 100 ding. Fear level 100. While Wu Xingyue contemplated the intriguing structures she could construct with the newly acquired fear levels to satiate her curiosity, suddenly, the voice of Probe 1 resonated in her ear. Ziz. Probe 1 arrived at the designated location, activating onboard systems, analyzing the target. Analysis complete. Minimal threat to the Supreme. Recommend particle cannon strike. Amidst the chaos, was this truly a minimal threat? Wu Xingyue retorted with exasperation. Previously, the individuals who had surrounded her were deemed minimal threats by the onboard system, yet the situation had escalated to a gunfight. Surely that warranted a higher threat level. But who knew it was still categorized as minimal? Did they only recognize minimal threats? Niang, reporting to the Supreme, the system categorizes danger into 3 levels: minimal threat, moderate threat, and high threat. A punch or primitive kinetic weapon poses a minimal threat in the eyes of Taldarin, as they inflict little actual harm. Ding. Taldarin's regulations, stop. Wu Xingyue quickly interjected to halt the escalation chain of the system's actions. She knew all too well what the next step would entail. This was not an act of sudden compassion to spare the assailants, rather. She envisioned a more ingenious solution, one that would fulfill the system's task, while simultaneously resolving the current predicament. Probe 1. Can you provide me with the information on the assailants? Ziz. Probe 1. Uploading information. Upload complete. Wu Xingyue felt a few lines of information materialize before her eyes. Chapter 18. Surface level, assailants. 1 surface level. 2 ordinary level, kinetic weapons. 1 heavy machine gun. 2 automatic rifles, several specially crafted bombs. Combat power level description. Ordinary level, surface level, cosmic level, father level. Individual cosmic level, multiversal level, omnipotent cosmic level. Ordinary level. Naturally, this refers to an average individual. Surface level, as the name implies. This level pertains to roles that can merely occupy a place on the planet's surface, akin to those who transcend human limitations. Most superheroes fall within this category, though there exists a spectrum of strength among them. Cosmic level. Heroes at this tier possess the capacity to effortlessly annihilate a city. And some formidable beings within this realm can even obliterate planets. Should Captain Marvel's resolve be unwavering, she could indeed shatter a planet with a mere collision. Divine level. Each entity at the divine level wields the power to effortlessly destroy a planet, with some of the more potent among them reaching capabilities akin to a singular cosmic level being, such as Dormammu from the Dark Dimension. Singular cosmic level. In reality, the disparity between an ordinary singular cosmic level and a more powerful divine level is minimal, as both can typically obliterate a planet with ease. However, the potential upper limits of a singular cosmic level are significantly greater than those of a divine level, with the mightiest among them capable of influencing the very fabric of a universe. Multiversal level. Beings of this caliber are already considered to be of a grand stature, as even the least of them can affect multiple parallel universes. Given that the Marvel Universe comprises innumerable parallel dimensions, it could be said that there exists an infinite number of heroes below the singular cosmic level. Omniversal level. This represents the pinnacle of power within the Marvel continuum. Upon receiving information regarding the attackers, Wu Xingyue fell into deep contemplation. Probe 1. Does it have a projection feature? Solely observing data would provide far fewer reference points. Ziz. Probe 1. Imaging module activated. Wu Xingyue felt as though a screen materialized before her, displaying the external scene in vivid clarity. The images were sharp, whether it was the security personnel's stronghold or the actions of the assailants. Even the swirling pattern atop the fierce bald head was discernible, and their dialogue was crystal clear. "Cole, are you ready?" exclaimed the African-American subordinate with a tinge of frustration. "Ready." Cole affixed a specially designed bomb to the wall and pressed the button before swiftly retreating. 0:05 countdown. 5-4. Alexei was not far off, brandishing a heavy machine gun and unleashing a torrent of fire, embodying the spirit of a lone warrior standing against a myriad. He neither dodged nor evaded, fortunately. His firepower was formidable enough to suppress the security personnel, preventing them from showing their faces lest they be gunned down. What an idiot! The African-American subordinate scoffed as he lowered his head. These fools, Wu Xingyue thought anxiously, and they think they can pull off a robbery? Yet, I find the bald man somewhat familiar. Nyang, do you know if this bomb can breach the wall? Nyang, reporting to the Supreme, based on probe scans. The structure here has been specially reinforced. To destroy it would require an explosive yield 3 times that of this bomb. The scanning results from the probe were remarkably detailed, even analyzing the imminent explosive data. Probe 1U. Wu Xingyue suddenly conceived a cunning idea. 0:01 beep beep boom. The terrifying sound of the explosion reverberated. Smoke filled the air. The individuals present descended into utter chaos. Buzz. Cole's ears rang. Yet he paid no heed to his discomfort, his mouth agape as he murmured at the gaping explosion. What power? Are you trying to blow me to smithereens? His African-American companion, dazed from the blast, finally regained his composure and, seizing Cole by the collar, exclaimed, "I had no idea. That was exhilarating. Count on me next time, Cole." Alexei, brushing off the dust from his clothes, laughed heartily and swaggered toward the breach. The tremendous explosion not only obliterated the walls but also unleashed a powerful shockwave that radiated in all directions. Those closest were left reeling, blood streaming from their orifices, disoriented. The shockwave's might was astonishing. Although most of its force dissipated, a portion was absorbed by the ground. Beneath the surface, densely arranged pipes, crafted from special materials, transmitted the vibrations, resonating with a metallic hum. Despite the tremors coursing through all the pipes, none fractured. They had been designed with considerations for seismic activity from the outset. However, by sheer misfortune, one pipe, marred by a dent, revealed a translucent area that resembled an egg shell. The barrier lifted to unveil a radiant glow. This luminescence seemed to possess penetrating power, shooting straight upward until it pierced the floor, reaching a metal partition concealing a rocky nest containing an egg. The light, governed by an intrinsic sense of time, seemed to hasten the egg's transformation, which expanded from the size of a sesame seed to that of a mung bean in an instant. With a pop, a diminutive spider emerged from its shell. Remarkably, the freshly hatched spider, typically enveloped in a viscous substance, was completely dry and emanated a searing heat, akin to a living source of radiation. The surrounding spiders recoiled in fear, scattering away from this newcomer. The young spider, still bewildered from its birth, wobbled outward, leaving behind a trail of blackened spots with each step. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating the exhibit hall. The people within seemed transformed into moths, irresistibly drawn to the light. Rushing toward the breach with fervor, Alexei remained indifferent to the oncoming throng, clutching his machine gun as he approached the display. Cole and his companion exchanged a knowing glance, their grips tightening on their weapons as they ominously followed Alexei. Peter, feeling the tension rise, fought to maintain his composure. He recalled Aunt May's words that anxiety only exacerbates dire situations. Observing that the terrorists did not impede the crowd's exit, Peter spoke up. The terrorists aren't stopping anyone from leaving. We should follow the crowd. Could this be a trap? Liz voiced her concerns. Indeed, Peter affirmed. But are you still going? Liz questioned. The terrorists likely want us to delay the security personnel trying to enter. Are you suggesting there might be their agents among the crowd? Liz struggled to comprehend. Look at these individuals. They have all lost their composure, fixated solely on reaching a safe haven. Do you truly believe that the security personnel can navigate through this throng before they disperse? Several nodded in agreement with Peter's remarks, rising to follow the crowd in their exodus. Peter winced in pain. What happened, Peter? Wu Xingyue inquired hastily. Her reflexes were acutely attuned. Having just glimpsed a flash of light dart past Peter, only to hear his exclamation moments later. I should be fine, Peter grimaced, gingerly touching the spot on his neck where he had felt a searing sensation, followed by a sharp bite. Let us leave quickly. Feeling reassured of his well-being, he urged them to depart. Wu Xingyue raised an eyebrow, contemplating something, yet chose not to elaborate, following suit in their escape. At the sight, a small puncture, no larger than a mung bean, marred the cylindrical glass, from which steam billowed forth, reminiscent of flames licking at its edges. Chapter 19. I only wish to rob a bank. Dark Moon, where art thou? Wu Xingyue called out, scanning her surroundings, yet failing to spot Dark Moon's presence. Reporting to Sir, I am currently in a state of invisibility. Shall I reveal myself? Wu Xingyue paused, suddenly recalling Dark Moon's earlier mention of his abilities. She had mused at the time that her brother would undoubtedly covet such an invisibility power, flaunting it before him daily if they returned to Earth. No need. Monitor these individuals closely. Focus on those of terrestrial caliber. As you command, came the prompt reply. Wu Xingyue felt the familiar aura of her psychic shield envelop her once more, instilling a sense of confidence as she addressed the group. Follow me. According to the Taldarin Codex, any target deemed a threat to supreme safety is considered an attack target, warranting proactive engagement. However, supreme authority retains the right to intervene. The utmost priority lies in safeguarding supreme safety. Should danger arise and the target remain unneutralized, the psychic shield shall activate, a condition that cannot be declined by the supreme authority. The group, now tense, trailed the crowd in haste, interpreting Wu Xingyue's words as mere fear, and, being part of a collective, they gravitated towards her without further thought. They successfully exited through the breach, and as Peter had predicted, the crowd scattered upon breaching the gap. Meanwhile, arriving security personnel found themselves obstructed at the entrance, caught in a dilemma amidst the fleeing masses. The crowd dared not confront the terrorists. Yet the security forces were dismissed in their eyes. Sir, a terrorist attack has occurred at the technology exhibition in Queens. A man with a mustache reclined in the opulent backseat of a luxury vehicle, savoring a fine drink. Oh, is that so? He set down his glass and tapped a few commands on a smart arm. Jarvis, project the live footage. Understood, sir. What is the matter, Tony? A striking woman leaned forward from the passenger seat to inquire. Pepper, there has been a terrorist attack at the technology exhibition organized by the company. I'm assessing the situation on site. Please contact the company to expedite rescue efforts and mitigate the crisis. Pepper understood the urgency of the situation. All right, I'll make the arrangements. By the way, Tony, are we still going to the Antique Car Grand Prix? Tony glanced out the window. There's no turning back now. In the exhibition hall, Alexei was the first to arrive at the Osborne section, followed closely by the Black Henchman and Cole. At the first booth, most of the attendees had already fled. Yet one individual remained, diligently collecting data from the experimental table. Suddenly, gunfire erupted, shattering the test tubes on the table. Don't move. The Black Henchman, brimming with bravado, vaulted over the booth. Who the hell are you? What are you doing? Speak. The person collecting the data was none other than Dr. Connors. This experimental data represented his last hope for regaining the use of his arm. He would rather face death than relinquish it, unfazed by the threat of the firearm. He calmly replied, "I am merely a staff member." "Curse it, just a cripple, huh?" The black henchman scoffed, brandishing his weapon arrogantly as he scanned the surroundings. His gaze fell upon something behind Connors, and he raised his gun menacingly, demanding, "What's that? Show me." Faced with the threat of violence, Connors had no choice but to raise his hands and explain, "It's just a serum. It's worthless." "Enough chatter. If you say another word, I will kill you." The black henchman seized Connors' backpack and began rummaging through it. "What the hell is this? None of it is worth anything," he cursed. "Don't waste time." Alexei, undeterred, had a clear objective and moved on to the next booth. Yes, the henchman replied, forcing a smile. As Alexei walked away, he turned back with disdain and spat. "Huh, idiot." At this moment, Cole approached, inspecting the backpack. "Everything checks out. Let's leave quickly." It turned out that this tech exhibition had been deliberately disclosed to Alexei, with the aim of using him to seize the serum from the first booth. Why the rush? I won't feel satisfied until that fool is dead. The black henchman had endured his share of humiliation at Alexei's hands over the years, and today's plan was also fueled by a desire for revenge. With bullets chambered, he prepared to head towards the second booth. "No, give it back to me." Connors, realizing his research was being stolen, was suddenly filled with desperation and fought fiercely to reclaim his backpack. "Let go. Do you want to die?" Cole, taken aback by Connors' defiance, threatened him while gripping the backpack. Connors, disregarding the threat, was solely focused on the serum, struggling with all his might. Suddenly, a vial slipped from the backpack and shattered on the ground. "Damn it, you're asking for death." The black henchman, his eyes blazing with fury, realized the vial's worth, $1 million, and immediately aimed his gun at Connors, pulling the trigger. Bang! 2 bullets erupted from the barrel, speeding towards Connors. Connors fell to the ground, 2 bloodied holes appearing in his chest as crimson flowed forth, leaving him sprawled in a pool of his own blood. His consciousness gradually began to blur, and before him, the shattered vials of elixir were strikingly conspicuous, oozing slowly across the second display stand. Perfection! What a magnificent masterpiece! Alexei stood transfixed before a mech that resembled a rhinoceros, his eyes gleaming with possessiveness. He could not help but reach out to caress the exterior of the mech, particularly its sharp, elongated horn, which glinted ominously. "With this, no bank glass or vault shall obstruct my path." He envisioned himself effortlessly piloting the mech through a bank heist. "Indeed, but what a pity," a voice sneered. Alexei furrowed his brow, about to unleash a torrent of curses when, bang, bang, 2 gunshots rang out. Thud. 2 bloody holes appeared in Alexei's chest. The events unfolded with startling rapidity, leaving even Wu Xingyue, who was observing from outside, momentarily speechless. "No, what do you mean?" Liz lethargically glanced towards her close friend. Haha, it's nothing. Let's south leave this place quickly." Wu Xingyue waved her hand to signal their departure, her expression darkening. Time slowly ticked away. There were merely 10 minutes left until the system-imposed hour was up. She had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events, nor that these 3 would turn against one another. To her astonishment, 2 ordinary individuals had managed to outmaneuver someone of high caliber. "Unbelievable," Wu Xingyue muttered to herself, her frustration palpable. With time running short, did she truly have to resort to using a psychic bomb to obliterate the science museum, with few people remaining inside? The prospect of destruction seemed less concerning regarding casualties, yet she feared the potential complications from deploying a psychic bomb. "Dark Moon, Supreme One," my subordinate failed to intervene promptly. "Please impose your judgment upon them. This is not your fault. Who could have foreseen such a turn of events?" Wu Xingyue was not unreasonable. She had only instructed Dark Moon to monitor those 3, not to protect them, thus she bore no blame towards him. Chapter 20. Transformation. Twisted souls. As Wu Xingyue found herself at a loss, weighing the options between a psychic bomb and a particle cannon. Dark Moon's voice echoed once more through the psychic link. "Dark Moon, Supreme One, the plan has not failed. I can transform him and continue with your design." "Transform? What does that entail?" Wu Xingyue was perplexed by Dark Moon's statement. Dark Moon did not elaborate. Instead, it was Nayan, who had been silent for some time, that spoke up. Nayan, reporting to the Supreme One, the Taldarin tribe can transform souls into twisted souls for their command. Upon hearing Nayan's explanation, Wu Xingyue recalled Nayan's previous mention of soul machinery. The soul machinery from the exchange table only required the consumption of fear value for a leap, while crafting new soul machinery necessitated the use of twisted souls. Understanding the causal relationships, Wu Xingyue felt a sudden clarity wash over her. Dispelling the gloom that had settled above her, Dark Moon, quickly transform him into a twisted soul. "Dark Moon, as you command, Supreme One." Upon receiving the order, Dark Moon positioned himself behind the black-clad henchman and Cole, remaining cloaked in invisibility, rendering him undetectable. As he prepared to eliminate the troublesome individuals, the two fled to a certain location. Watching their figures vanish, Dark Moon made no attempt to intervene. He had not received orders to eliminate them. As long as they did not obstruct his mission, he would not squander his efforts to kill them, even with a mere wave of his hand. Blood bubbles continuously erupted from Alexei's mouth. He had not anticipated that his previously submissive subordinate would dare to betray him and launch a surprise attack. His consciousness began to blur, and at that moment, he seemed to hear a voice. Do you desire power? Do you yearn for revenge? Just nod, and I shall fulfill your every wish. Who is speaking? Though Alexei was grievously wounded, he possessed surface-level strength and a physique far beyond that of an ordinary person, allowing him to retain a flicker of awareness. Taldarin had two methods to distort and transform a soul. One was to torment the individual until they yielded, thereby linking them to the Ascension Chain. The second was voluntary connection to the Ascension Chain. The first method was crude yet effective, capable of extracting a vast amount of fear from the tormented existence to elevate one's status within the Ascension Chain, which is why Taldarin members typically employed this approach. However, the individual before him was on the brink of death and could not endure the agony of torture, thus Dark Moon was compelled to resort to the second method. You need not know who I am. This is your final opportunity. Offer everything, and I shall grant you a chance to live again, bestowing upon you greater power. Very well, I am willing to sacrifice everything, as long as I can exact my revenge, even if you are a demon intent on devouring my soul. Alexei, known for his fiery temperament, found the recent events more humiliating than death itself. As you wish. Outside, Wu Xingyue and several others followed the instructions of the rescuers who had arrived, undergoing a brief examination and questioning. Meanwhile, she observed everything transpiring in the exhibition hall. At the moment Alexei expressed his willingness, she felt an immense surge of power erupting from within her, soaring skyward. Alexei was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. His soul trembled uncontrollably as a torrent of information flooded his mind. This influx contained the mission that awaited him. Gritting his teeth, he endured the agony brought by the connection, for as he had stated, he would stop at nothing to personally snap the necks of those two, even if it meant sacrificing his soul. Connecting to the Ascension Chain entailed immense suffering, akin to the soul being relentlessly torn apart and reformed. After all, once connected, it was tantamount to becoming a half-member of the Taldarin tribe, representing a leap in the hierarchy of existence. The ritual progressed smoothly, and Alexei's soul gradually transformed into a twisted essence. Alas, the control center had not yet been unlocked, preventing the construction of a vanguard. Dark Moon lamented. The vanguard was a fundamental unit within the soul machinery, resembling a Gundam, created by embedding a twisted soul into a vanguard battle mech, armed with a discrete light cannon, capable of ultra-long-range, high-area striking power. With a gesture, Dark Moon caused Alexei's soul to gradually shrink, morphing into a dark red orb of light. Though this mech may be antiquated, none are more suitable for you at present. The twisted soul cannot linger in the outside world for an extended period. It will weaken over time, and only by being embedded within a corporeal vessel can it experience true rebirth. The Dark Moon hurled Alexei's soul directly into the rhinoceros mech. Upon contact, a dark red orb seemed to awaken, clinging to the mech like a fungus, and in the blink of an eye, it merged into the core of the mech. With a resounding crack, the twisted soul integrated, leading to a remarkable transformation of the rhinoceros mech. The surface of the mech began to fracture, each fissure resembling a mysterious rune. Eerie crimson light illuminated the scene, as the once cold rhinoceros mech morphed into a colossal beast of rune-forged steel. Ascension Chain, Supreme, Wu Xingyue Adjudicator, Nayan High Lord, Dark Moon Mid-Level Lord, None Low-Level Lord, None Ascender 1, None Voter 1, Dowry Voter 2, Murphy Slave 1, Probe No. 1 Slave 2. Alexei, an additional entry appeared in the Ascension Chain, denoting Alexei, who had just been connected. The undead occupy the civilian rank within the Ascension Chain, while the soul machines hold the position of slaves, the lowest tier. Haha. I, Alexei, have returned. I feel imbued with power. I shall slay and obliterate all. Alexei sensed a surge of malevolence fill his mind, an innate fury. Supreme command, annihilate the technology pavilion. Dark Moon dispelled the invisibility effect and issued the order. Upon seeing the black-haired man who appeared, Alexei surmised that this was the individual who had just spoken. Heh, do you truly believe I would heed your words? I shall kill you first. Empowered by his newfound strength, Alexei felt invincible, harboring no fear towards the person before him. Dark Moon smiled and remarked, "You need not listen to me. Simply obey the command." Connecting to the Ascension Chain does not erase one's intellect. Rather, it imposes an eternal constraint. This also presents a challenge of the second transformation method, as the transformer may resist, necessitating education, just as Alexei was about to voice his thoughts. He obediently commenced the execution of the supreme command. The mech beast began to wreak havoc upon all in its vicinity. Chapter 21. Let us call you Wu Strong. After a brief inquiry, Wu Xingyue returned to school. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding. Mission to destroy the technology pavilion completed. Reward. Photon cannon building unlocked. Without the system's prompt, she was already aware, having observed the entire process from the perspective of her aerial probe. Indeed, it was quite violent. Furthermore, she recalled who Alexei was, the notorious supervillain, the Rhino Man. There were significant discrepancies between the comic and the film. In the comic, Rhino Man was lured by a Western European gang to partake in an experiment that adhered polymers to his skin, resulting in his acquisition of an indestructible exterior. In contrast, the film depicted him as a war mech secretly developed by the Osborn Group, which was later frozen due to special circumstances, only to be revived by the Green Goblin, who transferred the mech into Alexei's hands. Indeed, it is quite remarkable how fate plays its hand, and this serendipitous occurrence seems to have fulfilled the moniker of Alexei, the Rhinoceros. While Wu Xingyue was lost in her musings, Liz exclaimed, "Hey, Dark Moon, come look. The tech exhibition has been subjected to a terrorist attack, and it has turned into ruins." Liz handed over her phone, which was streaming the news live. New York news anchor. According to sources, the technology museum located in the city center has been attacked by a Western European gang, and the specific reasons for the assault are still unknown. The situation on the scene is being actively monitored, with expected damages reaching up to $100 billion US. Anchor. Eyewitnesses at the scene are calling out for the superhero Iron Man. Some even claim that Tony Stark is increasingly fearful. Iron Man. Iron Man. Scene footage. Compensation. Compensation. Scene footage. Haha. Let that fellow revel in his glory. Look at how entertaining this is, Liz chuckled, delighted by the spontaneous protests occurring on site. Wu Xingyue, bewildered, asked, "Come on, Liz, your family's assets have been destroyed, and you can still find joy in this?" Unfazed, Liz responded with glee. Her spirits lifted as she ordered takeout on her phone. "What is the big deal? The tech museum is gone, which means I won't have to work for free anymore. How wonderful." Wu Xingyue was left dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the situation. Sensing her confusion, Liz explained, "The tech museum doesn't belong solely to my family. Tony Stark has a stake in it too. Did you not see the crowd condemning him? Besides, our family has purchased substantial insurance, so when this incident occurred, the insurance payout alone will cover the losses and even leave us with a surplus." Well, all right then. I suppose I do not understand the world of the wealthy. On the other side of the multiverse, a thick, black fungal carpet blanketed the earth. A titanic form, akin to a mountain, fidgeted restlessly, alternating between lying down, leaning, and crossing its legs. This restlessness posed a challenge for the surrounding Zerg units, as the worker bees scrambled to reinforce the ground beneath their sovereign. Otherwise, collapse would be inevitable, considering the immense weight of such a colossal being, especially the fungal carpet, which ebbed and flowed like the tide, sometimes rising and at other times flattening, causing the sovereign great concern. The will of the sovereign transcends all. This is not merely a saying for the Zerg, but an eternal truth. Each Zerg unit is born to devote everything to the sovereign, tirelessly engaged in their duties. "Sovereign," a baser called, bowing deeply. The towering figure suddenly turned, causing the ground beneath to tremble violently. "Is it done?" Wu Liang inquired with delight. "On this celestial body, there is no cycle of day and night as experienced on Blue Star, only a profound and oppressive darkness where time leaves no trace." Wu Liang was unaware of how many years had passed, yet upon hearing of the success of the advanced Zerg, he felt a surge of joy. "Indeed, great sovereign, under your vast radiance, the olive bug lord has successfully ascended, and he is now on the verge of breaking free from his cocoon." Abassar's attitude towards the olive insect lord underwent a transformation. "Very well, let us proceed," Wu Liang declared, making his way towards the location of Subnest 108. Disturbed by the progression sounds emitted by the olive insect lord, he chose to distance himself, seeking tranquility. After all, there was no entity in this realm capable of threatening the insect race. Thus he harbored no concern about any interruption to the evolution. "As you command." Abassar responded with a bow. Wu Liang, towering and imposing, caught a glimpse of the diminutive Abassar moving slowly. Impatient, he seized Abassar and hastened towards their objective. "Great sovereign, this is inappropriate." Abassar's humble voice echoed in midair. He was not moving slowly. Rather, his superior was simply too swift. In the blink of an eye, propelled by Wu Liang's fervent pace, they arrived just before the colossal cocoon burst open. Wu Liang gazed at the giant cocoon, initially perplexed, then inquired, "Has it shrunk?" "Not at all, great sovereign. This is a visible manifestation of evolution. In fact, it may be even smaller upon emergence." "Very well." Unbeknownst to Wu Liang, He had subconsciously begun to believe that greatness equated to truth. Boom, 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 crack. The immense cocoon appeared to reach a critical limit. Akin to a balloon overinflated, it suddenly exploded. Hiss, tot-a-tot. As if heralding the birth of a higher-tier insect, all insect units roared skyward. Blood mist filled the air, with dripping bloodstains exuding a mysterious energy, inciting the nearby insect units to surge forth. Several units fought fiercely over a single droplet of blood, engaging in a chaotic struggle. Upon consuming the blood, some units expanded like balloons, their exoskeletons becoming more robust and darkened. The higher-tier insect race transcends the very essence of life. Their emergence signifies the dawn of a prosperous era for the insects. As time passed, the blood mist gradually dissipated, and the surrounding insect units began to calm. Where is he? No, where are my insects? Wu Liang panicked. This was wealth. Wealth? He searched frantically, desperate to locate his hard-earned creation. Great sovereign, a bastard. Prostrate on the ground, sensed the shift in the sovereign's mood and trembled as he spoke. He is in the third pit, counting left from the largest morsel. Oh. Wu Liang felt a jolt within. Following Abasar's indication, he leaned forward, pressing his eyes closely to the ground to observe. Before him knelt a man-sized figure, respectfully on one knee. Coincidentally, he was positioned in a small pit, aligning perfectly with Wu Liang's gaze, shielded by the surrounding remnants of flesh. Higher-tier insect, olive insect lord. I have encountered the great sovereign. What on earth? How did you become human? Wu Liang felt a surge of envy and resentment. His aspirations had seemingly been realized by this creature. I am unaware. The olive insect lord, still in a state of bewilderment, had yet to comprehend the changes. Even struggling to grasp his newfound powers. Great sovereign, humans are favored by the rules of existence. The higher-tier insects assuming human form is a natural progression, Abasar elucidated. In summary, to a great extent, the human body is more comprehensive, which is also the reason why humans have become a mainstream race across the myriad realms. Well, Wu Liang, in his ignorance, chose to disregard it and addressed the minuscule olive worm lord, saying, since you have taken on your current form, you should adapt to local customs and adopt a human name. As you were originally part of the olive worm unit and serve as a formidable shield for the insect race, I shall name you Wu Xingyue. Chapter 22. Corruption, Hunger, Madness? As you command. The dark-haired, dark-eyed man lowered his body further, showcasing his submission and respect to his master. Wu Liang nodded in satisfaction, then immersed his mind into the dominion space. The vast and boundless dominion space had undergone a complete transformation. Dense insectoid architecture sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain, with swarming legions resembling a black torrent, standing motionless like sculptures, as if they were well-trained soldiers. In the central position of the dominion space, the mother nest. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Wu Liang was instantly consumed by rage, bellowing to awaken the drowsy mother nest. There she lay, sprawled atop a mountain of rare materials. Indulging in her slumber, intermittently opening her massive maw to consume the materials beneath her, reveling in sheer comfort. Wu Liang felt a surge of imbalance. He toiled endlessly outside, deprived of proper sustenance and restful sleep, while this creature feasted to her heart's content. How unfair. Grr. The snoring mother nest sensed a chill breeze. Her colossal form swayed, startling her awake. She had just been dreaming of devouring the core of a star when suddenly, a vague figure appeared before her, brandishing a whip in one hand and chains in the other, incessantly uttering something. With her acquired memories, she discerned the figure to be described with a specific epithet, Wu the Skinner. That vile scoundrel, an oppressor of child laborers. Just as she trembled, contemplating how to strike this rogue in her delightful dream, the figure abruptly became clear, revealing a visage that, though not conventionally handsome, appeared demonic and terrifying, shocking her into full wakefulness. Master, the immense body of the mother nest shrank, resembling a contrite young bride. Wu Liang's expression darkened. What was this creature up to? Mother nest, do not behave in such a manner. Your actions leave me at a loss for words. The mother nest trembled, stuttering, Master, I was wrong. I merely dozed off for a moment. Goodness. Wu Liang shook his head and said, Mother nest, why do you not listen? Stop indulging in fairy tales. You are the mother nest of the insect race. Do not constantly envision yourself as a victim. Under the Dominion's authority, no secrets could be harbored. Wu Liang felt aggrieved. He was nowhere near as deplorable as the character Wu the Skinner. He wondered where the mother nest had gleaned such notions. She had become increasingly unseemly of late. Master, I do not understand what you mean, she replied. Humph. Wu Liang snorted coldly, taking advantage of the situation to inquire, how is the breakthrough of the cosmic barrier progressing? The cosmic barrier serves as the connection between this universe and others, akin to the linking walls of honeycomb cells within a hive. The Master, the breach has been opened, awaiting your command. Very well. Issue the order for a large-scale invasion in 3 days. Wu Liang, brimming with confidence, believed that the sheer number of the swarm represented justice at this moment. He stood as the champion of righteousness. The Master, according to the feedback from the Vanguard, the next universe possesses some peculiarities. Wu Liang's smile faded as he straightened his posture and inquired, "Oh, what peculiarities?" The next universe contains a unique substance. Based on the analysis submitted by Captain Shogo of the Broken Fong Squad, this substance exhibits a special structural arrangement characterized by decay, hunger, and madness. The effects of this substance on the swarm units remain undetermined. Decay, hunger, madness? Wu Liang pondered deeply. The multiverse was vast and varied, with an array of world structures. Each universe bore its distinct backdrop. In contrast to this universe, where technology was advanced and humanity had long possessed the capability to traverse the cosmos, the impending invasion would undoubtedly prove more challenging than previous encounters in 9 other universes. The Master. The latest report from Broken Fong indicates that this universe harbors the power of the Phoenix. Wu Liang's expression stiffened instantly. The power of the Phoenix was indelibly etched in his memory. Everything he had achieved was a result of its blessing. Focus on development. Do not be reckless. This adage resonated profoundly with him. Mother Nest, issue the command for the swarm to remain stationary. He was not cowardly. Rather, he prioritized the greater good. With his grand ambitions, he could not afford further upheaval. Understood, Master. Wu Liang paced back and forth, grappling with the intricacies of invading the next universe. The multiverse resembled a singular pathway, leading inexorably into darkness, with no option for diversion. Thus, he could not bypass this universe to invade the next. If he did not relinquish his efforts to restore Universe 1, he would have to confront the power of the Phoenix. Having conquered 10 universes, none had encountered the Phoenix's might. As previously stated, the multiverse was not uniform. Each universe harbored its own uncertainties. The power of the Phoenix, as the essence of the cosmos, would render its existence in every universe rather trivial, much like mutants, which were not universally present. Mother Nest, I require further information. Display the Vanguard's footage. Understood, Master. Wu Liang functioned as a client, with the Mother Nest serving as the receiver. As he traversed universes, the formidable receiver made the journey significantly easier. A vivid scene materialized in his mind. In the imagery, 2 jumping insects lay in ambush within an underground lair. One, with a broken fong at the corner of its mouth, furiously exclaimed, "Shogo, how dare you defy the Master's command?" The Mother Nest ordered that upon reaching this universe, we first undergo differentiation and gather energy before gradually exploring outward. The other, observing the frail insect, retorted without hesitation, "Nonsense. Are you out of your mind? You can differentiate yourself. Don't drag me into this. You are jeopardizing the swarm's critical affairs. The Master will punish you." "Humph. I'm not one of your swarm. If it weren't for that scoundrel Wu Liang, I wouldn't be bound by your kind." The emaciated dog lay down in resignation, evoking tears even upon mere reflection. "You occupy my body, yet you dare to speak. The great sovereign is beyond your judgment." With a fierce growl, the broken tooth sank into the throat of the emaciated dog, while its scythe-like claws lashed out in a relentless assault. The emaciated dog, refusing to yield, struggled fiercely against the onslaught, retaliating with equal ferocity. Strangely, despite the apparent intensity of the clash, not a single drop of blood was shed. Wu Liang promptly shut off the screen, disheartened. Allowing these two to explore was undoubtedly a grave error. Though they were originally one entity, neither could concede to the other. And thus, whenever they found a moment's respite, they would inevitably engage in conflict. Fortunately, their survival instincts were commendable. Eliminating them would require considerable effort. This was akin to one of their genetic abilities, Taldarin stem cells, which endowed their cells with remarkable regenerative capabilities, as long as energy was abundant. Certain limbs could regenerate into entirely new individuals. Chapter 23. The Sovereign's Vessel. It seemed that relying on these two was futile. Wu Liang was deeply sentimental. They were among the few who had survived alongside him through thick and thin, and thus, he held a profound affection for them. Striving to cast them from his mind, he pondered for a long while before stating, "Mother Nest, report on the current status of the Zerg units." "At your command, Sovereign." The massive form of the Mother Nest slightly elevated, as if gathering signals, and in the blink of an eye, a plethora of data materialized within the Sovereign's consciousness. Secondary nests: 1,000 queen bugs, 100,000 burrow worms, 10,000 king bugs, 5 billion worker bees, 15 billion jumping worms, 100 billion blood control worms, 20 billion laser worms, 15 billion stinging snakes, 30 billion exotic dragons, 10 billion olive worms, 5 billion thunder beasts, 100 million leviathans, 1 million larvae, 100 million per day. The leviathans and thunder beasts were units unlocked upon partial recovery of the Mother Nest's injuries. Presently, the Zerg could be said to possess enough strength to conquer an entire universe. However, sheer numbers could not contend with absolute power. For instance, the power of the Phoenix could obliterate the universe at will. What could one do in such a scenario? After all, the Zerg had yet to transcend the confines of the universe. After much contemplation, Wu Liang reached a resolution and commanded, Mother Nest, hatch the Sovereign's vessel. The Sovereign's vessel was unlocked when the Mother Nest's recovery reached 50%. Previously, due to the exorbitant cost of the Sovereign's vessel, Wu Liang had hesitated several times to initiate its creation, but now he had no choice. After all, no resource was worth a life. The Sovereign's vessel is a body controlled by the Sovereign's consciousness, and its hatching consumes considerable resources, comparable to advancing a high-tier Zerg. The reason for its high cost is that the Sovereign's vessel possesses potential equivalent to that of high-tier Zerg. It essentially grants the Sovereign an additional life. In terms of the rules of existence, it adds one more life. If the original body perishes under unavoidable circumstances, the Sovereign's vessel will take its place as the true Sovereign body. However, should the Sovereign's vessel be destroyed, it would have no impact on the Sovereign whatsoever. Had he possessed the dominion over his vessel back then, Kerrigan and Isha would not have faced erasure by the rules on his behalf. Obey, Sovereign, please select the race, gender, and genetics of the Sovereign vessel. The Sovereign vessel is indeed a cumbersome affair. Under the guidance of the Mother Nest, Wu Liang undertook the selection of race and genetic capabilities. Naturally, his favored form was that of humanity, with black eyes and hair. As for gender, it required no elaboration, and he ensured that all genetic abilities were incorporated. After all, he was a person who yearned to have it all. Estimated resource consumption, 1,000 megabytes, 1-star core. Sovereign body incubation in progress. The abdomen of the Mother Nest swelled, reminiscent of pregnancy. The corners of its mouth split open, and a series of slimy tendrils enveloped Wu Liang's consciousness, leading him into a slumber. Time passed, though its length was indeterminate. Upon awakening, familiar surroundings greeted his eyes. Yet everything seemed magnified countless times, with himself feeling akin to a mere grain of sand. Sovereign, you have awakened. Wu Liang heard the familiar call and gradually regained his senses. Lowering his gaze to his body and hands, he was struck by the long-lost sensation. As Wu Liang adjusted to his new form, an unexpected wave of itchiness surged through him. Just as he could no longer endure the urge to scratch at the source of the irritation, flames, crystals, thunder, and frost erupted from his being, only to vanish as if they had reached a harmonious balance. After a brief moment of disorientation, he recalled that these were among the genetic abilities he had integrated. Though they could not rival his original form, they were still quite impressive. A smile graced Wu Liang's lips, his satisfaction with his new body evident. However, the next scene caught him off guard, as the vision before him abruptly split into two, each displaying a distinct perspective. Clearly, this was due to the shared vision between his original self and his avatar. Familiarizing himself with his new body proved uncomplicated, and after doing so, Wu Liang willed his human form to appear in the external world. With his new body now manifest, it was time to address the impending challenges. Strength? Let us venture to the next universe, Wu Liang instructed the slightly taller Wu Chang. Yes, Wu Chang replied with a bow, preparing everything. The Mother Nest emerged from the Sovereign space, its colossal form crashing forcefully against the surroundings. The sound reverberated crack. The cosmic barriers shattered like glass, layer upon layer resembling a kaleidoscope, captivating to behold. Breaking through the neighboring cosmic barriers was not merely a matter of shattering the barriers of the current universe, but required the simultaneous destruction of those belonging to the next universe as well. This was why only entities of multiversal caliber could traverse between universes. Wu Liang and Wu Chang vanished into the fragmented cosmic barriers. The scene transitioned. Wu Liang and Wu Chang emerged from the chaotic currents of the cosmic barriers. A sense of decay assaulted them. The filthy streets, stained with either grease or blood, clashed starkly with the towering edifices around them. Wu Liang was perplexed. He was well acquainted with this street, which was none other than New York Square, the most bustling location in New York City. The towering skyscrapers around him continued to flicker with their luminous screens, yet the thoroughfare was devoid of any human presence. A heavy scent of blood pervaded the air, unmistakably pungent. Such an anomaly could not arise without reason. Master, something is approaching, Wu Jinxiang cautioned. Despite his confidence in both himself and Wu Jinxiang, Wu Liang remained unconcerned. Only wary of those aberrant beings favored by the cosmos, others barely registered on his radar. Suddenly, two figures clad in black suits emerged from the shadows. Oh, immunizers? One of them exclaimed, regarding the two who had unexpectedly appeared on the street, their blood-red pupils reflecting astonishment. The sky was overcast, casting a dismal pall over the earth. However, thanks to his superhuman vision, Wu Liang discerned the approaching entities, zombies. Chapter 24. Earth 2149 with their pallid faces and decaying skin. These were the unmistakable traits of the undead. Upon witnessing these two zombies, Wu Liang's earlier confusion began to dissipate. The zombie universe was notably renowned within the Marvel multiverse. Simultaneously, a weight settled in Wu Liang's heart. The overall strength of the zombie universe surpassed that of others, implying that any attempt to conquer this realm would entail considerable difficulty. Moreover, the formidable nature of the zombie universe was attributed to the existence of the zombie virus, a bioweapon infamous for its catastrophic potential, second only to the swarm disaster. Recalling what the Mother Nest had previously indicated, he now understood the origins of this universe's peculiar substances. Directly reverting his consciousness to his original form, he addressed the Mother Nest. Mother Nest, isolate all units exposed to the zombie virus, and instruct Abaser to cease his current tasks and focus entirely on analyzing the zombie virus. Understood, Master. If, previously, the presence of the Phoenix Force had deterred him from launching a full-scale invasion, now he felt even more apprehensive about such an endeavor. The origins of the zombie universe are recounted in 3 versions. The first posits that the original Wasp inadvertently brought back a product from the quantum dimension, triggering a monumental catastrophe. The second version suggests that the long-standing conflict between mutants and humans led Magneto, an extremist representative of the mutants, to acquire the zombie virus in an attempt to eradicate humanity. Unexpectedly, the virus affected mutants as well, resulting in the noble heroes transforming into flesh-eating demons, and the world descending into a hellish nightmare. The third version claims that the Watcher artificially created a closed-loop cycle to prevent the spread of the zombie virus to other universes. The second version is deemed the most accurate, as the third does not specifically recount the origins of the zombie virus, leading to a plethora of interpretations regarding the genesis of the zombie universe. Blood food. Another zombie man, seemingly deranged, kept repeating those 2 words. Drew, control your saliva. Watch me deal with them, the first zombie remarked to his companion with a contemptuous smile, then, like lightning, charged towards Wu Liang's direction. Master, allow me to handle this. Wu Xingyue stepped forward, positioning himself before the master, eager to prove himself now that he had recently ascended to a higher echelon of the insectoid race. Step back, Chang. I still have some questions to pose to him. Understood. Wu Chang appeared somewhat disheartened and subsequently retreated behind the master. Wu Liang, not one to boast, immediately activated his abilities, enveloping himself in a sheen of metallic luster, readying himself to confront the oncoming zombie. Strangely, the approaching undead did not behave like the flesh-eating monsters depicted in biopunk films. Instead, as it neared Wu Liang, its decayed arm launched a straightforward punch. What appeared to Wu Liang as a lightning-fast strike seemed rather sluggish, akin to a film playing in slow motion. He deftly sidestepped the fierce blow, then bent low to evade a subsequent kick. The zombie, frustrated by its failed attempts, grew increasingly agitated and accelerated its assault, its blood-red eyes locking onto Wu Liang as it uttered, "Mutant." Wu Liang was not taken aback by the talking zombie in the Marvel zombie universe. Those endowed with superhuman abilities retain their consciousness after infection, while ordinary individuals devolve into mindless husks. In a certain sense, Magneto had indeed succeeded. As the zombie's attacks intensified, it became more frantic, abandoning all caution, resorting to both teeth and claws in its eagerness to eliminate this man. After several encounters, Wu Liang became more attuned to his new physique. With a decisive resolve, he ceased to prolong the confrontation and, with a single hand, delivered a crushing blow. Boom. The zombie was sent crashing to the ground by Wu Liang's immense strength, leaving the earth cracked beneath the impact. A short distance away, another aberrant zombie, witnessing its companion's defeat, howled and charged forward. Wu Chang stepped aside, casting a lethal glare at the advancing zombie. A tremendous psychic energy descended from above, bearing down heavily upon the undead creature. Crack. In an instant, the zombie crumpled like brittle plastic under the immense pressure, reduced to a puddle of blood and flesh. To disturb the master, one must first pass through him. Wu Liang pressed down on the incapacitated zombie, refraining from delivering a fatal blow, for he still harbored questions for it. Maintaining control, Wu Liang inquired, "What year is it now? Has the entire world been infected?" "Haha, kill me, and our king will avenge me by slaying you." The zombie raved maniacally, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of death. "How about this? Answer my questions without dying, and I shall offer you a meal," Wu Liang replied calmly, gesturing toward Wu Chang. "This?" The zombie hesitated, taken aback by the proposition. "Are you serious?" "Indeed. Those in the know are aware that I am the honest and reliable young lord." Wu Liang grinned, revealing his pearly whites. Zombies in the universe, regardless of their tier, share a singular flaw: insatiable hunger. This virus bestows upon them an unyielding endurance and immunity to pain, yet it also brings forth an unending craving, leading to a narrative where the entire universe is consumed. The subsequent events unfolded with remarkable simplicity. The zombie man divulged all the necessary details, and Wu Liang, honoring his promise, delivered Wu Xingyue to the zombie man as sustenance. Consequently, a new addition to the street emerged, a zombie devoid of claws and teeth, having been rendered incapable of harm. From the lips of this zombie man, Wu Liang learned that the zombie virus was brought to this universe by a man known as Sentinel, who had already infected the majority of the life forms here. A handful of immune individuals, along with zombies who could resist the pangs of hunger, roamed about, striving to salvage this world. And they were on a quest to locate more immune beings. The reason the zombie man refrained from biting immediately was due to the dwindling remnants of life in a world relentlessly consumed by zombies. Thus, for long-term sustainability, they began to seek out immune individuals to capture and nurture. Through a series of inquiries, Wu Liang discovered the name of this universe, Earth 2149, recognized as the realm with the most heroic zombies. Chapter 25, Live Biting. Peter as Wu Liang and Wu Xingyue strolled through the streets. Ordinary zombies were a rarity, while those with sentient awareness were plentiful. And he dealt with many along the way. According to the zombie man's account, this world was infected by a zombie known as Sentinel, a being renowned as a Marvel superhero. His true name was Robert, a former addict who, in his youth, encountered a professor. Out of curiosity during an experiment, he ingested a concoction invented by the professor, originally intended to achieve effects 1,000 times more potent than Captain America's serum. Upon consuming the potion, the immense energy within caused a phase shift in his atoms, resulting in the creation of an entrance akin to a gate within him, connecting to a peculiar monadic universe. Thus, Robert instantaneously acquired energy equivalent to the explosion of 1,000,000 stars. Perhaps due to his past as an addict, he also birthed a negative persona known as Nihil. To safeguard his loved ones and humanity at large, he chose self-imprisonment in a facility within America. At the very least, Sentinel possessed monadic universe-level prowess. Moreover, this universe also housed the formidable Dark Phoenix, Jean Grey, presenting two significant threats to him. Fortunately, Wu Xingyue was capable of contending with Sentinel, possessing monadic universe-level strength himself. Suddenly, a sound resembling a primal roar echoed from the towering edifices. With vision akin to that of a superhuman, Wu Liang effortlessly discerned the source of the noise from a great distance. It was a figure clad in a red and blue uniform, navigating between skyscrapers. Disturbingly, instead of webbing, he expelled blood vessels laced with blood. Wu Liang felt a wave of nausea, only to realize that since his inception, he had yet to consume any sustenance. "Ladies and gentlemen," he announced, "I have discovered 2 immune individuals. Would you like to witness how I bite them? Thank you for the rocket donation, Zombie Laolu." With superhuman hearing, Wu Liang's expression turned dark. This peculiar individual was indeed live-streaming a biting incident, a true oddity in the realm of zombies. Most zombies lack intelligence, they are solely driven by hunger. However, a small fraction of rational zombies follow the leadership of the Sentinel. When encountering the immune, they initially imprison and nurture them. There are also formidable zombie heroes who are not subject to the Sentinel's control, and when driven by hunger, they become frenzied, devouring everything around them. Only a minuscule number of individuals can resist the insatiable hunger induced by the zombie virus, maintaining their sanity and striving to save the world. By a fortunate twist of fate, Peter belongs to this rare group capable of resisting hunger. With a crack, a red figure plummeted from the sky like a kite severed from its string, falling aimlessly. Wu Liang had just manipulated the weather to create an air palm that sent Peter crashing down. "Bring him here, alive," Wu Liang commanded. Wu Xingyue, perhaps a bit taciturn, was cautious, fearing he might inadvertently harm the little spider. "As you wish, great sovereign," Wu Xingyue replied, bowing in obedience. In a flash, he vanished, leaving only a flickering shadow in his wake. His speed was so remarkable that it left mere traces of his presence in the air. "My lord, I have brought him," he announced, reappearing almost instantaneously, now clutching the red figure. "Ah, a ghost," Peter exclaimed, his keen spider sense alerting him to the peril, yet his mind struggled to keep pace. His suit was already charred beyond recognition. The incredible speed had rendered his suit, not made of special materials, unable to withstand the friction with the air, resulting in its destruction. "Haha." Wu Liang chuckled at Peter's reaction, mockingly stating, "If we're talking about ghosts, your current appearance resembles one more than anything." True to his carefree nature, Peter quickly regained his composure, inquiring, "Who are you?" "Just a traveler," came the reply. "You are powerful, as is he. This universe has become malignant. Only a massive cleansing can save it. Will you join us?" As previously mentioned, the zombie heroes who resist hunger have gathered in an effort to rescue this universe. And Peter, being the protagonist of this cosmos, was spared from immediate harm by Wu Liang, who had formed a plan upon encountering him. "All right." Peter was taken aback. "What? You agree?" "Indeed. Is there a problem?" "None." Peter shook his head, slowly rising. He was perplexed by the ease with which this individual consented, but he dismissed it. After all, the other was not a zombie. leaving no room for alternative possibilities. Peter. He reached out, eager to shake hands. Wu Liang. The latter responded in kind. Who is this big brother? Peter asked, glancing at Wu Xingyue, wishing to establish a rapport, especially given the immense shock he had just experienced. Wu Xingyue offered no response to him. The will of the sovereign surpassed all else, and he did not concern himself with anything beyond that. Noticing the lack of acknowledgement from the individual before him, Peter shrugged it off. With a swift motion, he unleashed a tendril that shot forth from his hand, darting toward the spot where he had fallen. Before long, Peter approached. Shaking with excitement, he executed a graceful somersault and landed effortlessly. My phone. It's a limited edition, he lamented. Wu Liang, exuding impatience, cast a glance at the lively character before him. Upon witnessing the shattered phone, he recalled his earlier live broadcast about biting someone and, with a hint of intrigue, inquired. Peter, were you live streaming just now? A biting broadcast? Oh, that. Life's demands, you know. To save the world, one must also satisfy one's hunger. Although he could endure the pangs of hunger, he also required vibrant life to replenish his expended energy. Very well, let's proceed, Peter. You lead the way. Wu Liang remained unfazed, the lives extinguished by his hands numbered in the tens across the cosmos, and he would not reproach Peter in a self-righteous manner. With a swift gesture, he summoned a fragmented car roof that detached from the vehicle, seemingly guided by an unseen force, and it soared to his feet. This was one of his genetic abilities, electromagnetism. Peter was astonished by Wu Liang's prowess as he stepped onto the car roof, which glided under Wu Liang's control. Throughout their journey, Peter chattered incessantly. Wu Liang, are you Asian? What brings you here? I know a place with exceptional intellect. Do you eat? Silence. Chapter 26. Thanos approaches in Queens. Wu Liang and his companions descended onto a rooftop. Wah. Peter innocently pointed to himself, requesting assistance to remove the substance adhering to his mouth. As Peter's incessant chatter reached a breaking point, Wu Liang unleashed a mass of flesh that obstructed his mouth. If you keep babbling, I will seal your lips for good, Wu Liang threatened, then with a flick of his wrist, the material flew back and merged with his own form. Oh, I'm suffocating. You're a zombie, yet you claim to be suffocating? Can you even breathe? Wu Liang retorted, eliciting a hearty laugh from Peter, who raised a decayed hand to scratch his head, curiously asking, Wu Liang, what exactly are you? A mutant? An inhuman? Or something akin to me? In this world, to become a superhero, one had to belong to one of the two races inherently endowed with superpowers or acquire them through some scientific anomaly. To Peter, Wu Liang's abilities seemed to surpass 5 in number, piquing his curiosity further. I am neither mutant nor inhuman. My abilities are acquired. Do you desire them? Wu Liang answered candidly, finding no reason to deceive. I would like that, Peter expressed with envy, choosing not to dwell on the matter. As he assumed Wu Liang was jesting, Wu Liang gazed down at the streets, where the number of zombies had markedly increased, likely due to the encroaching twilight, signaling the hour for the undead to roam. What are your plans? Wu Liang inquired of Peter. Peter, lost in his own thoughts, approached the edge of the rooftop. His feet precariously balanced on the brink as he engaged in a series of reckless stunts, reminiscent of a jester performing acrobatics. The Avengers had gone missing the previous week, and in this city, it seemed we were left with but the 3 of us. I yearned to save this world, but first, I must locate the serum to combat the zombie virus. Yet, I am merely a high school student. Missing for a week? A high school student? Wu Liang recalled the narrative from his memory, but it diverged significantly from the 3 versions he was familiar with. Firstly, judging by the zombified visage of Peter, it was evident he resembled the version portrayed by Holland. This indicated that we were in the world where the virus was unleashed by Wasp. However, this would imply the absence of mutants, wouldn't it? Yet Peter had mentioned both mutants and inhumans, suggesting that this world indeed contained mutants. This could mean that it was a hybrid of the first and second versions, but where did the Sentinel fit into this? The Watcher created a closed-loop cycle to prevent the virus from spreading to other universes, and the Sentinel was cast into the Earth 2149 universe, marking yet another version. Wu Liang found himself perplexed, as each version possessed its own storyline. If this world was a hodgepodge of versions, the narrative advantages he was accustomed to would be rendered moot, for he had never encountered a chaotic zombie universe. Suddenly, Wu Liang realized something amiss in Peter's earlier statements and queried, Wait, I remember you saying you wanted us to join you. What did you mean by just you? Peter, awkwardly resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, explained, It's just me for now. This isn't because the others have vanished. I believe they will return to save the world. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light shot down from the heavens. Hey, I think I see a figure, Peter remarked as he clung to the water tower at the corner. Let us go check it out. Wu Liang, noticing this development, pedaled towards the direction where the golden light had vanished. Wu Xingyue, utilizing his psychic abilities, floated in midair, following closely behind the master. Wait for me. Wu Liang. Zombified Peter, seeing that Wu Liang was ignoring him, grew anxious. With a flick of his hand, a vein shot precisely beneath the bike shed, allowing him to be whisked away. The golden light struck a two-story building in New York, the New York Temple. As the radiance faded, a man with an exposed torso emerged from the rubble. Thanos is coming. He'll be here any moment. The man exclaimed in a panic. The waning light of the setting sun filtered through the shattered glass, cloaking the surroundings in a chilling silence. After a moment, the man crawled out from the debris, a sense of unease gnawing at him. A thin layer of dust coated the floor, indicating it had been a long time since it had been cleaned. Hello? Could someone lend me a piece of clothing? He called out, but no response came. Nearby, on a coat rack in the corner, hung a monk's robe. Seeing no one around, the man hesitated before stepping forward to retrieve the robe and drape it over himself. He has a crucial task at hand, to inform the Avengers of Thanos' impending invasion of Earth. With a creak, he pushed open the door. In an instant, the dying rays of the setting sun illuminated his eyes. The man raised a hand to shield himself from the brightness, and the desolate scene outside came into view, dilapidated streets and abandoned vehicles. Goodness, have I arrived too late? He murmured, unable to believe the transformed surroundings. Suddenly, a colossal beam of light descended from the heavens. As the light vanished, two figures, one large and one small, emerged. Oh my, he recognized them. They were Thanos' formidable lieutenants, Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight. Hurry, big guy, it's your turn now, the man muttered to himself, straining as if he were constipated. A green hue began to emerge on his face, only to vanish abruptly. No, listen, you should consider yourselves fortunate, Corvus Glaive remarked, ignoring the man's self-talk with an air of gentlemanly composure. Transform, hurry. The man paid no heed to Corvus Glaive's words, repeatedly slapping his own face in a desperate attempt to provoke the entity within him. The green glow surged forth, seemingly in response to the man's call. What do you mean by refusing now? The man was incredulous. Once, he had sought to keep this form at bay, but now, when he needed it most, it would not emerge. You are about to meet your demise at the hands of Thanos' minions, Corvus Glaive declared contemptuously. Suddenly, a luminous portal appeared behind Corvus, and a mechanical arm extended slowly, concentrating a beam of light that struck Corvus squarely on the head. Boom. Corvus was taken aback, crashing to the ground. The man, seeing the portal open behind Corvus, was overjoyed as several figures stepped forth. It's Tony. Huh, you're finished. He is an Avenger, and I am one of them. Although Corvus was ambushed, his formidable telekinetic powers rendered him unharmed by such an attack. How dare you? Attacking Thanos' minions is a grave offense. Chapter 27. Indeed, it is Iron Man. Meanwhile, Proxima Midnight brandished a massive weapon resembling a hammer, watching the newcomers with caution. Iron Man wasted no time. Energy gathered in his palms and feet, propelling him into the air with tremendous lift, his palm-mounted device glowing as immense energy surged forth. Zing boom. Zing boom. Proxima Midnight raised her gigantic hammer to block, while Corvus calmly waved his slender fingers, causing the abandoned cars on either side to rise and shield them. Indeed, it is Iron Man. Haha. The man was elated to see his familiar friend. In the distance, Wu Liang and Peter had arrived nearby. Superman's vision allowed Wu Liang to discern every detail of the battlefield. Peter, too, possessed extraordinary sight, and upon spotting the mechanical armor, he exclaimed in delight, "It's Mr. Stark." Wait. Wu Liang interjected, halting Peter, for he was certain that Tony had transformed into a zombie by now. Look closely. Although Peter was filled with doubt, he patiently began to observe the scene unfolding before him. The battle was fierce, with dust swirling and enveloping the entire area. Suddenly, two anguished cries pierced the air. Wait, what is happening there? The man's expression became increasingly rigid as he remained oblivious to the events concealed by the dust. All he could hear were sounds of gnawing and chewing. This seems rather excessive. The cacophony of snarls and crunching abruptly ceased, and a metallic figure gradually rose, turning its fierce gaze towards him. To his astonishment, the man's eyes widened as he beheld the figure, whose face was largely decayed. With an insatiable hunger, the metallic entity offered no response, instinctively raising its arm to unleash an energy beam towards him. Just then, a scarlet cloak descended from the heavens, gliding close to the ground and ensnaring the metallic figure's legs, lifting it into the air. The energy beam struck the ground, creating a deep crater. The metallic figure was hoisted upward by the red cloak, spinning in midair. The undead creature, Ebony Maw, and the diminutive black dwarf were indifferent to this spectacle. The flying cloak held no interest for them. Their sole focus was on the vibrant life before them. The zombie Ebony Maw instinctively raised a clawed hand, and the man was abruptly yanked into the air by an invisible force drawn towards them. The other two zombie figures, not to be outdone, instinctively unleashed their powers. With a mere wave of their hands, golden rings began to expand, revealing the enigmatic Doctor Strange and Wong. Two small portals appeared around the man, and the two sorcerers prepared to feast upon him through the gateways. In a moment of dire urgency, the red cloak swooped down from the sky, tearing at Doctor Strange and Wong. The black dwarf transformed his massive hammer into a scythe-like weapon, lunging towards the man. A swarm of black insects emerged from the distance, converging upon Ebony Maw, who began to devour them. In the blink of an eye, two skeletal figures materialized in their place. Disgusting. The man struggled to endure this grotesque turn of events. While he was unafraid of a physical confrontation, the sight of someone being consumed at such close range was unbearable. A minuscule figure rapidly expanded, commanding the black insects to continue their assault. The noise of the battle attracted a multitude of ordinary zombies, drawn to the commotion. Stop her. Wu Liang commanded loudly, having noticed the wasp preparing to strike the metallic figure with her electric blade. He could not overlook the presence of the wasp amidst the swarm of ants, and when the army of ants appeared, he had already pinpointed her location. Standing resolutely, Wu Xingyue received the Master's command, and in an instant, he appeared between the wasp and the metallic figure. The wasp was taken aback by the sudden appearance of this figure. Even with her extraordinary reflexes, she could not comprehend how he had approached so swiftly, as if he had teleported. Upon realizing that the figure before her was not a zombie, she initially exhaled in relief, then inquired, "Who are you?" "Be careful." Wasp was taken aback, as she noticed the metallic figure was about to lunge at the person. Wu Xingyue paid no heed, for his orders were to thwart Wasp, and the metallic entity posed no threat to him whatsoever. No. Instinctively, Wasp turned her head away, but the anticipated sound of tearing flesh did not follow. When she turned back, she beheld an astonishing sight. The metallic figure was clinging to Wu Xingyue, its gaping maw incessantly gnawing, yet failing to inflict any harm. A flash, the camera shutter clicked. Another scandalous photo of Tony Stark. Wu Liang emerged from behind the others, satisfied as he stowed away his phone, addressing the group. "Lost Hope?" Hope banner. Hope lifted her mask and asked the suddenly appearing Wu Liang, "Who are you?" Before Wu Liang could respond, the loquacious Peter swung down from the air, declaring, "Just your friendly neighborhood boy." Hope reacted swiftly, her eyes widening at Peter's disfigured face. Her electric blade instinctively raised in defense. "Don't attack. I'm a friendly zombie." Peter retreated a few steps, fear evident on his face. "You handle these zombies." Wu Liang sighed, finding himself at a loss against Peter's need for attention. He kicked Peter toward the horde of zombies. "I'm just a kid." Peter soared through the air, landing flawlessly. The zombies, drawn solely to living beings, paid Peter no mind, as he too was one of them. Hope gazed in astonishment at Peter being flung away. This was not what she had anticipated. The world had succumbed to infection, the virus had evolved to be airborne, and only 5% of the global population possessed immunity, the so-called immune individuals. However, even they could transform into zombies if bitten. Yet she had never encountered a zombie like this boy. He seemed remarkably similar to a normal human, save for his undead appearance. Wu Liang noticed her confusion and kindly explained, "Zombies are driven by hunger. Some superhumans retain self-awareness, yet their actions remain governed by this hunger. A rare few can resist it and avoid succumbing to rage, and Peter is one such individual." Hope nodded, then turned her gaze toward Tony, who was still intent on biting Wu Xingyue, asking, "What about him? He's crucial to saving this universe." Chapter 28. The aerial base. Wu Liang did not speak falsely. Tony Stark, regardless of the universe, held immense significance. In the films, during the battle on Titan against Thanos, Thanos himself uttered Tony's name. He had stated, "Stark, you are not the only one cursed by knowledge." At that time, Tony was merely famous on Earth, yet Thanos, as one of the cosmic overlords, was aware of Tony's existence, underscoring Tony's unique prominence. Wu Liang recalled that in several versions, the zombie Spider-Man saved the Earth in the 2149 universe relying on Tony's technology. However, the current events closely resembled the first version where Tony would be killed by the Wasp. This was precisely why Wu Liang urged Wu Xingyue to save Tony. Hope nodded, aware of Tony Stark, though she did not doubt the words of the man before her. Wu Liang offered a slight smile and introduced himself. "I am Wu Liang, a traveler." Peter had just faltered and had not introduced himself. "Hope, you know." Hope responded. Her tone lightened. Although she had never met this man, the fact that he recognized her piqued her interest, especially considering the striking presence of the man beside him, who appeared to be a subordinate. Banner. Banner approached and introduced himself. Wu Liang smiled in response, regarding Banner with profound eyes, saying, "Hulk. The people of Earth truly need you." "What?" Banner asked, perplexed. Wu Liang laughed heartily, patting Banner on the shoulder. "Haha, Banner. As long as the other him understands. That suffices." Banner's demeanor was identical to that of Universe One's Banner, which endeared him to Wu Liang. Why doesn't Hulk reveal himself? Has he truly been subdued by Thanos? This seemed implausible. After all, this was the being who claimed he could slay gods as long as his rage was sufficient. In Thor, Ragnarok, he dared to confront the towering fire giant Surtur. So could he really be frightened after receiving merely a few punches from Thanos? The reason Hulk had just declined to appear was that this place only reminded him of sorrow. Everyone despised him. Hulk resembled a child, a bear cub governed by anger, appearing formidable externally but harboring fragility within, as evidenced in the Sakaar arena. At that time, Banner's body was controlled by Hulk, and during his conversation with Thor, he clearly recognized him and mentioned being friends, displaying a hint of jealousy that reflected his childlike nature. His reluctance to emerge stemmed from uncertainty about whether the people of Earth still feared him. Mr. Wu Liang, let us depart. This place is no longer safe. Very well. Wu Liang nodded, sensing the atmosphere was anything but simple, as if unseen eyes were watching. Electromagnetic forces activated. Zombie Tony's armor suddenly became rigid. No matter how Tony struggled, the once agile suit was as if welded in place by a branding iron. At that moment, Peter had also dispatched the surrounding horde of zombies and jumped back to Wu Liang's side. The Wasp led the way, soaring into the sky. Peter and Banner glanced at Wu Liang, noticing he was gently guiding zombie Tony to lie flat on the ground. Wu Liang, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "I didn't expect someone wouldn't be able to fly." Subsequently, the group ascended with Tony towards the heavens. I can't shake the feeling that this is a bit cruel to Mr. Stark. I believe Tony won't mind, Banner whispered. At present, he finds himself in a most vulnerable state, without Tony's assistance. Traversing through the horde of the undead would prove to be a far greater challenge than returning to Earth itself. The city lies in ruins, with the remnants of the undead roaming listlessly about the streets. Yet, one mustn't be deceived into thinking that these streets host only a handful of zombies. In the unseen corners, countless others lie in wait, and an eerie silence envelopes the surroundings. As he soared through the air, Banner's mood soured further. Although Peter had never encountered Banner before, he was well aware of the Hulk, having seen him only on television. Hey, the catastrophe has long passed. You need not worry excessively. We will heal them, Peter consoled, producing a chunk of raw meat from an unknown source and offering it to Banner. Naturally, Banner was unfamiliar with Peter. When he departed from Earth, he had yet to meet the young Spider-Man. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he was met with the sight of Peter's zombie visage holding the meat. Ugh, please, take that away. I can't bear to see it. What kind of meat is this? Wu Liang observed the unfolding scene with a bemused expression. Witnessing Peter's tender care for the newcomer rendered him speechless, especially as he noticed the meat Peter had procured. You have that meat on you too. Startled, Banner's eyes widened in disbelief at Peter's zombie face. Before long, under the guidance of Wasp Hope, the group arrived at a towering structure. This shall serve as our temporary base. It boasts a panoramic view, allowing one to admire the splendid hues of the setting sun, Hope declared, pointing downward. With a few new recruits expected, her humor was a rare treat. Numerous metallic wires crisscrossed through the center of the building, not only securing several subway cars, but also a partially destroyed fighter jet. Indeed, Wu Liang nodded in admiration. One must concede, this design inspiration would undoubtedly garner accolades in peacetime. He then led the way toward the remnants of the aircraft. Each member of the group utilized their skills to navigate toward the jet. Hope was the first to enter, where they were greeted by those she had previously informed through their communication channels. Greetings, I am General Okoye, from the Royal Guard of Wakanda, the Dora Milaje. A bald black woman addressed Wu Liang and the others, spear in hand, standing at the forefront of the group. This was the fierce general from Black Panther. And due to the passage of time, Wu Liang had yet to engage with that technologically advanced nation. Hello, Bucky, Carter, Hogan. Is that really you, Hogan? Zombie Peter exclaimed with surprise upon seeing a familiar face. Wow, Peter? I never expected. Ugh, you look truly grotesque, Hogan remarked, recognizing Peter by his red Spider-Man suit, only to realize his transformation into a zombie, which startled him. This is a long story. How is it that I never discovered this place before? Despite Peter's seemingly casual demeanor, he had always felt uneasy about his appearance as a zombie. Wandering the city alone had been one thing, but encountering familiar faces now rendered him somewhat at a loss. Chapter 29. The nonlinear 6-digit code. Hogan realized he had misspoken and stepped forward to embrace Peter, saying, Peter, this is not your fault. Peter, in anguish, replied, but Aunt May, it's not your fault either. The zombie, Tony, seemed to despise the scene, letting out a ghastly shriek at an inopportune moment. Hogan looked up towards the source of the sound, his heart racing with excitement. Tony, stop. Hogan, Mr. Stark is. Peter hesitated, recalling his observations of Tony during their journey. Despite his incessant chatter, he had noted Tony's bizarre state. He could not comprehend how Tony retained consciousness as a zombie while appearing devoid of autonomy. Hogan instantly felt weakened. although he shared a bodyguard-employer relationship with Tony. He regarded him more as a friend, a flirtatious, troublemaking, wayward brother. General Okoye approached, gazing at the slowly drifting Iron Man, her heart sinking. My king and the Avenger have been missing for weeks, and it seems they have sacrificed themselves. As she spoke, she raised her spear, preparing to strike. Wait, Tony is crucial. Wasp Hope swiftly interposed herself in front of General Okoye. Okoye then turned her gaze to Wu Liang and stated, "All right, there is a new development. I need everyone's assistance. For the first time since the outbreak of the zombie virus, I see a glimmer of hope." With that, General Okoye led the group to the aircraft control bay. The control panel projected a virtual screen displaying the received transmission. What? Wonderful. The global crisis has been resolved. We should celebrate with a high five. Peter, quick to react, darted to the forefront of the group. While he could not decipher the information, he understood Okoye's words, and he eagerly raised his hands for a celebratory clap. Wu Liang, having experienced the chatterbox's tenacity, waved him away, saying, "Step aside, the adults are speaking. Children should not interrupt." The others ignored Peter, and Bucky approached the screen, stating, "It's too early to rejoice. That location is encrypted, and we do not know where the transmission originated. This transmission is encoded with a non-linear 6-digit code," Banner remarked, studying the virtual screen, recalling something from his memory. Bucky turned to Agent Carter behind him and asked, "Agent Carter, I have heard you are S.H.I.E.L.D.'s finest agent. Can you translate this encrypted transmission?" Carter meticulously compared several keywords on the screen before pointing to the code indicating location information, saying, "It's Camp Lehigh in New Jersey, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s first base. There might be the equipment we need to synthesize the cure." "Wow, that is fantastic. I absolutely detest this gnawing hunger within me," General Okoye decisively stated. "Mr. Wu Liang, will you join us?" "Of course." Wu Liang nodded in agreement. He must participate. Although the unfolding narrative has some discrepancies, such as with Peter, the remainder aligns closely with the established lore of the zombie universe. Naturally, he is aware of the subsequent events, thus, regardless of their silence, he must devise a means to lead them there. General Okoye surveyed the group, noting the absence of dissent, and decisively declared, "Very well. Let us make some preparations and set forth to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base in New Jersey." Everyone began to gather their belongings. Banner was attempting to remove Tony's metallic armor, tinkering with the aircraft's components to effect simple repairs on the suit. With a crackle, the starfire shimmered, and Tony's warship gradually emanated a radiant glow. "Friday, hello, I am Tony's closest friend, and I may need assistance." Wu Xingyue remained quietly in the shadow of the Overlord, akin to a devoted sentinel. Meanwhile, Wu Liang immersed himself in the consciousness of the Overlord, fuming, "You two scoundrels, where have you been?" The Overlord's consciousness resembled a complex web, with the Overlord at its apex, radiating outward in all directions, encompassing everything from the mother nest to subordinate nests, and including both higher-tier Zerg and individual units, all arranged in a descending hierarchy. Each unit possessed its own luminescence, which, when aggregated, formed a vast expanse reminiscent of an endless starry sea within the Overlord's consciousness. Wu Liang could sense the information and location of the Zerg units through this consciousness. He realized that the Vanguard Squad, the Broken Fong, and the Thin Dog were positioned quite far from him. "Great Overlord." The Broken Fong is unaware that this place is desolate, surrounded by rocks. However, these rocks are imbued with a potent energy substance, potentially serving as a resource point for the Zerg. The Broken Fong, characterized by his steadiness, prioritized the interests of the Zerg above all else. "Oh, Great Overlord. The Thin Dog longs for you." Although the Thin Dog appeared as a leap bug, his essence was that of a primordial demon beast, inherently cunning. "Humph, Thin Dog. Do not assume I am oblivious to your actions. Watch how I deal with you." Wu Liang held no affection for the Thin Dog, remembering well his duplicitous nature. "Broken Fong, assemble the army and converge on my coordinates." Regarding the Broken Fong, he felt assured. "At your command, Great Overlord," the Broken Fong replied respectfully. In the realm of the Overlord's consciousness, silence reigned once more, allowing the Broken Fong to stand tall. The Thin Dog derided the Broken Fong's loyalty, scoffing, "Humph." Wu Liang severed the connection long ago. With a roar, the Broken Fong disregarded the Thin Dog, unleashing a thunderous bellow that echoed through the sky. Countless figures surged forth from the dark earth, each towering about 100 feet in height. While most bore resemblance to the two, the leap bugs shared a common appearance, albeit with subtle distinctions. However, the majority here were strikingly different. The Broken Fong charged ahead, soaring towards the heavens. "I am truly weary of this fate," the Thin Dog lamented, yet he followed closely behind, not daring to slacken his pace. A multitude of figures ascended into the sky in a magnificent display, a truly spectacular sight. The Zerg have long ascended to an interstellar stage, soaring through the cosmos as a mere instinctual behavior. When anomalies arise, it is often a sign of something sinister. Yet, when everything seems ordinary, it is the unexpected that lurks. The events unfolding, although reminiscent of established narratives, evoke a sense of unease, as if an unseen gaze is scrutinizing them. To avert potential calamity, he summoned the advance team. After all, the Zerg are aptly named, for the swarm embodies justice. Chapter 30, Hepatic Encephalopathy? The sky had begun to darken. The group was prepared, gathered before a vehicle that was just sufficiently cramped. Hop spoke up, gesturing towards the driver's seat. So, who among you is an experienced driver? They exchanged glances, each wearing an expression that suggested inexperience behind the wheel. In the midst of a zombie apocalypse, I find myself needing to drive. Hogan reluctantly stepped forward and took his place behind the wheel. General Okoye inquired, "Is there a problem? Weren't you once a rideshare driver?" "Absolutely not. I was a private chauffeur." "There is a distinct difference," he retorted. "All right, Happy, since Friday mentioned a driving mode, if you're fatigued, I'll let it take over." Banner, clad in his marked suit, had secured temporary control from Friday after some negotiation, and now he reveled in his newfound capability. Meanwhile, Tony was stripped of his armor, donning only a tank top and briefs, restrained by several metallic bindings. As the group boarded the vehicle, General Okoye occupied the passenger seat, while Wu Liang and the others settled in the back. Unfortunately for Peter and Tony, the trunk was designated for them. Once everyone was situated, Hop pointed out a red button in the cockpit. "This is the PIM shrinking device, and this one is the enlarging device." General Okoye produced a paper map, stating, "Our objective is Line 7 at New York Central Station. I was concerned this vehicle wouldn't meet my standards. I didn't expect it to possess such features. Let us depart." Hogan pressed the shrinking device. In an instant, the truck diminished in size and began to glide forward. Wu Liang leaned back in his seat, observing as they exited the alley. "General, your plan is flawless, but it is ill-suited to our current situation. If the narrative holds true, when activating Line 7, Happy will transform into a zombie. Having been Tony's driver in Universe 1, I am quite familiar with Happy and would prefer not to follow the script." General Okoye paused, contemplating, and replied, "Are you referring to your electromagnetic abilities, Mr. Wu? A great battle may be imminent, and we will require your strength." She was well aware of Wu Liang's powers, having observed him through surveillance when he arrived at the base. However, the future remained uncertain, and she was reluctant to deplete their forces for the sake of expediency. "Guys, the vehicle is out of control," Hogan exclaimed, struggling with the steering wheel and pressing the brake, yet to no avail, as the vehicle continued to surge forward. "Oh my goodness, it's airborne." "General, there is no need for concern. This is merely a basic operation and poses no strain on me." Wu Liang disregarded her advice, instead activating his electromagnetic gene to manipulate a tiny truck soaring towards the horizon. Upon hearing Wu Liang's declaration, General Oki refrained from further comments. Yet her regard for him elevated significantly. The combined weight of the vehicle and its occupants exceeded 9 tons, yet the adversary effortlessly commanded it to ascend, suggesting an extraordinary power. Similarly, Hope noted that while PIM particles could alter an object's size, they did not affect its inherent weight. At the Camp Caspian in New Jersey, the journey had been remarkably tranquil, devoid of anticipated events. The vehicle descended smoothly, and as the group emerged, they were met with a perplexing sight of zombies surrounding them. Despite an overwhelming horde visible from their approach, not a single undead dared to encroach upon the radius of 1 kilometer. Bucky observed the densely packed swarm and inquired, "Friends, why aren't they crossing over?" Peter, clutching his head, expressed his discomfort. "This is unbearable." Since nearing this location, he had been engulfed by a persistent wave of nausea. "Peter, are you all right?" Hogan stepped forward to support him. "There's something repulsive here." Peter gestured towards the center of the base. General Oki, following Peter's indication, speculated, "Perhaps this is related to the antidote. That is the control center, where the equipment is stored." Carter was well acquainted with the area, recalling her previous mission when they had transferred to a plane from this very location, yet now it was transformed beyond recognition. Wu Liang advanced towards the control center, expressing his eagerness. "Everyone, I can hardly contain my anticipation." From a distance, a crimson figure approached. "Be cautious." Carter was the first to spot the newcomer, alerting the group. Her focus remained fixed on the control center, and she had noticed the red figure as it emerged. With a click, Banner lowered the visor of his marked suit, his hands glowing as he prepared for combat. The others assumed a defensive posture as well. The red figure gradually halted in midair and addressed the assembly. "Welcome, everyone. And to our new friends. Wow, Vision. You are the real Vision." "Thank heavens," Banner exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy at the sight of his familiar companion. Dispelling the combat mode of his suit and opening his arms for an embrace. That is one of the advantages of being a robot. I am not on their menu. Vision replied. Is that who I think it is? Banner joyfully pointed towards the bound Tony. Mr. Stark, Vision remarked, astonished by Tony's zombie-like appearance. Indeed. This fellow was probably too flamboyant and got infected, Banner lamented, donned in his mark suit, questioning how Tony had succumbed to the infection, as the surrounding zombies would lose interest in him once the visor was lifted. Yes, bring him in, I can treat him. Vision stepped aside, gesturing for the others to proceed. The crowd followed him towards the control center. My essence, the Mind Stone, emits a sub-frequency that the zombies find repulsive. Vision explained to the group. Banner nodded, gesturing towards the listless Peter behind him, saying, this is the reason the zombies are repelled, isn't it? It reminds me of a condition, hepatic encephalopathy. Hogan inquired with a puzzled expression, hepatic encephalopathy? Indeed, happy, Banner replied. Hepatic encephalopathy, also known as hepatic coma, is a syndrome characterized by central nervous system dysfunction due to severe liver disease, primarily manifested through consciousness disturbances and behavioral abnormalities. Oh, that sounds quite similar. Does this mean there's hope for the world? It's not that simple. From my observations, ordinary individuals infected with this virus lose all rationality, while enhanced or mutated beings, possessing superior physical attributes, retain some consciousness but succumb to rage driven by hunger. As for Peter, he is somewhat unique. Chapter 31, Closed Loop, Earth 91,126. During their conversation, the group entered the control room of the control center. Vision approached a device and stated, Dr. Banner is absolutely correct. The zombie virus can overload the brain's limbic system, thus turning ordinary individuals into mindless monsters upon infection. As for Peter, I have never encountered a case like his. He holds significant research value. It is precisely for this reason that I have discovered the sub-frequency characteristics of the Mind Stone. I am attempting to use the Mind Stone to direct energy in hopes of restoring them. General Okoye interjected, have you succeeded? Suddenly, a voice echoed, ding ding ding. Look, wait, who's speaking? Hogan glanced around, appearing somewhat frightened. Bucky searched for the source of the sound. Hope paused, recognizing the voice. Damn it, can someone help me turn around? My grand entrance has been ruined. I need to make this contraption electric. Scott, the loquacious individual exclaimed. Hope, startled, rushed towards him. Bucky, having spotted the person behind the chair first, kindly warned Hope, I think you should brace yourself. Hope disregarded Bucky's caution, eagerly spinning the chair around. Hi, Hope, Scott. Many were taken aback by the scene before them. Wow. Banner was also startled and leaned towards Hogan, inquiring, happy, whose head? Who is this person? Scott. A man who can grow and shrink. He is in a romantic relationship with Hope. I believe this relationship might be on the verge of collapse. Hope, equally shocked by the sight, was rendered speechless. Hope, I never expected to see you again. I'm sorry. Hope felt a pang of guilt as she gently touched the glass covering the head, saying, it was all my fault. I should have given up. Scott reassured her, no? It's not your fault. The virus spread rapidly. At that time, Hank was entering the quantum realm to rescue her mother, but the movable building was breached by zombies. And Hope insisted on waiting for Hank to save her mother, refusing to give up. Thus, the horde of zombies wreaked havoc on the circuitry, disrupting the quantum channel. In a selfless act to afford Hope a chance to escape, Scott chose to confront the zombies and was ultimately bitten. In fact, it was a success, Scott declared. What? Hope exclaimed in disbelief. Just as I was about to be devoured, I saw the quantum channel suddenly illuminate, and a spaceship emerged from it. But Hank had already transformed into a zombie. What? He has already become a zombie? Hope was even more astonished. Their conversation was crystal clear to everyone, including Wu Liang, who was listening intently. This universe had been identified as Earth 2149, where the original virus carrier was the Sentinel. However, based on the recent dialogue, it appeared that without the Sentinel's infection, this world was facing a zombie apocalypse. This aligned with the first version, where the virus was brought from the quantum dimension by the original Wasp. Simultaneously, Wu Liang began to piece everything together. This was not a world of merged versions, but rather the true origin of the zombie universe. The initial zombie virus was indeed brought by the Wasp from the quantum dimension, leading to a catastrophic outbreak as the number of infected superheroes grew, resulting in the gradual decline of the world. Food, in this context, referred to living beings. Life is finite, and inevitably, there would come a day when it would be consumed. As food sources dwindled, the zombie superheroes turned their attention to other universes, crafting a device to traverse dimensions. Thus, the zombies ventured into the universe of Earth 91126, where the Sentinel resided. In this second version, the virus collected by Magneto somehow came into contact with the zombies, leading to its spread and ultimately the downfall of Earth 91126. The benevolent zombie Peter also followed them into Earth 91126, where he utilized the technology of Tony Stark to eradicate the zombie virus, leaving only the zombie Sentinel behind. In a bid to prevent the zombie virus from spreading to other universes, the Watcher sent the Sentinel back to the time of the initial infection in Earth 2149, creating a closed-loop cycle between the two universes. With clarity at last, Wu Liang felt a surge of enlightenment. Vision paused momentarily, stating, "The key point is that I cured him. Does that mean you can heal others?" The despondent Peter interjected, filled with hope for a return to his human form. "In theory, yes, but we need to connect to the satellite network and broadcast the Mind Stone's frequency worldwide," Banner interrupted, his mind racing with the possibilities of healing the entire world. "Once again, in theory, yes, but with current human technology, it's unfeasible." General Okoye stepped forward, asserting, "It can be accomplished in Wakanda, and thanks to the force field shield, Wakanda is humanity's final sanctuary." Vision appeared somewhat hesitant. Could we perhaps treat Tony first?" Hogan implored, pointing towards the zombified Tony. Vision hesitated when Hogan inquired, his silence evident. Hogan, perceiving Vision's uncertainty, asked perplexedly, "Vision, what is it that you hesitate about? He is indeed your creator." After observing the exchange for a while, Wu Liang could no longer contain himself and interjected, "He hesitates because, after healing Tony, he must decide how to present you both to Scarlet Witch." Vision shared a profound bond with Tony, which rendered him conflicted at this moment. "What?" The crowd gasped in disbelief at Wu Liang's words. "No, Vision, that cannot be true." Banner turned to Vision, hoping for a different response. "You are strong. He is stronger. How do you know this?" Vision pointed at Wu Liang and Wu Xingyue, stating that he sensed the presence of these two extraordinary individuals long before anyone arrived at the base. "Ha, as a traveler, one naturally possesses more knowledge," Wu Liang replied, feigning mystery. "What on earth is happening?" Banner asked again. Wu Liang smiled and explained, "The Mind Stone is indeed as he described. However, Scarlet Witch is far too powerful for him to heal her, hence he has chosen to nurture her." "Yes, you are correct," Vision acknowledged with a nod. After closing his eyes to contemplate, he added, "It is too late. She is coming." Chapter 32. Who played the music? The group followed Vision's gaze and saw a metallic door, a red glow gradually intensifying. "You have awakened her. She hasn't eaten for several days," Vision emphasized. Boom, bang. The metallic door suddenly expanded and was blasted away. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie red light, resembling a hellish battleground. Who played the music? Scott, now headless, interjected. For some unknown reason, an uncanny rhythm echoed in everyone's hearts, each beat resonating like a hammer striking forcefully. "We must leave," Banner, aware of the source of the red light, understood her formidable nature. The group, on high alert, began to move toward the exit. "Do you not wish to save your comrades?" Vision did not impede them. Upon seeing Banner and Tony, his resolve began to waver. "Vision, what are you saying?" The others halted, weapons directed at Vision, questioning him. Chala, General Okoye, upon hearing Vision mention the name, immediately stepped forward from the crowd, her spear aimed at Vision, demanding, "What have you done to our king?" Vision remained unfazed by their reactions and replied slowly, "He is well, but that may soon change." "King." General Okoye gazed toward the passage engulfed in red light, her faith in Vision's deceit unwavering. Gritting her teeth, she grasped her spear, determined to rescue her king, as that was her purpose. "Don't go." Banner attempted to dissuade her, but it was too late. General Okoye had already entered the passage. Banner glared at Vision with fury, stating, "You have lured innocent people into a trap, leading them to their demise. I understand your anger. I assure you, my actions, though distasteful, are grounded in logic." "I wish to speak on behalf of Vision. It seems there is little to articulate." Scott interjected, fumbling for words but ultimately saying nothing. Banner pointed at Scott's head and remarked, "You have treated this head, yet failed to heal her? She is far too powerful, resisting my attempts at healing. The only thing I can manage is to control her insatiable hunger. Then why not feed her?" "Well, I must speak on his behalf." For at that moment, a surge of formidable energy began to influence the surrounding frequencies, and the lethargic Peter momentarily regained some vitality. The others turned to Peter, who spoke. "Ever since I transformed into a zombie, hunger has been my constant companion. Due to my uniqueness, I can withstand its effects. Yet I still require sustenance to maintain my strength. In this process, I have consumed human flesh." Peter spread his hands, adopting an innocent demeanor. Banner had little reaction, as his astute mind had already entertained this possibility, while the others were taken aback. At that moment, Wu Liang stepped forward and addressed Vision. "Have you made up your mind? Which side will you choose?" Wu Liang's inquiry struck at the very dilemma that Vision had been grappling with. When Vision did not respond immediately, Wu Liang chuckled, "If you remain silent, allow me to assist in your decision." With a clenched fist, a powerful electromagnetic force erupted from Wu Liang, bearing down on Vision. Vision sensed the unleashed power, a formidable force that restrained him. However, his essence primarily stemmed from the Mind Stone. As he spoke, Vision's form gradually began to dissipate, escaping the grip of the electromagnetic force. I did not intend to defeat you solely with this. In the narrative he was aware of, Vision ultimately sided with humanity. Yet, Wu Liang was growing impatient, sensing an intense threat approaching. Whoosh boom. From the passage, two figures shot forth, crashing heavily against a nearby metallic wall. Okoye. Hope hurled the canister in her hand towards the direction of the impact, preparing for confrontation. We must be ready, Banner shouted, as everyone brandished their weapons. You have provoked her, Vision stated calmly. Wu Liang paid no heed to the commotion that had just unfolded in the passage. Surrender the Mind Stone, and I shall spare her. This time, Wu Liang refrained from mentioning Scarlet Witch, for her appearance reminded him of Wanda from Universe 1. He recognized his sister. As for how he knew, it was due to the myriad of genetic abilities collected from countless insectoid species, one of which allowed him to discern everything around him through sound, including physical appearances. In past universes, he dreaded encountering familiar faces, fearing that his heart would soften. Thus, he opted to manipulate events from the shadows, avoiding contact with superheroes. However, this universe was different, compelling him to confront these realities. Hunger. A crimson figure burst forth from the passage, revealing zombie Wanda, her hair billowing as her red leather attire crackled in the wind. A powerful aura emanated from her. Bang. Bang. Lucky seized the moment, firing two shots that struck zombie Wanda squarely. With a resonant clang, Wanda waved her hand, sending bullets ricocheting off the surrounding metallic walls. Peter unleashed two bloodied tendrils, attempting to ensnare Wanda, but no matter how fiercely he exerted himself, he felt incapable of subduing her. Thus, he called out urgently to Wu Liang. Wu Liang, quickly, I require your assistance. The others responded as well. Hop, having confirmed that Okoye and Chala were unharmed, joined the fray against Wanda. He swiftly diminished in size and aimed a punch at her. Bang, bang. Suddenly, the zombie Wanda erupted with a crimson surge of energy, releasing a tremendous pulse that sent the tendrils binding her and the impending strikes flying away. Wanda's power stemmed from chaos magic, which is renowned for its ability to alter reality. Once a bullet leaves the chamber, if she employs her chaos magic to perceive the bullet as motionless, it remains so. Or if she believes it should strike the wall, then that is precisely where it will land. This illustrates the extent of her formidable abilities. Gritting his teeth, Wu Liang found himself unable to strike a fatal blow and instead commanded Wu Xingyue, capture her. Responding to the master's directive, the previously silent Wu Xingyue finally took action. His eyes widened as an overwhelming psychic pressure descended upon Wanda. The zombie Wanda sensed an energy force even more potent than her own and instinctively counterattacked, unleashing red energy that surged forth to collide with the psychic force. Wu Xingyue adhered strictly to the master's command, his expression impassive as he advanced step by step towards Wanda. The clash of colorless and blood-red energies shattered everything in their vicinity. Calmly, Wu Xingyue approached the point where the energies collided, extending his hands to touch the red energy. He had numerous methods to deal with Wanda at this moment. Chapter 33. The limitations of chaos magic. This was not his first encounter with her. He naturally understood how to confront her. The first step was to divert her attention, followed by a decisive strike. The casting of chaos magic demands the full concentration of the practitioner, which is one of her vulnerabilities. When she has yet to reach her full potential, sheer numbers become the optimal strategy against her. For instance, during the events of Avengers 45. In her fury to obliterate Thanos, she was ultimately caught off guard by missiles raining down from above, failing to defeat him. Her entire focus was directed at Thanos, leaving her oblivious to the missiles approaching from the sky. However, the Master's command was to capture her. Thus, he had no choice but to utilize his unit's ability to absorb energy, capable of drawing in external energy and storing it within himself. This ability was a mutation born from a blend of various powers, including genetic abilities, anabiosis, and cursed resurrection imperfect. Anabiosis enters a state of lifeless consumption, rapidly reviving upon contact with energy. Tardigrade genetic ability, cursed resurrection imperfect. Upon death, transforms into skeletal remains, capable of reviving once energy is sufficient, yet enduring unparalleled agony. Longevity dragon bone genetic ability. These two abilities harmonize exceptionally well, thus facilitating the reason the olive bug can absorb energy. The mysteries of genetics are unfathomable. Even the Zerg have merely grazed the surface of their exploration. The true reasons behind these extraordinary occurrences remain elusive, and who can elucidate them? Wu Xingyue, as an advanced lord of the olive insect and the sole mutated entity among them, possesses formidable abilities, effortlessly absorbing energy. His palm, upon contact with the crimson energy's edge, ignites like a hand plunged into boiling oil, causing the sanguine energy to surge violently. intent on obliterating anything that dares to touch it. A wisp of flesh-colored dust gradually detached from Wu Xingyue's palm, starkly contrasting with the shattered earth and metallic walls surrounding him, showcasing the immense strength of his physique. Resistance, capable of enduring extreme temperatures, desiccation, hypoxia, and cosmic radiation. This is yet another genetic trait of the olive insect, rendering it a core asset for the Zerg as a bulwark. Before Wu Xingyue's skin could fully shed, a vortex began to form. The ravenous Wanda, a zombie, sensed her strength dwindling rapidly and instinctively attempted to retract her chaotic energy. However, Wu Xingyue would not afford her such an opportunity. His psychic energy erupted once more, completely obstructing Wanda's escape. Crack! Wanda shrieked hoarsely, initiating her chaotic energy's distortion ability. The psychic energy was involuntarily torn asunder at its center, as if it were the will of destiny, an immutable force. The fissure widened, yet Wu Xingyue remained unfazed. He nonchalantly increased the infusion of psychic energy. This was the energy he had converted from absorbing chaotic abilities. Under the continuous influx of psychic energy, the torn aperture began to gradually mend. Although chaotic magic can alter reality, its efficacy is contingent upon the nature of the alterations it seeks to effect. Recall the scene in Avengers: Endgame, where an enraged Wanda aimed to rend Thanos asunder. Even a weapon capable of damaging Captain America's shield could not withstand her modifications, yet Thanos managed to endure, albeit with the intervention of missiles later on. This highlights the limitations of chaotic magic. The more formidable the individual, the more challenging it is to modify them. Were it otherwise, Wanda's desire to tear Thanos apart should have resulted in his immediate obliteration upon the activation of her chaotic magic, rather than a protracted struggle. And no, Wanda still retained a flicker of awareness. Her furious roars a testament to her rage. The chaotic energy continued to be siphoned by Wu Xingyue, rendering victory merely a matter of time. No, stop. Vision, in a state of urgency, sought to intervene and rescue Wanda. Yet, Wu Xingyue obstructed his path without hesitation. Vision attempted to phase through Wu Xingyue to escape, but the latter would not grant him such an opportunity. With a crackle, a dense storm of lightning materialized around them, striking directly at the phasing Vision. Upon contact with the lightning, Vision's form flickered, disrupting his ability to act. The ethereal state is a transformation between substances, and the lightning chaotic disrupted this process, naturally interrupting Vision's capabilities. Vision truly lives up to his name. In a state of chaos, he twisted his head to face Wu Liang, and then a brilliant yellow light surged forth. A powerful beam of yellow energy shot directly towards Wu Liang. Unfazed by the energy attack, Wu Liang instinctively knew that the best defense against such an assault was to reflect it. He crossed his arms in front of him, and gradually, they crystallized. As the beam approached, he maneuvered his hand, redirecting the energy back at Vision using the crystalline edges. With a resounding crash, Vision was sent hurtling backward, a burn mark appearing on his chest. Amidst the flurry of battle, Vision finally comprehended the nature of the being he was up against. He gazed at the weakened Wanda in the distance, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. Mr. Wu Liang, I shall give you the Mind Stone, hoping you can heal her. The reason Vision hesitated to heal Wanda was due to her overwhelming strength, which resisted any attempts at restoration. However, the fact that someone could subdue her implied that it was indeed possible to forcefully heal her. I will, Wu Liang assured with a nod. With Wu Liang's promise, Vision smiled in relief and reached for the Mind Stone on his forehead, intending to forcibly remove it. No, Vision, you can come with us, Banner interjected. Realizing the situation had stabilized, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he noticed Vision preparing to extract his core, an essential source of energy for him, the loss of which would mean death. Banner, I must atone for my actions, Vision replied, shaking his head. A cry of anguish erupted from the undead Wanda as she collapsed to the ground, her chaotic energy completely spent, unable to maintain her levitation. Alas, I truly cannot bring myself to be ruthless. Wu Liang felt a sense of helplessness. He had intended to wait for Vision to obtain the Mind Stone before heading to Wakanda to await the arrival of the zombie Thanos, then seize the Infinity Stones. However, Wanda's desperate shout made him hesitate. Vision, I will save her. There will be ample opportunities for atonement later. Let us leave together. Wakanda possessed the technology to extract the stone without harming Vision, and his demise would not hinder Wu Liang's plans. For Wanda's sake, particularly the Wanda from Universe 1, he resolved to spare him. Wu Xingyue, carrying the powerless undead Wanda, approached Wu Liang and reported, Master, the mission is complete. 10 kilometers, 9 kilometers. Wu Liang sensed danger drawing near. Time was running short, and now was not the moment to engage the enemy. This place is no longer safe, he announced to the group before ascending into the air. The control center had been reduced to ruins due to the recent battle. Wu Liang soared above the debris and gestured towards a distant warehouse. With a surge of electromagnetic force, the entire warehouse was lifted, revealing a Quinjet floating toward him. Chapter 34. The great battle approaches with a swift motion. The Quinjet vanished into the sky, leaving behind a white streak. Moments later, several figures appeared at the location. Damn it, we've arrived too late. One distorted figure exclaimed in fury. Earth was on the brink of collapse, and their only option was to head to Wakanda, humanity's final bastion. They simply needed to gather the undead army and capture them. A rather large-headed zombie calmly engaged in analysis. Has there been any word from Xingyue? Inquired a zombie adorned with a metal helmet, tilting its head. Communication has been severed. Xingyue's last known position was 5,000 kilometers beyond Earth. Indeed, what a fool. Despite possessing formidable strength, he is merely a pitiable creature under the virus's control, retorted the helmeted zombie with blunt candor. Those two outsiders are exceptionally powerful, without Xingyue's assistance. We will find it exceedingly difficult to contend with them. The large-headed zombie expressed with concern, then turned to the zombies behind him and asked, what about Qin? Have you located her? No. After being infected, Qin vanished from Earth entirely. We are unaware of her whereabouts, came the reply. The bald zombie nodded, its elongated fingers darkened with pigmentation, resembling the talons of a witch. Hungry, the helmeted zombie growled, its pallid visage marred by dark veins, and its eyes blazed a blood-red hue. It was visibly agitated, teetering on the brink of eruption. We must find sustenance. My hunger is inciting my ire. Agreed. The large-headed zombie nodded in affirmation, then closed its eyes tightly, rhythmically tapping its slender fingers. Instantly, the throng of zombies below fell silent, then began to march uniformly in one direction. Inside the aircraft, Scott, reduced to merely a head, could not move. However, his red cloak adeptly floated to the glass enclosure, draping over it as if adorned. The aircraft was undeniably impressive. Unable to contain his excitement, he surveyed his surroundings with enthusiasm. Seated in the center was Wu Liang, while the others rested in their seats. Having endured a day fraught with events and uncertain of what else lay ahead, thus, they took the opportunity to recuperate. The aircraft was ill-suited for treating Tony, Peter, and Wanda, so they remained under the vigilant watch of Wu and the illusionist. As time elapsed, in the vast plains of Wakanda, the number of zombies encountered dwindled. For this region was sparsely populated, unlike the bustling cities. Whoosh, the Quinjet sliced through the prairie, the immense wind pressure bending the grass aside. Outsiders, declare your identity, a message suddenly flashed on the display. The pilot, a black man clad in a black uniform, expertly maneuvered the aircraft and, anticipating the message, tapped a few buttons before replying. I am Chala. Activate the force field shield. Upon receiving the message, the opposing side, without verifying its authenticity, activated the shield, which rippled like water, creating an entrance wide enough for the aircraft to pass through. Whoosh, the vessel entered Wakanda. Distinctively cultural architecture adorned the residential area, with a colossal statue of a leopard positioned centrally. The Quinjet descended vertically, and the occupants disembarked in succession. The technological advancements here far surpassed those of the outside world. Banner was captivated by his surroundings, reminiscent of the technologies of Sakaar and Asgard. Brother. In the distance, several figures approached. The foremost being a young black woman adorned in attire reminiscent of Wakandan culture, her tall stature and youthful exuberance evident. Surue, renowned for her brilliance akin to Tony Stark, was the chief scientist of Wakanda, responsible for half of its advanced technological marvels. The Black Panther, Chala, had returned to his home ground, shedding the disheveled appearance he bore at the base, now embodying a demeanor of regality and authority. The soldiers of Wakanda erupted in a chorus of cheers, their weapons striking the ground with great force. Wu Liang trailed behind the crowd, his disdain for the ritual palpable. He perceived the advanced technology as primitive in the hands of these warriors, who favored spears and curved blades over the formidable energy weapons at their disposal. Pathetic. It doesn't even compare to the roars of my Zerg, he muttered, his jealousy flaring as he observed Surue's prominence. Surue, is everything well here? The Black Panther inquired, his posture straight and regal, embodying the essence of a leader. Upon seeing her long-lost brother, Surue felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, nearly rushing to embrace him, yet she quickly composed herself, adhering to the decorum of her station. Your Majesty, during your absence, this place has become Earth's final bastion, and we have been tirelessly receiving survivors from the outside. Indeed, the Black Panther affirmed, gesturing toward the assembled individuals. They are my saviors. Surue nodded in acknowledgement, but her gaze shifted anxiously toward the aircraft, where two zombies lurked within. Banner noticed her distress and approached, saying, This lovely princess, allow me to introduce Tony and Wanda. We have discovered a method to combat the zombie virus, and now we require Wakanda's assistance. He briefly elaborated on the nature of the zombie virus and the Mind Stone's connection to Vision. Surue refrained from responding immediately, instead seeking her brother's confirmation. The Black Panther nodded, asserting, This is all true. Wakanda is Earth's last hope. I require the full support of the Royal Science Academy. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Su Rui took the lead to guide them. With Wu Liang's consent, Wu Xingyue urged Tony and Wanda to follow closely behind Su Rui, while Vision, a pivotal element of their endeavor, accompanied them as well. The surrounding guards followed in tow. Once the guards had departed, the Black Panther's posture relaxed, and he apologetically remarked, "Being of royal blood entails many regulations." Wu Liang paid no heed to the Black Panther's words, instead making his way to the edge of the leopard-shaped statue. Gazing into the distance, the Black Panther approached him and gently inquired, "Mr. Wu Liang, rest assured, this place is quite secure." Wakanda revered strength, and the election of its king was steeped in primal tradition. Wu Liang's formidable prowess was indelibly etched in Chalia's mind, prompting his respectful demeanor. With Wakanda boasting the most advanced technology on Earth, the Black Panther spoke with unwavering confidence. Yet, Wu Liang remained unperturbed, channeling his formidable mental energy to envelop the planet above. Wu Liang's spirit is contingent upon the number of insectoids. Each creature represents a fragment of his power. Prepare yourself, for a great battle is imminent. Wu Liang placed his hand upon Black Panther's shoulder and spoke again. "Take me to the vibranium mine." Chapter 35, The Parasitic Vibranium Mine. Pardon? I did not quite catch that, Mr. Wu Liang, Black Panther uttered, incredulous at what he had just heard. Vibranium is the very essence of Wakanda, a resource that is fiercely protected, with little known about its existence beyond its borders. Wu Liang was well aware of Black Panther's apprehensions and gently reiterated, "The vibranium mine in this land. Wakanda, the most technologically advanced nation on Earth, owes its progress primarily to this vibranium mine, a colossal mass formed from a celestial meteorite. Vibranium, one of the universe's most potent metals. It is a rare element with various forms, renowned for its peculiar properties. Unlike all elements with a high atomic mass, it does not exhibit radioactivity. The electrons of vibranium remain static, implying that its molecules exist perpetually at absolute zero. This lack of molecular movement means that vibranium is physically incapable of transmitting force and can withstand infinite amounts of it. Moreover, vibranium has the ability to absorb surrounding sound waves and other vibrations, enhancing its durability through kinetic energy." As Black Panther's expression darkened, he instinctively recoiled. Wu Liang, understanding the turmoil in Black Panther's mind, recalled the arduous journey he undertook to procure vibranium from the 10 Directions universe. "I harbor no malice towards Wakanda. My certainty regarding the impending battle is not absolute. For the sake of humanity's victory, this will serve as my trump card." Upon hearing this, Black Panther regained his composure. If Wu Liang were to seize the vibranium, he would have no choice but to resist with all his might. However, when weighed against the entirety of humanity, he recognized the gravity of the situation. "Mr. Wu Liang, the vibranium mine is the energy core of our force field shield. Should the mine be lost, our defenses will vanish, leaving us vulnerable." Black Panther pondered the global zombie virus outbreak. The sheer numbers of the undead were staggering. The force field shield was their most effective barrier against the mindless hordes. Yet, if that shield were to falter, Wakanda would be inundated by an unending tide of zombies. "I assure you, I will not resort to using it unless absolutely necessary," Wu Liang replied, dismissing the looming threat of the endless undead. He merely awaited the arrival of his insectoid team, for to him, the zombie horde was but an appetizer. His true concern lay with those who posed a tangible danger to him. An overwhelming quantity can sometimes compensate for a disparity in strength, but this is contingent upon the quality of that quantity. For instance, 1 million units of one cannot contend with 10 million, resulting in inevitable defeat. However, 1 million units of 100,000 against 10 million would yield a vastly different outcome. Thus, Wu Liang was compelled to contemplate how to augment his combat capabilities. And the vibranium mine beneath him represented a promising source of power. Indeed, the source of power is, quite literally, at stake. The Black Panther found himself in a state of hesitation. Wakanda is an exceedingly insular nation, adhering to a doctrine of isolationism. Consequently, should they lose their vibranium mines, they would forfeit everything. If this impending war were to end in failure, would it be worthwhile to retain the vibranium mines for mere aesthetics? Foreigners cannot fathom the intricate philosophical quandary of a life lost while riches remain unspent, a sentiment that eludes the Black Panther as well. Nevertheless, he arrived at a resolution. His ancestors would undoubtedly condemn him. Without further ado, the Black Panther led Wu Liang directly toward the mine. Along the way, the Wakandan guard greeted their king respectfully. Descending 100 meters underground, they reached the mine. Given its status as a clandestine location, others had dispersed to prepare for the forthcoming battle, leaving only the Black Panther and Wu Liang at this site. The space was vast and delved deeply into the heart of the vibranium, indicative of Wakanda's extensive history of mining. To maintain secrecy, the extraction was conducted by specialized machinery, with vibranium being the optimal tool for its own extraction. Machines resembling articulated arms tirelessly drilled into the surrounding ore. On the circular tracks nearby, numerous vehicles transported the mined vibranium to storage facilities. Yet, in comparison to the colossal vibranium deposit before them, these operations seemed trivial. Wu Liang, undeterred by the Black Panther's presence, suddenly convulsed, undergoing a bizarre transformation. His mouth split open like that of an octopus, revealing a long tongue that expelled a pool of black substance. Gradually, Wu Liang's body returned to its previous state, the gash contracting but accompanied by a copious amount of mucus, rendering the scene particularly grotesque. Wiping the remnants of the viscous fluid from his mouth, he remarked, "Attempting to produce parasites for the first time is quite an adjustment, and this process is rather ghastly. I should really carry a queen bug with me." At present, Wu Liang was merely the master of the shell, not the essence itself, thus the dominion over the space was not shared. Consequently, many tasks required his own initiative. Fortunately, the mastery of the shell proved to be of considerable value akin to that of a high-tier insectoid, encompassing a myriad of genetic abilities and capabilities characteristic of the insect race, with parasite production being one of them. The Black Panther was so taken aback by this spectacle that he stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. What he witnessed was far more terrifying than any zombie. "Are you implying that you are not of this earth?" Wu Liang smirked sidelong. At this, the Black Panther found himself at a crossroads, unsure whether to concur or object. "I never claimed to belong to this universe. As a traveler, it is only natural to be peculiar. Normalcy, my foot. Is a gaping maw normal?" Wu Liang had shifted into a mode of manipulation. After calming the Black Panther, he redirected his focus to the black substance. This material took the form of an irregular object, and as time passed, a portion of it dissipated, revealing a circular entity within. This was the initial stage of the parasite. The cocoon. The moment the cocoon became visible, it split open into 8 petals from the apex, resembling the bloom of a flower. A small white maggot emerged, peering curiously at its surroundings. The white maggots, though newly born, exhibited astonishing speed as they darted straight towards the Black Panther, oblivious to this impending threat. The panther remained unaware of the parasite's remarkable velocity. Although the parasites moved swiftly, to Wu Liang, they posed little concern. He immediately focused his mind to thwart the parasite's attempt to infest the panther and commanded it to target the vibranium mine instead. The sequence of parasitism for these creatures involves living beings followed by inanimate objects. The parasites, akin to the skills of the insect race, consume energy to spawn, capable of infesting life forms, structures, and machinery. Wu Liang's decision to not infest the panther was not born out of benevolence, but rather disdain. The panther was merely a top-tier terrestrial entity. Even with advanced weaponry, it only ranked as a low-tier cosmic force, slightly superior to his jump worms, of which he possessed trillions. The white maggot cast a regretful glance at the panther before darting towards the core of the vibranium mine, seamlessly merging within, awaiting its master's summons. Chapter 36. A Solution to the Zombie Virus? Wakanda Royal Research Institute. Vision, can you treat the two of them? Banner inquired, gesturing towards the restrained Tony and Wanda. If Tony regains consciousness, it would greatly aid our cause. After a moment of silence, Vision responded, "This will require time." At that instant, a member of the guard approached swiftly, whispering a few words to Su Rue. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Rue turned to Banner and Vision, stating, "Gentlemen, zombies from various states are converging on Wakanda. Our time is limited." Vision nodded in agreement and began to levitate, attempting to connect to Wakanda's satellite network. Suddenly, his body jolted, and he fell from the air, incredulously exclaiming, "How is this possible? I cannot connect to Wakanda's satellite network?" Vision, primarily a synthesis of JARVISS artificial intelligence, had no secrets within the realm of information. Even breaching global networks was a matter of moments for him. Yet now, he faced an unprecedented failure. Su Rue, who had long been researching artificial intelligence and had many subjects still to explore, discreetly analyzed Vision upon their encounter. Aware that humanity was at a critical juncture, she could no longer withhold information and apologized, saying, "Mr. Vision, I conducted an analysis and discovered that your inability to connect to the Wakandan satellite network is due to the magnetic field generated by the vibranium mine." Upon hearing Su Rue's explanation, Vision closed his eyes to sense the fluctuations of the surrounding magnetic field and remarked, "Beneath us lies a rich vein of vibranium. Its magnetic field disrupts my signal transmission. The energy of the Mind Stone, being gamma radiation, is in direct opposition to the vibranium's magnetic field." As an expert in gamma radiation, Banner understood this repulsion well. Such a phenomenon had yet to be resolved globally. With the Earth facing apocalyptic peril and Thanos lurking in the cosmos, threatening half the universe's existence, despair enveloped Banner. "Su Rue, grappling with the complexity of the situation, suddenly had an epiphany. Why must we necessarily connect to the satellite? Banner believed that Su Rue had yet to grasp the underlying principles, and thus explained. The subfrequency of the Mind Stone counteracts the effects of the zombie virus. However, we lack the means to disseminate this subfrequency. This is precisely why we require satellites to emit its subfrequency radiation across the globe. Disseminating the subfrequency is not solely the domain of satellites. Banner exclaimed in astonishment. Are you suggesting? Su Rue smiled faintly and approached a four-corner platform, manipulating the beads in his hand. The silvery sand atop the platform appeared to pulsate with vitality, transforming into a three-dimensional image as the vibrations below intensified. Su Rue pointed at the shimmering image of vibranium, saying, "This is the Wakanda region, with a vast vibranium mine beneath it, the very heart of the city. The Mind Stone and this vibranium mine repel each other, yet both harbor immense energy. If we can harness this power, we can trigger a spectacular explosion." Su Rue's audacious idea essentially involved stimulating the Mind Stone and the vibranium mine. Their repulsion, in essence, could be viewed as a form of entangled energy. True to his expertise in gamma radiation, Banner was jolted awake by Su Rue's words, but rather than elation. Concern clouded his expression. But this wouldn't be sufficient to radiate across the entire Earth, would it? Dr. Banner, you are overlooking the unique properties of vibranium. It absorbs sound. Absorbs sound? How then can the subfrequency be transmitted? The subfrequency is indeed a form of sound propagation. If vibranium possesses sound-absorbing characteristics, then the subfrequency would not be transmitted. Su Rue refrained from elaborating further, instead teasingly walking over to the display case housing the Black Panther suit. He picked up a nearby handgun and fired a burst. The bullet struck, yet the suit remained unscathed, save for a scattering of purple streaks that appeared around it. Pushing it aside, Su Rue turned to Banner and said, "You may feel the material." Though Banner was puzzled by Su Rue's antics, he complied and stepped forward to touch it. Suddenly, an energy burst forth from the Black Panther suit, radiating outward and expanding 2 meters in all directions. Fortunately, thanks to Tony S. Mark's suit, Banner was unharmed. Yet he stood in stunned silence, for his suit's AI, Friday, had spoken. "Sir, the suit has sustained 21 damage. This level of damage could only be inflicted by a grenade exploding nearby." Su Rue grinned mischievously and approached playfully. "This suit is crafted from vibranium, and just now, I utilized its sound-absorbing and kinetic energy properties. Vibranium's absorption has its limits. Once it reaches that threshold, it will release everything it absorbed in an explosive manner, amplifying its power significantly." Upon hearing Su Rue's explanation, Banner's understanding blossomed, and he exclaimed in delight. "You intend to stimulate the gamma rays within the Mind Stone to activate the vibranium veins, and after the vibranium absorbs sufficient gamma radiation, it will erupt with tremendous force?" "Precisely," Su Rue affirmed, manipulating the vibranium imagery into a keyboard and calculating, "given the current vibranium reserves, we must conduct thorough research to unleash an energy wave that envelopes the globe." "Gentlemen, it seems you have overlooked my presence," the Vision interjected politely, interrupting their discussion. His brain resembles a sophisticated computer, meticulously calculating during their deliberations. The results indicated a high probability of success. However, he would be utterly obliterated by the ensuing surge of energy. It was only then that they recalled the significance of the pivotal figure, Vision. Banner approached Vision and scrutinized the Mind Stone with great care. Vision, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the gaze, remarked, "The Mind Stone is crucial for humanity." As he spoke, he contemplated extracting the Mind Stone to save humankind. "No," Banner exclaimed, startled, quickly interjecting, "you have other options. Your intellect is comprised of a complex network, including J, A, R, V, I, S, Ultron, Tony, myself, and the Infinity Stones. All these elements synergize within you. Are you suggesting I am more than just the Mind Stone?" Vision inquired. "I am suggesting that if we were to remove the Mind Stone, a substantial part of Vision would still remain, perhaps even the most essential aspects." "Can you accomplish this?" "I cannot. Perhaps only Tony could." Banner shook his head, indicating his inability. Su Rue rolled her eyes and interjected, "It seems you have forgotten about me." Chapter 37. 3 days later. "Come now, it's time to prepare for the surgery. Vision, lie down here," Su Rue instructed, pointing to a multifunctional platform. This platform was not merely a projector, but also capable of comprehensive diagnostic examinations. Compared to directly extracting the Mind Stone, this outcome was far more favorable. Vision promptly floated to the platform and lay down. Su Rue shot an irritated glance at Banner, displeased with his dismissive attitude, and unceremoniously shooed him aside. She then began a more detailed examination of Vision from head to toe. "The Infinity Stone is a polyhedral crystalline structure? Indeed. We must perform non-sequential reconnections on each neuron. Then why not integrate the neuronal fusion and reprogram them to work in harmony? Su Rue pointedly suggested, as if retaliating against Banner's earlier condescension. Banner found himself at a loss for words, awkwardly responding, because we didn't think of that. I trust you've done your utmost, Su Rue replied, her expression indicating skepticism about their efforts. As a genius with a PhD, Banner felt a tinge of embarrassment at being challenged by someone younger. I was merely a nominal participant, he retorted. Ignoring Banner, Su Rue continued. There are over 20 trillion neurons here. Even a slight deviation could result in a cascade of circuit failures. I need time, so please do not disturb me. Banner nodded in agreement, refraining from further conversation as he quietly made his way towards the exit, calling out to the statue-like Wu Xingyue as he approached the door. On Titan, the landscape was in disarray, strewn with debris of various sizes, the ground riddled with craters, unmistakably bearing the scars of a fierce battle. In a deep pit, the purple giant was half submerged, the infinity gauntlet radiating an intense glow. Who are you, and why are you so powerful? I am so hungry. I am truly famished. Clad in a tattered yellow battlesuit, the figure appeared grotesque, one hand clutching a verdant gemstone while the other gnawed at a violet arm. This was none other than a zombie sentinel, controlled by an alternate persona. The unfortunate purple giant, known far and wide as Thanos, found himself in this dire predicament. The green gem in the sentinel's grasp had been seized from Doctor Strange on Earth, inexplicably embedded within its arm. It was aimlessly devouring the entirety of the universe. And upon landing on a desolate planet, this violet behemoth confronted him. The frenzied void only knew the primal instincts of consumption and slaughter, naturally. It would not refuse such a sumptuous feast, though the ensuing battle was fierce. The intensity of the conflict further ignited the beastly nature of the void. Whoosh, bang bang bang. The void surged towards the purple titan Thanos, its speed generating a sonic boom as its form sliced through the air. Thanos, one of the universe's sovereigns, had encountered countless battles, yet few rivaled the current ferocity. Unyielding in the face of this monstrous assault, he unleashed the radiant power of his gauntlet, retaliating with great force. Boom! An explosion of energy erupted, sending debris flying and the tremendous shockwave enveloping half the planet. 3 days later, on Earth, in Wakanda, everyone was meticulously preparing. In the depths of the vibranium mine, a hushed silence reigned. Hush! This is a restricted area of Wakanda. No one but royal personnel is permitted entry. Su Rue gestured for silence and cautiously led the way deeper into the mine. I believe it would be prudent to discuss this plan with Mr. Wu Liang and the others, pondered Vision, suspended in midair, his arms crossed in contemplation. The mind stone atop his head had been removed, and with it, most of his powers, including intangibility. At the rear of the group, Banner, donned in his marked suit, projected a virtual image composed of light upon his chest. Wakanda is situated above the vibranium mine. If we place the mind stone in a specific location, we can effectively shield Wakanda from significant damage. The energy explosion will naturally cause destruction to the structures above. Fortunately, the vibranium mine extends far beyond the confines of Wakanda. Thus, the explosion will emanate from the mine's edge after absorbing sufficient energy. Do you not trust Dr. Banner? Do you not trust me? Banner interjected, a hint of embarrassment in his shrug, feeling unjustly targeted for past misjudgments. I was merely underestimating you last time. Is that worthy of such resentment? Yet, I still feel it is essential to communicate with them for better coordination in future battles. Su Rue waved his hand dismissively. Nonsense. I wish to surprise them. His brother, Black Panther, continuously emphasized the peril of this venture, commanding the guard to ensure she did not appear on the battlefield. However, she remained undeterred. As the princess of Wakanda, she bore the responsibility to protect her people, and thus, she conspired in secrecy with the two others to implement a new solution. Deep within the vibranium mine's core area, their plans began to take shape. Su Rue held a positioning device and said, "This is the spot, Dr. Banner. Let us assemble the device." Subsequently, Su Rue and Banner began to put together the apparatus. This device, a product of Su Rue's ingenuity following the extraction of the Mind Stone, was a marvel of technology, primarily designed to regulate the energy transmission of the Mind Stone. In simpler terms, it functioned as a control valve for a water pipe. Turning it wider allowed for a greater flow, while narrowing it reduced the flow. As the two worked on the device, not far from them, the backside of a cliff revealed a distortion of vibranium. The once solid vibranium was transforming, almost as if animated, gradually morphing into structures resembling veins of vibranium. Outside the force field shield, a multitude of zombies had congregated, with countless more approaching from a distance. The sound of the force field shield disintegrating and incinerating zombies echoed, while some individuals within the shield attempted to lure the zombies away, aiming to diminish the growing horde. The number of zombies is increasing, one person observed, anxiety creeping into their voice. What difference does it make? They are still obstructed by our force field shield, another retorted. At the Wakandan Black Panther platform, a report came in. Your Highness, satellite detection has identified no fewer than 10 armies of zombies converging from various directions, totaling at least 100 million. According to trajectory experts, their movements are organized and strategic. The Black Panther nodded upon hearing the report. It appears that the conscious zombies have united. Issue the command to eliminate as many zombies as possible to reduce their numbers before the impending battle. Understood. General Okoye affirmed before departing to carry out the king's orders. The Black Panther cast a gloomy glance at the overcast sky, but upon turning back, he noticed Wu Liang, who appeared utterly unfazed by the dire situation. Puzzled, he inquired, Mr. Wu Liang, given the urgency of the circumstances, why do you seem so unconcerned? Do you possess a solution? No. Wu Liang, shaking his head and shrugging his shoulders, replied, perhaps I've grown weary of such grand conflicts. It's a matter of aesthetic fatigue. Chapter 38. High-temperature sack. Ignoring the somber Black Panther, Wu Liang resumed gauging the distance to the approaching swarm. Beyond Earth, countless kilometers away, a legion of immense dark figures surged rapidly towards a specific destination. Duanya, you really are not the sharpest tool in the shed. Still in denial? I told you to bring a tunneling worm on this journey through the universe. Look at the predicament we are in now, the lead slender dog remarked. Traveling at such high speeds through space was exceedingly taxing, even for one with the physical structure akin to a perpetual motion machine. Duanya remained silent, his focus solely on the journey ahead. Typically, he would have retaliated fiercely, but now he swallowed his frustration. After all, had he brought a tunneling worm, he could have swiftly reached the master when needed. Duanya, who had always regarded the advancement of the insectoid race as his duty, felt a deep sense of remorse. The jumping insect possesses the remarkable ability to soar through the cosmos, having incorporated the genes of the resilient tardigrade, enabling it to endure the vacuum of space. Furthermore, it has assimilated a unique biological gene known as the high-temperature sac, which allows it to expel superheated explosive gases. This gene, when integrated into the insect species, results in the formation of a fleshy sac that, when necessary, releases a flammable gas capable of igniting violently upon contact with air. Upon acquiring this capability, Wu Liang ingeniously designed a new unit for the insect swarm, the fire-breathing insect. However, this unit was eventually discarded, as its ability to emit high-temperature flames paled in comparison to the more effective laser insect, leading to its removal from the mutation roster. Yet, Wu Liang, a prodigy of the new era and a master of resourcefulness, would not part with any creation that fell into his hands without deconstructing it to the molecular level. The gene capability of the high-temperature sac was thus transformed into another form, becoming the primary genetic trait that enables the insect swarm to navigate the cosmos. Wu Liang altered the structure of the high-temperature sac, allowing for the growth of 2 fleshy sacs on either side of the insect units instead of just one. In the vacuum of space, while these sacs cannot ignite explosively, they provide immense thrust. This innovation is pivotal to the basic unit's ability to traverse the cosmos, a feat previously reserved for specialized units like the Leviathan during Kerrigan's era, which served as a crucial transport vessel for the swarm. This revolutionary change earned Wu Liang the accolades of Abathur, who fervently praised him while disparaging Kerrigan to elevate Wu Liang's status. Naturally, Wu Liang reveled in this newfound esteem, subtly indicating that he would await Kerrigan's resurrection before further interactions. Within the dominion of consciousness, akin to a hierarchical chamber, Wu Liang merely sensed the positions of the two entities without intruding upon their discussions. He subsequently closed off his perception of this dominion and returned to reality. Yet a question lingered in his mind. Why would the mind gem, capable of interacting with the zombie virus, create a closed-loop cycle? Glancing at the floating head nearby, Wu Liang found himself increasingly perplexed. This realization confirmed his suspicions. As time passed, 2 days elapsed, and the zombie army had amassed in full force. Aerial observation of the terrain would reveal that the entirety of East Africa was engulfed by the zombie horde, interspersed with some zombified animals. However, the army remained inactive, seemingly awaiting something. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and a sense of helplessness permeated the hearts of all, with the force field shields serving as their sole comfort. Black Panther, Hope, Bucky, and the floating head, Scott, congregated together, while Wu Liang and Wu Xingyue stood a short distance away. Black Panther activated a communication device, and a cloud of fine sand coalesced into a virtual image. Su Rue, Dr. Banner, billions of zombies are at our doorstep. When can you initiate the second frequency? Su Rue was acutely aware of the situation outside. Anxiously glancing at the device, she observed the steady rise of the numerical values displayed. In response to her brother's inquiry, she could only helplessly reply, Your Highness, the coverage area is too extensive. The mind gem is currently accumulating energy. How much longer? According to the current readings, It will take approximately another hour to unleash the subfrequency that envelopes the entire Earth. Very well. The Black Panther nodded and then ascended to the highest point. Calling out to the various tribes below, warriors of Wakanda, we are humanity's only hope. Victory belongs to us. May the Panther God bless us. Oda, Oda, the tribal warriors, armed with various weapons, struck the ground beneath their feet, chanting fervently. Observing the heightened morale, the Black Panther's previously somber expression lightened considerably. The others were not idle either. They gathered together to discuss tactics. The zombies clearly exhibit awareness. We must prioritize attacking them as soon as they strike, one of them suggested. Scott interjected, Hope. How about we take the initiative and catch them off guard? Away with you. Hope swatted at him dismissively. I knew you were unreliable. Breaking up with you was the wisest choice. Time is of the essence for us. Do you really wish for them to delay their attack while contemplating a preemptive strike? Scott appeared quite embarrassed, hovering in the air, unsure of what to do. Bucky stepped in to mediate. Hope, Scott is left with just his head. He is likely lacking blood flow, which explains his nonsensical remarks. Noticing the atmosphere lightening, Bucky continued, Have you all familiarized yourselves with your equipment? Scott's head bobbed erratically under the influence of his red cloak, and upon hearing Bucky's question, he could not help but respond, Yes, Banner brought Stark's anti-Hulk armor. Once the battle commences, I shall transform into a war machine. Hope, unable to tolerate Scott's boastfulness, retorted, If it weren't for the current need for personnel, your head should be left on the shelf. Previously, my armor had sustained damage, but with the technological support from Wakanda, it has now been upgraded, and its surface is coated with vibranium. Bucky nodded, showcasing his enhanced vibranium arm. This arm has also been fortified. Scott spun around, noticing the lack of attention, and flew towards the Black Panther. As for why he did not approach Wu Liang, it was simply out of fear. Your Highness, Scott, you need not be so formal. Is something troubling you? The Black Panther gestured dismissively. Aligning himself with the Black Panther, Scott looked outward and inquired, Do we possess a nuclear bomb? The Black Panther froze, nearly stumbling as he replied, Wakanda is a nation that cherishes peace. We have not developed nuclear weapons. They are coming. Wu Liang rose, gazing at the dozens of fiery streaks in the sky. Chapter 39. The arrival of zombie Thanos. After gathering, the zombie army did not launch an attack. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for something, or rather, someone, zombie Thanos. Indeed, these streaks of fire were the landing ships of Thanos' Chitauri army. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of massive landing ships, akin to meteors plummeting from the heavens, crashed heavily into the horde of zombies. In an instant, the pressure wave alone uprooted hundreds of thousands of zombies, while thousands perished on the spot. Hooray! Scott exclaimed with exuberance, turning to Black Panther and declaring, Nuclear weapons are so outdated, aren't they? Don't we have, meteorites? Orbital weapons? The fiery rain descended rapidly, leaving ordinary onlookers unable to discern the nature of the chaos. But upon witnessing the devastation wrought upon the undead, Scott was filled with unbridled joy. Black Panther, on the verge of throttling Scott, seethed inwardly, wondering about the notion of peace, oblivious to the concept of nuclear deterrence. I too wish to conduct research, he ranted, but the materials for nuclear weapons are strictly regulated by governments. Without resources, what can I possibly study? After his outburst, he felt a wave of relief wash over him and added contemplatively, We are indeed researching orbital weapons, yet they do not belong to us. As the smoke cleared, dozens of colossal landing ships, resembling obelisks, revealed their true forms. Each ship towered 100 meters high, its massive mechanical doors slowly parting as the white mist dissipated. Like a black tide, monstrous creatures surged forth from the ship's hatches, replenishing the ranks of the undead with a new wave of Chitauri zombies. The Chitauri, products of advanced biological and mechanical technology, possessed qualities far superior to ordinary humans, bolstered by their sophisticated advancements. Many, however, deemed the Chitauri army inferior, recalling their performance during the Battle of New York. Yet, Thanos wielded the Chitauri to traverse the cosmos. Could they truly be as weak as portrayed? The film significantly downplayed their capabilities. Chitauri possessed the ability to shape-shift, and even during the Second World War, traces of Chitauri influence were evident. In the Battle of New York, whether it was the colossal beasts soaring through the air or the soldiers armed with firearms, they were merely biological weapons of the Chitauri, existing in abundance. In the events of Avengers, Infinity War and Endgame, the true might of the Chitauri army was unveiled, rivaling numerous cosmic races. The Chitauri revered the concept of twisted will. What normal individuals consider perverse, they regarded as truth. Their brutal killings extended even to themselves. Where a normal death was seen as disgraceful, the more horrific the demise, the more glorious the death. For how else could they accompany Thanos in his quest to annihilate half of all life in the universe? The Chitauri army, inherently frenzied, exhibited an even more horrifying aspect under the influence of the zombie virus. Suddenly, a blue portal to another dimension opened, and a towering figure clad in dark purple emerged. From within the horde of zombies, several figures darted toward the location of this dark purple entity. It was none other than Thanos, though at that moment, half of his body appeared sunken, with a skeletal arm adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, embedded with 5 Infinity Stones, including the coveted green gem. The big-headed zombie approached Zombie Thanos, performing an awkward, gentlemanly gesture, likely hindered by the decay affecting its joints. Mr. Thanos, there are still tens of thousands of humans here, along with 2 exceptionally powerful outsiders. Zombie Thanos tilted his head, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously, as he stiffly gazed at the big-headed zombie, and replied, "Is it you who reached out to me? I have no interest in the outsiders. My sole fascination lies with the gems within." He gestured toward Wakanda, clearly exhibiting a degree of resistance to the hunger that plagued the zombies. These ordinary zombies were merely a burden. It was best to let them initiate an assault to deplete their numbers. Zombie Thanos possessed a visionary foresight, recognizing that ordinary zombies were indeed cumbersome. And as long as life existed in the universe, zombies would never be in short supply. "Yes," the big-headed zombie responded, tilting its head in acknowledgement. It dared not voice any complaints, for the intimidation exuded by Thanos instilled fear within it. "Hungry?" the big-headed zombie roared, its head visibly swelling and contracting, emanating an invisible wave of brain energy that permeated the entire Eastern African zombie horde. "Hungry, hungry, hungry," the previously dormant zombies suddenly sprang into action, as if a switch had been flipped, rushing frantically toward Wakanda. "Wakanda! Wakanda!" Upon witnessing the stirrings of the zombie army, those within the force field shouted excitedly, preparing themselves, some boarding battle machines, others arming themselves for combat. "Well, Wakanda truly cherishes peace," Scott remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "This time, it's a fight for our lives. Transform. War Machine," Scott shouted, the crimson cloak billowing as he soared toward the towering anti-Hulk mech nearby. Hope approached a female guard and said, "May I borrow that stick?" The guard said nothing, merely handing over her spear. Hope took the spear and hurled it into the distance, then retrieved a blue pim particle dart from her waist, launching it straight toward the spear. Upon witnessing Hope's actions, Scott understood her intent, as he was well acquainted with this maneuver. "Watch out for the big stick." Whoosh! The 2-meter-long spear suddenly expanded, growing to 100 meters in an instant. Thud! As the spear's size increased, the kinetic energy from the throw could no longer sustain its flight, and it crashed heavily to the ground. Scott, eyeing the spectacle with envy, called out to Hope, "Hope, give me one too." "Idiot, can the anti-Hulk armor grow larger? Do you still have the energy to power it?" Hope shot Scott a disbelieving glance, questioning what had attracted her to him in the first place. When an object enlarges, its mass naturally increases. Otherwise, it cannot support the sudden change in size. Just like Scott, when he was still Ant-Man, enlarging would lead to rapid exhaustion, and before long, he would be incapacitated. The Hulkbuster armor operates on a reactor, and while the PIM particles may enlarge it, the energy within the reactor does not proportionally increase. Consequently, a single maneuver of the colossal Hulkbuster mech could deplete the reactor's energy reserves entirely. ZZZ, ZZZ, ZZZ. The horde of zombies surged toward the force field shield, each one desperately attempting to penetrate its barrier. Yet, the electric-like force field persistently repelled them, causing the shield to become slightly deformed through the overwhelming pressure. Hands, feet, and heads pushed through the force field, but were met with the searing heat that followed. In an instant, a circle of the undead fell victim to the flames. Rar, the relentless zombie army pressed on, some even trampling over their fallen comrades to ascend higher. In the blink of an eye, they had nearly engulfed the entire force field shield. Chapter 40. The battle commences. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies battered the force field shield with fervor, yearning for the vibrant life within. Boom, rumble. Boom, rumble. The Wakandan aircraft roared overhead, each jet releasing a line of incendiary bombs. Boom, boom, boom. Flames, heat, and combustion. The zombie horde continued its relentless advance, undeterred by the burning ground beneath them. Even as they were engulfed in flames, their instinct to move forward prevailed. General Okoye, as the head of the guard and a general in the Wakandan forces, was responsible for overseeing the operation. Initially filled with confidence, she soon recognized the vulnerabilities of Wakanda as the zombie onslaught intensified. The force field shield served as an excellent defensive measure, safeguarding those within. However, it inadvertently restricted their capacity to counterattack. For instance, any offensive action against the encroaching zombies would first strike the shield, thereby offering an unintended protection to the undead. My lord, the current battle is decidedly unfavorable for us. Given the unique properties of the force field shield, we can only rely on our aircraft for bombardment. Yet, it is only a matter of time before the zombies breach it, Okoye reported. At that moment, a fortunate zombie had managed to squeeze through the throng into the interior of the force field, albeit severely burned on the exterior. Before it could rise and charge toward the humans, it was swiftly dispatched by the station soldiers wielding laser weapons. Black Panther comprehended Okoye's concerns. The expansive reach of the force field shield was becoming increasingly perilous. The frenzied zombies were nearly saturating its entirety. Should the shield rupture, it would spell doom for Wakanda. Wu Liang observed as more fortunate zombies gained entry, some plummeting from heights of 100 meters, rendered immobile upon impact, yet still baring their teeth in a grotesque display of resilience. As time passed, the number of fallen zombies grew, and noticing Black Panther's hesitation, Wu Liang suggested, Black Panther, perhaps we should create a breach in the force field shield. A focused defense is preferable to a scattered one. All present were astute, and Black Panther was already contemplating this strategy. After acknowledging Wu Liang's proposition with a nod, he commanded, follow my lead. Open the 17th force field shield in the northwest. Central Control Room. Please confirm the order, Your Highness. Did you just instruct to activate the force field? The Black Panther reiterated, follow my command. Beside him, the tribal leader gripped his weapon tightly, muttering, this is a mad order. General Okoye prayed, may the Panther God protect us. The 17th force field shield gradually opened, causing the zombies in the corresponding area to collapse instantly due to this sudden turn of events, resulting in a fierce stampede. The remaining zombies seemed to respond as well, surging into the passage like a breach dam. Defensive formation. The Black Panther shouted to the various tribes below. Long live Wakanda! Long live Wakanda! With a whoosh, Wakanda's firepower immediately enveloped the position of the 17th force field shield, mowing down the incoming zombies like wheat. Let's go! Hope yelled, leaping into action, vanishing from sight. When she reappeared, she was already at the forefront of the battle, delivering devastating blows to the zombies. Bucky raised his hands in frustration. Unlike these extraordinary individuals who could either grow larger or shrink, he, as a superhuman, had only his primal methods to contend with the zombies. He raised his rifle and began firing. His marksmanship was exceptionally precise, hitting the heads of the zombies with each shot, showcasing his familiarity with firearms. Scott was not to be outdone, maintaining his composure. Friday, engage combat mode. Understood, sir, came the reply, as the anti-Hulk mech illuminated with red lights, its weaponry shifting through various forms. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without seeing the mech fire, Scott inquired, Friday, why aren't you firing? Sir, the firing mechanism is located on the left side of the control stick, Friday kindly reminded him. Taken aback, Scott retorted angrily, if I had hands and feet, why would I need to pilot you? He felt humiliated. As the saying goes, do not strike the face when you hit. Yet this AI was rubbing salt into his wounds. A red laser emitted from within the anti-Hulk mech, scanning the cockpit. Apologies, sir. The system has conducted a comprehensive scan of your condition and has switched to automatic mode. The mech's arms raised, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the distant horde of zombies. The Black Panther's face shimmered with particle energy, rapidly covering his visage until it formed a mask resembling that of a panther. His hands transformed into claws, with 10 vibranium talons extending from his fingertips as he leapt fiercely into the fray against the zombie horde. Wu Liang stretched his limbs, stating, hold on. It's not yet your turn. Keep an eye on things here. With a flourish of his hand, countless vibranium spears flew from the hands of Wakandan warriors, hurtling towards the advancing zombies. Swish, 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 swish. Oh, how splendid it would be if I had a sword, fulfilling my dream of wielding a flying sword. What a disappointment. While he grumbled, Wu Liang's movements remained swift, guiding the spears to reap the incoming zombies. Each spear seemed to transform into a dragon, gracefully weaving through the air, causing widespread destruction among the undead with each strike. With the arrival of Wu Liang, the pressure on the others instantaneously diminished. The warriors of Wakanda revered strength, and upon witnessing Wu Liang, they erupted into fervent cheers. Wu Liang, Wu Liang, Wu Liang. The horde of zombies continued to surge with ferocity, often being slain in numbers fewer than those replaced. In the zombie ranks, a large-headed zombie addressed another clad in a metallic helmet, saying, stinking metal. This outsider appears to possess abilities akin to yours. The helmeted zombie emerged from the shadows, revealing his visage, an aged version of Magneto. His body was a grotesque amalgamation of decaying flesh and metal. The oversized helmet seemed to loom, likely due to muscle atrophy from his transformation into a zombie, giving him an aura that was more sinister than imposing. The zombie Magneto levitated, raising his metal-clad arm with a flourish. Suddenly, a multitude of metallic objects soared from the ranks of the undead. Gold necklaces, watches, dentures, and bridge devices ascended into the air. Whatever metallic possessions the zombies bore were lifted in that singular moment. As the zombie Magneto clenched his hand, the The airborne metal began to morph, softening into a liquid state. The sheer volume of metal transformed into a tidal wave, surging towards the spear controlled by Wu Liang. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by Wu Liang, who felt a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. At this juncture, one would expect Magneto to possess cosmic-level powers, yet his earlier display hinted at something akin to celestial might. The mutant's extraordinary abilities stemmed from his genetics, with the potency of these abilities influenced by the wielder's will and spirit. For instance, in his youth, after the tragic demise of his mother, Magneto's magnetic powers erupted, warping every metallic object in the room. Similarly, the zombie virus acts as an amplifier. Ordinary individuals cannot withstand its enhancements, losing their sanity to become mindless beasts. However, mutants infected with the virus essentially augment their inherent powers, albeit at the cost of their humanity, retaining just a vestige of consciousness. Faced with the oncoming wave of metallic liquid, Wu Liang did not command the spear to counter the assault. Instead, he opened his eyes wide and activated another genetic ability. Chapter 41. Indeed, they have arrived. The shimmering superpower created a bidirectional space, akin to an auxiliary ability often depicted in films that aids others in targeting or redirecting attacks. A violet rift suddenly tore open. Unlike the typical flickering that only creates small distortions, Wu Liang, bolstered by his starry mental prowess, cleaved a fissure 1,000 meters long, swallowing the oncoming metallic liquid whole. Behind the zombies, the metallic liquid cascaded from above. Although it was in liquid form, its essence remained metal, and its immense weight, compounded by Magneto's enhancement, was formidable. With a resounding thud, akin to gravitational collapse, the area enveloped by the metallic liquid collapsed several meters deep. The zombie Magneto roared in fury, indifferent to the casualties among the undead. His rage stemmed solely from the indignation of being outmaneuvered by an outsider. The zombie with the oversized head was, of course, the professor. Upon witnessing his old friend being toyed with, he reined in his amusement and fixed his gaze intently on Wu Liang in the distance. As Wu Liang reveled in having outmaneuvered Magneto, an unexpected heaviness seized his heart. But it vanished in an instant. The zombie professor let out a pained howl, green liquid streaming from his large head, a ghastly sight indeed. Countless eyes. Before he could finish his words, he collapsed unconscious. TCH, daring to attempt mind control over me. You are the second. Wu Liang sensed the assailant's presence. Yet possessing the collective consciousness of the entire swarm made any attempt at mental domination akin to futilely trying to control billions of insects. As the zombie professor fell, the entire horde of zombies in Eastern Africa instantly lost control, descending into an even greater frenzy. Zombies trampled over one another, attacking their own kind. As they surged together towards a singular direction, forming hundreds of grotesque masses of flesh. Billions of zombies charged forward. The magnitude of their advance was beyond articulation. The earth trembled, akin to an earthquake of magnitude 8, a mere consequence of billions of zombies in motion. Layers upon layers of zombies pressed against the force field shield, warping it as if it could shatter at any moment. Everyone placed their hopes on the psychic frequency that would arrive in an hour. A desperate attempt to avert this catastrophe. 029, everyone simultaneously glanced at the time, watching the digits tick away. There was no communication, no consultation. All chose to abandon the protective force field and engage in battle, rather than wait for the shield to break. They preferred to draw fire and buy time for the psychic frequency. Humans might engage in infighting and selfish acts, harming their own for personal gain. Yet when faced with the extinction of their race, they exhibited a remarkable selflessness. After dispatching the zombies that blocked her path, Hope's figure shrank once more, propelling herself towards the 100-meter-long spear. Her expression was resolute as she retrieved blue PIM particles from her waist and integrated them into her controller. With a click, the colossal form manifested on the battlefield, towering at approximately 100 meters, wielding a spear of the same length, charging towards the horde of zombies. Boom, rumble. With each strike, the ground shook violently. In sweeping arcs, the 100-meter-long spear acted as a massive lever, reducing swathes of zombies to mere pulp. Everyone was so eager to play the hero. What am I to do with just my head? Scott, encased in a glass dome, grimaced as he spat out 2 blue PIM particle darts, his gaze imbued with a sense of farewell. Friday, let us proceed. The Black Panther maneuvered through the battlefield, his vibranium suit shifting to purple, repeatedly unleashing the kinetic energy absorbed. Zombie Peter, stripped of high-rise advantages, could only hop about in despair, harvesting the lives of the undead. Bucky wielded his rifle with both hands, continuously unleashing a torrent of fire to stave off the encroaching zombies. Rat-a-tat, bang, rumble, missiles, energy beams, bullets, and bombs relentlessly unleashed upon the horde of zombies. Wu Liang was acutely aware of the dire circumstances. Various powers were continuously unleashed to annihilate the advancing undead. Suddenly, a figure darted past him, Three pale streaks appeared on Wu Liang's neck. His expression turned cold as he glanced at the assailant. It was a zombie, remarkably well preserved. Aside from its altered skin tone, its muscles and bones resembled those of a normal human, albeit with movements reminiscent of a werewolf, its hands adorned with sharp claws. This was the zombie Wolverine. Caught off guard, Wu Liang had previously concentrated all his attention on wielding his abilities to eliminate zombies, neglecting the proximity of this one. Not one to suffer losses easily, he swiftly regained his composure, squeezing his hand. The electromagnetic force activated, bang. The zombie Wolverine was instantly obliterated, its blood and flesh splattering across the ground, drawing the surrounding zombies into a frenzy of consumption. The electromagnetic force was, indeed, the kryptonite of the Wolverine. Before Wu Liang could catch his breath, hundreds of figures surged forth. These were the mutant zombies. In the face of overwhelming numbers, the zombies held a distinct advantage, as the human-side strong fighters found themselves encircled by several conscious zombies. Here comes the big iron ball, Scott shouted, as the anti-Hulk armor, soaring in the sky, plummeted rapidly, expanding in size during its descent. 10 meters, 50 meters, 134 meters, boom. The 100-meter-tall anti-Hulk armor crashed into the zombie horde, creating a mist of blood and dust. The side thrusters of the armor expelled enormous blue flames, propelling the colossal machine to trample over the zombies. Scott, Hope cried, tears brimming in her eyes upon witnessing the enlarged anti-Hulk armor. Scott now possessed only a head, and after his expansion, there was but one inevitable outcome, death. At that moment, her strength waned, and zombies swarmed over her. The ferocious firepower, despite its might, began to wane against the sheer numbers, as the zombies gradually breached the force field shield. The human side, overwhelmed by the relentless horde, began to reveal signs of defeat. Black Panther attempted to rise and charge at the zombies to prevent them from infiltrating Wakanda's interior, but his stamina was severely depleted from the high-frequency combat. Seizing the opportunity, zombies pounced on him, attempting to tear him apart. Fortunately, his suit, crafted from vibranium, withstood their relentless assault. 017. Still unwilling to surrender, outsider? Perhaps you should join us. The zombie Thanos suggested with a hint of admiration. Yet, the insatiable hunger in his eyes betrayed him. The more formidable the opponent, the more delectable their flesh became. A fatal allure for him. Wu Liang's mental prowess enveloped the entire battlefield, witnessing all that unfolded, yet he was entangled by these bothersome pests. The zombie Thanos pointed toward Wakanda, nearly overrun by the undead, stating, "You have failed. The zombie horde has encircled you. Now, you have but two choices: join us, or be consumed by us." Is that so? Wu Yangfei evaded part of the assault, standing suspended in the void, declaring, "In truth, you are encircled by me." Indeed. They have arrived. Chapter 42. The Arrival of the Swarm. Adaptation. The somber sky was suddenly illuminated by a dazzling array of fiery rain. Countless colossal fireballs descended like meteors. The spectacle was immensely grand, far surpassing that of the Chitauri landing crafts. Amidst the torrent of flames, the entity known as Broken Fong remarked languidly, "I sense the sovereigness' wrath." At this moment, the once indifferent thin dog shed his nonchalance, pleading, "Broken Fong, if the sovereign inquires, just say I have been racing towards you all this time." Hiss. Within each fireball resided a unit of the Zerg, now imbued with a frenzied ferocity. Their velocity, coupled with friction against the air, generated tremendous heat, manifesting as fiery spheres. Yet they did not slow. Rather, the sacks on either side expelled scalding gas. And upon entering the atmosphere, the gas ignited explosively, functioning as a flame accelerator. They could sense the sovereign's fury. Their mission was to obliterate all that the sovereign willed, even at the cost of their own annihilation. In the zombie faction, Thanos' expression stiffened. He acutely perceived the myriad life forms within the fiery rain, each one an embodiment of formidable strength and merciless cruelty. The red glow of the Infinity Gauntlet ignited, activating the powers of the Reality Stone. Instantly, an immense crimson barrier materialized in midair, enveloping the horde of zombies. While he was indifferent to the fates of ordinary zombies, the tide of battle had shifted. Should he neglect their lives, it was likely that after this deluge of fire, over half of the zombie army would be decimated, leading to unpredictable consequences. Thus, he was compelled to intervene. In the human faction, all fell silent, gazing upward as if time itself had frozen. Was the world to end? To perish beneath the fiery rain seemed far more merciful than succumbing to zombification. It was akin to being consigned to the flames of cremation. Boom, a rumble, the fiery rain collided with the red barrier, akin to Mars colliding with Earth. The colossal shockwave instantly swept across eastern Africa, with the periphery transforming into a molten wasteland, a testament to the sheer force of the impact. In the center, within the protective embrace of the red barrier, Zombie Thanos struggled valiantly, desperately channeling the power of the Reality Stone within the Infinity Gauntlet. Zombie Thanos found half of his body ensnared within the earth. His gauntlet hand raised high while the other supported it, veins bulging across his form. Thanos quivered, green blood gushing forth. Even with the Reality Stone, he sustained severe injuries from the overwhelming force of the collision. As a result of his grievous wounds, he could no longer maintain the red barrier, devoid of energy input. The crimson barrier gradually succumbed to the onslaught of the firestorm, a fissure appearing upon its surface as if it were the final straw that broke the camel's back. In an instant, the barrier became a web of cracks, sprawling across its entirety. With a resounding crack, it shattered and vanished into nothingness. The firestorm, once formidable due to the barrier's obstruction, lost much of its potency. Nevertheless, it still inflicted significant casualties upon the zombie horde below. Smoke, dust, and shockwaves swept across the battlefield. Among the chaos, Wu Liang's satisfaction was unmatched. Duanya, Shogo, are you both fools? Can't you slow down? Do you wish to become mere corpses upon landing? Wu Liang raged within his dominion of consciousness. What is this madness? Though your resilience is commendable, do you dare to engage in such recklessness? Are you hoping to reduce the carbon footprint by sacrificing some of the numerous insectoid units? Fortunately, the benevolent Thanos erected a barrier and utilized the Reality Stone to mitigate the descent of the swarm, preventing direct contact with the unforgiving ground. Otherwise, it would have been catastrophic. Yet, even so, the insectoids suffered considerable losses from the tremendous impact. As Wu Liang counted the fading specks of light in his dominion, the external world erupted into chaos. As the smoke cleared, exclamations filled the air. What is this? My heavens! Humanity is doomed. The collective thoughts of the onlookers echoed in unison. It was revealed that, as the haze dissipated, countless firestorms regained their true forms, towering at 100 meters. With sharp fangs and formidable exoskeletons, every characteristic signified their formidable nature. Surrounding them, the diminutive zombies appeared as mere motes of dust, with each of their movements heralding the demise of countless undead. With a united roar, all the jumping insects lowered their towering heads in submission. The conscious zombies, momentarily stunned by the awe-inspiring spectacle, ceased their movements. If they could be deemed monsters, such a description would be most fitting. Wu Liang, with his hands clasped behind him, exuded an air of a recluse, nodding gently. Thanos, your words resonate deeply. However, I offer you but one choice. Become sustenance for my insectoid kin. The sheer number of insects emboldened Wu Liang, who gazed at Thanos with a provocative demeanor. Rising, Thanos wiped the green blood trickling from his mouth, acknowledging, your strength has truly impressed me. He sensed that every colossal beast present possessed terrifying power, each at least of cosmic-level strength. At this echelon, even the weakest could obliterate a city, while the most formidable could annihilate a planet. What makes zombies so fearsome is not merely their endless numbers or their disregard for death, but rather their insidious ability to infect and overwhelm. A wicked smile crept across Thanos' lips. They shall no longer belong to you. Charge! Thanos bellowed, as the formidable zombie generals, Obsidian General, Deathblade General, and the zombie Proxima, were the first to launch an assault on the swarm. Following closely was the Zeta Reticulan zombie army, surging forth like a black tide. With the infection of the zombie virus, their already fearsome nature became even more terrifying. The formidable power of the swarm brought joy to Thanos, should he possess them. He would have the means to eliminate that man and dominate the universe. He intended to exchange all the zombies here for these colossal beasts. However, Wu Liang was utterly unconcerned. Just yesterday, a baser had relayed the news that he had fully analyzed the zombie virus and found that it had no impact on the Zerg. According to the report, all Zerg units that had encountered the zombie virus generated a form of antibody, a result of their autonomous adaptation. To think that the Zerg, who traverse countless galaxies, could be subdued by mere zombie viruses was indeed a farcical notion. The Zerg possessed a primitive genetic ability known as adaptation or evolution. Over countless years of propagation, life has demonstrated that organisms develop gills when living in water, while penguins grow thick layers of fat to fend off the cold. As high-oxygen environments vanished, dinosaurs evolved into modern birds. Humans experience fevers when afflicted with the common cold, and their once formidable canine teeth for tearing raw flesh are gradually regressing. All of these are manifestations of evolutionary adaptation. This ability is inherent to all carbon-based life forms. Yet the Zerg's capacity for adaptation surpasses that of other life forms by magnitudes. The Zerg had reached their current stage precisely because of this adaptability, allowing them to plunder the genetic resources of myriad species to rectify their own weaknesses. To them, the zombie virus was akin to a mild cold, requiring neither medication nor vaccination. With a roar, the broken Fong and the lean dog charged towards the Zerg army. eager to vent their frustrations after being chastised by the sovereign. Simultaneously, all Zerg units engaged in fierce combat with the surrounding zombies. Each jumping insect resembled a massive bulldozer, leaving behind severed limbs and a bloody path in its wake. The zombies, undeterred, continued to surge forward, although they were harvested in droves. Akin to wheat being reaped by a scythe, they were relentless, with fresh waves replacing those that fell. In a brief span, piles of corpses began to accumulate. The greatest threat to the Zerg came from the conscious zombies, those transformed from abilities users, far surpassing ordinary zombies. With various abilities unleashed amidst the overwhelming numbers of common zombies, the battle raged on vibrantly. The battlefield had subtly transformed. The conflict between humans and zombies had morphed into a clash between Zerg and zombies. With the Zerg's intervention, humanity was finally afforded a moment to breathe. The zombies that had swarmed the Black Panther began to rise, and without the suffocating horde, he was able to glance at the chaos unfolding outside. What astonished him was the sight of countless colossal beasts engaged in a frenzied battle against the zombies, akin to giants combating ants. Did I miss something while being overwhelmed and torn apart? At that moment, Bucky approached, his rifle resting on his shoulder. Times have changed. The image of these colossal beasts bowing to Wu Liang was indelibly etched in his mind, a profound visual shock that shattered his worldview. What had happened to this world? Was it not filled with billions of zombies and countless gigantic beasts? Was humanity truly so insignificant? With a deep breath, Hope gasped, her form gradually diminishing as the repercussions of her transformation became evident. Cough, cough, who can take me to see him? Hope's gaze was fixated on the mech 100 meters away, filled with an overwhelming dread that the detestable man might simply vanish. Bucky, quick on his feet, supported Hope. Scott, though occasionally loquacious, had just earned his respect through his actions. Follow me. Wow, everyone look, I am his captain. Zombie Peter descended from the sky. Due to his unique nature, his regenerative abilities were remarkably potent, allowing him to move swiftly. He felt a swell of pride and deemed it astute to invite Wu Liang to join their ranks, a duo united in purpose. At that moment, he envisioned a future where their statues stood tall in Times Square, inscribed with the words the great heroes who saved humanity, Peter and Wu Liang. Meanwhile, Wu Liang was not idle. He charged towards Thanos. He sought to gauge the extent of his strength against the Mad Titan, who wielded the Infinity Gauntlet. Flames, frost, lightning, and electromagnetic forces surged towards Thanos, each attack imbued with immense power. Thanos, unafraid of challenges, had only been bested by one man after acquiring the gauntlet, and he harbored no acceptance of defeat, especially since the Time Stone had not been in play at that time. Reversing time, a vibrant green light erupted, reminiscent of a runic compass, as beams of light emanated from the gauntlet, causing his fingers to rotate in reverse. Instantaneously, his wounds and blood flowed back, restoring him to his former state. Once he had healed his injuries, the red gem of the gauntlet glimmered as he unleashed its power against the oncoming assault. With a flourish, he rewrote reality. Numerous attacks transformed into bubbles, which then slowly ascended into the air. Wu Liang was not surprised. This was the most fundamental ability of the gem. It was the lack of its use by his opponent that raised his suspicions. The effectiveness of a gem's power hinged upon the user's capabilities. For instance, his own essence could rewrite the course of the universe when wielding the Reality Stone. Thanos, augmented by the gauntlet, had reached the pinnacle of singular cosmic strength. Yet this was only attainable when all 6 stones were gathered. For now, he remained at the apex of individual cosmic power. Beyond the necessity of unifying the stones to snap his fingers, the Infinity Stones could only utilize their singular abilities, a notable flaw of the gauntlet. Wu Liang was acutely aware of this. To confront Thanos, one must act swiftly and decisively. Unrelenting, he unleashed flames, frost, spatial distortions, and electromagnetic forces, tirelessly exerting his powers to deplete Thanos' stamina. With blinding speed, he engaged in close combat with Thanos. The Titan's body, fortified by immense strength and now devoid of pain due to his zombified state, was unable to match Wu Liang's velocity, yet he could still mount a formidable defense. Thanos, initially deflecting the incoming attacks by converting them into bubbles, swiftly transitioned to employing the Time Stone to slow down Wu Liang's rapid movements. In response to the Time Stone, a colossal hand came crashing down, striking fiercely upon Thanos' shoulder. The blow, albeit futile against Thanos' formidable physique, disrupted his manipulation of the Time Stone. Wu Liang had no concept of fair combat. After all, a ruler of the Zerg must embody the essence of dominion. Manipulating time is no trivial endeavor, indeed. The sole drawback of the Time Stone lies in its limitations, necessitating unwavering focus during its activation. This explains why Doctor Strange refrained from employing the Infinity Stones against Thanos. Wu Liang broke free from the constraints of the Time Stone and unleashed a relentless barrage of assaults. As time slipped away, Thanos seethed with fury. the green radiance flaring anew, his frustrations mounting as he had lost count of how many times he had reversed time. Yet, he felt compelled to employ this ability against the vexatious human before him. Despite the enhancement of the Infinity Gauntlet, he found himself powerless against this foe, who effortlessly countered every tactic he attempted. With each reversal of time, Thanos felt his mental fortitude waning. On the battlefield, the anticipated outcome had failed to materialize. To date, the army of zombies had suffered a one-sided slaughter, resulting in the formation of countless mounds of corpses, including numerous colossal beasts. Yet, none of these giants had transformed into the undead, deepening his sense of despair. Losing focus in battle is a grave error in combat. Wu Liang soared forward, delivering a punch aimed at Thanos while lacing his words with mockery. Thanos' gaze sharpened, the purple glow of the Infinity Gauntlet igniting as he retaliated. A tremendous shockwave radiated outward, uprooting everything within a 100-mile radius. The nearby zombies suffered grievous casualties, while the Zerg units fared slightly better, most being hurled aside like cannonballs. Both Thanos and Wu Liang were catapulted several kilometers away, leaving a long trail in their wake. With a spurt of green blood, Thanos felt his strength waning further. "You leave me no choice." He gritted his teeth, the light of the Infinity Gauntlet flaring brightly once more, this time in a vibrant blue. Behind him, a spatial portal materialized. What exquisite flesh and blood! A yellow figure emerged from the rift. From a distance, it was evident that this individual was aberrant. Hunched over with 6 fingers on his left hand and 7 on the right, his left foot circling while his right foot bounced. This figure was none other than Sentinel. Or rather, his dark persona known as Null. Null awakened as Sentinel acquired his powers, and to contain him. Sentinel had long resided in an American prison to prevent Null from seizing control and wreaking havoc on Earth. Unfortunate for Sentinel, the zombie virus proved remarkably effective against someone of his already unstable psyche. From afar, he appeared foolish, but up close, he resembled a perverse entity. Green slime dripped from his mouth as his gaze greedily scanned the non-zombie life forms present, his expression betraying an extreme avarice. His yellow uniform was sullied and disheveled, reminiscent of a child lacking the ability to care for themselves, having made a mess during mealtime. In the distance, Wu Xingyue stood erect, opening his eyes. Wu Liang's lips twitched, and his hands instinctively recoiled. He had initially contemplated engaging in combat, but given the disheveled appearance before him, it seemed wiser to leave the matter to his subordinates. Indeed, Wu Liang's selective cleanliness had surfaced, leaving one to ponder whether it stemmed from cowardice or genuine fastidiousness. Without a word, he pointed at the now materialized Wu Xingyue and declared, "You handle him first. I shall be the dessert after the meal." There was no other way to deal with a lunatic. One had to speak to him in a manner that resonated with his twisted mind. And Wu Liang understood this well. Perhaps it was Wu Liang's words that had stirred something within. The gluttonous gaze of the entity known as Shiwu fixated upon the suddenly appeared Wu Xingyue. Shiwu, reveling in the prospect of a delectable feast, licked its lips with its slimy, elongated tongue and cackled with unrestrained glee. "Ah, this one is even more savory. Xingyue, this fellow is too repugnant. I leave him to you." "At your command, great sovereign," Wu Xingyue replied, bowing as a fierce battle spirit erupted from within him. Since becoming a member of the advanced insectoid race, he had yet to engage in a grand battle to establish his reputation. The timing of this encounter was fortuitous. Every advanced insectoid had emerged from countless fierce battles, continually consuming and evolving. Yet he had attained his form through the expenditure of vast resources, a significant distinction. While the insectoid race itself bore no descent, he felt compelled to demonstrate his strength and prove that he was no lesser than any other advanced insectoid, affirming the correctness of the sovereign's decision. With a swift motion, Wu Xingyue vanished from his position, surging toward Shiwu with a speed akin to teleportation. So rapid that even Wu Liang struggled to perceive his trajectory, a testament to the extraordinary velocity he had achieved. Shiwu's visage contorted as it beheld its prey approaching willingly, delighting in the madness of the moment. Its body coiled slightly before it forcefully stamped down, causing the ground to fracture instantaneously, creating a colossal pit spanning hundreds of meters. Propelled like a cannonball, Shiwu lunged toward Wu Xingyue. Due to its rapid movement, Shiwu's grayish-white hands became crimson from the friction with the air, resembling heated iron as they clawed toward Wu Xingyue's left side. Undeterred, Wu Xingyue did not evade. Instead, he summoned psychic energy to form a protective armor, augmented by the resistance granted by his genetic abilities, enabling him to withstand the impact of the claws. When Shiwu's hands made contact with Wu Xingyue's body, sparks flew from the friction, yet no harm was inflicted upon him. As a creature evolved from the olive insect, Wu Xingyue's defensive capabilities were formidable. Shiwu's attacks were lightning fast, each claw strike executed without the slightest pause. Had there been a stopwatch, one would have witnessed over 100 assaults in the blink of an eye. However, As the number of attacks Wu Xingyue endured increased, his body began to show signs of wear. Xiwu, too, suffered. Its hands were tattered. Yet it felt no pain and continued to assault relentlessly. Wu Xingyue, unfazed, matched Xiwu blow for blow. Unlike his unparalleled defense, his own attacks were merely at the elementary level of the universal scale, inflicting limited damage upon Xiwu. Nevertheless, each movement from either side wrought catastrophic destruction upon their surroundings. The battlefield, spanning several kilometers, was left shattered, with the earth sinking 100 meters deep from the shockwaves of their clash. Not only the Zerg units, but even the mindless zombies dared not approach the radius of the residual wave. Why doesn't Uncle Wu dodge? Peter remarked from a distance, his keen eyesight allowing him to see far. Wow, half of Uncle's innards have been blown out. Although Bucky could not discern the situation as clearly as Peter, he could still perceive the condition of both sides, feeling utterly bewildered by the clash. The Black Panther effortlessly dispatched a solitary zombie and remarked in bewilderment, "Have you not noticed? He seems impervious to the effects of the zombie virus. Moreover, they are as well." The consensus of the zombie virus states that anyone scratched or bitten by a zombie would inevitably become infected. Yet, despite Wu Xingyue having endured countless bites and scratches, there were no signs of infection, and the same went for those colossal beasts, prompting deep contemplation. At that moment, Wu Liang was also occupied, continuously fending off the conscious zombies surrounding him. This time, Thanos had learned his lesson, merely manipulating the time stone from a distance to create disturbances. Damn you, Thanos! Wu Liang cursed in frustration. Once upon a time, he had been the one to bully others. The broken Fong and the thin dog were currently hindered by the conscious zombies, unable to assist the ruler, and even if other Zerg units arrived, they would merely be offering themselves as fodder. After all, those besieging Wu Liang were formidable conscious zombies, such as Magneto and the Madblade General. As he dodged once more, the incoming metallic objects and successive slashes were overwhelming. Despite possessing individual cosmic-level strength, Wu Liang struggled to execute his killing moves amid such varied abilities. Just as he intended to gather violent energy for a strike with his left hand, Thanos wielded the time stone from afar to nullify Wu Liang's efforts. This is what one might call silencing. Wu Liang was filled with pent-up anger with nowhere to direct it. The battle between Wu Xingyue and the Void had reached a fever pitch, with both sides suffering severe injuries. The Void relentlessly unleashed its chaotic powers upon Wu Xingyue, each strike tearing away large chunks of flesh. Greedily eyeing the scattered remnants of flesh, the Void coldly declared, "This ends here," gathering energy akin to an enormous spirit bomb. The Void grinned cruelly before launching it towards Wu Xingyue in an attempt to annihilate him. The colossal spirit bomb was hurled forth, creating an intense pressure that suppressed everything within a 100-mile radius. Wu Xingyue raised his hand to shield his forehead, the violent pressure causing his clothing to audibly crackle. Boom. The explosive energy enveloped the surrounding kilometers in an instant, the crimson-white energy wielding an apocalyptic aura. Ha! The Void laughed maniacally, reveling in its creation. The space warped momentarily. A skeletal figure appeared behind the Void, swiftly delivering a punch. Bang! The Void's form vanished under the tremendous force, leaving a massive chasm in its wake. Chapter 45. The skeleton, suspended in midair, began to writhe as blood vessels and flesh rapidly grew to envelop its entire frame. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton regained its original appearance. It was none other than Wu Xingyue, struck by the colossal spirit bomb. Unlike before, he now exhibited a remarkable enhancement in strength, effortlessly sending the Void flying with a single punch, the ensuing shockwave creating a vast chasm. If his previous might could be classified as merely elementary cosmic level, he had now ascended to a status slightly above that. This transformation was attributed to Wu Xingyue's genetic abilities, Curse Rebirth and Gamma Adenosine. The Curse Rebirth was a consequence of the Dragon Clan's curse, wherein upon death, one would turn into mere bones, awaiting rebirth, yet the agony of death would eternally linger. Gamma Adenosine would surge in response to anger and suffering, exponentially amplifying strength. At the edge of the chasm, the Void, in a disheveled state, pressed against the deep pit, wiping away the green blood trickling from his mouth. Casting a frosty gaze at the suspended skeleton above, a sense of foreboding washed over Wu Liang. The unpredictability of a sentinel's madness was a cause for concern. It was not mere hyperbole. Sentinels typically fell into several categories: normal, rare individual level; mentally sensitive, more common power equivalent to the explosion of 1,000,000 stars; mentally disturbed, common energy of a single sun or less; complete form, Void Sentinel fusion of fully realized Sentinel, with the Void and Sentinel seamlessly merged, extremely volatile, with an unknown upper limit of power. From his recent observations, it appeared the Void was teetering on the brink of mental disturbance, now seemingly on the verge of becoming mentally sensitive. Although Wu Xingyue remained unperturbed, the fate of Earth hung in the balance. After all, Cosmic-level battles between entities often resulted in the annihilation of planets. Wu Liang understood that he could no longer hold back. Awaken, vibranium mind host. With hands clasped together, a vast amount of mental energy enveloped the location of the vibranium mine, distorting the fabric of space. Should the vibranium mine host emerge directly from the Earth, it would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon Wakanda. Thus, Wu Liang had arranged with Black Panther to utilize spatial distortion to extract the vibranium mine host. Scott, answer me. A feeble hope shouted from beneath the 100-meter mech, hoping to elicit a response from Scott. With a crack, Bucky's vibranium arm, immensely powerful, forcefully dismantled the mech. The metallic limb piercing through the outer shell and tearing open a gash. Bucky lifted hope and entered the mech. The intricate circuitry ran throughout the entire mech. And due to the PIM particles, the wiring was notably thick, making their progress akin to traversing a jungle. Bucky continually cleared a path, glancing at the bulky wiring and jesting. Hope, have you never considered leveraging PIM particles to amass wealth? If you applied this to gold, you'd be a guaranteed heiress. Hope, lacking interest in the topic, nonchalantly replied, Scott talks about that every day. Hank insists it would lead to inflation, and they had quite the argument over it. Both men held immense significance in her heart, and with that thought, Hope quickened her pace. Bucky, eyeing the metallic panel inside the mech, declared, We've arrived, Hope. With a click, he continued his forceful dismantling, and as the panel opened, the interior scene revealed itself. Hope's eyes widened in shock, and she shouted over the communication channel. This is bad. Quickly halt Su Rue from releasing the mind frequency. The communication channel crackled with static as Black Panther remarked, Indeed, D-S-H-I-E-L-D. Technology is unreliable. Casting his gaze towards the mountains, Black Panther finally exhaled in relief. It was time to put an end to this. Within the vibranium mine, time slipped away with each passing second. The values displayed on the device reached a critical red, indicating that the mine had absorbed its maximum capacity of frequency energy. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Rue urged, We must leave at once. A 30-second buffer was designed into the system. While the device was crafted with the utmost care to protect Wakanda above, those within remained perilously at risk. Vision enveloped Su Rue in energy, leading the charge toward the exit. With the Mind Stone lost, Vision was now relying on his reactor to sustain his operations, shifting his energy from mental to electrical. You ungrateful wretch! Iron Banner followed closely behind, desperately accelerating the flight of his armored suit, perhaps preoccupied with their escape or for other reasons. The trio remained oblivious to the fact that the area surrounding the device had been encased in flesh, and countless veins had rapidly expanded, obscuring the entire vibranium mine in an instant. Despite being enveloped in organic matter, the device continued to function normally. The urgent countdown echoed from the device like a harbinger from the depths of hell. As Wu Liang's mental energy surged, a purple distortion enveloped the entire vibranium mine. Come forth, he commanded. Su Rue, Vision, and Banner, along with Black Panther and the survivors, realized that it was finally over. Hope, Bucky, no. A blinding light erupted from beneath the device. The anguished roars reverberated through the air. The purple distortion seemed to respond to some unseen force, enveloping everything in shock. For distinct substances, liquid yellow particles, black spiral genetic structures, and purple molecular energies, intertwined as if drawn together by an invisible magnetism. At the center of the vibranium mine, a massive quantum reaction occurred, and in an instant, a dazzling brilliance erupted. Silence fell over the world as a wave of light swept across Africa, radiating outward without diminishing in intensity. Wherever the light traveled, everything dimmed, leaving behind a world awash in yellow hues, where time appeared to halt. And the air thickened into particles, with tiny spherical fungi adhering to the four substances. Countless zombies and insectoid entities froze in place, each vividly lifelike, yet as motionless as statues. The faces of the zombies were disturbingly clear, with every detail discernible. The green runes on Thanos' gauntlet seemed to serve as a backdrop to this surreal scene. Wu Liang's eyes widened, his mouth gaping in slow motion, as the zombies affected by the wave underwent bizarre transformations. The large-headed zombies sprouted spiky appendages, their heads swelling to grotesque proportions. Ordinary zombies undergo grotesque transformations, their limbs elongating and their heads splitting open, revealing razor-sharp teeth akin to those of a shark. Spherical zombies contort their joints into colossal, upright beings. A macabre landscape of corpses and blood mysteriously intertwines, as grotesque flesh and blood vessels proliferate, gradually coalescing into a massive heart, which subsequently gives rise to a towering stitched monstrosity. If the previous scenario resembled a biochemical apocalypse, it has now morphed into a terrifying end of days, replete with phenomena that defy scientific explanation. In Eastern Africa, the battlefield remains unchanged, characterized by shattered edifices, charred earth, and a haze of gunpowder. The deep chasms and vast craters, remnants of the great conflict, still bear witness to the carnage, yet the perpetrators of this devastation have vanished without a trace. Chapter 46. Campus news. In the bustling halls of Midtown High School in Queens, New York, 3 blood-red words blare from the television screen. Bastard. 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 This is the latest announcement from the school's campus news. On screen, a golden-haired girl fervently points to the crimson letters, exclaiming, "This is madness." For 16 consecutive mornings, terrifying noises have echoed. Who is responsible for this? Is this a reflection of humanity? As her agitation escalates, the camera abruptly shifts to the perspective of a boy with an explosive hairstyle, who appears to be enjoying the spectacle. However, as the lens turns to him, he awkwardly smiles and says, "Hee, classmates, Sherry is a bit worked up. I'm here to host." And in breaking news, the campus tip jar has accumulated 3,000. Anyone who reports the culprit behind the terrifying noises will receive a share of this sum. The scene transitions to an on-site interview. Campus reporter: "Hello. Which floor are you on? Have the terrifying noises disturbed you?" Interviewee: "I, censored. You, censored. She, censored." The campus reporter, covering his ears, addresses the camera: "I believe she is also one of the victims." Wu Xingyue watches the unfolding news with a sense of guilt. How absurd. It was merely a trivial prank. Now it has escalated to personal attacks. Furthermore, they've initiated a reward pool, which has amassed 3,000. Wu Xingyue feels a mix of indignation and envy. 3,000 is a substantial amount, if not for the unexplainable source of the horrific noises. She might have been tempted to confess. Of course, there is another consideration. The situation has grown so significant that the school has intervened. If she were to confess, she would undoubtedly face disciplinary action. The demure Wu Xingyue is reluctant to carry such a burden, yet there is a silver lining. The fear index has surpassed an astonishing 20,000, primarily due to the aftermath of the Science Museum's destruction, with the remaining portion derived from her interactions with dormitory classmates over the past few days. Beside her, Liz, twirling her hair, curiously inquires, "Xingyue, why am I unaware of what's reported on campus news? The terrifying noises only occur in the early morning, and by that time, we're already on our way to the interest class in the giant structure." "Oh, I see now. During class, those flamboyant individuals were all sporting dark circles under their eyes. Initially, I wondered if this was the latest trend in makeup, but it soon became apparent that they had merely been disturbed from their slumber." Liz harbors disdain for anyone she perceives as more beautiful than herself, with the exception of Wu Xingyue. According to her, although you possess commendable looks, you do not conform to the aesthetic standards of our Western culture. Wu Xingyue, with her long hair elegantly styled and her tall, slender, oval face, embodies the quintessential girl next door. To the Eastern eye, she is as breathtaking as a celestial being. However, in the eyes of Westerners, she does not fit their ideals. They prefer fuller lips and ample bosoms. Wu Xingyue, unfazed by this, retorts, "Who are you to judge my beauty?" The two of them share laughter as they make their way to their classroom, which is already filled to capacity. As soon as they step inside, someone calls out, "Xingyue, come sit over here." The voice belongs to Peter, who is seated next to Ned. Classroom seating resembles that of a library. Those who arrive early claim their spots. This aligns with the principles of American education. Those who wish to learn will do so, while those who do not, as long as they do not disrupt the teacher, are free to choose. TCH, did you not notice this stunning beauty? Liz rolls her eyes at Peter and promptly takes a seat as close to him as possible. Wu Xingyue, having become accustomed to this behavior, is unperturbed. Ever since their visit to the Science Museum, Peter seems to have transformed into a more vibrant and cheerful individual, exuding a great charm towards the opposite sex. "Did not see you." Peter feigns blindness, his hands waving through the air. True to his nature as a friend of the Green Goblin across multiple universes, even a slight change in gender does not disrupt their camaraderie. At this moment, the hefty Ned leans in, speaking in a conspiratorial tone, "Classmates, did you know that a masked boy has suddenly appeared on the streets?" "I know." Liz interjects with a knowing expression, then whispers, "I heard from my family that this person is called, oh, right, Sleepy Baby." Upon hearing Ned mention the masked boy, Peter, who was just taking a sip of water, nearly chokes, sputtering out the liquid. Cough, cough. After a moment, he corrects himself. "Please, it's Spider-Man." "TCH, what a juvenile name." Liz dismisses with a wave of her hand. Peter stands up as if to defend his territory. Where's the childishness in that? Tony Stark is called Iron Man. He is a national idol now. Iron Man is also Peter's idol. After acquiring his mysterious powers, he decided to emulate Iron Man's endeavors to protect world peace. Thus, the name Spider-Man was inspired by Iron Man. With school to attend, He has focused his efforts in Queens and has frequently donned the mask he received as a Christmas gift to combat crime. TCH. I'm talking about Sleepy Baby. Why are you getting so worked up? Alright, the teacher is coming. Wu Xingyue finds the exchange amusing. Little does Liz know. She is aware that Sleepy Baby refers to none other than Peter himself. Perhaps, nestled within his backpack is that iconic mask. Moreover, based on her understanding of Liz, she had lived in the shadow of Tony since childhood. Among the affluent, there naturally exists a certain circle. She is the heiress of Osborne, while Tony is the heir of Stark. Although there is a significant age gap between the two, their social circles pay little heed to such trivialities. At present, Tony is the famed Iron Man, who captivates America, while she remains merely a high school student. One is loathed, the other idolized. It is only natural that they would clash. Peter shrugged and quietly remarked, "Everyone, let us convene at the back mountain tonight." Amidst the clamor and chaos, they must not forget their serious business. Coincidentally, today is Friday, marking the start of the school holiday. During this time, with the assistance of the affluent Liz, they have gathered the necessary equipment to explore the moon. Success or failure hinges on tonight. Ding! Time flew swiftly, and soon it was time to dismiss school. At the school gate, a throng of students surged out, as if the outside world were a realm of freedom. Xingyue, Liz, see you at 8. All right, Xingyue replied courteously. Liz, however, walked away with a stern expression towards a certain direction. Wu Xingyue discerned her thoughts and said, "After tonight, your fame will eclipse Tony's." Liz nodded. Ever since she uncovered the moon's secret, she had nurtured her ambitions. This was her sole opportunity to outshine Tony, and for this, she had extensively utilized Osborne's resources to prepare for tonight. The two made their way to Uncle Long's Chinese restaurant, a place Wu Xingyue frequented for its delectable offerings. In the distance, within a black sedan, a man reported respectfully, "Liz, the heiress of Osborne Group, began collecting detection equipment over a week ago." A middle-aged man, shrouded in shadows in the back seat, nodded. "And what about the one next to her?" "An ordinary student, yet remarkably gifted in the field of megastructures." The middle-aged man nodded again. "Though I am uncertain how this information leaked and reached these high school students, I would rather err on the side of caution. It is better to kill the wrong person than to let the right one escape." Yes. Chapter 47. An uncommon Uncle Long braised beef tongue, 9 turn intestines, and oil-drizzled bitter chrysanthemum. Wu Xingyue perused the menu, selecting her favorite dishes. With chopsticks in hand, Liz gazed at her in eager anticipation. "Wow, Xingyue, you really know how to order. It all sounds so sophisticated." The menu was not managed by a server, but rather by the restaurant's owner, Uncle Long. At that moment, he looked at Wu Xingyue with a benevolent smile. "Hee, would you like some soup? Young ladies should eat more. Being so slender is quite pitiful. Don't you know that being plump is a blessing?" Hearing Uncle Long's remark, Liz immediately grew displeased. "Uncle Long, we are slender. What do you know about being plump?" "Humph. Uncle Long, it's already quite sufficient," Wu Xingyue replied with a sweet smile. Since their last breakfast here, Uncle Long had taken special care of her, ensuring that not only were the portions ample, but he also personally cooked the meals. Consequently, many patrons complained of the favoritism. This Chinese restaurant enjoyed great renown, and Uncle Long, unbothered by the opinions of others, retorted, "In the land of the free, how I choose to operate is my prerogative. Believe me, I will sue you for depriving me of my freedom." The meal was quickly served, and upon gazing at the delectable dishes on the table, the two young women eagerly commenced their feast. "Ah, Xingyue, that's my intestines," Liz exclaimed in indignation, seizing her chopsticks, still somewhat clumsy in their use, as she attempted to snatch the dish. "Oh, weren't you disdainful of it before?" Wu Xingyue, upon encountering the culinary delights, seemed to awaken some primal instinct within her, shedding her genteel demeanor as she deftly wielded her chopsticks. That was in the past. Liz, cheeks puffed and mouth never idle, continued to indulge. Westerners often shun animal organs for various reasons. Some claim it is due to a distaste for the dirty nature of such fare, while others attribute it to their cultural beliefs. In truth, it primarily stems from their relatively brief history and limited exposure. However, upon tasting the exquisite flavors of intestines and beef tongue, Liz found herself utterly captivated. After the gustatory whirlwind, Wu Xingyue patted her slightly protruding belly, satisfaction evident on her face, and the two made their way outside. "See you later, Uncle Long." "Bye," Liz chimed in unison. "Until next time," Uncle Long responded warmly, seated at the front desk sipping tea as he watched the two depart. They exited the Chinese restaurant, heading towards their school. With time still on their side, they had some matters to attend to. Uncle Long gently blew on his tea, savoring the moment. His current life was indeed a delightful one. Watching the two young women leave, a kind expression graced his features, particularly when he thought of Wu Xingyue, who reminded him of his daughter studying abroad in the Eagle Nation. "Ah, if only my daughter shared the same fondness for my culinary creations," he mused. However, With only a year left until her graduation, he felt a swell of happiness. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of a black sedan pulling away. Having served in the Vietnam War and possessing keen reconnaissance skills, he found the vehicle somewhat peculiar. It seemed to have parked across the street right after the two young women entered. A sense of vigilance washed over Uncle Long as he set down his teacup and addressed the cashier. "You're in charge for now." He then straightened his attire and stepped out of the restaurant. In a narrow alleyway, the black sedan idled, as if waiting for something. Four individuals occupied the space: two burly black men, a gaunt young man, and one more inside the vehicle. Except for the occupant within, the others were outside, relaxing, smoking, and discussing the previous week's encounter with a woman. At that moment, Uncle Long, dressed in worn and tattered clothing, nonchalantly approached from around the corner. One of the black men, smoking a cigarette, spotted the elderly man and quickly extinguished his cigarette, raising a hand to block his path, saying, "Take another route, old man. That's my home." Uncle Long raised a finger, pointing to a corner behind the man. "A beggar, haha. Richard, look, we've claimed his place." The burly man laughed derisively, turning to share the jest with his companion. As the others erupted in laughter, Uncle Long sprang into action. With a swift motion, he delivered a precise strike to the man's neck, rendering him silent in an instant. Leveraging the man's larger physique, Uncle Long maneuvered him towards the remaining three. "Yate, what is wrong with you?" Another black man, Richard, was smiling when he noticed Arthur retreating in his direction. Uncle Long, using one hand, pushed the burly Arthur while his peripheral vision caught sight of a wooden board among the clutter. With a swift motion, he struck Richard on the head with the board, rendering him unaware of the unfolding chaos. Damn it! The scrawny youth was startled by the scene before him. How could the seemingly beggar-like old man suddenly turn violent? His hand fumbled as he reached for his gun at his waist to retaliate. After knocking Richard down, Uncle Long executed a nimble leap over the black car to reach the scrawny youth. With a swift palm strike, he delivered a blow to the youth's head. The young man hit the ground hard, struggling briefly before losing consciousness. After efficiently dealing with the three individuals, Uncle Long surveyed the occupants of the vehicle, retrieved the fallen gun from the ground, and sighed, "I haven't used this in ages." He quickly disassembled the firearm and took a seat in the car. "Now, tell me, who are you, and why were you tailing those two young ladies?" By this time, the light was dimming. The middle-aged man in the back seat slowly revealed his face. "Andrew." Uncle Long was taken aback. This man was a notorious gang leader from Hell's Kitchen, deeply involved in drug trafficking, smuggling, and human trafficking. The middle-aged man, exuding a hardened demeanor, smiled coldly and said, "Do you know me? Are you aware of the consequences of your actions?" Uncle Long's expression grew tense. Running a Chinese restaurant in Queens often meant dealing with local thugs, and he was well aware of this man's ruthless reputation, rumored to be backed by a significant power. Casting a wary glance around, Uncle Long felt a flicker of murderous intent, for no other reason than to ensure his own peaceful existence in the future. He resolved to eliminate this threat right there. Otherwise, trouble would undoubtedly follow him. As the saying goes, time waits for no man. Uncle Long's fist shot forward like lightning, transforming midair into a claw aimed at the middle-aged man's neck. Chapter 48. The Dark Moon's trickery. In an instant, a crimson barrier appeared inside the car, intercepting Uncle Long's fist before it could reach its target. A figure suddenly materialized in the passenger seat, clad in bulky armor that appeared constricted within the confines of the vehicle. Cold sweat trickled down Uncle Long's back, as a lethal sense of danger coursed through every fiber of his being. Before he could react, a wave of dark red particles enveloped the alley, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The middle-aged man was still in shock, while Uncle Long instinctively adopted a defensive stance. It was his first mission, and he found himself facing these trifling adversaries. The helmet of the armored figure dissolved into particles, revealing an elongated head. Complaints aside, a hidden compartment in the armor's chest opened, from which a small device was extracted. A stream of mist was sprayed towards the two men. This old man nearly jeopardized the Lord's grand plans. If it weren't for the Supreme's fondness for his culinary creations, he would have been subjected to a torturous transformation into a twisted soul. However, I do enjoy this man's soul. I can't wait to torment him properly. He will eventually be mine. This was none other than Murphy, one of the disciples of the Taldarin tribe. The translucent liquid, seemingly imbued with life, rapidly enveloped the two motionless figures, leaving no trace of its presence within the vehicle in the blink of an eye. Murphy opened the passenger door and stepped out, unleashing a torrent of words upon the three individuals outside. After delivering his verbal barrage, Murphy approached the rear door and seized Uncle Long, executing a quantum teleportation to vanish from sight. With Murphy's departure, the dark crimson beam also dissipated into nothingness. The middle-aged man appeared perplexed, twisting his neck as an unsettling sensation gripped him. During his movements, a tattoo emerged on his neck, depicting a skull entwined with a serpent. Oddly, he pondered, why am I on the ground? The other 3 also rose from the ground, groaning in unison. Oh, my head aches terribly. It was 8 o'clock at the summit of the rear mountain, within a structure radiating a strong sense of technology. Liz, your setup here is rather extravagant, isn't it? Peter exclaimed, astonished by the scene before him. He had anticipated simply pitching a few tents, yet Liz had transformed the location into what resembled a rudimentary research facility. Liz, with a look of disdain, retorted, this is the site where we shall uncover the truth about the moon. It cannot be treated casually. I have purchased this mountain, henceforth. It shall serve as our team's base. With a display of reckless extravagance, Liz embodied the spirit of someone who revels in their wealth. Peter hesitated, voicing his concern. Liz, while I am 90% certain, what if? There is no what if. Liz interjected urgently. This was her sole opportunity to outshine that arrogant Tony, and she refused to allow any unforeseen complications. Meanwhile, Ned was occupied with testing the equipment, as several computers worked tirelessly, processing data. Hey guys, according to the data analysis, the optimal observation time is in half an hour. Ned, well-versed in computer technology, was rapidly typing away at the keyboard. In another location, dozens of vehicles surged towards the rear mountain. Inside one of the cars, Richard remarked, isn't it strange? My neck still hurts like hell. Tell me about it. I can't recall how I ended up with this mark on my head. Another chimed in. A tear. Do you think the boss is overreacting? We're more than enough to handle a few high schoolers. Why send so many of us? Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you want to die? To speak ill of the boss behind his back is to invite disaster. Richard recoiled, understanding that this disaster implied selling off his organs worldwide. Haha, I wouldn't dare. In Hell's Kitchen West, during the day, the area was desolate, plagued by poverty and hunger, but with the arrival of night, it transformed into a vibrant spectacle. The streets, illuminated by neon lights, were lined with flamboyantly dressed women, enticing passers-by with various seductive poses. Many miners, proudly displaying bulging pockets, wielded weapons larger than themselves. Occasionally, someone would approach, offering bundles of cash, while the miners retrieved white powder from their pockets in exchange. All of this seemed perfectly normal in this place, with no one expressing surprise. It was as if the area existed beyond the law, where all illicit activities were deemed legal. In a luxurious nightclub nestled in the West District, within a clandestine private room, a middle-aged man, previously anxious, now listened intently to a phone call. Douchi, how is the situation being handled? Inquired the voice on the line. Leader, I have already delegated the matter. It is better to mistakenly eliminate than to let any potential threat slip away, Douchi respectfully replied. Excellent, the voice continued. Douchi, your contributions over the years have not gone unnoticed. Rest assured, once we secure control of the moon, we shall no longer need to operate in secrecy. With a fervent salute, Douchi declared, Long live Hydra. Long live Hydra, echoed the voice on the other end. Just as the caller intended to end the conversation, Douchi hesitated and added, Leader, there is one more matter I believe requires your attention. Speak. Among those students, one is the heir of Osborne. A prolonged silence followed on the other end. Eliminate all obstacles. The call ended with a beep, and Douchi slumped onto the sofa, his back already damp with sweat. In an undisclosed base in Haiti, the imposing insignia of Hydra loomed at the center. Countless sealed chambers formed a vast complex. In one laboratory, hundreds of scientists clad in white lab coats diligently operated their equipment, continuously fine-tuning instruments to achieve optimal performance. As the lift doors opened, an elderly man with white hair entered, his countenance grave and authoritative, exuding an aura befitting a leader, flanked by numerous bodyguards. He approached the control room and sternly proclaimed, This is our once-in-a-century opportunity. We cannot afford any missteps. The scientists immediately ceased their work, standing rigidly and performing the Hydra salute. Long live Hydra. On the shadowed side of the moon, a grand and magnificent castle, now significantly larger than before, stood proud. Within its walls, a handsome lord listened intently to the reports from his loyal followers. My lord, the situation has been resolved. The old man has been placed in his home. The lord, Dark Moon, nodded. What is the status of the rear mountain? Reporting to the lord, that human organization has dispatched individuals to assault the apex, Murphy stated, linking the probe to the first device, revealing a series of images. The footage displayed a convoy of vehicles speeding towards their destination. Dark Moon nodded. The probe is in the area. If we do not restrict it, those humans will expose themselves before they can approach the apex, Murphy expressed his concerns. The Taldarin tribe's codex states, eliminate all threats to the apex. This is an ironclad rule that all members must adhere to. However, as a high-ranking lord, Dark Moon possesses the flexibility to interpret this rule, ensuring that while the outcome remains unchanged, the process can vary, which is why he can orchestrate such actions. The apex holds many reservations about this world and will remain concealed until the critical moment arrives. Dark Moon harbors no worries. He is confident that before the convoy reaches the apex, they will be neutralized by the probe. Chapter 49. Stagnant technology. What he aimed to achieve was to shatter the revered perception of supremacy. Only through fearlessness and unreserved ambition could he truly guide the Taldarins forward. The Taldarins required an escalation of their fear quotient, yet supremacy was shackled by the so-called restraints. How, then, could they foster the growth of the Taldarins? In his view, the outright annihilation of Blue Star would yield billions in fear value, thereby instantly amplifying the strength of the Taldarins. This could serve as a springboard for invading other civilizations, swiftly augmenting the Taldarins' might, granting them the capability to contend even with the swarm. However, such a proposition was dismissed by the supreme authority, and he found himself unable to directly contravene its commands. There exists a type of loyalty that borders on foolishness, yet he was clearly not of that ilk. Thus, he sought to persuade the adjudicator, Aon, to collaborate with him in altering the supreme authority. As the adjudicator, Naion's duty was to guide the supremacy in leading the Taldarins towards grandeur. The endeavors of the amalgam, Dark Moon, aligned with his responsibilities, and thus he would naturally offer a degree of cooperation. Murphy hesitantly spoke. "My lord, there has been a development surrounding the supremacy." Dark Moon's expression hardened as he turned to the trembling figure of the disciple, Murphy, who lay prostrate on the ground. "What has transpired?" "My lord, there is a top-tier human of surface-level significance in proximity to the supremacy, as I gleaned from the periodic scans of Probe 1. Probe 1 periodically scans a designated area to preemptively detect any threats to the supremacy's operational zone. The Taldarins possess a dedicated analytical system capable of probing energy reactions within a region, allowing for a precise assessment of the target's level based on intensity. Humph. Useless. Dark Moon coalesced dark red energy, launching a basketball-sized energy orb that struck Murphy, sending him hurtling 100 meters away. "Were it not for the tribe's need for personnel, you would have become my sustenance." Murphy hastily regained his footing, disregarding his disheveled state, and quickly crawled back to Dark Moon's side. "I acknowledge my mistake. I underestimated humanity." This task was entrusted to him by Dark Moon, primarily aimed at making the supremacy aware of the treachery of humanoids and the murder of her dear friend, thus setting the supremacy on a path of vengeance. Revenge was a commonly employed growth paradigm within the Taldarins. The younger generation of Taldarins would be molded through various means by their predecessors, ultimately honing them into qualified members of the tribe. Unperturbed by Murphy's pleas, Dark Moon accessed the scenes of the rear mountain through the ethereal link of the Ascension Chain. A multitude of data materialized in his mind, simulating various potential scenarios yet to unfold. "You are to sabotage that underwater laboratory of the human organization to prevent them from probing the moon. According to our analysis, those dozen or so vehicles pose no threat to the individuals near the supremacy. Thus, we shall draw out the organization behind them. At your command." Murphy sighed with relief internally. If his actions were to influence the Lord's decisions detrimentally, no amount of penance would suffice. Subsequently, Murphy activated the leap and departed through quantum transmission. Observing Murphy's exit, Dark Moon ceased further discourse. Time flowed on, and a voice eventually broke the silence. "Dolly Lord, the exploration of the moon's core has been completed." Dark Moon's dual eyes widened in intrigue. "Initiate visual sharing." "Dolly, as you command." A data link reminiscent of an invitation appeared, and Dark Moon's eyes reopened to reveal a transformed environment, now inhabiting Dolly's form. The space was vast, stretching endlessly into the darkness that enveloped it. Taking control of Dolly's body, Dark Moon addressed the armor system. "Activate night vision module." With a soft hum, a deep crimson light enveloped the ocular region of the helmet, illuminating the surroundings with remarkable clarity. A three-dimensional display materialized in the lower left corner of the field of vision. The advanced technology of the Star Spirits endowed the armor with numerous features. Although the armor of the Reborn was merely a basic model, lacking the comprehensive combat assistance of other units, it still possessed night vision and environmental guidance, a testament to its Taldarin heritage. Before Dark Moon lay a colossal metallic sphere, its interlocking rings rotating in a rhythmic fashion. The three-dimensional display magnified instantly, revealing each component with crystalline clarity. While celestial script appeared at the sphere's core, Star Core, extracting the Star Core would cause the moon to succumb to the gravitational pull of the blue planet, triggering tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and freezing conditions. A multitude of methods to harvest immense fear values surged through Dark Moon's mind, yet upon recalling the cherished Supreme, he sighed. The plan was flawless, but alas, the Supreme would not consent. Upon scanning the moon's interior, Dark Moon found only the Star Core to be a valuable resource, dismissing everything else without a second thought. The vessel, powered primarily by the star core, bore an exterior crafted from abundant metallic elements, resembling the lunar surface, while its interior housed an ecosystem long abandoned. Though its status as a satellite of the blue planet remained a mystery, its technological level was woefully inferior. To the Taldarin clan, this technology seemed hopelessly archaic. An unidentified underwater base loomed in the shadows. Quantum energy gradually coalesced into a figure, the reborn Murphy, transmitted from the far side of the moon. The armor possessed a life support system, allowing Murphy to move freely even from the depths of the ocean. Murphy, Probe 2, scanned the entire marine expanse. High above, a probe hovered amidst the clouds, its presence harmonizing seamlessly with the environment. It would have gone unnoticed were it not for the brief crimson scanning beam directed toward the ocean below. Probe 2, of course, was a basic unit exchanged by Wu Xingyue during this period, concerned that an increase in probes might lead to unforeseen consequences. She had entrusted Probe 2 to Dark Moon for management. Probe 2, scanning complete. Upon receiving the results, Murphy nodded and began reviewing the data uploaded to the armor. Following the designated route, Murphy swam toward the nearby underwater base. As he approached, he activated the armor's environmental mimicry function, allowing him to blend seamlessly with the surrounding seawater in mere moments. The environmental cloaking function is a sophisticated capability that employs psychic interference technology to create visual and detection deceptions markedly distinct from conventional stealth. The perimeter of the base is dotted with numerous detectors, diligently scanning the surroundings. Even the passage of a small fish would be detected and tracked by several devices until it swam far away. Laser beams swept over the camouflaged Murphy, seemingly oblivious to his presence, as they ignored him entirely. As Murphy approached the target laboratory, he noticed dozens of frogmen stationed around for vigilance. The Hydra organization placed great significance on this plan, deploying frogmen to guard the laboratory's exterior as a precaution. Chapter 50. The individual power of the undead. Murphy advanced cautiously, aware that while cloaking is not true invisibility, his movement would disturb the water flow, significantly increasing his chances of exposure. The frogmen, armed with trident-like weapons, remained vigilant. Z Seal, is there anything unusual? Z, Shark Leader, what disturbance could there be here? The frogman closest to Murphy glanced at his wrist detector and spoke. I'm Seagull. I perceive a slight change in the water flow. Z, Seagull, as the newest member of our marine team, you are still unfamiliar with this area. There are many currents here. It would be abnormal for there to be no changes. Seagull nodded, questioning whether he had been overly anxious, merely detecting a minor fluctuation in the water. Suddenly, a red dagger materialized before his visor. Seagull's eyes widened in terror as blood erupted from his mouth. With a flicker of consciousness, he attempted to warn his comrades. In an instant, the red dagger twisted violently. With a splatter, blood gushed forth, and Seagull trembled briefly before succumbing to death. The red dagger vanished into the armor as Murphy's psychic energy surged, propelling him toward the remaining frogmen. See, what happened to that guy? The frogman nearest Seagull glanced over and saw him slowly descending. Hey, why is he sinking? He began to report this observation. Suddenly, the red dagger struck again. In the blink of an eye, another body plummeted into the depths. With astonishing speed, Murphy dispatched a significant portion of the frogmen in mere moments, unnoticed. Though the undead were the lowest tier within the Taldarin tribe, the technology and psychic enhancements granted them surface-level elite prowess. The marine team was composed of Hydra's elite operatives, having undertaken numerous covert missions, with each member possessing exceptional special forces capabilities. However, they found themselves utterly defenseless against the undead, whose equipment and strength far surpassed theirs. Z Seagull. Seal, respond if you receive this. Shark, the team leader responsible for overall strategy, felt a growing unease as the eerie silence on the channel enveloped him. Clutching his trident weapon, he scanned the positions of his comrades. To his dismay, the surroundings were utterly devoid of life. Beep. The wrist detector emitted a series of urgent beeps, indicating a rapid increase in water flow measurements, surpassing the alert threshold. This is bad. Shark's eyes widened in realization that something had gone awry. Without the slightest hesitation, he pressed the alarm button at his waist. A flash of red light appeared, and a figure emerged before him, a crimson dagger slicing through his mask. The sea rushed in instantly, and Captain Shark struggled desperately. However, due to the depth of the ocean and the lack of protective diving gear, the immense pressure proved unbearable for an ordinary person, and he lost consciousness within moments. Murphy regarded this with disdain, retrieving a demolition grenade from his waist and moving towards the outer wall of the laboratory. In the rear mountain, within the structure, several individuals were entirely focused on the readings displayed on the equipment. Wu Xingyue and Liz, the main participants of this validation, had donned white lab coats and were seated before a device resembling a telescope, intently observing. Ned and Peter anxiously monitored the time. Although they were not responsible for the observations, their concern surpassed that of the two operators at the instrument. Peter was the most tense. This was the only remnant left by his parents, the soul, means to uncover their whereabouts. Suddenly, Peter felt a shiver run down his spine, his body bristling with apprehension. His acute spider sense seemed to forewarn him of impending danger, tightening his chest with anxiety. Sensing the source of this unease, Peter quickly declared, "I need to step outside for a moment," and dashed towards the exit. Cautiously emerging, he retrieved a red mask from his backpack and muttered to himself, "Why do I feel this sense of danger?" Despite his uncertainty about the origin of this foreboding feeling, Peter chose to trust it. Over the past 10 days, he had gained significant insight into his abilities, recognizing this instinct as his spider sense, a gift that had saved him on numerous occasions. Thus he held this sensation in high regard. Subsequently, he leaped effortlessly, rising 3 meters into the air, silently landing on the nearest tree branch, and then vanished with a series of agile jumps. In the forest behind the building, a voice inquired, "Are you all set?" "Boss, I'm ready," replied a subordinate, brandishing a rocket launcher. "Fool, are you trying to make this known to everyone?" exclaimed Yate, exasperated. His crew, seasoned veterans from Hell's Kitchen, were well acquainted with grenades, demolitions, and machine gun fire, yet this task of discreetly eliminating a few high school students felt ill-suited to their expertise. "Shoo," cautioned Charlie, a burly observer, signaling silence to his companions. "No security from Oscorp has been detected yet. Remain vigilant. Eliminate them swiftly and destroy all data." With that, he led the way towards their objective. Unbeknownst to them, overhead, a figure suspended in the air had heard every word they uttered. The disappearance of his parents had always remained a mystery, and the police had yielded no results. But who were these individuals? And what intentions did they harbor towards a group of high school students? The adversaries were heavily armed, unmistakably formidable individuals who seemed well acquainted with Peter and his companions. Their knowledge of the Osborne group indicated that they had conducted thorough investigations on them. From their discourse, it became evident that their intent was to eliminate Peter and his friends, erasing any trace of evidence. Peter's mind raced with speculation. These individuals must be linked to the disappearance of his parents. However, he was perplexed as to why they would resort to outright murder and the destruction of all data. Were they not seeking information regarding his parents? Uncertain yet resolute, Peter understood that if he did not thwart them, his friends would face grave peril. With a swift motion, he pivoted and unleashed 2 strands of deep blue webbing towards the henchman wielding a rocket launcher. The webbing crackled as if charged with electricity, incapacitating the 2 targets instantly. "Damn it, it's a trap." At that moment, Atare realized the dire situation and became alert to his surroundings. Suddenly, the elusive figure in red appeared, and Atare shouted for his companions to fire at the red dot visible in the trees. Despite Peter's enhanced reflexes, strength, and endurance, he harbored an innate fear of bullets and dared not test the extent of their lethality. He leapt and dodged, but the conspicuous red mask made him an easy target for his pursuers. "Curse it, I should have worn a black mask," he lamented. Chapter 51, Static Electricity? Peter felt overwhelmed, his admiration for Iron Man now a double-edged sword, as his crimson mask rendered him a beacon in the darkness, easily discernible to his enemies. Inside the building, gunfire erupted outside, causing Liz to scream in terror. Ned, the rotund figure, trembled in fear, his face pale. "Peter is still out there. Could that gunfire?" He covered his mouth, too afraid to voice his dread. Ned's pupils dilated, as if paralyzed by the realization. "If only I had brought the bodyguards my dad arranged." Liz, with a mournful expression, regretted her earlier decision not to include protection. "Xingyue, what should we do?" The calmest among them was Wu Xingyue. After Peter's departure, Probe 1 had reported on the situation outside. However, in accordance with Inyu's suspicions, Wu Xingyue was wary and refrained from instructing the probe to engage. "Nyan, when will you arrive?" While fear was not entirely accurate, as her psychic shield was active and reportedly impervious to direct sniper fire, a sense of tension lingered. "Nyan, reporting to the Supreme, Lord Xingyue is currently engaged in a critical experiment and cannot leap. It is advised to deploy the soul machine Alexei for protection." Upon hearing about the deployment of the clumsy behemoth Alexei, Wu Xingyue immediately shook her head in disapproval. "That won't do. His distinctive features would expose us." After completing the mission at the Destruction Technology Museum, Alexei had been transported to the Slayan dimension. During this period, Wu Xingyue encountered Alexei, who had already fused with the Rhino mech. His destruction of the Science Museum had resulted in a substantial influx of fear value linked to him. According to the rules of the Ascension Chain, most of this fear value was absorbed by it, but a small portion would enhance him. He had transformed significantly. The once colossal Rhino mech had now been augmented to an even more formidable size. His intention was clear: to appear imposing and facilitate bank heists. What absurdity! He still harbored the obsession with robbing banks. Nyan, supreme, capable of annihilating everyone present. The dead do not speak. No, they are my friends. 9. Supreme. Yet the outcome remains unchanged. They will still perish. No. Despite her profound fear, Liz, upon hearing Wu Xingyue's sudden shout, mistakenly believed she was terrified and offered comfort. Xingyue, don't be afraid. We will be fine. The police will arrive shortly. Wu Xingyue realized she had shouted and, feeling embarrassed, nodded slightly, giving Liz a reassuring glance before sinking back into the Ascension Chain. 9. Is there no other way? 9. Reporting to the Supreme. The particle cannon can instantaneously obliterate the invading enemy. Wu Xingyue was taken aback, recalling what Probe 1 often mentioned about the particle cannon. Lacking a substantial understanding of weaponry, she equated the particle cannon to a rifle, questioning instinctively, what is its power? Can it be aimed accurately? 9. No. The minimum power of the particle cannon is comparable to this planet's rocket artillery. Wu Xingyue's face fell instantly. She felt a profound sense of grievance. Why are all of you so exceptional? The sound of gunfire outside continued unabated. At that moment, Wu Xingyue had a realization. 9. You deceived me. I still have a little spider here. In her earlier panic, she had forgotten about Peter. The gunfire outside was likely directed at him. 9 seemed evasive, no longer responding to the Supreme's inquiries. Bullets rained down like a storm. Peter dodged and leaped, momentarily unable to retaliate. Charlie, a former elite Special Forces soldier of America, had been discharged for disciplinary violations and later joined the Hell's Kitchen gang. Watching the agile figure leap like a monkey, he felt a surge of resentment. Recognizing the opponent's abilities far surpassed human limits. You, shoot him with the rifle. I'll cut off his escape route. He commanded a subordinate armed with a rifle while positioning himself to block Peter's path. This was reality. No one foolishly chased after another to shoot. For there existed a concept known as prediction. Charlie's strategy proved effective. As both were about to backflip to evade, Peter's spider sense tingled with a life-threatening danger. His body involuntarily executed a 360-degree rotation in midair, barely evading the incoming bullets, though his clothing was ripped. Before he could catch his breath, bullets once again poured down like rain. Peter's spider sense signaled the imminent peril, taking control of his body and causing him to tremble in place, seemingly attempting various escape routes. Yet despite his efforts, he remained stationary. At last, he contorted his body, adopting peculiar movements in a bid to defend himself. The spider sense is an extraordinary reflex, capable of swiftly detecting imminent danger. However, when surrounded by peril, one can only evade the most severe threats. A profound sense of despair engulfed Peter. An overwhelming sense of crisis that made him feel as though he would be reduced to mere shredded remnants. The glaring lights within the building were blinding. No, I cannot perish. If I die, what will become of my friends? This situation originated from me. I cannot burden them with my failure. Aunt May once advised against yielding easily. In critical moments, maintaining composure is paramount. Her words resonated within him like a potent stimulant, instantly rekindling the flickering hope in Peter's heart, and his gaze regained its determination. Peter recalled the source of his awakened abilities. My powers stem from the mutated spider within the Science Museum, granting me strength, speed, and endurance beyond human limits. I can manipulate the static electricity on my skin to adhere to walls, emit webs, and even conduct electric currents along my silk. He surmised that the spider that bit him had mutated due to radiation exposure. Static electricity? The term flashed into his mind. Static electricity is a charge that remains at rest, or an electromagnetic force. Time seemed to freeze, as if a pause button had been pressed. The bullets, descending like raindrops, appeared to move in excruciatingly slow motion. As Peter's thoughts surged, a miraculous scene unfolded around him. Countless fine threads seemed to emerge in his surroundings, each leading to a specific destination, with a few connecting to the incoming bullets. Yet, in an instant, this intricate web vanished, replaced by a surge of intense pain. Ah, Peter cried out in anguish. An invisible wave of energy radiated from him, exploding outward. The bullets, which had been moving at a leisurely pace, suddenly reacted as if encountering the positive and negative poles of an electromagnetic force, careening away with tremendous repulsion. Chapter 52. We can eliminate witnesses. Ding, 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 puff, puff, puff. The ricocheting bullets resembled a torrential downpour of needle-like raindrops, stirring a cloud of dust. Ah! Most of the bullets struck their targets, leading to the immediate demise of several unfortunate souls. Mutants? Charlie, enduring the pain coursing through his body, cast a grim look at the figure clad in a red mask. He had some knowledge of mutants and their bizarre abilities, which were notoriously difficult to counter. The pain was fleeting, and as Peter regained a semblance of composure, he stared in disbelief at the wailing gunman. Did I do this? Blood, screams, and cries of anguish filled the air. Peter's mind buzzed. He was uncertain of his actions moments ago, yet he understood that he had inadvertently taken lives. In the midst of his shock, two figures rose from the fallen gunman and swiftly dashed toward the interior of the building. It was Charlie and Art, positioned behind the assailants. Although bullets rained down upon them, most struck the henchman shielding them. With the advantage of his spider sense, Peter snapped back to reality. Damn it. You all need to flee. The gunfire has ceased. Wu Xingyue was acutely aware of Peter's identity, and, as the gunfire ceased, she understood that Peter had conclusively resolved the conflict. Boldly, she approached the entrance, driven by an insatiable curiosity to witness the transformed world beyond. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed as two figures burst through the door. Without uttering a word, Charlie immediately addressed Arthur upon entry, asserting that the destruction of the premises would not constitute a failure of their mission. Yet, his statement remained unfinished, its implications starkly clear. Within the White Gang, failure to complete a task could endanger one's family, a grim reminder that this realm operated devoid of the moral codes one might expect. Some may wonder how individuals would willingly join such a faction, but the allure of substantial rewards is potent. In America, human life is often deemed expendable, with wealth holding far greater value. Lacking money can prove more terrifying than lacking life itself. The organization they belonged to was aptly named the White Gang. It might seem peculiar that two black individuals were part of it, yet the gang, notorious for its racial discrimination, found itself in dire straits during a turf war. By chance, Charlie, returning from military service, intervened just in time to save Andrew Dodge, thereby adding a black gunman to their ranks, with Arthur joining subsequently. Both men, resolute in their purpose, believed that even if their mission was not executed flawlessly, their actions would suffice to provide for their families through generous compensation in the event of their demise. Gunfire erupted, illuminating the scene with fierce flames. At that moment, Peter also appeared at the threshold, swiftly deploying his webs to counter the onslaught. Yet, he was a moment too late. Wu Xingyue's eyes widened as her enhanced vision allowed her to perceive the incoming bullets with clarity. Despite her status as the supreme being of Taldarin, she instinctively screamed and shut her eyes. Xingyue, Liz, Ned shouted. The sound that followed was not what they had anticipated. It was the clattering of metal as dozens of bullets fell feebly to the ground, each one flattened as though struck against steel. Charlie and Arthur stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the unfolding events. Just as they were about to speak, they found themselves ensnared by webs that paralyzed them as if struck by an electric jolt. Xingyue, Liz exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment as she called out to Wu Xingyue. Meanwhile, Ned approached the spot where the bullets had fallen, picking up a flattened round and staring rigidly at Wu Xingyue. Initially gripped by instinctive fear, Wu Xingyue soon realized the gravity of her situation. She had been entirely exposed. Exposed, completely exposed, Nyan suggested with ulterior motives. If you wish to prevent this matter from becoming public, we could eliminate the witnesses. Wu Xingyue rolled her eyes in exasperation, retorting, Enough. Why does this person always suggest murder? This was the second time such an idea had been proposed. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation, for the expressions of the three individuals around her shifted from shock to elation. Xingyue, you are a superhuman, one exclaimed. No, she is a mutant. How extraordinary. In the midst of this chaotic scene, three individuals fervently surrounded Wu Xingyue, their admiration palpable. Overwhelmed, she felt a headache brewing, as if the very fears she wished to evade were manifesting before her, just as she contemplated how to placate them. Her peripheral vision caught sight of the red-masked man outside, lost in contemplation. As the saying goes, better to perish together than to let a friend fall. To her surprise, she recognized the pajama-clad figure as Peter. Even in the face of exposure, Wu Xingyue, with a hint of mischief, resolved to lay all cards on the table. If she was to endure a headache, it would be shared. At that moment, Peter stood frozen, his hands poised as if to launch webs, oblivious to the fallen adversary who lay in shock. Indeed, he was astounded by Wu Xingyue's capabilities. Previously, upon witnessing bullets being fired, he had yearned to wield an indescribable power to control them. Yet, despite his utmost efforts, he found the bullets impervious to his influence. Just when anxiety gripped him, an astonishing event unfolded. Bullets that should have either evaded him or erupted in confrontation simply dropped powerless at a distance of 2 meters from Wu Xingyue. How could he not be astonished? What? I am not. Peter snapped back to reality, eager to leap outside. Your mask is torn, yet you still pretend. He hesitated, reaching instinctively to cover the damaged part of his mask, but as his hand rose, he reluctantly lowered it again, realizing the mask remained intact. In the upscale nightclub of the Hell's Kitchen West District, a clandestine chamber was alive with the seductive movements of a dozen alluring women, each employing their full charm to entice the man lounging on the sofa. Before him lay bundles of cash, as he reclined with a cigar nearing its end, savoring the indulgence of power, fine wine, and beauty, an exquisite trifecta. Suddenly, a black phone chimed. The entranced man snapped back to attention. Get out, he commanded, his voice booming over the clack of high heels on the floor. The dozen white women halted, their expressions morphing to fear as they glanced at the man, uncertain of how they had provoked his ire. Without a moment's hesitation, he answered the phone. "Boss, don't engage. Cancel the mission." With a heavy heart, the man, Dodge, hung up, urgency propelling him to dial Charlie's number. "Answer the phone. Damn it." Watching the phone ring unanswered, his expression darkened. Dismissing the enchanting women, Dodge hurriedly exited the private room. As he passed the burly white man stationed at the door, he whispered, "Eliminate them." He then strode toward the corridor's end. The man comprehended the command, as if it were a familiar routine, entering the room and closing the door behind him. The tally stood, 24 deceased, 7 severely injured. The wounded were to be transported for urgent medical attention. Red and blue sirens lined up in a row, surrounded by dozens of police officers investigating the scene, while several ambulances were receiving the injured. What transpired? Could you elaborate? Peter, was at a loss for what to do, seeking help from my companion. Wu Xingyue smiled shyly and naturally remarked, "We were merely completing our extracurricular assignment when a group of armed individuals suddenly attempted to assault us." Just at that critical moment, the figure in a red mask, the pajama baby, appeared and valiantly rescued us, right, Peter? Peter cast a resentful glance at Wu Xingyue, feeling aggrieved by her tarnishing of his reputation. The questioning officer, a black woman, clearly found Wu Xingyue's account hard to believe. Just him alone? From the scene, it appears that at least 2 gangs were involved in a shootout. Liz, displeased with the officer's demeanor, stepped forward, asserting, "Officer, we are merely students who have been profoundly shaken and require rest. If you have any inquiries, please contact our lawyer." Liz exhibited a clear familiarity with handling police encounters, tossing her head as she gestured for the others to board the ambulance and await further instructions. The ambulance was spacious, and the group gradually entered to wait. "Liz, could you refrain from staring at me like that?" Wu Xingyue expressed her discomfort. Liz's gaze was too unsettling. "I can't help it." Liz chuckled and then whispered, "Xingyue, tell me, everyone went to the science museum, but why did only you and Peter gain superpowers? Why not the 3 of us? Superpowers aren't as common as cabbages." Wu Xingyue retorted sharply. Although she had dragged Peter into this, her own unusual circumstances remained inexplicable. Thus, she cleverly attributed her peculiarity to their visit to the science museum. Knowing Peter could corroborate her story, after Peter's account, the others began to believe Wu Xingyue's claims. Liz cast an envious glance at Wu Xingyue and then turned to Peter, saying, "Peter, I see now why you were so serious during the day. You are the pajama baby. Once again, I'm Spider-Man." Peter weakly countered, then gazed despondently at the buildings outside the ambulance window. The rare lunar self-correction phenomenon had occurred, and having missed it this time, who knew how long it would be before another opportunity arose? Noticing Peter's despondency, Wu Xingyue retrieved a small disc from her pocket, saying, "Isn't it a coincidence that the crucial moment of the moon's self-correction was captured by our instruments?" "What?" Peter, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline, suddenly perked up. Liz and Ned also looked at Wu Xingyue in disbelief, trying to fathom when she had managed to capture evidence of the moon's self-correction. The group was taken to the nearest hospital by ambulance for comprehensive examinations and psychological counseling. After Liz's lawyer arrived, the police conducted a record of inquiries. Once everything was concluded, they were escorted home by the police. In the back mountains, numerous officers continued their investigation of the scene. This was a significant case, with dozens of individuals wielding heavy weaponry, particularly involving the Osborne group, prompting heightened concern from higher authorities. The crime scene, surrounded by security personnel, any unrelated individuals approaching would be promptly warned and escorted away. 2 impeccably dressed men entered the restricted area, producing identification from their pockets. Upon seeing the credentials, the security personnel swiftly parted the barricade. Representing the intelligence agency, their superior organization, the police dared not exhibit any negligence. Some officers were documenting the scene. Others were surveying the terrain, while a few were extracting embedded bullets from the surrounding trees. As the 2 approached the incident site, one of them, noticeably shorter, inquired of a hurried officer, "Who is in charge here?" "I'm Agent Coulson, and this area is now under our jurisdiction." A slightly portly officer stepped forward. Following the handover, the police retreated, leaving only the 2 men on the scene. After surveying the area, Coulson retrieved his phone. "Director, this is Coulson. Based on the energy readings from the site, they correlate with our data. It is a surface-level response. Is it a mutant or an inhuman?" Came the response. "No matching data. Locate him." "Understood, Director." Nodding, Coulson prepared to stow away the energy detector when he noticed a second energy response on the device. "Director, the energy detector has detected a second source." Coulson proceeded toward the location of the energy response, which was indeed within the building. "Director, a new energy response. Identify the target." At S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters, a figure with a dark, egg-shaped head adorned with a black mask resembled a cracked egg. Before him was an immense screen displaying the geographical data of half the planet, dotted with numerous red points indicating levels of danger. Several red circles pulsated with blinking codes, signaling incidents, one of which was located in the backwoods of Queens. The figure murmured, 2 energy responses. Why does the system only display 1? Could it be due to a lack of records? This was SHIELD's most advanced hemispheric energy detection system, covering half of the blue planet. Even in the most desolate deserts, any energy response exceeding surface levels would be detected. Since its inception, it had handled numerous supernatural events. Yet this was the first time it had failed to identify an occurrence. Approaching his desk, he pressed a button. Knock, knock, came a sound from outside. Subsequently, a striking female agent entered. The figure glanced at her and commanded, Natasha, it's time to awaken him. The enchanting agent, clad in her work attire, her fiery red hair accentuating her porcelain skin, possessed a figure that was nothing short of perfection. In response to the director's order, Natasha leaned against the doorframe, tucking her hair behind her ear to reveal her fair shoulder. Director Fury, you promised me a vacation. Natasha, the global rate of supernatural crimes is steadily rising. I have not taken a break in 10 years. I wish to file a complaint. Agent Natasha, awaken the captain, and then head over to Stark's. He is becoming increasingly erratic. Are you suggesting I file a complaint? Complaints can be lodged in the director's mailbox located beside the staircase in the lobby on the first floor, and I shall respond within 7 working days. Natasha rolled her eyes at Fury before departing. Chapter 54. The Winter Soldier Awakens Morning. A delightful morning is invariably accompanied by music that rouses those still enveloped in slumber. Ah, who is it, you scoundrel? The once quiet dormitory was suddenly filled with an array of curses. Wu Xingyue dressed swiftly, stepping out of her dorm with a light laugh, her smile captivating enough to leave a lasting impression. It was Saturday, and with few students remaining on campus, the atmosphere was tinged with an air of trepidation, registering a fear level of 60. She had never been bothered by the presence of mosquitoes. After all, even the smallest morsel holds value. With a cheerful disposition, she made her way to the dining hall. After breakfast, Wu Xingyue headed, as usual, towards the library, determined to dedicate every moment to her studies. The weekend crowd comprised students of varying heights and builds, all diligent in their scholarly pursuits. Thus, the path to the library was bustling with students. The library, a 2-story edifice constructed from red bricks, exuded a sense of historical significance. It housed 30,000 volumes of diverse literature, with thousands more added annually. Wu Xingyue was engrossed in a rare ancient Chinese text titled The Hexagonal Space Theory, which had astounded her with its bold concepts from the very first glance, and she was further captivated by its myriad hypotheses. The most renowned of these theories, the hexagonal space theory, sparked heated debates on authoritative platforms, with few proponents and numerous critics, many scholars leveraging it to elevate their academic reputations. At a restaurant in Queens, Peter orders 17 and 19 to be delivered within half an hour. Understood, boss. Peter grabbed the takeout boxes and dashed outside. This was his routine every weekend. Having grown up with Aunt May, Peter was acutely aware of her struggles and often took on odd jobs to ease her burden. He pedaled furiously on his bicycle, leaving a swift trail down the streets. Inside an old car. Burger? A sharply dressed man queried the driver. I prefer a cheeseburger, Carlson replied, seated in the driver's seat. The interior of the vehicle was immaculate, clearly having been meticulously organized. Boss, I must say, do you have some peculiar obsession? The car is named Laura? Carlson smiled at his partner. I have a girlfriend who plays the cello. Yes, you've mentioned that countless times, his partner replied, clearly fatigued by the repetition. Amidst their banter, the partner pointed to a figure disappearing in the distance, asking, Boss, why are we following him? Is he not just a hard-working high school student? The one they call Pajama Boy. Carlson savored his burger, replying leisurely, Peter Parker, one of the 5 who researched the megastructure topic last night. His partner inquired, Boss, are you hoping to find Pajama Boy through him? With a smile, Carlson remarked, No, the Pajama Baby's interventions in crime have consistently occurred around this street. Yet last night, he ventured far into the distant hills. Do you not find that peculiar? His partner, momentarily perplexed, could not fathom the connection. Carlson continued, The hills are largely deserted. Even if one aspired to emulate a superhero, one would not choose a remote location. His presence there implies one of 2 possibilities. He either had foreknowledge of the night's events, or he is one of those 5 individuals. But why follow him? Carlson confidently replied, I have discovered something unusual. This young lad named Peter exhibited remarkable changes just over a week ago, transitioning from tardy deliveries to completing them ahead of schedule, even exceeding expectations in a single day. His implication was clear. Extraordinary circumstances often conceal deeper truths. And Peter's abrupt transformation was undoubtedly suspect. His partner nodded, increasingly impressed by Coulson's meticulous attention to detail. Suddenly, his partner noticed a vehicle trailing Peter from a distance. Boss. There's someone else following this high school student. Coulson, seemingly unfazed, responded, It's the White Gang. They are the masterminds behind last night's attack on those 5 students. It's them, exclaimed a young henchman in the passenger seat. The attackers are said to be the Pajama Baby. The figure in the back seat, Dodge, nodded before inquiring. Have those 2 idiots regained consciousness? Referring to Charlie and Art. Not yet. According to our informants at the police station, they are still unconscious from a powerful electric shock. Notify me the moment they awaken. Understood, boss, the young henchman affirmed, then pointed towards the vanishing Peter. What should we do about him? Mimicking a gesture around his neck. Humph. Keep a close watch on him. I have plans for later, Dodge retorted, evidently displeased with the young henchman's impulsiveness. The Hydra had already dispatched its ace to resolve this matter, and his current task was to monitor these students. Rumors suggested their base had been compromised, causing years of Hydra-S preparations to crumble. These students represented Hydra-S' last glimmer of hope. Dodge felt a sense of relief that his operatives had encountered the Pajama Baby. Otherwise, he might have been deemed a traitor to Hydra. Meanwhile, at the underwater base, numerous individuals were bustling about. Some donned diving suits and were engaged in cutting operations outside, while others were extracting seawater from within. The Ocean Squad was left with only Captain Shark, who remained in critical condition. The laboratory had been devastated, resulting in the loss of several top Hydra scientists. The losses were indeed monumental. In another laboratory, dozens of Hydra scientists in white coats were diligently operating various instruments, with several containers undergoing calibration. Each container housed a person connected to multiple tubes, all with their eyes tightly shut. Initiating Winter Soldier. A voice announced as the containers seemed to experience a surge in temperature, causing the liquid within to bubble vigorously. As the bubbles multiplied, the individual within the container suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 55. The character of Wu Xingyue, Desire, Rust, 17, Dawn, Furnace, 9, Kindness, Home. Each word seemed like a key to unlocking a mysterious door, as if under some enchantment. Several individuals released from the container struggled frantically, but fortunately, they were restrained by thick metallic rings. Otherwise, they would have surely broken free in a frenzy. Truck. Upon uttering the final word, the group instantly fell silent. As though a pause button had been pressed, the white-haired elder stepped forward and addressed the soldiers. The few hulking figures, standing like statues, suddenly turned their gaze toward the elder. We are willing to obey. The elder nodded and retrieved several task reports from behind him, handing them over while stating, The world needs you to save it. The new mission details are within. The foremost giant, with disheveled hair akin to a famished wolf, possessing a metallic mechanical arm on his left, accepted the documents and replied, At your command, sir. The elder nodded, patted the giant, and then turned to leave. In the vicinity, several scientists in white coats resumed their busy activities, either inspecting the giants or equipping them with appropriate weapons. The elder returned to the innermost office of the base, where a strikingly beautiful assistant stood awaiting orders. Notify Pierce and prepare for the Winter Soldier's reception. Understood. The assistant noted on her handheld tablet. Have we located the assailants? The assistant scrolled through the tablet and found this morning's investigation report. Chief, we have not. Why hasn't T-Shield sent a warning regarding the energy reaction? Chief, according to the latest records, the attack appears to be linked to supernatural events occurring in the back mountains of Queens, where a new energy reaction not previously detected by Blue Star has been identified. Inform Pierce of the situation and locate those who attacked us. The elder nodded, gesturing for the assistant to leave. Understood, she replied softly, retreating from the office. At Midtown High School, Wu Xingyue quietly perused the book in her hands. Neon, Supreme. Hearing the voice in her mind, Wu Xingyue inquired, Neon, have you discovered the identity of the assailants? Since returning the previous night, she had instructed Neon to investigate the identity of the attackers, believing that knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Neon, reporting to the Supreme, the assailants are from the White Gang in Hell's Kitchen. The White Gang? Wu Xingyue murmured softly. Neon, Supreme, here is the information on the White Gang. A stream of data appeared within the Ascension Chain, revealing the details of all members of the gang. The Blue Star Network, in the face of Taldarin's technology, was akin to an open mailbox. Any information could be accessed directly through the network. Dodge Andrew. As Wu Xingyue examined the information on the leader of the White Gang, she noticed a section indicating that his nephew was named David Andrew, leading her to wonder if the attack was due to her refusal to join his team. Yet, in the next moment, she shook her head in denial. If one were to attack her for this reason, it could be understood, after all. It is the land of the free, America. However, such an assault is unacceptable there. Why attack her alongside Liz? After all, she has no background. Even if she were to be killed, the police might hardly take notice. But Liz is different. She is affiliated with the Osborne Group, and attacking her would mean incurring the wrath of the Osborne Group. Thus, this notion was swiftly dismissed. Naion, should we eliminate the enemies who offend you? Let us not be too bloody, Wu Xingyue timidly remarked. This statement was both endearing and gruesome, quite unlike what one would expect from such a charming girl. However, those who truly knew Wu Xingyue would not be surprised. Her seemingly demure demeanor is merely an illusion before she has been provoked. Indeed, it is just an illusion. Wu Xingyue has never been one to suffer in silence. I recall a childhood incident when a little dog barked at her, infuriating her so much that she retaliated with a loud shout the same day. The next day, the dog had seemingly forgotten how to bark. This illustrates the nature of Wu Xingyue quite well. Naion, Supreme One, please redeem Taldarin units. Wu Xingyue was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. How much should I redeem? Naion, at least 500 undead. What? Did I mishear? Naion, are 500 undead necessary to deal with this small gang? Can't the Dark Moon handle it? Wu Xingyue could hardly believe her ears. 500 undead would require 25,000 points of fear value, which exceeded her current assets. Naion offered no rebuttal but instead retrieved the bottommost information from the uploaded data. Upon seeing the subsequent information, Wu Xingyue could not help but gasp. Hydra. Indeed. The information pertained to Dodge Andrew's affiliation with Hydra. Wu Xingyue's expression underwent an immediate transformation, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Her involvement with Peter's team was precisely to connect with the Avengers and the sinister forces behind this matter, primarily aiming to unite with them to combat the impending swarm catastrophe. As for the White Gang, she had never regarded them as a threat. But it was unexpected that the true puppet masters were Hydra. Naion, hold off on the White Gang for now. Naion, as you command, Supreme One. Since the White Gang is linked to Hydra, they will naturally become cannon fodder against the swarm. It would be a waste to eliminate them now. Naion, redeem 20 undead, consuming 1,000 points of fear value. Please wait during the transition. In the slain dimension, 20 quantum zones emerged. Zg ding. Transition complete. Before long, the quantum zones vanished, revealing 20 undead, all strikingly similar in appearance. Wu Xingyue's consciousness manifested within the dimension. The elect have met the Supreme. All 20 undead knelt on one knee in unison, demonstrating their reverence for the Supreme through the highest Taldarin etiquette. At that moment, a colossal figure also appeared before Wu Xingyue. Alexei, I have met the Supreme. The mechanical voice belonged to the Rhino mech, Alexei. Wu Xingyue, not one to be polite, remarked, you're blocking the view. This massive figure obstructed her enjoyment of witnessing the adoration displayed by the undead. Alexei awkwardly scratched his head and took a few steps back, his mechanical voice resonating once more. Supreme, when may I depart this place? The virtual apparition of Naion promptly materialized, reprimanding Alexei. Naion, despicable servant, attend to your duties. The soul machinery possesses no rights, their sole obligation is to serve the Taldarins. An eternal decree. What business is it of yours, Octopus Head? Alexei showed no fear of the suddenly emerged Naion. In his mind, this being was merely a virtual figment. This exemplifies the distinction between voluntary submission and torment. Souls twisted by anguish lack autonomy, their consciousness eroded by immense suffering. However, such tortured souls exhibit a frenzied potential, coupled with a profound fear of the Taldarins, ensuring absolute obedience to their commands once fused with machinery. Chapter 56, The Invasion Plan of the Dark Moon. Conversely, the willingly fallen twisted souls retain their consciousness upon merging with machinery due to the absence of torment. Although bound by the chains of elevation and unable to defy higher orders, they are decidedly more agreeable than their tortured counterparts. This is one reason the Taldarins hesitate to transform willingly fallen twisted souls. Naion, showing no courtesy, pointed with a single hand, conjuring a paralyzing thunderbolt that struck Alexei. Alexei groaned in agony, as though a swarm of maggots were gnawing at his bones. Naion, this is but a minor punishment for you. Wu Xingyue observed the entire ordeal without speaking, not out of concern for his inquiry, but because Naion was imparting lessons in decorum, and intervening would seem inappropriate. After enduring prolonged suffering, Alexei eventually lay exhausted on the ground. The kneeling death disciples nearby displayed expressions of disdain, clearly displeased with the audacity of a soul machine to challenge the chains of elevation. With the punishment concluded, Wu Xingyue spoke up. Naion, hand over these 20 death disciples to the Dark Moon. Does he not constantly lament his lack of manpower? Naion, as you command, Supreme. After issuing his instructions, Wu Xingyue prepared to depart the realm, but his gaze fell upon the pitiable figure of Alexei sprawled on the ground. causing his heart to soften. Let Alexei accompany us as well. Thanks to the Supreme. Thanks to the Supreme. Alexei's massive rhinoceros armor swayed, expressing his gratitude. Just refrain from further damaging my photon cannon, Wu Xingyue remarked, rolling his eyes. During this time, Alexei had caused considerable destruction to the lonely photon cannon in their realm, incurring numerous punishments from Inaoen, yet he seemed to have a rather poor memory regarding his misdeeds. The photon cannon is a structure unlocked within the Destruction Technology Pavilion. It serves as a defensive installation, boasting formidable photon attacks. However, it is of little use at present, as the swarm has yet to arrive and defense is unnecessary. Thus, Wu Xingyue had constructed it merely to satiate his curiosity. The Death Disciples and Alexei transformed into quantum energy, vanishing from the realm. On the far side of the moon, the 20 Death Disciples materialized, including Alexei, seated upon his lordly throne. The Dark Moon opened his eyes and nodded towards the emerging revenants. Another scheme is ready to commence. He had long devised this plan, which, of course, was not aimed at honing supremacy, but rather at orchestrating the Taldarin invasion of the Blue Star. The Taldarin required an immense reservoir of fear and an abundance of twisted souls. Thus, the invasion of the Blue Star became an inexorable necessity. While studying the White Hand, he discerned that Hell's Kitchen was a most suitable locale for the Taldarin tribe. There, numerous malevolent souls resided, their fear being exceptionally pure, and their transformation into twisted souls of superior quality. The Dark Moon communicated with the Ascension Chain. Dark Moon, NAION, load the simulation plugin onto all members' armor. The simulation plugin was a tool employed by the Taldarin tribe for their invasions, primarily designed to mimic biological characteristics, akin to the shape-shifting abilities of Mystique. NAION, Dark Moon Lord. Consuming 230 points of fear. Within the Ascension Chain, the fear points belonging to the Dark Moon diminished by 230. Once all preparations were complete, the Dark Moon rose and transformed into a quantum form, vanishing into the palace on the far side of the moon. Hell's Kitchen, in a narrow alleyway. The quantum luminescence dissipated, and the Dark Moon reappeared, accompanied by Murphy and Dowry, who had assumed human forms. The evening was settling in, and the streets were gradually becoming more populated. A drunken man, leaning against the corner of the alley, happened to glimpse the sudden appearance of the trio and, in a daze, pointed at them. The Dark Moon paid no heed to the inebriated fellow and proceeded outward. Murphy exchanged a knowing glance with Dowry, who then followed suit. Understanding the unspoken cue, Dowry approached the drunken man with a wicked grin. "Ah, please kill me." The atmosphere of twisted souls was undeniably intoxicating. Dowry departed the alley, invigorated, making his way toward the Lord's direction. On the bustling street, numerous shops were gradually opening. Professional forgery, compensated blood donation, super discount electronics. In the external world, all manner of illicit activities were commonplace here. As the Dark Moon walked ahead, he addressed Murphy. The Supreme Being has proclaimed that to establish oneself in this world, one must create a company. Thus, one can seamlessly integrate, especially upon the land of America, where capital wields significant privilege. Murphy respectfully replied, "The Supreme is wise. According to the knowledge inscribed in the Ascension Chain, there exists a tome entitled Bobology, which posits that to invade a civilization, one must first learn their culture or infiltrate it." The Dark Moon nodded in agreement. Murphy, uncertain, inquired, "My lord, what does capital mean?" The thirst for knowledge is a commendable trait of the Taldarin tribe, prompting inquiries when in doubt. Rich individuals, was the Dark Moon's succinct summary of capital. He recalled that upon first arriving in this world, the Supreme had often murmured his desire to become wealthy during his slumber. Murphy nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. "My lord, what shall be our next course of action?" The Dark Moon gestured toward a relatively spacious store ahead, proclaiming, "Let us turn the tables." As she spoke, Inu made her way towards the store. At that moment, Darley also arrived. This was an armory, surrounded by numerous armed guards. In Hell's Kitchen, the trade of firearms was invariably backed by gangs. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to operate amidst the ubiquitous presence of weapons. "What weapon do you wish to purchase?" A burly man behind the counter inquired without lifting his gaze. And Yu surveyed the firearms on display, each possessing an extravagant design, yet lamentably lacking in power. According to the combat assistance system integrated within her armor, the threat level posed by these weapons was negligible. "I wish to buy this establishment," and Yu declared. The burly man's head snapped up, his eyes narrowing with menace as he retorted, "You're asking for trouble, kid." His booming voice drew the attention of the guards outside, who promptly raised their weapons, ready to fire at a moment's notice. And Yu, however, disregarded the threat and continued, "This store will belong to me from now on. You may leave." In her mind, this was a declaration of purchase. Haha. The burly man laughed as if he had heard the most ridiculous statement. He retrieved a golden desert eagle from the counter, pointing it at Yu's head. "Kid, This is the territory of the local gang. You've crossed the wrong person. With that, he prepared to pull the trigger to eliminate the insolent youth. In Hell's Kitchen, killing was as casual as dining. It was said that the most sought-after profession was that of a corpse bearer. Daily, no fewer than 100 lives were claimed for various reasons, and during gang conflicts, it was the busiest time for those who carried the dead. Click! The sound of a jammed handgun echoed. The burly man stared in confusion at the golden desert eagle in his grasp. It had just been serviced today and should not have malfunctioned. This gun poses no threat to me, but it could ruin my hairstyle, and you remarked with a smile. She had entwined her psychic energy around the gun's firing mechanism, rendering it impossible for the man to discharge it regardless of how he pulled the trigger. Momentarily stunned, the man blurted out, "You're a mutant." He quickly gestured to the armed guards in the distance. "Jamie, take him out." The guards, having been entertained by the unfolding drama, realized something was amiss when the man repeatedly pressed the trigger to no avail. Upon hearing his call, they opened fire towards Xingyue and her companions. Bang, bang, bang. "Mutant? Are you referring to those genetically flawed individuals?" Xingyue mused, aware that this world harbored a group of people endowed with extraordinary abilities. Yet, in Taldarin's eyes, they were merely pitiable souls, a cadre of genetically mutated superhumans, forced to scrape by under the oppression of ordinary people. Was that not the definition of the wretched? As Xingyue spoke, dozens of bullets rained down upon them. Clang, clang, clang. There was no need for Xingyue to intervene. The bullets were effortlessly intercepted by Murphy and Darley, members of Taldarin. Whether the chosen disciples or the souls reduced to mere cannon fodder, were shielded by a layer of psychic energy. This was an innate trait, and within the confines of the Crystal Tower, their psychic shields would continuously regenerate any energy lost to attacks. The burly man gaped in disbelief, unable to articulate the events unfolding before him. In the distance, the shooters mirrored his astonishment. Amidst the astonished onlookers, Xingyue spoke again. "You have just likened me to a mutant. This is the gravest insult to the lord of the Taldarin tribe. Each member of the Taldarin tribe possesses an intrinsic pride, and to equate us with a despised race is the utmost affront." Murphy smirked, suddenly appearing beside the burly man. "To insult our lord, you shall come to understand the true essence of life." With that, he seized the man's head and dragged him towards a secluded corner, where the man would face relentless torment. Xingyue addressed the guards. "This place is now under my dominion. Summon your leader." Without needing further prompting, the guards hastily pressed the alarm button, realizing the situation had surpassed their capacity to manage. A chilling wail emanated from the corner. "Ah-ha-ha-ha." Murphy's deranged laughter harmonized eerily with the man's cries, a fitting reflection of the Taldarin tribe's notorious reputation. Before long, dozens of modified vehicles arrived, clouds of dust billowing from the friction of tires against the ground. With a screech, they came to an abrupt halt, and a throng of individuals leapt from the vehicles, brandishing firearms with an air of arrogance. "Who the hell dares to stir trouble on my turf?" At the forefront stood a bald man with a prominent scar stretching from his forehead to the back of his head, exuding an intimidating presence. Bang, bang. Some of his underlings fired shots into the sky, their raucous laughter peppered with profanities. It was evident they had indulged in excess. "Boss, the opposition is peculiar." One of the guards approached the scarred man, his face etched with concern. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the boss inquired, "What do you mean by peculiar?" "Boss, they are mutants, impervious to bullets," the guard whispered, gesturing towards Xingyue. "Oh, mutants. Such extraordinary beings are not uncommon in Hell's Kitchen. In fact, our gang boasts a mutant named Viper." "Seth, it's your turn to take action," the scarred leader called out. The surrounding underlings promptly parted to create a path. A tall African-American emerged from one of the vehicles, his face strikingly devoid of a nose, save for two shallow nostrils, with a few snake scales adorning his neck. "Well, does that kid really require my intervention?" Seth's voice was sharp yet slightly melodic as he approached the scarred leader, his hand, adorned with sharp nails, gliding across his shoulder and down the contours of his muscles. Will disdainfully brushed Seth's hand away, saying, "Eliminate him, and I shall send you some young chickens tonight." The mention of young chickens piqued Seth's interest, prompting him to push past Will and head towards the weapons store. Various gangs supported these mutants, and unlike the outside world, mutants thrived in this environment. The relentless mutants are indeed quite fearsome. The commotion outside naturally drew the attention of several individuals within the establishment. Murphy, with bloodied hands meticulously wiping them with a tattered cloth, respectfully approached Darkmoon. "My lord, shall we eliminate them?" Darkmoon waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Our Taldarin tribe has only just begun. We require some humans to serve our needs. Due to cultural disparities, many tasks are beyond the capabilities of our tribe members, thus necessitating the assistance of humans." Murphy nodded and proceeded towards the exit. The Lord's intent was clear. These individuals would serve as slaves to the tribe. Suddenly, A surge of psychic energy erupted from behind Murphy, manifesting as swirling currents racing towards the slender black figure approaching. Just in time, Seth grinned wickedly, his sharp teeth and serpentine forked tongue protruding. His hands, adorned with razor-like claws, oozed a deep green liquid, and scales akin to those of a serpent rapidly enveloped his body. Murphy exhibited no inclination to evade. In the current era of Blue Star, few technologies could penetrate Taldarin armor. The adversary's green claws registered a damage value of 10 within the auxiliary system, while his armor boasted a protective energy shield of 100 points, rendering him unafraid. As anticipated, when Seth's claws reached a mere half-meter from Murphy's body, they seemed to strike an invisible metallic barrier, with 5 streams of green liquid seeping forth and trickling down. Murphy extended one hand into a claw shape, aiming directly for Seth's neck. The auxiliary system indicated that the target's neck was a weak point. Given that Seth's attack was thwarted by the energy shield, and he was leaning back, he could not effectively evade the rapidly approaching Murphy. Seth was seized by the neck, thrashing wildly. Green venom dribbled from his mouth. Due to their close proximity, the energy shield only defended against external attacks, leaving the interior vulnerable. The venom appeared to possess a corrosive effect, emitting a noxious vapor. Despite being captured, Seth bore a cruel smile. Murphy, undeterred, retrieved a fist-sized, dark red orb from behind him. He softly intoned, "Great Supreme One, grant me permission to challenge this twisted soul to a lac-sheer duel." Meanwhile, at the Central City High School, it was dinner time. Wu Xingyue, whose pockets were not particularly flush, sat in her dormitory nibbling on bread. Suddenly, a voice resonated in her mind. "Ah, very well. Do as you please." Wu Xingyue, somewhat bewildered, nodded in response. She had been envisioning delectable dishes prepared by Uncle Long. But due to her financial constraints, she had to rely on her vivid imagination to satiate her hunger. Thus, the voice that had just echoed in her mind was only vaguely understood. She merely grasped that her elector, the death disciple Murphy, was requesting something. Determined to be a wise and formidable supreme, she found it inappropriate to refuse the first individual requesting her aid and hastily consented without further deliberation. Hell's Kitchen. With Wu Xingyue's consent, a dark crimson field swiftly enveloped an area of 100 meters. Within this expanse, all individuals appeared to be consumed by the shadowy crimson domain. Vanishing without a trace, the racial duel commenced. This was a function of the Ascension Chain, a ritual of challenge initiated by members of the Taldarin tribe towards those of higher rank. The victor would inherit everything from the vanquished, be it their rank within the Ascension Chain or their very essence. Due to the sacred nature of the racial duel, it was imperative for both combatants to engage within the internal space of the Ascension Chain, akin to the mirror dimension of Doctor Strange. The radius of the dark crimson radiation was determined by the strength of the duelists. Such a mechanism existed because the formidable members of the Taldarin tribe would often bring their servants into battle, allowing them to sacrifice these servants at will to replenish their expended abilities. This was how Wu Xingyue had triumphed over the initial high-ranking lord, Malash. The arena of the racial duel sprawled extensively, large enough to accommodate an entire fleet of aircraft carriers. On either side lay vast chasms, resembling endless abysses, serving as the final resting place for the defeated. Should one perish in the racial, their body would be cast into the abyss and through the Ascension Chain. All that the fallen possessed would be transferred to the victor. Dozens of figures materialized within the racial arena. At the center stood Murphy, gripping the struggling Seth. The flickering shadows around Murphy dissipated, revealing his true form. As he tightened his grasp on Seth, energy flames emanated from the joints of his armored fingers. With a resounding crack, Seth's neck was abruptly broken. With such repulsiveness, the Supreme must surely disapprove, Murphy remarked, casting a bemused glance at the others who had been engulfed alongside him. Having never witnessed such a scene, these individuals felt their insignificance magnified within the expansive arena, each corner seemingly pressing upon them with immense weight. Particularly upon seeing Murphy's current appearance, they could hardly comprehend the situation, collapsing in terror to the ground. Murphy produced the twisted soul required for entry, casting it towards the distant chasm. The necessary rites must still be observed. After the soul was thrown, Murphy respectfully addressed, "Esteemed Arbiter, I beseech you for an exchange of a psionic control device." The psionic control device was an apparatus used by the Taldarin tribe to govern outsiders. A fusion of psionics and technology, albeit now obsolete. Today, however, it was unexpectedly called upon. Neon did not emerge to respond. Rather, several chips resembling psionic control devices materialized. As an arbiter within the Ascension Chain, Neon held a status comparable to that of a lord, and Murphy, as a candidate, had yet to earn the honor of his audience. Upon acquiring the psionic control device, a sly smile crept across Murphy's face, reminiscent of a wolf eyeing a little rabbit. He ventured into the Lakshal arena with the subtle intention of silently enlisting these individuals, Otherwise, he would not have utilized the mechanisms of Lakshil to bring them here. While the Taldarin tribe has yet to solidify its presence and has not unlocked the might of the hybrid forces, discretion remains the paramount strategy. The members of the Taldarin tribe are not only exceedingly ruthless, but also remarkably cunning, far surpassing the arrogance of other, more foolish star spirit tribes. The ensuing scene was one of gruesome violence and inevitability during the installation of the psychic controllers. It was essential not only to subdue them, but also to install the devices one by one. Soon after, the Lakshil arena vanished, transforming into a veritable hellscape. The servant, Will, had encountered the Lord. Upon the reappearance of the scarred bald man, he found himself in the store, where he knelt before the dark moon with utmost reverence. From the perspective of the dark moon, these individuals vanished for mere seconds before reappearing. Regarding the starkly contrasting demeanor of the scarred bald man, the dark moon exhibited no reaction and softly commanded, "Servant, establish a Taldarin biotech company for me." At once, Will responded with renewed respect. The dark moon nodded, proclaiming, "Death is but the beginning. Serving the great supreme is the greatest fortune of your lives. Upon your demise, you shall receive the divine gift of a body crafted by the supreme, becoming members of the Taldarin tribe. This embodies the faith of the Taldarin. Whether it be members of the local gang, the undead Murphy, Dalrai, or the Dark Moon, they all worshipped fervently towards the greatness they hold dear. In a secret base within the urban expanse of the Shield Bureau, gentle sunlight streamed in, and an old-fashioned electric fan rotated slowly. On an iron-framed bed, a resilient man gradually opened his eyes, the sounds of a radio wafting in his ears. The radio announced, another pitch, a high fly ball, bringing the score to a tie at 4-4 with the Dodgers. The outcome seems inevitable as he swings the bat. This young man has the ability to strike out the opposing team once more. Outside, beep beep. The radio continued. The match at Ebbets Baseball Park is exhilarating, with the Phillies maintaining a 4-4 tie, while the Dodgers have 3 players on the field. The fan whirred softly. The resilient man rose slowly. The radio announced, "Pitch, good ball." He crouched, pitched, swung, and a curveball soared. Outside, beep. The radio exclaimed, "It has surpassed Grimson." Rizzo scores. Reiser races towards third base, while DeRocher awaits to take his place. They are about to exchange, yet they remain steady, with Peter Reiser making a formidable hit into the park. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open, and a beautiful woman with wavy brown hair entered. "Good morning, or perhaps I should say good afternoon." The resilient man turned to the woman and inquired, "Where am I?" "You are in a post-operative recovery room in New York." Chapter 59, I missed an appointment. The radio chimed. The Dodgers lead 8-4. What an extraordinary match it has been. The cheers from the radio captured the attention of the resilient man, who paused for a few seconds, pondering, "Where exactly am I?" The woman forced a smile, saying, "I do not quite grasp your meaning. This competition took place in May 1941. I know this because I was present at the scene. Allow me to inquire once more. Where exactly am I?" Suddenly, the woman became tense. "Captain Rogers, who are you?" Just then, 2 heavily armed men burst in from outside. In an instant, fists flew with the swiftness of lightning. Bam! The 2 men were sent crashing backward. The wall shattered, revealing a vast space beyond the debris. Captain Rogers was bewildered by his surroundings. Yet a singular thought occupied his mind. He needed to leave this place as swiftly as possible. "Captain Rogers, wait." The woman chased after him, attempting to call him back. "All agents, attention. Emergency alert." The alarm blared, echoing throughout the vicinity. Rogers deftly maneuvered past several obstacles, successfully emerging into the outside world. Beep, beep. Cars sped by on the street. Before him stood towering skyscrapers and stylishly dressed pedestrians. Enormous screens displayed a myriad of advertisements. The air was filled with the cacophony of honking vehicles. Everything felt utterly foreign. "Hey, don't be anxious, soldier." A fleet of black vehicles arrived, and from them emerged dozens of agents in suits, encroaching upon the crowd and cordoning off the area. Rogers turned towards the sound, spotting a bald African-American man. "Listen, I sincerely apologize for that display, but we believe it's best for you to gradually acclimate to this." Rogers' attention remained fixed on his surroundings. "Acclimate to what?" "You have been in slumber, Captain, for approximately 70 years. The man's words struck Rogers like a jolt of electricity. He was immediately engulfed by a sense of disorientation. Observing Rogers take a deep breath, the man inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just missed a date." Rogers was escorted away by medical personnel for a checkup. Inside a vehicle, the man sat in the driver's seat, while a red-haired Natasha occupied the passenger side. "Fury, such a blunder should not have befallen you," Natasha remarked pointedly. The man did not shy away from the truth, responding candidly. The higher-ups intended for Rogers to adjust gradually. However, time waits for no one. Fury's ability to rise within SHIELD speaks volumes of his capabilities. If they genuinely wished for Rogers to adapt slowly, such an oversight would never have occurred. To believe this was merely Fury's mistake is to underestimate this master agent. Natasha nodded in agreement. As a former operative of the Red Room, and now a level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., she found many current missions to be quite taxing, with numerous targets far exceeding her capacity to confront. Indeed, S.H.I.E.L.D. was in dire need of specialists to tackle various supernatural challenges. Time passed swiftly. Midtown High School. Today is Monday, and everyone is returning home, each laden with various bags and belongings. At the school entrance, Wu Xingyue stands with eyes brimming with anticipation, eagerly awaiting someone dear to her heart. Indeed, it is her roommate, Liz. Hey, Xingyue. A long black Lincoln pulls up, and from it emerges a striking young lady, none other than the Liz that Wu Xingyue has been longing for. Wow, Liz, I finally waited for you. Wu Xingyue exclaims with a face full of dismay. Liz frowns and quickly approaches her, asking, "And you, what happened?" Wu Xingyue's cheeks flush slightly as she shyly replies, "It might be due to the mutation. The money I earned from my part-time job isn't enough for my meals." During this period, Wu Xingyue's appetite has increased significantly, and the money she earned has nearly run out. Just the other day, she pitifully subsisted on bread, a rather disheartening situation. According to Nian, this predicament results from the gradual transformation into Taldarin, as her body demands considerable energy, and hunger is a manifestation of this need for sustenance. In reality, lacking funds, Wu Xingyue contemplated the Ascension Chain and inquired with Nian about how the Taldarin members typically address their hunger. However, Nian explained that the Taldarin tribe feeds on the spiritual energy of the universe, thus lacking any need for food. Nian also kindly hinted that a location 3 kilometers away holds a substantial amount of currency required by the higher powers. Is this suggesting she should rob a bank? But could Wu Xingyue actually do such a thing? Oh, poor Xingyue, Liz said with concern, pulling Wu Xingyue towards the cafeteria. Wu Xingyue chuckled, heading to the cafeteria. She had been waiting at the school entrance precisely for this, so she would not shy away from accepting the offer. Yet, within her heart, Wu Xingyue silently vowed to repay Liz's kindness. She is not one to take advantage of others. Otherwise, she would have already been at Uncle Long's for a free meal. At 9 o'clock, Wu Xingyue and Liz arrive at the classroom, where Ned and Peter are already seated, engrossed in conversation. Familiar with each other, Wu Xingyue and Liz join them. Following the events of Friday, the group has grown increasingly cohesive. Liz boldly takes a seat and quietly asks Peter, "When will our results be published?" The results refer to the data on the lunar orbital changes. However, after the police intervened, Peter took the data back for organization, and they have yet to discuss when to present this significant discovery to the public. Liz has been particularly eager for this opportunity to surpass Tony, hence her heightened enthusiasm. There is still much data to compare, so we'll need to wait a few more days, Peter replies leisurely. Oh, how tedious. Liz, being impatient, expresses her dissatisfaction towards Tony's procrastination. Peter simply smiles and says nothing further. Observing Peter's demeanor, Liz, accustomed to her fiery temperament, would typically confront him. However, since she learned that Peter is the pajama baby, she has quelled any thoughts of physically reprimanding him, knowing she wouldn't stand a chance. Liz focused her attention on Wu Xingyue. "Xingyue, my father has asked me to assist at the Osborne Biological Laboratory. Could you accompany me?" Wu Xingyue, puzzled by Liz's words, inquired, "Is your family in dire financial straits? Why are you not working as a receptionist at the exhibition, but instead heading to the laboratory as an assistant?" Wu Xingyue found this quite perplexing. Liz was ordinarily quite unremarkable, lacking any semblance of a spoiled heiress, and frequently engaged in volunteer work. Their first acquaintance had been as waitresses in a restaurant. Liz waved her hand, a hint of melancholy in her voice. It's all due to the traditions of the Osborne family. Clearly reluctant to elaborate, she clung to Wu Xingyue, pleading, "Just come with me. It would be so pitiful to go alone, trailing behind a bunch of scientists like a fool." Wu Xingyue, fully aware of Liz's intentions to assist her, felt her own financial constraints, but ultimately mustered the courage to respond. "All right." Liz, delighted by Wu Xingyue's agreement, eagerly began to chat. "I've been assigned to Uncle Connor's research group. He holds you in high regard. Your presence will surely bring him joy." Chapter 60. The Tradition of Taldarin. Dr. Connors? Indeed, it is quite thrilling. Xingyue, did you know about the horrific attack at the Science Museum? Uncle Connors nearly lost his life. At the time, when the rescue team was clearing the rubble, he was trapped beneath a massive boulder. Fortunately, he was rescued just in time. "Class, please settle down." A balding middle-aged man approached the podium, addressing the seated students. The Jinbing building stood tall, its facade adorned with 4 golden characters. On the top floor lay a vast gymnasium, filled with an array of exercise equipment. Enormous barbells were strewn across the floor. Any world weightlifting champion would pause in awe at their sheer size. The clank of heavy weights echoed throughout the space. In the center, a burly man was hoisting a barbell nearly as large as himself. Beside him stood a man with his face partially obscured. Jinbing's leader, seemingly overnight, had transformed into the de facto power broker of the local gang, altering their operational style and steadily consolidating their influence, as if scheming for something. Have you uncovered the origins of those three individuals? The burly man inquired, his movements unceasing. Nothing. They appear to have materialized out of thin air. Intriguing. Target. Go meet those three outsiders. The man with the obscured face did not respond immediately to Jinbing. The burly man chuckled. $1 million. You'll find it easy to collect once I send you the details. Target smiled and turned to leave. Target, Jinbing's ace assassin, was solely motivated by monetary gain. The skies over New York were bleak, and the Jinbing building seemed to pierce the clouds. On the top floor, Jinbing, with his back turned to the dreary sky, continued his daily workout. He was the true master of the American underground, with every movement of the illicit forces beneath him meticulously observed. At this moment, the marksman exited the golden building and proceeded towards the territory of the ground gang. Ding! He retrieved his phone from his pocket, and a message appeared, account credited with $1 million. Satisfied, he returned the phone to his pocket and mounted a sleek motorcycle. Vroom, he revved the throttle, and the motorcycle roared like a colossal beast as it sped into the distance. Arriving at the ground gang's domain, he dismounted and kicked down the motorcycle's stand, stabilizing the vehicle. Huh? The marksman felt a tinge of confusion. Although he had received news of significant upheaval within the ground gang, the current atmosphere was perplexing. Hell's Kitchen, a place of revelry, should be bustling in the evening, drawing both locals and outsiders seeking relaxation. Yet now, an eerie silence enveloped the area, an unsettling stillness. Cautiously, the marksman traversed the desolate streets, disconcerted by the palpable change. As he wandered, he approached a nightclub that once thrived with vibrancy. Now, it lay shrouded in darkness and silence. With a sense of foreboding, he ventured inside. Upon reaching the innermost depths, he found a throng of people gathered. Yet they moved like mere shadows, emitting a haunting moan. What on earth had transpired? It resembled a scene from the depths of hell. The marksman was profoundly shaken as he witnessed the soulless crowd, with several individuals bound in the center, surrounded by a pool of blood, as if an unspeakable ritual were unfolding. Though he had committed countless acts of violence, the current tableau instilled a profound sense of dread within him. There exists a vast distinction between mere killing and the torment of souls. In a corner, Murphy observed the sudden appearance of the human intruder. This was the domain assigned to him by the Lord, where he was currently engaged in the daily collection of fear values, adhering to the traditions of Taldarin. This method involved the catalyst of fear, selecting a few unfortunate souls for a cruel execution process. During this harrowing ordeal, all present would succumb to extreme terror, generating a wealth of fear values. At this moment, Murphy's fear value had surpassed the milestone of 1,000 points, not to mention the accomplishments of other undead minions that day. An exquisite raw material for twisted souls. Suddenly, the marksman sensed a wave of malevolence and, without hesitation, drew his gun, firing towards a specific direction. Clang! Murphy deflected the incoming bullet with his armor, intrigued by this human who had managed to detect his presence while he was cloaked. The marksman possessed an innate sensitivity to his surroundings, akin to his remarkable accuracy in throwing. Not only was he astounded by the scene before him, but he also harbored a keen foresight regarding his own bullets, which had been effortlessly blocked, amplifying his growing trepidation. Flee! This singular thought consumed his mind. As the target ran while firing behind him, he did not rely on his eyes for aiming. Instead, he depended solely on his acute instincts. The sound of gunfire echoed bang, bang, bang. The bullets were remarkably cunning, moving at a velocity far surpassing that of ordinary ammunition, leaving Murphy with no choice but to endure their onslaught. Nevertheless, bullets are still merely bullets. They posed no harm to Murphy clad in his Taldarin armor, yet they did impede his pursuit. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless game of chase, eventually bursting onto the desolate streets. The rapid gunfire reverberated through the empty avenues of sieging. The target, renowned for his impeccable marksmanship, had managed to keep Murphy at bay, resulting in a stalemate between them. However, the urgent gunfire stirred numerous pairs of eyes awake. From the surrounding streets emerged dozens of figures, each trailing streams of psychic energy. Damn it! The target cursed under his breath, acutely aware of the powerful silhouettes encircling him. This was an unexpected force. The very man pursuing him had already astonished him, but now he sensed that these dozens of figures were not significantly weaker. In stark contrast to the quiet surroundings, a cacophony erupted within the chain of Ascension as psychic connections buzzed with activity. Death Apostle 1. This human belongs to me. His soul will surely bring me exquisite delight. Murphy, as the highest-ranking voter present, he is mine. Darley, Do you dare challenge me to a actual duel? Chapter 61. Breath of the Creator. The Dzin. Murphy Humph. It was evident that the dozen or so death apostles who arrived were unable to reach a consensus. Every shred of fear they could extract was worth a life in competition. This was characteristic of the Taldarin tribe's modus operandi. Should anyone obstruct their ascent, even if they were kin, they would ruthlessly eliminate them. Murphy, how about we collectively harvest his fear? Suddenly, Murphy proposed a compromise, sensing the Lord's gaze fixed upon them. To avoid inciting the Lord's disfavor, it was prudent to swiftly conclude this farce. The other death apostles readily concurred, recognizing that Murphy had amassed more fear during his time here, thus holding a higher standing. Since he had yielded, they could not afford to persist in their grievances. Such obstinacy would yield no benefit to them. Each death apostle flawlessly embodied the Taldarin tribe's traits, unprincipled and exceedingly cunning. As the sinister smiles of the approaching death apostles grew evident, the target felt a wave of dread wash over him. Damn it, he muttered, his back damp with sweat. An overwhelming sense of danger enveloping him. Faced with these monstrous figures resembling human forms, he experienced a profound sense of helplessness for the first time. Whoosh! Murphy unleashed his psychic energy and charged toward the target. Bang! Bang! Whoosh! Whoosh! The target reacted with lightning speed, firing 2 shots to deter Murphy's advance. Yet, as more death apostles closed in, even his exceptional marksmanship could not suffice against their increasing numbers. Amidst the relentless hail of bullets, some death apostles seized the opportunity to draw closer. Flash! The psychic dagger flickered with a dark crimson light akin to a blazing flame, and as it was swung forth, an arm severed and fell. Ah! The target cried out in agony, frozen in disbelief at the sight of his own dismembered limb. In that moment of shock, his remaining hand was also cleaved away. The afterimage gradually solidified, revealing Murphy standing before the target. The armor around Murphy's hand retracted the psychic dagger, and he held the bloodied arm with a hint of regret, remarking, "What a pity. 2 areas for torment have been lost." His words referred, of course, to the diminished capacity for suffering, yet the target's shooting prowess was exceptionally formidable, making the elimination of both hands a complex endeavor. The other undead approached, with Darley stepping forward to seize the handless target. Suddenly, a piercing sound cut through the air. Darley had no time to react as a beam of white light shot toward him. A tooth lodged itself within the armor of his head. The target was capable of projecting from any part of his body. Spitting out teeth to launch an attack was a mere triviality. In his prime, he had once used a toothpick to kill a man from a distance of a kilometer. Damn it! Darley seethed in fury, having underestimated the opponent who could still retaliate even after losing both hands. So close. The target revealed a wretched smile. With a swift motion, Darley struck him down with a single hand, rendering him unconscious. Subsequently, dozens of undead dragged the target away, disappearing from sight. In a relatively normal street, streetwalkers were ubiquitous, and a group of skaters whizzed by. Within a heavily guarded building, the dark-haired youth sat in an executive chair, listening to a report from an undead standing behind him. "My lord, probe number 2 reports that several surface-level humans have arrived in the Queen's district." And you nodded. How did the local gang handle it? They have all been placed under the control of the psychic regulators. And you nodded again and added, "Inform those fellows to tone it down." Understood, the undead responded, bowing in acknowledgement. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knocking sound echoed from outside. "My lord, the servant will request an audience." "Enter," and you replied, having already noticed Will's arrival and gesturing for the undead to open the door. "Esteemed elector." Will entered the room respectfully, addressing the undead who opened the door. The undead paid no heed to Will's courtesy, returning to their corner post after opening the door. Viewing him as someone who would eventually become a source of their fears, Will approached Yu with utmost reverence. "My lord, I have completed the tasks you entrusted to me." "Good, Will. Next, initiate attacks on other gangs. I want to seize half of Hell's Kitchen's territory in a short period." "As you command, my lord." Will knelt once more. Yu waved his hand, intending to dismiss him. However, Will did not rise to leave. Instead, he bowed again and said, "My lord, this is the most precious thing I possess, and I now offer it to you." With that, Will produced a bag of white powder from behind him. The Dark Moon paid no heed to Will's words, for what could humanity possibly offer that would catch his attention? The white powder Will produced seemed to possess an irresistible allure. The Dark Moon felt his entire being ablaze, as if he required the substance before him to extinguish the flames within. The nearby undead was no better off, having stiffened, his eyes wide with terror. Were it not for the armor encasing him, one would witness his entire form trembling, veins bulging with intensity. The breath of the Creator. At this moment, the Dark Moon was rendered speechless with shock. Even Naion, immersed in the Ascension Chain, was drawn to the spectacle. Indeed, the Dark Moon sensed that the package of white powder bore a striking resemblance to the substance he recalled as Daizine, albeit in a different form. The breath of the creator, also known as daizin, is a purple hallucinogenic gas. Excessive inhalation can lead to madness and a derangement of the mind. It earned the moniker breath of the creator because its consumption allows each member of the Taldarin tribe to experience a sense of supreme existence, hallucination. Moreover, daizin is essential for the enhancement of the Taldarin members' abilities, stimulating their inner spiritual energy and keeping it in a state of constant activity, thereby gradually increasing its potency. While copious consumption may enhance their power, the side effects are profound. Yet, for the power-worshipping Taldarin tribe, these repercussions are trivial. In essence, every member of the Taldarin tribe is an addict. Since the home planet was struck by dimensional ascension, this substance had vanished without a trace. To encounter it again today was utterly unexpected. Seeing the dark moon in such astonishment, Will's heart swelled with fervent excitement. Earning the Lord's favor was a glory he had long desired. The white powder, of course, was cocaine, a highly addictive substance and a primary source of revenue for the local gang. Some may ponder why Will would present such a dangerous drug to the dark moon. Considering that ordinary individuals would perish from excessive use. Was the spiritual energy controller malfunctioning? Was Will attempting to use cocaine against the Taldarin tribe? Such was not the case. The effects of the spiritual energy controller resembled those of a cult, ensnaring both mind and body and subtly influencing the target to devote everything to the Taldarin tribe. As the leader of the local gang and a deep addict himself, Will regarded the cocaine as his most treasured possession and offered it to the dark moon without any ulterior motives. The dark moon could hardly contain his eagerness, demanding, "How did you obtain daizin?" Chapter 62. Mission: Destroy the Central City High School daizin. Will responded, puzzled and uncertain. "My lord, this substance is called cocaine, extracted from the factory of the servants." Some may argue this is a contradiction, yet in Will's mind, despite his ignorance of the Lord's excitement, one who has been implanted with a spiritual energy controller would not conceal knowledge from a member of the Taldarin tribe. The Dark Moon paid no mind to Will's naming of the substance as cocaine. Instead, he pressed on urgently, "Are you saying the substance was refined in your factory?" "Indeed, my lord," Will affirmed. "What is the purpose of extracting diacetylmorphine?" "My lord, the servant extracts white diacetylmorphine for sale. This narcotic is in high demand, with a significant portion of the local gang's funds relying on it. Such a waste. Will, cease the distribution of diacetylmorphine and deliver all of it to me." "As you command, my lord." Dark Moon nodded in satisfaction but suddenly recalled something. "Will, is there an abundance of diacetylmorphine?" He was concerned, as in his understanding. Diacetylmorphine was a scarce substance. Even during the most glorious era of the Taldarin tribe, it was pitifully limited. "My lord, diacetylmorphine, commonly known as heroin, is derived from a plant called the poppy, which flourishes in the Golden Triangle region of Blue Star, yielding hundreds of tons annually." Dark Moon's expression was resolute. "Supreme One, because of your existence, the Taldarin tribe shall undoubtedly return to its pinnacle, if not surpass it. The quantity of diacetylmorphine can be seen as a representation of the overall strength of the Taldarin members. Had they possessed enough diacetylmorphine in the past, they would have surely defeated the swarm and protected the great supreme, Eamon. The cult-like mentality links everything to their faith. For instance, the acquisition of diacetylmorphine is attributed to the Supreme's blessing. Wu Xingyue, present at the scene, would likely give a thumbs up, exclaiming in approval. At this moment, Will, too, fervently shouted the greatness of the Supreme. Dark Moon dismissed Will, gazing at the diacetylmorphine on the table, and began to absorb it. In the Queen's district, within a sealed stronghold of the Shield Bureau, several masked men sat together, their expressions cold and silent. At the forefront was an electronic screen displaying a skull-like figure issuing commands. "Winter soldiers, your target is those high school students. According to intelligence, they are preparing to make an announcement tomorrow. You must acquire the lunar data from them before they reveal it and eliminate them. If necessary, kill all witnesses. Hail Hydra." The electronic figure proclaimed. "Hail Hydra." The men, as if a switch had been pressed, straightened up and raised their right hands in salute. The electronic screen flickered off as the men turned to a table behind them, which held several blueprints of the Central City High School campus. "You go here. You guard this area." The next day, as dawn broke, the diligent Wu Xingyue arose to wash and prepare. At that moment, Liz was putting on her clothes. Shortly after, the two exited their room and headed towards the dining hall. The sound of curses echoed from the dormitory building, something Liz had grown accustomed to. Yet she suddenly turned to Wu Xingyue and asked, "Xingyue, do you think this is your doing?" Wu Xingyue was startled, fearing she had been exposed, but still. She tentatively probed, "What are you talking about? How could this possibly be me?" "Humph." Liz scoffed, then donned a detective-like demeanor, saying, "This malicious prank has emerged during this period, and each time it occurs right after we leave. Is it the result of your superpower?" Liz's eyes sparkled as she looked at Wu Xingyue, having connected the dots to her own abilities. "Leads, How have I become this kind of person? Moreover, this voice has echoed long before I gained my abilities. Have you forgotten? Wu Xingyue remarked with a righteous expression, all the while relishing the influx of fear values. Oh? Ha, I see. Leeds instantly returned to her senses, her eyes radiating wisdom, and wore an apologetic demeanor. Let's go eat. This meal is on you. As compensation for my mental anguish, Wu Xingyue said with a hint of grievance. All right. Leeds, realizing she had misjudged Wu Xingyue, readily agreed. Humph, Wu Xingyue said, strutting ahead with a touch of pride. Suddenly, Wu Xingyue froze mid-motion. If this were an anime world, one would see her mouth agape, like a waterfall, as if she had been struck by an astonishing revelation. Beep. Third task, freeze a charm, and this time we're going big. Requirement, destroy Zhongqing High School in the afternoon after school. Destroy Zhongqing High School. System, no. Is the Ascension Chain deliberately plotting against me because I am attending school? Furthermore, isn't the idiom freeze a charm a bit forced? The original saying implies that one should not exceed 3 attempts. Are you trying to forcibly harmonize? Nyan. Come out. Are you colluding with the Ascension Chain against me? Wu Xingyue fumed. Was it easy to attend school? She had been hoping to study diligently, make progress daily, find her way home, or simply live a peaceful life. Yet now, the Ascension Chain of Taldarin had awakened, not only informing her of the impending calamities in the multiverse, but also compelling her to undertake certain actions. Even if you were to command me to blow up the White House, I would turn a blind eye, but why must it always be me who is targeted? Last time, it was the destruction of the Science Museum, which I could somewhat overlook, but now it's the destruction of Zhongqing High School? Are you forcing me to become homeless? After finally finding a sanctuary in school, are you now tearing it apart? Nyan. To report to the Supreme. The task of the Ascension Chain is to ensure you swiftly become a qualified individual as mandated by the Supreme. And there are no actions that would be detrimental to the Supreme. Nyan's response held no value. I merely summoned him to vent my frustrations. A sandwich costs $3, while an off-campus sandwich is $4, and lodging is $20. Xingyue, what are you doing? Leeds observed Xingyue suddenly freeze and began talking to herself. The task cannot be cancelled. Since the outcome is predetermined, she must accept the reality. Thus, she pondered the expenses of living outside. After all, she was but a poor soul. It's nothing. I was just contemplating how much it would cost to live outside if the school were gone. Chapter 63. The Winter Soldier's Scheme. Haha. What nonsense are you spouting? Leeds, unfazed, perceived Xingyue's words as a jest. Wu Xingyue refrained from explaining, merely forcing a smile. Though her heart was heavy with worry as she contemplated how to reasonably destroy Zhongqing High School, the two soon arrived at the cafeteria, bustling with numerous students. They approached the counter and ordered 2 sandwiches and 2 servings of creamy mushroom soup. Just as they were searching for a place to sit, a voice called out, Xingyue. Leeds, come over here. The one shouting was indeed loud, and beside her were Peter and Ned. I haven't seen you around before, Liz casually remarked as she set down her food. Peter took a bite of his sandwich, chewed quickly, and responded, Liz, during the upcoming lecture on megastructures, I plan to announce our findings. How does that sound? Exciting, right? Really? Liz exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight as she turned to Peter. Absolutely. I intend to astonish the world with this revelation, Peter declared confidently. However, there was an unspoken motive. He sought to uncover information about his parents. Previously, he had been met with various excuses from the police department, but if he became a notable figure, a discoverer of lunar truths, would they still treat him the same way? Thus, whether for personal gain or other objectives, this was a venture he was determined to pursue. Then I'll contact my dad to arrange a press conference. Peter, just as we agreed, I want to be the second witness. At that moment, Liz's appetite vanished. She grabbed her phone, eager to reach out to the media. Liz's primary condition for funding was to be the second witness, and she sought fame above all else, leaving Peter with no reason to refuse. Liz, I think you needn't make that call. I've already contacted the media, in your name, of course. I trust you, won't you mind? Peter said playfully. He was less concerned about the fame. His greater desire was to find his parents. Of course not. Liz was nearly overwhelmed with happiness. The study of megastructures encompassed various topics, with celestial bodies being the most significant. Coincidentally, their instructor for the course, Mr. Harrington, was a distinguished scholar in stellar research. With him involved, they were sure to shine brightly and make a remarkable impact. Guys, what are we waiting for? Let us get ready. Liz proposed eagerly, her impatience palpable. Yes. Her idea was met with agreement from the others. Yet, one person remained silent, Wu Xingyue. Liz looked over in confusion, only to witness a comical scene. Wu Xingyue was fervently devouring the food on the table. Xingyue, how can you still eat at a time like this? Come on. Let us go. You look so plain. Let us get you something more stylish, Liz urged as she tugged at Wu Xingyue. Due to her increased appetite and limited mouth size, Wu Xingyue had been consuming as much food as possible in the shortest time, resulting in her cheeks being stuffed. With Liz pulling her along and food still unchewed in her mouth, she mumbled indistinctly, "I don't want to." Wu Xingyue was reluctant, lamenting the rarity of such meals. Meanwhile, a few vans adorned with news logos sped through the streets. "Drive faster. This is a major news story." A blonde, blithe reporter urged the white driver to accelerate. "Damn it, why is that reporter from the New York Times here too?" In everyday encounters, everyone appears to be good friends. However, when it comes to seizing the latest news, they transform into fierce competitors. Suddenly, an alarming and discordant screech of emergency brakes pierced the air. A school bus, carrying students, had overturned, completely blocking the road. Damn it. The female journalist swiftly exited her vehicle, eager to ascertain the situation ahead. Due to the presence of the school bus, bystanders halted their cars, with many eager individuals rushing forward to assist. Amidst the commotion, a voice cried out, "Quick, there are injured students. Call for help. I'm a doctor. Clear the way, let me through." The injuries appeared to be mere abrasions, nothing too severe. As everyone focused their attention on the bus, a hooded figure quietly slipped away, having successfully delayed the journalist. "Excellent, proceed to the mission site," came the directive. The hooded man entered a narrow alley and vanished. At Central City High School, two groundskeepers were trimming the tall plants along the lawn's edge. One of them was intently watching the surveillance footage on a handheld computer. "The journalist has been stalled. The target is currently in the cafeteria and moving closer," reported one. With a cold gaze, the other demanded, "Where's the data?" "According to report number 4, it remains with the primary target," replied the man with the handheld device, gesturing towards Peter on the screen. The hooded figure tightened his clothing and instructed, "I will retrieve the data. Number 2, you are to execute the shooting." With that, he departed, tool in hand. "Understood." Number 2 disposed of the handheld computer in a nearby trash bin and resumed trimming the plants. Unbeknownst to him, two other individuals, also clad in groundskeeper attire, lay unconscious among the tall foliage. Scattered around them were several syringes and 2 compact firearms. Clearly, these 2 were crucial to their scheme. Once the data was obtained, they intended to eliminate them to cover their tracks, not only thwarting the approaching journalist, but also preparing 2 scapegoats. Following the assassination of their target, they planned to release these 2, creating a scenario of drug-induced hallucinations, thereby framing the incident as a school shooting. This was a desperate measure, the only plausible way to simultaneously eliminate these students. They had attempted various methods previously, but had failed to orchestrate a reasonable demise for them, leading to this delay. In Hell's Kitchen, before the Dark Moon lay a towering heap of a substance known as Dizon, as one of the acolytes filled a specialized container. According to Dark Moon's analysis, this Dizon, reminiscent of a bygone world, had not achieved the desired effects, likely due to insufficient purity. However, this posed no challenge for Taldarin. The container used for filling the Dizon was crafted within the hub, primarily designed for purification. A substantial quantity of Dizon, once processed through the container, would emit a purplish gas, reminiscent of the Dizon from before its dimensional transition. Nevertheless, this method would consume a significant amount of Dizon. 1 kilogram could yield merely a wisp of gas, barely satisfying the needs of Taldarin's members. The Dark Moon gazed thoughtfully at the Earth's tincture before him, contemplating, a mere tincture, worth 10 points of fear. Although he held the esteemed title of a High Lord within the Taldarin tribe, this status was but ephemeral. Chapter 64. Peter, are you serious? In the hierarchy of Ascension, all entities, save for the Supreme Being, exist in a state of competition. Even his position as a High Lord depended on the accumulation of fear points, thus requiring not only absolute strength but also a continual lead over other members in terms of fear. While he could command other Taldarin members unconditionally, he could not refuse challenges from adjacent ranks. Therefore, he needed to seize the advantage while competitors were absent. After careful consideration, he recognized that the tincture was his capital for maintaining his status. Currently, he had occupied the tincture processing plant. He intended to exploit this to secure more processing facilities and establish an absolute monopoly, subsequently selling the tincture to other Taldarin members to amass substantial fear points, thereby reinforcing his position. "My lord." At this juncture, Murphy and Dolly knelt before the Dark Moon, their address elevated from mere lord to my lord. Indeed, a wise decision. These are for you. With a grand gesture, the Dark Moon sent forth several containers filled with tincture gas into their hands. The 2 were instantly elated, hastily expressing their loyalty. "We shall serve you, my lord." The Taldarin tribe differs from a mere swarm of thoughtless insects. They resemble a complex social structure. At the pinnacle resides the supreme entity, the most revered of all, followed by high lords who exist as figures of authority beneath the supreme. Below them are the mid-ranking and low-ranking lords. The relationship among the lords is one of competition, succeeded by ascenders and then the elect. Behind these 3 lords lie a vast array of ascenders and numerous chosen disciples, each aligned with their respective factions, perpetually at odds with one another. For instance, the High Nut triumphed over the Mirash only because it had sacrificed enough to secure victory. As for why the two had only now joined the Dark Moon's faction, it was because they originally belonged to the Aranak faction. However, given the uncertainty surrounding the time frame for the Supreme to exchange the Aranak Lord, and the tantalizing presence of Tincture before them, it was more prudent to capitulate to the Dark Moon-S faction, thus enhancing their chances of ascending to Ascenders and escaping the ignoble status of the elect. Every member of the Taldarin tribe harbored aspirations for advancement. Upon receiving the tincture, the two rose. Murphy reported, "My lord, the target is approaching the Supreme." Indeed, the Dark Moon was well aware of the situation. His attention was now focused on Midtown High. According to the analysis from Probe 1, these 4 surface-level humans had gained the capacity to threaten the Supreme's immediate circle. Murphy, remain nearby. Once those around the Supreme perish, reveal yourself to protect him. The Dark Moon's resolve remained unchanged. He still aimed to alter the Supreme through hatred. Understood. Murphy acknowledged the command and then vanished into a quantum state. Midtown High, outside the school. Inside an antique car sat Coulson and his assistant. I find myself quite curious about their activities. Peter's every move is under their watchful gaze. They are aware that he and those students are engaged in something significant and have even contacted journalists. However, their agency is solely responsible for supernatural matters. As long as their endeavors do not pose a threat to the Blue Planet or the American populace, they remain largely indifferent. Moreover, these youngsters are exceptionally secretive. Their attempts at investigation have yielded no results, primarily because they do not take the matter seriously, believing that what could high school students possibly accomplish? In response to his assistant's curiosity, Coulson chuckled amiably. I am only interested in Peter. Through their observations over the past few days, they have come to understand Peter's abilities and have reported their findings to Fury, who has commanded them to observe discreetly and prepare for any potential attacks from the White Gang. On their way to the exhibition hall, under Wu Xingyue's insistence, Liz ultimately decided against returning to change into formal attire. What a disaster for my first appearance, Liz lamented, resembling a sulking bride. Wu Xingyue chuckled quietly, realizing that Liz had long awaited this day, even packing a formal gown in her luggage. Can you believe it? Meanwhile, Peter, Ned, and the others were engaged in animated discussions about their bright futures. Z. Probe 1. Hostile targets detected, for individuals, surface-level capabilities, posing a significant threat to the Supreme. Particle cannon strike recommended, the electronic voice of Probe 1 announced, accompanied by a series of images transmitted to the Supreme. This voice was all too familiar. Probe 1 frequently offered reminders, such as warning of a cat about to leap from the left or predicting impending rain. Truly an intelligent, yet irksome presence. Winter Soldier Bucky. Indeed, the figure in the image was none other than Winter Soldier Bucky. Wu Xingyue felt a surge of joy. She did not perceive his arrival as ominous, but rather as fortuitous. It was as if someone had come to deliver a pillow just when she needed it most. She had been troubled about how to fulfill the task of elevating the chain, and now the deliverer had arrived. Without a doubt, she understood that he had come for the lunar data. Initially, she had wondered why Hydra had taken so long to act now that the truth about the moon was about to be revealed, but it seemed she had misjudged their efficiency. In the footage, the individual donned the attire of a janitor. In Wu Xingyue's eyes, he likely intended to steal the lunar data. Without the information, the 4 of them, being mere high school students, would be dismissed as unbelievable should they speak out. Yet, this was merely her wishful thinking. To Hydra, even the slightest perceived threat would warrant lethal action. The pressing question now was how to incite the destruction of Midtown High School. Wu Xingyue felt a pang of melancholy. At that moment, Bucky's figure emerged from around the corner. Wu Xingyue cautiously inquired, Peter, if someone were to attempt to seize your lunar data, what would you do? Peter assumed Wu Xingyue was jesting and casually replied, naturally, I would drive them away. Wu Xingyue nodded, appreciating his resolute spirit. Peter, look, that janitor is here to steal your achievements. Upon finishing her words, and without waiting for Peter to react, Wu Xingyue delivered a powerful kick, sending Peter soaring through the air. She exerted every ounce of strength, aiming not only to strike Peter towards Bucky, but also to create the maximum destruction in her surroundings. The task was formidable, and she had to be meticulous in her approach. Moreover, time was of the essence, leaving no room for explanations to Peter. This was the swiftest and most effective method to ensure a fierce confrontation between the parties involved. At that moment, she was already contemplating how to assist Bucky discreetly. Due to Peter's trust in Wu Xingyue, he remained unguarded, soaring through the air without a hint of caution. He looked back at her in bewilderment, as if to inquire, what? Are you serious? And aren't you supposed to have a shield power? How can you kick so hard? Alarmingly, Bucky, upon witnessing Peter hurtling towards him, instantly recognized that the situation had been compromised. Clenching his fist, he launched a rapid punch at the incoming Peter. His strike was so swift that his metal arm, unable to withstand the sudden surge of force, tore through the fabric of his clothing. Chapter 65. My goodness. A fist the size of a sandbag? Truly, Peter, endowed with spider sense, managed to inject humor even in this dire circumstance. Mid-air, Peter contorted his body, narrowly evading the blow in an exaggerated manner. Once he landed safely, he turned his gaze toward the school worker, now fully aware of his identity without the need for Wu Xingyue's explanation. Who sent you? Peter demanded angrily. The only response he received was a cold, indifferent stare from Bucky. At this moment, he was merely a war machine, focused solely on the mission and its report. What a pity. Wu Xingyue, observing the wall not far from the two, felt a wave of disappointment. Despite her vigorous kick, Peter had not adhered to the script she envisioned. Indeed, it was unfortunate. The three bystanders echoed her sentiment, albeit for a different reason. They lamented the failure to topple the school worker. Wu Xingyue, initially hopeful of finding like-minded allies, soon realized the truth and shot them an exasperated glance. However, her task was daunting. At present, the level of destruction at Midtown High School was merely 0.000001. The floor tiles were cracked beneath Bucky's powerful fist. Peter, there are 3 more of them, plotting a grand scheme to execute a massacre on campus. Wu Xingyue stated with an unwavering demeanor. Internally, she felt troubled. If one were to delve into her innermost thoughts, they would find a sense of injustice. She was being coerced by the chain of escalation. A charming and honest little princess, she found herself compelled to utter falsehoods. Not quite lies, perhaps. A massacre was conceivable, though it was unlikely to be orchestrated by Bucky and his associates. The mere thought lightened her mood somewhat. With numerous boarders at Midtown High, how many would believe her if she proclaimed that they should evacuate, as the place would soon be reduced to ruins? Thus, she had no choice but to exacerbate the conflict. It was only when matters reached an irreconcilable state that Peter would fight with all his might, providing her the opportunity to bring destruction to this location. What? Peter wore an expression of shock as he gazed at the indifferent Bucky, recalling Wu Xingyue's words. A surge of anger welled within him, accompanied by an acute sense of urgency. He was determined to resolve this matter swiftly and prevent any further complications. Clenching his fists, he propelled himself forward with a powerful push, unleashing a deep blue web in the process. Bucky, showing no reaction to the change, fixed his gaze intently on Peter's waist, for in his mind, the mission took precedence above all. To avoid disrupting their prior plans, Bucky fortuitously raised his metallic arm to shield himself, while his other hand reached down to his thigh, retrieving a combat knife. The deep blue web, laced with a certain voltage, ensnared Bucky, causing visible arcs of blue lightning to course across his body. The intense electric current struck him, delivering a sting akin to needles piercing flesh. Even though Bucky was enhanced, he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. With a swift motion, several slashes appeared, and the web binding him tore apart. Though the web had been severed, the wounds it left behind were gruesome, resembling gaping lacerations akin to centipedes clinging to bone. Despite the alarming appearance of his injuries, they were merely superficial. Peter was taken aback to see the web cut. His astonishment lay not in the severing itself, but in the fact that Bucky had not been rendered unconscious by the electric shock, which could easily incapacitate an adult. However, he had little time for contemplation as Bucky charged towards him. With exceptional combat skills, Bucky unleashed a fierce assault, wielding his knife with a mesmerizing fluidity, executing deadly thrusts from various angles. Relying on his spider sense, Peter barely managed to counter Bucky's strikes, dodging the incoming knife with agile movements before flipping backward. With a swift motion of his left hand, he launched a blue spherical object towards Bucky, aiming with precision and intent. In a flash, Bucky reacted swiftly, his metallic arm reaching out to grasp the incoming projectile, crushing it with force. The electric current surged forth, accompanied by sparks flying in all directions as Bucky's metallic arm seized up, evidently short-circuited by the overwhelming voltage. He staggered back, knife in hand, commencing to clear the sticky web from his metallic arm. This web was, of course, Peter's own creation, merely shot in the form of a marble. It was a different application of his web-shooting technique, relying on explosive force rather than the typical web strands. Noticing Bucky retreating to remove the web, Peter refrained from pursuing him. Instead, he rolled to the side and retrieved a red mask from his backpack, donning it over his head. The commotion from their battle had attracted considerable attention. The fight was intense, and Wu Xingyue offered genuine praise. However, it was clear that this was insufficient. As of now, not a single tree had fallen. Liz, Ned, you must inform the other students to evacuate immediately. Understood. Liz, being the most composed among them, recognized that her presence would not aid the situation, and it was far better to warn their classmates. As the 3 individuals receded into the distance, Wu Xingyue realized it was time for her to take action. Help! The Hydra is killing people. The notion of shouting for help and causing chaos was decidedly unbecoming of a lady, and thus she blushed deeply as she began to scream and ran toward the less populated area. Her cries ignited a fervor among the winter soldiers, akin to setting fire to a powder keg. Number 2, Number 3, Number 4, silence her. Bucky commanded without hesitation. His mission was to acquire lunar data, eliminate these high school students, and conceal their identities. The audacity of the girl to brazenly shout and expose their identities was an affront that could not be tolerated. Fury erupted, and they no longer cared how she had discerned their identities. Bucky disregarded the plan and drew his firearm, firing several shots at Peter. Bang, bang, bang. Peter's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated the draw of the weapon, but managed to react just in time to evade the bullets. After repelling Peter, Bucky paid him no further mind and pursued Wu Xingyue. In his estimation, she posed a greater threat than Peter, and he believed he could not subdue the high school student swiftly. Thus, his priority was to neutralize the girl first, then join forces with the other winter soldiers to corner Peter. Peter would not allow Bucky to escape, continuously firing webs to impede his progress. Bucky, seasoned and adept, quickly deduced Peter's tactics through their brief skirmish, skillfully dodging the electrified webs and delivering a powerful punch to the wall blocking his path. Boom! The wall shattered, a cacophony of debris erupting forth. This was not born of a penchant for destruction, but rather a practical decision, as the entrance had become obstructed by rubble. It was swifter to create a new opening than to clear the debris. Chapter 66. Peter, this is where I must leave you thus. Wu Xingyue sprinted ahead while Bucky pursued from behind, with Peter trailing Bucky, followed by 3 other winter soldiers who had received their orders. Probe 1. Analyze the structural integrity of this building. ZZ. Probe 1. The first column in the 4th row, along with the left wall, a series of images materialized within the psychic link, as the probe thoughtfully indicated the building's structure and points of vulnerability. With her psychic shield safeguarding her, Wu Xingyue led the group in further dismantling the building. Boom. True to expectations, the exhibition hall collapsed, producing a thunderous sound that drew everyone's attention. Naturally, the SHIELD agents outside sensed something amiss. Coulson stared in disbelief at Midtown High. Although school shootings were not uncommon in America, this commotion was evidently of a different magnitude. Without delay, he pulled out his phone to make a call. Director, there has been an incident at Midtown High. At SHIELD headquarters, the Black Egg observed the footage on the screen, the closest satellite imagery capturing the unfolding scene. Outside, a Quinjet soared into the sky. At Midtown High, Peter felt a chill run down his spine as he gazed at the collapsed exhibition hall, his heart filled with uncertainty. What had he done? Such a colossal structure had been indirectly destroyed by him, and his heart bled even more, for it contained his painstaking efforts. A model he had meticulously prepared over several months. Fear not, the school will compensate you. Wu Xingyue changed direction, sprinting towards the school building, passing by Peter's position. Noticing that the pursuers were still a distance away, she paused momentarily to offer some words of comfort. Am I the kind of person who lacks this little money? Peter's expression darkened. While he indeed faced financial difficulties, what he truly needed lay beneath the ruins, the vital information. Bang, bang. The winter soldiers relentlessly pursued Wu Xingyue. As the instigators, they could not be buried beneath the debris. Even if they were, Wu Xingyue would not permit it, for she relied on these diligent demolition workers. Peter gazed at the approaching winter soldiers, his eyes reddening with fury. I will fight you all. With that, Peter unleashed his web shooters and leaped high to engage them in close combat. They outnumbered him, and a wise man does not take unnecessary risks. Wu Xingyue, quick of hand and eye, seized Peter's collar and yanked him towards the school building. Xingyue, let go of me. Peter had already jumped, yet somehow, she managed to pull him down, dragging him along. He was determined to confront them here. If he allowed them to continue their destruction, the mid-city high school would inevitably fall to ruin. Time and again, Peter attempted to break free from Wu Xingyue's grasp, but it felt as though an immense force was restraining him, rendering him powerless. You will be killed, Wu Xingyue earnestly advised. There's still plenty of time. We have the teaching building, the cafeteria, the dormitories, and some outer structures to protect. There is much work ahead of us. Boom, bang, boom, bang. Thus, Wu Xingyue led the charge, dismantling everything in their path. Not far away, a figure seamlessly blended into the environment, observing the unfolding chaos. This figure was, of course, the death disciple Murphy. At that moment, he was utterly astonished by the scene within the campus. He could hardly believe what was happening. The Supreme Being was dragging that human around? The Supreme was their faith. Anyone daring to pursue the Supreme was committing the greatest insult to them. Yet, on the other hand, there was the Lord's command, which he could not defy. Everyone run. There are terrorists. People were desperately fleeing towards the exit of the school. Liz, Ned, and the others were actively assisting in the evacuation. Meanwhile, yet another building was being destroyed nearby. Unit 1, they are toying with us. Unit 2 exclaimed to Bucky ahead. They were not merely mindlessly pursuing. On several occasions, they had attempted to employ a surrounding tactic, yet their opponents seemed to possess a divine perspective, making the right choices at crucial moments of encirclement. Bucky, with a stern expression, retrieved a remote control from his pocket. The plan. The Winter Soldiers initially appeared perplexed, but in the next moment, they returned to their former selves. They needed only to execute their orders, unconcerned with anything else. However, it was clear that they were unaware of what the plan entailed. Originally, during the planning phase, Bucky had stealthily infiltrated the academic building to install remote-controlled explosives, intending to prevent unforeseen circumstances and detonate the structure at a critical moment to fulfill his mission. Of course, the consequences of such actions are severe. He would not resort to this unless absolutely necessary. Hell's Kitchen. Everything occurring at Midtown High School could not escape the scrutiny of the probe. This individual possesses remarkable potential akin to Chala. Darkmoon couldn't help but admire this. Simultaneously, he resolved in his heart that Bucky would become a primary member of the amalgam, while Chala's strength was formidable. He lacked individuals willing to employ any means necessary to achieve their goals. The amalgam represents a fusion of various life forms. Yet due to the current absence of crucial technology, replication remains unfeasible. Suppressing his thoughts, he continued to observe the unfolding scene. As for the explosives mentioned by the adversary, he was completely unfazed. The probe had already scanned the academic building, revealing that the bomb's power was insufficient to threaten the supreme entity, though it could indeed prove fatal to those in proximity to him. At this moment, Wu Xingyue felt a twinge of curiosity. The Winter Soldiers' pursuit had noticeably slowed, seemingly allowing them to reach the academic building with ease. Boom. The wall behind them shattered. For figures entered from outside, their silhouettes gradually becoming clearer. Naturally, leading the group was Winter Soldier Bucky, accompanied by 3 others, a bald Caucasian, a buzz-cut African-American, and a long-haired Asian woman. Each was distinct. Bucky bore his recognizable metallic arm. The bald Caucasian possessed a pair of metallic hands. The African-American showcased a metallic left leg and half a metal face. His frame exceptionally tall with protruding metal structures on his shoulders, while the Asian woman appeared relatively normal, save for the katana slung across her back. It felt as if this place had turned into a battlefield. Wu Xingyue ceased her flight and retreated to the side. Peter, I can assist you no further. Peter, heedless of Wu Xingyue's warning, felt overwhelmed upon hearing her. The school is already in ruins. Should I thank you for your help? He wasn't foolish. Wu Xingyue's exhibited prowess was no less impressive than his own. If she truly intended to thwart these 4, their combined strength could easily subdue them. However, he was perplexed by her motives for bringing these individuals to wreak havoc in the school. Had the institution somehow offended her? Chapter 67. The captain's arrival, but now was not the time for such musings, as the 4 adversaries were already launching various attacks. Peter charged forward, engaging them directly in combat. Clang, bang. Peter struck his opponents, but each blow was deflected by their metallic parts. The damage may not have been significant, yet his hands throbbed painfully. The Winter Soldiers, however, were unconcerned. As they observed Peter's attacks becoming increasingly feeble, they swiftly understood the situation. They moderated their assault, seeking merely to increase contact with him, specifically the connection between their metallic components and Peter's body. The Winter Soldier, a formidable weapon of war secretly cultivated by Hydra, has been forged through extensive real combat experience, emerging as the pinnacle among thousands. Whether it be close-quarters combat skills or coordinated maneuvers, he is far beyond the capabilities of a mere novice recently endowed with powers. Surrounded by several adversaries, Peter soon found himself in disarray. His spider sense, akin to an animal's instinctual reflex, was still in its nascent stages, struggling to keep up against the relentless assault of 4 attackers. The bald Winter Soldier's metallic hands clamped down like vices on Peter's collarbone, augmenting his strength with a surge of energy, intent on firmly restraining this high school student. Preoccupied with the onslaught from the others, Peter was caught off guard by an ambush from behind. Ouch! Peter cried out, his shoulders reddening from the blows. A profound sense of danger engulfed him, and at that critical moment, a surge of blue arcs of electricity erupted from his body, as if his very essence had overloaded with energy. Wherever the blue arcs traveled, metallic objects short-circuited, and the bald Winter Soldier's hand froze in midair. Unaware of the nature of the electric discharge that had just saved him, Peter seized the moment and, without hesitation, dropped down in a quick maneuver to slip away. The Winter Soldiers, hindered by their metallic components, experienced various minor malfunctions. The closest to Peter, however, the bald one, was less affected due to his predominantly human physique, with only his hands being metallic. With gritted teeth, he executed a powerful side kick, reminiscent of a dancer's fluidity, aimed directly at Peter. Sensing the impending force of the attack, Peter instinctively raised his hands to shield his chest. As the kick approached, he swiftly lowered himself and leaped upward, using the bald winter soldier's strength to propel himself backward, akin to a piece of paper soaring with the wind. In midair, Peter performed several flips before landing beside Wu Xingyue, grimacing as he covered the bruised area on his arm. "Xingyue, could you perhaps intervene? I'm on the verge of being defeated," he exclaimed, rolling up his sleeve to reveal the purpling bruise. Wu Xingyue gazed at Peter's injury with concern, her expression reflecting empathy. "How unfortunate. But as a delicate girl, I am not adept in combat," she admitted. Although she possessed formidable physical strength, she had never engaged in a fight. Raw power could not solely dictate the outcome, as technique could bridge the gap when a qualitative change had not yet occurred. Peter found it hard to counter her reasoning, recognizing the truth in her words. Was this where he would meet his end today? Such thoughts began to fester in his mind, causing him to grit his teeth and once again charge into the fray, determined to strike at their heads and fend off their relentless assault. "Ouch, they hit my head. Aim for their eyes. Strike with all your might, Peter. Oh, it is not meant for you to have your heart torn and eyes pierced." Wu Xingyue could hardly bear to watch. It was too gruesome. It is no wonder that Wu Xingyue appeared anxious, as the opponent's every move was lethal, while Peter hesitated. And with such a disparity in numbers, it was no surprise he was being overwhelmed. Although he endured such heavy blows, Peter, relying on his superhuman qualities, barely managed to stay upright. Outside, most students from Midtown High had already retreated to safety. At that moment, dozens of police vehicles rushed to the scene, cordoning off the area with barricades. Teams have arrived. Snipers have reached their designated positions. All teams, ensure the safety of every student. Await orders to fire. Received. Dozens of officers began to organize the scene, with some donning bulletproof vests in preparation for negotiations. "Wait for my command. I will enter first to stabilize the situation." The officer, with a few strands of gray hair, exuded a spirited demeanor while securing a service weapon at his waist. At that moment, Coulson approached. "Officer, I am Agent Coulson. There are supernatural events at play here, and I am taking command." His purpose was clear: to prevent police interference, as this situation was beyond the scope of ordinary law enforcement. "Never heard of you. Let your superior speak to me." The elderly officer was the police chief of New York City and was unimpressed by the notion of agents, ignoring Coulson completely as he addressed his subordinates. According to eyewitnesses, 2 high school students are currently restraining several assailants. "Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly." Coulson felt embarrassed, as the officer treated him as if he were invisible. It was understandable. Many departments sought to take charge, often leading to chaos in the aftermath. Shrugging, Coulson patted the chief's shoulder. "I am with SHIELD, specializing in supernatural incidents." The old officer cast a displeased glance at Coulson, ready to erupt in frustration. In such a critical moment, every second could yield unforeseen consequences. "Let me handle this." A hand clasped Coulson's shoulder, pulling him back. Coulson attempted to argue, but a tremendous force drew him away. Turning to speak, he encountered a towering figure. "Captain." Indeed, it was Rogers. The old officer stared in shock at the imposing figure, his mouth agape. "You are the captain?" Rogers smiled slightly and replied, "I am. But who are you?" The officer's demeanor felt familiar, yet after sleeping for 70 years, he knew this was not someone he had once known. But who was this man? "I am Jeff Stancy. Jiro was my father." The officer spoke with reddened eyes. "Jiro? Little drummer boy?" Upon hearing the unique nickname of his father, the officer finally believed his eyes. "Yes. My father always spoke of you. I never imagined I would meet you today, a living legend." Rogers moved forward, flanked by Natasha with her crimson hair. "Captain, who is the little drummer boy?" Natasha, ever the inquisitive one, inquired about a certain young boy who aspired to join the Howling Commandos. Those were indeed the days worth reminiscing. Suddenly, a tremendous noise jolted Rogers from his reverie, as a figure clad in a red mask soared through the air. He was the target of the day. It was imperative to ensure his safety. Upon realizing that it was Peter who had been flung back, Natasha hastened to provide assistance. Rogers, fully aware of their objective, sprinted towards the academic building, for Star was still inside. Peter, having landed with a thud, shook himself off and pointed at the shattered wall. "Don't worry, leave it to the captain." Chapter 68. Widows sting upon encountering the strikingly beautiful woman before him. Peter felt a rush of shyness and averted his gaze. Yet, recalling the dire situation within, he quickly asserted, "There are 4 of them, and they are quite formidable." He stretched his shoulders, gingerly testing his bruised areas, and without a moment's hesitation, re-entered the building. Natasha, fully aware of the complexities at hand, followed suit. Inside the academic building, the sound of a violent clash echoed. The 4 winter soldiers were relentlessly assaulting Wu Xingyue's psychic shield. Though they had never encountered such an entity before, their full-force attacks merely created rippling effects upon impact. Niang, your Supreme has been attacked, Wu Xingyue lamented. Disheartened by Peter's defeat, she noted that only a portion of the building had sustained damage, yet she now found herself in peril. Though she was deeply reluctant to reveal the existence of the Taldarin tribe, given the multitude of terrifying entities within the Marvel Universe, she was uncertain of her tribe's standing among them. Thus, she wished to keep their existence hidden unless absolutely necessary. However, when faced with imminent danger, such concerns were cast aside. In a moment of desperation, she exclaimed, "Damn them! Niang, Supreme, shall we summon all members? Do we really need everyone to deal with these four?" Wu Xingyue was taken aback. Was it possible that the Taldarin were actually weak, requiring the entire tribe to confront merely 4 winter soldiers? Her caution had proven to be judicious. Niang, sensing the Supreme's misunderstanding, quickly clarified. Niang, these 4 humans are not to be feared. However, to dare to offend a being of supreme existence makes them enemies of the entire Taldarin tribe. Niang's reasoning was straightforward. While the path of vengeance was the most effective route for the Taldarin members, if the Supreme were to abandon her reservations this time, it would mark a significant victory. Therefore, he eagerly anticipated the Supreme summoning the Taldarin to the fray. Concurrently, he devised a plan to instruct the nearby undead to engage in a full-scale battle, creating as much commotion as possible, aiming to inflict widespread casualties among humanity. He understood that if large-scale devastation were to result from the Supreme's actions, this planet would no longer be able to accommodate her, effectively positioning her in opposition to this world. Well, let's hold off on that for now. Just as Wu Xingyue contemplated exposing the Taldarin tribe, a figure burst through the shattered wall. Simultaneously, a circular beam of light hurtled towards the 4 winter soldiers. The arrival of this figure instantly quelled her intention to call for reinforcements. The figure that has arrived is none other than Rogers, and the circular shadow is undoubtedly his signature weapon, the shield. Clang. The circular shield, as if controlled by an unseen force, struck its first target without returning or falling. Instead, it ricocheted and hit the remaining 3. The sudden assault left the 4 unable to react in time, resulting in 2 of them sustaining varying degrees of injury. Starmoon, are you all right? At this moment, Peter rejoined the fray, accompanied by Natasha. The 4 winter soldiers cautiously regarded the unexpected arrivals, particularly mindful of the recent shield attack that had caught them off guard. Number 1, the opponent is formidable. We are at a distinct disadvantage. Number 2 remarked cautiously, feeling the wound on his left shoulder where the metal structure had been dented. Bucky focused intently on the newcomer. For some reason, the man wielding the shield evoked a sense of familiarity. Adhering strictly to mission protocol, he quickly strategized. Number 3, Number 4, you 2 hold them off. I will detonate the explosives buried here in 3 minutes. Understood. Numbers 3 and 4 responded in hushed tones. Bucky nodded. Fulfilling the mission was their obligation, even if it meant sacrificing themselves. It was clear that the weakest, numbers 3 and 4, were the most expendable. Natasha, utilizing the miniature camera on her person, frantically captured images of the 4. Coulson, can you identify who they are and which faction they belong to? The petite white gang could not possibly harbor such formidable individuals. Thus she was deeply intrigued by their origins. Outside the battlefield, Coulson received Natasha's message and promptly retrieved a mini-computer to conduct a search. Wu Xingyue, trailing behind the winter soldiers, raised her hand in a comically cautious manner. I am but air. Please continue. Bucky disregarded Wu Xingyue's stealthy departure. The opponents possessed an ability unknown to them, rendering them incapable of inflicting harm upon her. Otherwise, they would not hesitate to use Wu Xingyue as leverage against the newcomers. The atmosphere grew tense. Bucky exchanged glances with his comrades before pursuing Rogers. 4 meters, 2 meters, whoosh. Bucky retrieved a spherical object from his waist and hurled it towards the group. It soared swiftly, the grooves of the sphere flashing with a rapid red light. Watch out. Rogers, noticing the spherical object resembling a countdown to explosion, instinctively grasped his shield and lunged toward it. Battlefield knowledge, as well as the unspoken rules of engagement, dictate that when faced with a thrown grenade, one must either throw it aside or tackle it to the ground. Natasha seized Peter and darted to the side. Remaining stationary in the face of a potentially powerful grenade would be the gravest mistake. Pff, an unexpected sound akin to flatulence erupted. Rogers was taken aback, incredulous that modern technology had become so bewildering. He watched as the shield he pressed down released a torrent of smoke. It appeared to be specially formulated. The smoke enveloped a 5-meter radius instantaneously, replete with a pungent odor. Let us go, Bucky declared without a moment's hesitation, sprinting towards the exit. In that instant, he activated the remote-controlled explosives in his grasp. In a secluded corner of the educational building, a liquid bomb was triggered, and the numbers on the display began to flash. 259. Rogers, realizing he had been deceived, sprang up with a deft movement, covering his mouth and nose with one hand as he searched for the direction of his companions. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. A cold glimmer flashed as a long blade sliced downward. The clash of metal echoed. Rogers barely managed to raise his shield in time, countering with a punch, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. Natasha, upon recognizing the smoke bomb, understood the ruse as well. However, her primary concern was Peter's safety, so she remained vigilant against any incoming attacks. A powerful force surged toward her. Natasha moved with serpentine grace, showcasing her remarkable flexibility as she bent backward to evade the strike and swiftly swept her leg, ensnaring her opponent. Her hands crackled with a potent energy, Widow's Bite. The sound of rapid beeping crescendoed into an explosive roar. The timer on the liquid bomb hit 0, and a blinding light erupted from the small device, with searing flames rapidly engulfing everything in their vicinity, reducing it to mere debris. Chapter 69. The entire Taldarin mobilizes. The last structure of Midtown High School fell. A notification sounded. Mission accomplished. Destroy Midtown High School. Reward. Unlock building, warp gate. The mission completion alert resonated. Taldarin Nexus. Fear value 100, unlocked. Crystal Tower. Fear value 500, unlocked. Photon Cannon. Fear value 1000, unlocked. Warp gate. Fear value 5000, unlocked. Control Core. Fear value 10. 000, locked. Council of Death. Fear value 50, 000, locked. Sanctum of the Ascendant. Fear value 100, 000, locked. Mechanical Research Lab. Fear value 100. 000, locked. Mechanical Station. Fear value 500, 000, locked. Furnace. Fear value 1, 000, locked. Stargate. Fear value 1, 000, locked. As Rogers held his shield defensively, he felt no weight above him and cautiously lowered his shield to discern the unfolding events. In the next moment, he beheld an astonishing sight. An invisible energy barrier enveloped them, while enormous debris lay strewn about. At that critical juncture of the explosion, Wu Xingyue had decisively flown to their side, employing her psychic shield to protect them. Ignoring the task rewards, she faced a life-or-death decision, as her psychic shield absorbed the tremendous force of the bomb's assault, draining its energy. The probe's analysis had been accurate. The bomb within the building could not breach the supreme psychic shield. However, it overlooked a crucial detail. Following the explosion, the bomb's force would be borne by the nearest structures, pulverizing them into fragments within a certain radius. Meanwhile, buildings positioned farther away would merely suffer collateral damage, collapsing once their foundational support was compromised. Yet, this educational building towered 4 stories high, and the weight of its collapse was beyond what the psychic shield could withstand. The psychic shield rippled with tremendous force, continuously fending off the collapsing structures. Each punch bore significant power, yet the weight of the crumbling debris was relentless, causing the energy within the shield to diminish at a visibly alarming rate. We must act swiftly. I cannot hold on much longer, Wu Xingyue observed keenly, her heart racing, especially as she noticed the astonishment on Roger's face, which only fueled her frustration. I risked my life to save you, and you stand there gaping? What? Have you never seen a beautiful woman before? Wu Xingyue had indeed misunderstood Rogers. He was awestruck by the emergence of the psychic shield. Upon hearing her exclamation, Rogers snapped back to reality, yet the layers of shattered buildings presented no easy solution. Natasha, do you have any ideas? Natasha shook her head, her expression one of helplessness. Wu Xingyue, however, was sharp-minded. The energy was waning, yet she conceived a plan. Peter, don't you have the ability to control metal? These structures are laden with rebar. Could you perhaps displace them? Peter's face contorted with strain, as if he were exerting tremendous effort. Moments later, he waved his hand, his expression grim. Xingyue, it's no use. Your shield is obstructing my connection to the metal. This was inevitable. If the psychic shield couldn't block the magnetic control, then what good was it if enemies could manipulate the metal on Wu Xingyue to attack her directly? What if I lowered the shield slightly? That might not work. I can't guarantee control over all the metal here. Since that incident, he had persistently attempted to master his control over metal, but regrettably, his ability seemed only to activate in moments of crisis and remained beyond his command. The Ascension Chain, linked through psychic energy. Chaos reigned here. Taldarin's existence depended on the crystal core of the Ascension Chain. Yet that very core was bound to the Supreme Being, and this unforeseen event had placed the Supreme in peril, igniting fervor among all members. Hurry, rescue the Supreme. Rescue the Supreme. Some were leaping through space, while others unleashed their psychic energy to accelerate their flight. In an instant, it seemed as if a demolition crew had descended upon Hell's Kitchen. Dozens of buildings were obliterated by the rushing figures, debris scattering everywhere. Without unlocking the jump gate, Taldarin could still leap, but the process was fraught with limitations. such as the inability to transport multiple individuals or perform building jumps. Ziz. Probe 1. Building scan reveals a debris field of 300 square meters with a structural tilt angle of 90 degrees. The Supreme's position is in the northwest corner, near the window. Ziz. Probe 1. Data analysis indicates that a particle cannon strike on the eastern side at position 30 has a 399 probability of rescuing the Supreme. Position 31 has a 293 probability. No. Murphy materialized, charging into the ruins of the classroom building, fervently clearing rubble, with his psychic aura erupting behind him. Each movement lifting several meters of structural debris and casting it aside. At the headquarters of Schield, the director received alarming news. Sir. A surge of powerful surface-level energy fluctuations has suddenly manifested in the Manhattan district. A man in a suit hurriedly rose, waving to the African-American director stationed far away at the monitoring station. Sir, there are several surface-level energy fluctuations appearing in Queens. No. And there are also 2 large flying apparatuses. Another individual nearby stood up nervously to report. Instantly, the atmosphere in the entire monitoring room became tense. The previously composed expression of the black director also darkened. Who are they? The Earth had already cataloged all surface-level powerhouses in their system, and thus he was eager to ascertain the intentions of these individuals, who had erupted simultaneously. The first man to rise gazed at the information on the computer and quickly said, "These are newly detected energy fluctuations. There are over a dozen of them. They are all heading in one direction. My God, there is also a cosmic-level presence." This exclamation came from the second person who stood up in astonishment. What? The black director exclaimed, pushing aside all obstacles to reach the computer. If surface-level strength represented the pinnacle of humanity, with only a few hundred worldwide, most of whom were mutants, then cosmic-level strength was the stuff of legend. The number of individuals possessing cosmic-level power could be counted on one hand, each with terrifying capabilities that even nations hesitated to provoke. Even his own Schield had scant knowledge of such beings, yet today, a cosmic-level entity had appeared, which undoubtedly weighed heavily on Fury's mind. Go. Prepare the jets. I am heading to Midtown High School. Use all resources to uncover his identity. With that, the black director dashed outside. He did not know who this cosmic-level being was, but he understood that their emergence heralded a significant event. As the current director of Schield, it was his duty to intervene. Chapter 70, Constructing the Jump Gate. Humanity? Midtown High School. Several figures appeared, naturally catching the attention of Coulson. Boss, did they teleport here? His assistant exclaimed in shock, having recently joined Schield. He was still unfamiliar with supernatural occurrences and would react dramatically to the incredible. Coulson paid him no mind. He had already noticed the figures and was aware, through headquarters communications, that there was also a flying apparatus hovering above him. Let us go, follow me inside. Coulson gritted his teeth and steeled himself to enter the school. Wait. The veteran officer, although lacking Schield advanced technology to see the detailed situation near the teaching building, had access to police equipment. Hearing his assistant's words, he worriedly suggested, "Shall I send in an elite team to accompany you?" Coulson hesitated. The officer's proposal was tempting, yet he ultimately declined, saying, "Thank you, but I believe it is best for just the 2 of us to go in." He was already aware of the adversary's strength through the intelligence relayed from headquarters, and he realized that such power was beyond the reach of the New York Police Department. If they were to provoke the opposition by bringing in more personnel, it would be a perilous misstep. In the teaching building, and you had already arrived. My lord, I have failed to protect the Supreme. I have placed the Supreme in danger. Murphy knelt on both knees, appearing to accept his punishment. The Dark Moon wore a grim expression. This predicament was not entirely Murphy's fault, as it stemmed largely from his own decisions. The sole mission now was to rescue the Supreme. Without further ado, the Dark Moon concentrated an immense amount of mental energy to manipulate the psychic force, directing it to shift the debris of the collapsed structures away from the ruins. Murphy nodded in agreement and joined in the excavation efforts. Within the ruins, NAION reported, Supreme. The Dark Moon Lord has arrived and is swiftly clearing the fallen debris. Wu Xingyue felt a bitter pang. She had risked herself to conceal the presence of Taldarin. Yet now her entire tribe had been exposed in their efforts to save her. Had she foreseen this outcome, she would have preferred to let them destroy the Central City High School instead. It was indeed a case of hindsight being 20/20. The psychic shield read, 212211. Hearing the commotion outside, Wu Xingyue could not muster any joy, for she was uncertain whether the energy would deplete first or if the Dark Moon would rescue her in time. Perhaps sensing the Supreme's thoughts, NAION continued, Supreme. The rate of energy consumption is excessively rapid. Please construct a jump gate. What good would that do? Would it be able to transport me away? Reporting to the Supreme. Your existence is sacred and magnificent. Currently, We are unable to perform a jump for you. If a jump could be made for the Supreme, the Dark Moon and the Reborn would not be so desperate as to risk exposing themselves by defying the Supreme's will. Wu Xingyue felt despondent. If she could not be transported, what was the purpose of constructing the jump gate? As if anticipating the Supreme's thoughts, Naion spoke again, reporting to the Supreme. Once the jump gate is completed, it can transport structures. Simply moving the crystal tower next to the Supreme will resolve this crisis. Please make a prompt decision. The energy shield is on the verge of collapse. Understanding the significance of the jump gate, Wu Xingyue wasted no time and commanded, construct the jump gate. Ding. 5,000 points of fear value deducted. Please wait, construction in progress. In the realm of Slain, a probe descended upon a clearing to begin construction. The Ascension Chain seemed aware of the dangers faced by the Supreme, and thus the construction proceeded with remarkable swiftness. Ding. The jump gate has been completed. The jump gate occupied a vast area, adhering to the characteristic Taldarin style, adorned with superfluous embellishments. Its pitch-black metallic frame, intricate arch structures, and highly symmetrical design featured a massive crimson psychic screen at its center, with a long staircase descending below. As soon as the jump gate was completed, its transport function activated, and the psychic screen flickered. In the distance, the rotating crystal tower gradually transformed into quantum particles, vanishing from sight. Within the ruins, a zipping sound indicated the jump was in progress. A dark red light appeared, resembling a 3D printer as a crystalline object was slowly materialized. The psychic shield registered 103, 106, 109. The energy, which had been rapidly depleting, now visibly increased. Witnessing this change, Wu Xingyue finally exhaled in relief. The crisis had been averted. Now they merely had to wait for the Dark Moon to rescue her. What was this? Peter was startled by the sudden appearance of the dark red crystal. Except for a small area still left unscathed due to Wu Xingyue's protective shield, a startling 2-meter crystal suddenly materialized, instilling fear in those present. Rogers and Natasha instinctively distanced themselves from the dark red crystal, which evoked an unsettling sensation within their hearts. This is my ability, do not be afraid. Wu Xingyue reassured them. She knew that their reliance on the psychic shield was paramount, and without her words, she could not assure that her companions would refrain from attacking the crystal tower. Upon hearing her words, they finally exhaled in relief. However, Peter's eyes were filled with unabashed envy. Why, as a fellow superpowered individual, was she so exceptional? Outside, and you, through the psychic link, grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet he remained undeterred, swiftly clearing the surrounding debris. He could not permit the Supreme to linger within even for a second longer. With the successful construction of the jump gate, the undead who had yet to arrive were instantly transported, joining the ongoing efforts to clear the ruins without delay. As the number of Taldarin members increased, the debris that had taken over 100 individuals an extensive amount of time to clear was gradually being dismantled, leaving only a thin layer remaining. At that moment, a Quinjet descended vertically, its rear hatch opening as Nick Fury emerged. As the engines of the aircraft had yet to fully shut down, his trench coat flapped violently in the wind. Fury shielded his single eye from the gust as he disembarked. Director Coulson had long been nearby, but was hindered by the crowd, unable to approach. Of course, his presence would not have made a difference. As an ordinary human, he could not match the ferocity with which the others cleared the wreckage. Fury nodded quietly, making his way toward the ruins. At the periphery, an undead halted its digging, extending a crimson dagger from its armor and commanded, "Stop, human," to expedite the excavation. All the undead had cancelled their phasing, appearing to outsiders as a formidable yet somewhat bizarre group of armored warriors. Fury's brow furrowed slightly. His keen perception immediately caught the key term, human. Chapter 71, Wu Xingyue faces reality. This is a big shot. Although numerous speculations crossed his mind, he maintained a composed demeanor. Greetings, I am Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. He endeavored to convey a friendly attitude. A reptilian agency, perhaps? The undead cackled ominously. In its eyes, this human was no different from those it had encountered in Hell's Kitchen, beings ripe for torment. Fury's expression hardened, recognizing the adversarial position he was in. He spoke with a weighty tone. SHIELD oversees supernatural occurrences in the hemisphere. Your presence challenges the international order set forth by the World Security Council. Reveal your intentions, or I shall regard you as malicious intruders, facing only ruthless retaliation. Fury was not one to suffer fools gladly. The lack of respect shown to him warranted a threat. Yet, the cautious and skeptical nature of his words bore dual meanings. This warning was not solely for the undead, but also directed toward the black-haired Asian individual present. A dozen individuals adorned in a manner akin to this man indicate that he may merely embody the essence of a soldier. The second implication naturally serves as a probe, assessing the reaction of the counterpart. hence the mention of the World Security Council, designed to either provoke genuine ire or divert attention. The members of the council seem only capable of casting accusations through screens or reducing the operational budget of the SHIELD, a source of long-standing discontent for him. As the Dark Moon meticulously cleared the final layer of debris, Fury's words were unmistakably clear to him. However, this statement had infringed upon the fundamental threshold of the Taldarin tribe, who typically wield threats against others. It was the first instance someone dared to threaten him. Just as he contemplated issuing a lethal command, the voice of Wu Xingyue resonated. Wu Xingyue, Dark Moon, do not engage him. The unfolding events outside were projected in real time on the psychic link, and Wu Xingyue remained vigilant. Upon witnessing Fury's arrival, her emotions were decidedly complex. On one hand, elation, for he was the individual she sought to engage. His presence alleviated many procedural steps, yet on the other hand, an unsettling feeling akin to being caught using a mobile device in class surfaced. The looming threat of the swarm hung like a sharp sword above her, and every recollection of their terrifying numbers instilled a sense of helplessness. Thus, she required the Avengers to assemble, necessitating the unification of all possible forces to confront the impending swarm. However, Fury's words instantaneously quickened her heartbeat. She recognized the pride of her subordinates, the Taldarin, and his statement undoubtedly tested their nerves, prompting her to swiftly intervene to prevent the Dark Moon from erupting. Dark Moon, as you command. Wu Xingyue was their supreme authority, towering like a deity, and none dared question or oppose her, even to the extent of sacrificing themselves in her presence. The Dark Moon restrained its murderous intent, and a colossal surge of psychic energy ascended, transforming into a tempestuous wave that cascaded downward. With a thunderous crash, the shattered edifices and foliage within a 1,000-meter radius vaporized into nothingness, leaving behind a barren expanse, along with a few astonished SHIELD agents. Fury, taken aback, felt a dryness in his throat, instinctively placing a hand in his pocket. Clearly, the Dark Moon had purposefully unleashed this overwhelming psychic force to assert dominance over Fury. Psychic Shield. 01 Wu Xingyue furrowed her brow. The recent psychic output had reached an astounding 551. The shield before her, as thin as paper, appeared on the verge of disintegration into oblivion. Fortunately, the structure enveloping her had vanished. Wow, what was that just now, magic? Peter, with his keen spider sense, certainly detected the recent energy fluctuations. The crimson vaporization of debris beyond the shield unfolded right before his eyes. Rogers, still tense, immediately heightened his vigilance, raising his shield in a defensive posture. With the obstructions removed, he could see everything outside with clarity. Dozens of armored soldiers stood in confrontation with Fury and his companions, the atmosphere charged with tension. Supreme. The Dark Moon and the disciples knelt in unison, their movements synchronized, creating a resounding spectacle. Fury, Coulson, Peter, Rogers, and Natasha were all astounded, the silence around them palpable. Fury and Coulson turned their necks stiffly, as if welded in place, to behold the presence that had compelled such formidable individuals to kneel. Among them, the most bewildered was undoubtedly Wu Xingyue, her cheeks flushed. Aware that the Taldarin tribe placed great importance on etiquette, she felt a peculiar discomfort as she witnessed the bowing of so many before her. Having received 12 years of compulsory education, she wished for a hole to hide in at that moment. Xingyue. Peter stepped back a few paces, intending to pull Wu Xingyue away, but upon seeing her unusual expression, a bizarre thought struck him. Could it be that these individuals were kneeling before her? Was she perhaps a young lady of an illustrious family, a princess, or even a queen? Such erratic thoughts lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Fury swayed in disbelief. A cosmic entity capable of instigating international upheaval and single-handedly toppling nations had knelt before a mere girl. What a shocking revelation indeed. The very notion of such an event transpiring before his eyes was unfathomable. He could scarcely conceive the background of this young woman. As for the surface-level undead, he dismissed them entirely. If even a cosmic being behaved thus, what peculiarity was there in the actions of mere mortals? Wu Xingyue offered a shy smile to Peter, her delicate hand subtly raised, urging you and the others to rise swiftly. Yet, how could such seemingly discreet gestures escape the notice of those present? At your command, Supreme. The Taldarin tribe responded in unison, promptly standing. Startled, Wu Xingyue's voice dwindled to a whisper. Hey, keep it down. Peter nodded inwardly, now convinced that Wu Xingyue must be the daughter of a colossal conglomerate, with these individuals serving as the group's armed security. It makes sense. If she were an ordinary person, how could she possibly befriend Liz Osborne? They're here to experience life. The scene shifted to the interior of a Quinjet. Fury, Coulson, Rogers, Peter, Wu Xingyue, and Yu sat within the cabin. Outside lay a barren expanse, not particularly welcoming. prompting the group to seek refuge inside the aircraft. As for the dozens of undead, they had been dismissed by Wu Xingyue, who sent them back to their respective homes, their departure once again leaving the others in shock. Coughing to clear his parched throat, Fury broke the silence. "Excuse me, miss, who are you?" He carefully chose his words. Whether referring to her as a beauty or a young girl felt inappropriate, so he opted for miss. "She is Wu Xingyue," Peter interjected, reverting to his talkative self. However, the immediate, disapproving gazes directed at him made him feel quite uncomfortable. I was just trying to be helpful. Why are you all looking at me like that?" Perhaps what resonated in their minds was a singular thought. "You talk too much." Fury awkwardly pressed on. "Who are they?" Chapter 72, The News of Peter's Parents. Wu Xingyue covered her mouth, laughter escaping from her as the amusing Peter lightened her mood, alleviating the tension that had gripped her. Before her extraordinary journey, she had been an ordinary person, having only encountered the local police in her county. Now, standing before Nick Fury of SHIELD, it was impossible to deny her anxiety. However, she had begun to acclimate to the peculiar gazes of those around her. And thus she introduced her companions simply. "They are from the Taldarin tribe, my friends." Initially, she had intended to refer to them as her lords or constituents. But the words felt shameful as they hovered on her lips. What a capitalistic notion. Her beliefs were rooted in the idea of equality among all individuals. And she genuinely did not perceive the members of the Taldarin as subordinates, even including the Death Disciples. Fury nodded, yet he harbored skepticism towards her claims. After all, these individuals had knelt before her. Could they truly be mere friends? Their formidable strength and enigmatic backgrounds raised questions, and since they were reluctant to divulge more, he felt it prudent not to pry further, lest he provoke their displeasure, which could lead to dire consequences, given that the line between enemy and ally was still unclear. At SHIELD headquarters, the aircraft conveyed them swiftly to their destination. Fury led the way, introducing the two. "This is SHIELD headquarters, a place of safety. Is it?" Wu Xingyue nodded, her understanding clear, though she chose not to voice her thoughts. In the cinematic portrayal of SHIELD, at its zenith, it was often intertwined with Hydra, and she now needed to unite all forces, hoping to avoid any disintegration of SHIELD. The challenge lay in fostering peaceful coexistence, a task that troubled her, especially as these individuals were willing to sacrifice their lives for their convictions. As they traversed the technologically advanced building, the hustle of agents was apparent all around them. The 6 of them arrived at the conference room on the top floor. Fury spoke first. "According to the information at my disposal, those who attacked you may be associated with the White Gang. As for their motives, I suspect they are targeting your research on the giant structure." Fury, ever meticulous, pieced together the information from various sources, including the mountainside, the school, and the news vehicles that had arrived en route. He deduced that the attackers had resorted to a campus assault to prevent Peter from making a certain discovery. The boisterous Peter, upon hearing Fury's analysis, quickly realized the implications and exclaimed, "This is bad. Liz and Ned are in danger." Fury smiled calmly. "I have already dispatched personnel to protect them." "Good." Peter felt a sense of relief wash over him, though he was also struck by regret for his earlier oversight. Why had he not considered this sooner? Fury inquired, "Might you share your research topic with me?" He was curious about the nature of the inquiry that could provoke such reckless behavior from their adversaries. Wu Xingyue glanced at Peter. The decision to disclose this information rested solely with him. After a moment of contemplation, Peter finally spoke, "This matter originates with me. I never anticipated that my obsession would lead to such chaos. Although my parents may have vanished because of it, I cannot bear to see my friends suffer further due to my actions." With that, Peter produced a USB drive from his pocket, handed it to Fury, and revealed everything. After a prolonged silence, after listening to the unfolding events, Fury's expression turned grave. He was already privy to an abundance of secrets, with a significant portion of SHIELD's clandestine knowledge residing within his mind. While the notion of extraterrestrial civilizations might appear fantastical to the average person, he had experienced it firsthand. Aliens, the moon, and technologies crafted by otherworldly beings. These keywords incessantly flickered through his thoughts, a myriad of information pausing and rapidly switching. Yet none seemed to correlate meaningfully. After a lengthy contemplation, Fury spoke again. "Peter, your discovery is truly astonishing. If revealed, it would undoubtedly garner immense attention from the academic community focused on megastructures. However, you must understand one crucial point. This revelation is profoundly shocking, and if verified, it could have significant international repercussions." "What repercussions?" Peter inquired. "Nations may resort to conflict over the ownership of the moon, potentially igniting a third world war. If the moon is indeed of extraterrestrial origin, the technology it harbors would be extraordinarily advanced. Should any nation on Blue Planet gain control, it would possess a formidable advantage. Can't we develop it collaboratively? Peter asked, perplexed. Fury sighed. Blue Planet is relatively small. In recent years, advancements in megastructures and aerospace technology have surged, reflecting each nation's fervent desire to explore beyond. Resources are limited, and if a nation could claim the moon, it would serve as a shortcut to surpass others. Who would welcome a rival? This is an immutable truth. The cosmos is unforgiving, and so are nations. The weight of this topic was profound, rendering Peter momentarily speechless. I suspect your parents share similar sentiments. You know my parents? Fury produced a stack of documents, the cover emblazoned with a prominent top-secret label. This is the report regarding a plane crash from years ago, which includes your parents' names. This incident was the first supernatural event I managed during my tenure as director, and due to its sensitive nature, I classified it. To this day, only I have access to it. Peter stood frozen, his expression shifting from neutrality to realization, then to anguish. Observing Peter's turmoil, Fury refrained from further interrupting him and turned to Wu Xingyue. With Midtown High destroyed, what are your plans? Fury's inquiry bore two implications. First, he sought to gauge her intentions, and second, he aimed to uncover her purpose at Midtown High. Given her formidable presence as a subordinate, and the scant information available about her sudden appearance in New York just months prior, her choice to remain in such an inconspicuous locale aroused his suspicions regarding her true motives. Wu Xingyue longed to disclose the matter of the swarm catastrophe. Yet reason cautioned her that such alarming revelations, devoid of evidence, would only invite skepticism and disdain. The situation was far too extraordinary, at least for the majority. The concept of a multiverse remained unknown. I merely wished to quietly obtain a diploma, but with the school destroyed, I find myself at a loss for what to do next, Wu Xingyue lamented, raising her hands in a gesture of resignation. After this incident, it is estimated that Zhongqing High School will require a considerable amount of time to undergo reconstruction, if it is not too much trouble. I happen to know of a splendid place to go, one that offers guaranteed admission to Harvard. Chapter 73. Shield Academy. Wu Xingyue had arrived at her answer, but chose to feign ignorance, asking, where? Shield Academy. Fury replied mysteriously. Shield Academy serves as a reservoir for fresh talent into the S.H.I.E.L.D. organization, or rather, it is an academy dedicated to the training of spies. Strictly speaking, the history of Shield Academy predates that of S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. During World War II, Shield Academy was originally affiliated with one of the predecessors of S.H.I.E.L.D., known as the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Shield Academy comprises four main divisions: the Science Division, the Combat Division, the Communications Division, and the Espionage Division, each representing distinct functions, as can be discerned from their titles. Fury had two considerations in mind. Firstly, allowing Wu Xingyue to remain outside could lead to numerous unpredictable variables, making it more convenient to keep her close for monitoring. Secondly, in the absence of a clear distinction between friend and foe, he also harbored intentions of recruitment. Although two of the four assailants perished on the spot, the remaining two vanished without a trace, leaving even S.H.I.E.L.D. with no record of them, casting doubt on his control over the hemisphere. Furthermore, the moon, being a construct of an extraterrestrial civilization, lingered on Earth with unknown intentions, filling him with apprehension about the future. The primary aim of recruiting this young woman into S.H.I.E.L.D. was to attract the cosmic-level Dark Moon, as S.H.I.E.L.D. currently lacked such formidable power. Wu Xingyue also had her own plans. She was well aware of the prospects at Shield Academy, where many untapped superhumans resided, along with opportunities to encounter S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mysterious artifacts. With these considerations in mind, Wu Xingyue readily accepted, saying, "It sounds truly impressive. I shall go there." The old Fox Fury revealed a satisfied smile, stating, "Welcome. I happen to be an honorary trustee of Shield Academy." Fury extended his large hand forward. "All right." Wu Xingyue smiled back like a little fox and reached out her hand. Peter gradually closed the dossier. The information he had just encountered had profoundly impacted him. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Director Fury, I have a condition. Stated, I will do my utmost to accommodate you on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury replied readily. For him, as long as the secret of the moon remained undisclosed, other matters were easily resolvable. Peter nodded, saying, "Provide me with all the information regarding that incident. I intend to find the culprits and avenge them." This matter traced back to his parents, and the primary motivation for making it public was to uncover the truth behind their deaths. However, now that he had discovered the truth, he had no intention of going public, but he was determined to seek vengeance for his parents. What he had seen thus far was merely an investigative report, lacking in crucial details. Fury frowned, appearing somewhat troubled. That does not adhere to protocol. However, Fury's heavy sigh caused Peter's heart to leap into his throat. Peter hastily pressed. What do you mean? If you join S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, it would then comply with the procedure. I'll join. Peter agreed without a moment's hesitation. As long as he could avenge his parents, he cared not for his own demise, let alone joining any academy. Fury produced 2 documents and presented them before the 2 individuals, stating, by signing this paperwork, you shall become students of S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Xingyue and Peter signed the documents without even glancing at their contents. Each, driven by their own motives, showed no regard for the terms within. One was indifferent entirely, while the other exhibited a similar apathy. Observing their successful signatures, Fury nodded in satisfaction. Once Wu Xingyue had completed her signing, she called Dark Moon over to a secluded corner to commence her exalted address. Meanwhile, in an underground base, armed guards stood vigilant at every critical juncture. Within a control room, several armed soldiers were overseeing a particular subject. In the center loomed a colossal metal chair upon which sat a brawny man with disheveled hair, none other than the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes. Commander, a voice from outside greeted. The guards immediately straightened, preparing to welcome their superior. A figure clad in a grayish-white suit strode in briskly, showing no signs of pause as he approached Bucky. His expression one of evident anger. With a sharp crack, his palm struck Bucky's face. Bound by thick metal restraints, Bucky resembled a machine devoid of commands, his demeanor wooden, unresponsive even to the stinging slap. Damn it! The newcomer muttered under his breath, pulling a handkerchief from his suit pocket to wipe his hand. Soldier, report on the mission. Bucky responded, it is already evening. Without hesitation, Fury led Wu Xingyue and Peter towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, as if fearing unforeseen complications. The massive Quinjet descended onto a grassy expanse, its wings stirring the blades of grass. Welcome, welcome, old friend. A middle-aged man with sideburns approached warmly. If Rogers were present, he would recognize this man as Dum Dum Dugan, leader of the Howling Commandos. Dugan, your beard is taking on quite a character, Fury jested with a grin. Huh. No need for your quips, Fury, Dugan chuckled, unfazed by the teasing, then turned his gaze to Wu Xingyue and Peter behind Fury, inquiring, and who are these 2? Super geniuses, Fury replied with a mysterious smile, then asked Dugan, are the dorms prepared? Such trivial matters need not your prompting. They have long been arranged. Dugan indicated for an assistant to step forward, saying, young ones, it's getting late. Follow her to your dormitory to rest. Wu Xingyue glanced at Dugan before following the assistant towards a building resembling an ancient castle. Who is that? Peter couldn't help but whisper to Wu Xingyue, feeling a strange familiarity with the figure but unable to place it. Do you know the Howling Commandos? Wu Xingyue retorted. I do. They have been my heroes since childhood. That is Dum Dum Dugan, the leader of the Howling Commandos. With Wu Xingyue's reminder, Peter recalled why the man seemed so familiar. Isn't that person in the wax museum the one wearing the steel helmet? Suddenly, Peter exclaimed, how is this possible? By the reckoning of time, the individual must be over a century old. Wu Xingyue, exasperated, shot a glance at the startled Peter and retorted, do you really think you are normal? Peter was taken aback. Indeed, compared to a centenarian appearing as a middle-aged man, he himself seemed far less ordinary. Chapter 74. This is another universe. Fury and Dugan were among the first members of S.H.I.E.L.D. If one were to consider the passage of time, Fury's true age also exceeded 100 years. As for why he appeared so youthful, it was due to an injection of a serum that significantly slowed the aging process. The Winter Soldier had similarly received this serum. The assistant leading the way revealed a hint of surprise in her eyes, yet she did not turn back. Continuing to guide the 2 to their assigned dormitory. The castle was vast, adorned in a style reminiscent of the medieval era. The boys' dormitory was on the left, while the girls' was on the right. Room 909. The assistant paused briefly to say, this will be your dormitory. With that, she gracefully turned and departed. Wu Xingyue glanced at the door number and pushed the door open. Xingyue, hearing a familiar voice, Wu Xingyue turned in surprise. Liz, what are you 2 doing here? She saw 2 girls lying on their respective beds, lost in thought, who only leaned in slightly upon noticing her entrance. Liz directly rushed forward and embraced Wu Xingyue, exclaiming, oh no, you scared me. I thought you. The other girl, observing silently, pulled back the covers of her adjacent bed. Just as Liz was feeling melancholic, she caught sight of the movement out of the corner of her eye and was startled, abandoning her embrace of Wu Xingyue to leap across. The lifted blanket revealed an array of snacks. Hey, you've been secretly snacking without me, Wu Xingyue exclaimed in exasperation, realizing that the earlier display was merely for her benefit. Hee hee. Liz grinned widely in response. Want some? Oomph. Wu Xingyue plopped down on her bed and unceremoniously began to indulge. Liz and the other girl, not to be outdone, joined the growing army of snackers. In an office steeped in military ambience, Dugan remarked, Fury, what you are doing violates S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy's regulations. The recruitment process at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy was a top-secret mission involving rigorous tests, with an acceptance rate of only 20% each year, highlighting the difficulty involved. Fury smiled faintly and replied, Dugan, these individuals are of great significance. The girl named Wu Xingyue is quite extraordinary. Fury recounted the entire sequence of events, placing special emphasis on the Dark Moon. Upon hearing Fury's account, Dugan's expression darkened, and he chastised, You fool. You are bringing trouble upon me. How was he supposed to manage individuals of such cosmic caliber? S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy was no ordinary institution. It was a place for training elite agents, with annual mortality rates to consider. Entrusting such formidable beings to him could very well cost him his life. To those capable, more labor is assigned. Indeed. There is an important meeting awaiting me at the office, so I shall not linger further. Without waiting for the conversation to conclude, Fury departed hastily, leaving Dugan to continue his furious outburst. In dormitory 909, darkness enveloped the room, as the three young women had already succumbed to slumber. On a nearby bed, Wu Xingyue lay sprawled in an ungainly position. Her sleeping posture was a stark contrast to her delicate and charming appearance, making it difficult to reconcile such an endearing young girl with such a disheveled pose. As time passed, Wu Xingyue's brow began to furrow. Wu Liang gradually opened his eyes, a sensation of having slept for an eternity washing over him. Where am I? Master, we are in an alternate universe, Wu Jinxiang replied. Wu Liang surveyed his surroundings, noting the European-style decor of the room, now shrouded in a dim gloom. Turning his gaze towards Wu Jinxiang, he observed him standing motionless, akin to a statue. A fine layer of dust coated his clothing, indicating how long it had been since he had moved. It was night, yet an eerie silence pervaded the vicinity. Wu Liang inquired, Jinxiang, where are we? What has transpired? His memories lingered in the realm of the yellow world. Wu Jinxiang responded, Master, during your summoning of the vibranium host, a quantum reaction occurred due to the presence of spatial distortion energy. In the ensuing explosion of immense energy, we inadvertently traversed the cosmic barrier. Wu Jinxiang then recounted the events as he understood them. It turned out that when Wu Liang summoned the vibranium host, it coincidentally overlapped with the psychic frequencies activated by Su Rue and Banner. The vibranium, originally a mere or unexpectedly transformed into a living entity. This metamorphosis led to entangled energies, which subsequently resulted in a quantum reaction, bringing them to this place. Upon grasping Wu Jinxiang's explanation, Wu Liang felt a sense of helplessness. It was indeed a coincidence of monumental proportions. What of the others? He pressed, recalling the individuals who were either the zombie heroes led by Sentinel or allies like Black Panther and Bucky. Master, they have undergone genetic mutations and have become zombies. Wu Jinxiang replied. What does this mean? Wu Liang urgently questioned. He remembered that they were all supposed to be immune. Why had they transformed into zombies? Were they truly dead? Immunes are resistant to the zombie virus, which refers to airborne transmissions. However, if bitten, there is a degree of susceptibility. Yet, should an immune individual perish, the zombie virus would then claim dominion over their body. Wu Jinxiang refrained from delving into the reasons behind their mutations, as it likely exceeded his knowledge. While he might comprehend the intricacies of energy interactions, the complexities of genetic mutations in living beings remained beyond his grasp. Unable to find answers, Wu Liang chose not to dwell on his confusion. Nonetheless, this world instilled in him a profound sense of disorientation. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire urgently, what of Dant and Shogo, along with my swarm? Dant and Shogo had been his companions for the longest time. Truthfully, he harbored feelings for them. Knowing that Black Panther and the others had turned into zombies, he could not help but worry for their safety. The Dominator. They are surrounding you in vigilant protection. This is well. Upon hearing Wu Jinxiang's words, he could not help but exhale in relief. Simultaneously, he immersed himself in the consciousness of the Dominator, vast as a sea of stars. Countless black dots formed a protective circle around him. Yet, they were engaged in battle. Hiss! These creatures are exceedingly bothersome. The scythe-like claws behind the lean dog swung fiercely, cleaving toward the grotesque beings that sought to devour him. The towering zombies, reaching heights of 100 meters, resembled archways, their heads akin to lofty towers, each possessing a colossal eye. Their arching bodies bore arms of unequal length. The shorter arm was akin to that of a human, while the elongated arm was grotesquely deformed. Jagged bone spines jutted into the air, resembling whips. Each strike imbued with the power to shatter stone and rend metal. Enough of this chatter. Protect the Dominator. The loyal Broken Tooth remained steadfast. Yet before him stood a zombie towering 200 meters high. Its form resembled the Eiffel Tower, its upper body akin to a misshapen figure, while its lower half boasted enormous legs. Its method of attack was peculiar. Unlike other zombies that gnawed, it executed merciless stomps. Once the target succumbed, its foot would split open, revealing a gaping maw from which countless sharp teeth emerged to devour the mangled flesh. Chapter 75. Do the Devourers not require payment? Other swarm units fared no better. Numerous twisted zombies surged forth, bringing endless trouble to the swarm. Inside the chamber, what are those things? Wu Liang inquired, puzzled. Wu Xingyue shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. After resting, Wu Liang had regained some strength and slowly made his way outside. The crimson sky, whether it was a reflection of burning buildings or an inherent hue, remained uncertain. The tide of corpses, resembling a black ocean, engulfed the entire block, with the bodies of fallen insectoid units scattered everywhere, alongside the coiled swarm. Unlike the observation of the Dominator's consciousness, this scene resembled a hellish crucible of flesh and blood. Countless unknown fleshly monstrosities loomed, their grotesque and distorted forms exuding horror. Do the Devourers not require payment? Wu Liang remarked with irritation. With his keen vision, he could discern the minutiae from 1,000 to 10,000 miles away. Amidst the black ocean of corpses, towering zombies were ubiquitous. However, the most prevalent were creatures measuring 3 meters in size, with elongated limbs and thick, claw-like fingers, exhaling breath like long whips as they crawled. This silhouette was indeed notorious. Yet why were they so numerous? Moreover, they appeared to be the most rudimentary of their kind, as there were none smaller. Suddenly, a figure caught his attention. An oversized devourer, twice the size of its counterparts. However, it stood apart from the others, while authentic devourers were drenched in blood, with their brains exposed. This creature was entirely enveloped in a dark metallic exterior. The sounds of battle and roars reverberated incessantly, in stark contrast to the overwhelming grotesque monsters. The swarm appeared as inconspicuous as a solitary leaf drifting upon the river. Ruler, we can no longer withstand this onslaught. I recommend a retreat, Wu Xingyue intoned gravely. Simultaneously, a series of data manifested within the ruler's consciousness. Jumping bugs, 37, 812 alive, 174, 319 deceased. Wu Liang fell into silence. The number of the advanced team was already scant, and after such turmoil, only a meager few remained. Gazing into the distance where the relentless tide of zombie behemoths surged, he realized the extinction of his swarm was merely a matter of time. Retreat, he commanded, soaring into the sky. The swarm, upon receiving the ruler's directive, unleashed a cacophony of roars at the approaching zombies, confronting the monstrous horde that vastly outnumbered them without a trace of fear. With a series of explosive sounds, the jumping bugs' abdominal sacs ejected superheated liquid, resembling rocket launchers as they ascended towards the heavens. Finally retreating, thanks to that inept ruler. The creature known as Thin Dog expressed, its enormous head displaying a strangely human-like expression of relief. Yet, before it could revel in its fortune, a searing heat surged towards its face, leaving its features charred and singed. Upon discerning the source of this scorching assault, it could not help but exclaim in fury. Broken Tooth, you wretched creature. Cover the ruler's escape, Wu Xingyue commanded within the ruler's consciousness. Not far away, a cadre of colossal flying monsters, each several tens of feet in size, charged directly at the swarm. Each possessed bat-like wings and serpentine tails, adorned with metallic claws glimmering at their tips. They emitted cries reminiscent of infants, their massive claws unfurling. A significant portion of the jumping bugs separated from the main body, their abdominal sacs pulsating as they surged towards the attacking behemoths, sacrificing a small contingent to gain precious time for retreat. The sacrificed ones were those who had sustained the most severe injuries during the ground skirmishes. In the ethos of the swarm, collective welfare superseded individual concerns. Survival of the fittest was inscribed in their very genes. Wu Liang, positioned at the forefront, cast a sidelong glance at the encroaching monstrosities, his brow furrowing with concern. These beasts bore a striking resemblance to his swarm's flying serpents. However, there was no time for contemplation. Energy surged within him, propelling him skyward into the vastness of space. Meanwhile, in the Queen's district, Peter navigated between the towering edifices. What is happening? Why do these monsters wish to devour even me? He pondered. He could vividly recall moments prior when a grotesque creature had attempted to hunt him down. This monstrosity boasted 7 legs, and its face was adorned with tentacle-like appendages akin to an octopus. Its head resembled that of a faceless entity, yet a vertical fissure split its abdomen as it lunged. The fissure gaped wide, revealing razor-sharp teeth. The most perplexing aspect was the unmistakable aura it exuded, akin to his own, zombie, leading him to question. Since we are both undead, why would you seek to bite me? Are you envious of my allure? He had been wandering this familiar yet alien terrain for quite some time. New York remained the same New York. However, this place seemed to be an entirely different New York. He recalled appearing in a plaza in Queens when a warm yellow glow enveloped everything. Amidst a throng of jubilant revelers celebrating a festival unknown even to him, a true local. Before he could fully comprehend the scene, a group of colossal figures emerged, indiscriminately devouring and tearing apart everything in their path. Soon, the streets were filled with terrified crowds, car wrecks scattered about, and people being mauled by monsters. It felt reminiscent of the initial outbreak of the virus. After several days of exploration, he gradually discerned that this was not his universe. For instance, the festival that people were celebrating upon his arrival was one he had never encountered. He ventured to the home of his memories, only to find another individual named Peter Parker, who, to his astonishment, was an African American. Yet, unlike him, this Peter Parker had lost all semblance of autonomy after transforming into a zombie, resulting in a fierce confrontation between them, which ultimately left him with no choice but to eliminate the threat. Returning to reality, he mused how much he wished Mr. Stark were present. He would surely devise a solution. His thoughts drifted to his life mentor, Tony Stark. Suddenly, his movements halted as a realization struck him. Would this universe's Mr. Stark have escaped the fate of becoming a zombie? He pondered aloud. Since this universe also possessed a Peter Parker, it must surely have a Tony Stark as well. Yes, he must seek out Mr. Stark. An idea sparked within him, recalling Mr. Wu Liang's words that Stark was the savior of this catastrophe. This zombie virus had already ravaged 2 universes. He could not allow the calamity to extend to another, lest countless more be devoured and slaughtered. He remembered the direction of the Avengers base, which was not far from here. With a swift motion, a blood-stained vein launched from his arm, aiming for the distant wall of a skyscraper. The vein adhered to the wall like a spider's web upon contact, allowing him to detach the other vein and propel himself forward once more. Thus, Peter's speed accelerated exponentially. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed across the sky. Chapter 76. The Scythe Monster. A colossal figure streaked through the heavens, plummeting like a meteor. With a thunderous crash, it struck the building with the force of a plane colliding with a skyscraper, causing the entire structure to disintegrate, showering the area with countless shards of glass. Peter narrowly evaded several large debris pieces, but due to this unforeseen event, some sizable glass fragments sliced through the blood vessel strands. Without the support of the veins, Peter plummeted abruptly. In that critical moment, a wall grazed past him. He spun 180 degrees in midair, thrusting his feet against the descending wall. With renewed force, the wall crashed down to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. At that moment, Peter found himself clinging to the remnants of the half-destroyed building. He clung to the glass with both hands and feet, paralyzed by fear of making any sound that might attract the attention of the colossal beast above. The creature that had fallen was evidently not dead. Rather, one of its fleshy wings hung limply, broken and powerless. A chilling cry escaped its maw. Its nostrils twitched, as if something alluring had captured its interest. The sole remaining wing, still somewhat intact, began to flap, while a massive claw at the tail gripped a metal support. Thus, the creature sprang into motion, lunging violently towards Peter. Ah, I knew it. I felt like a delectable morsel. Wherever these monstrous zombies roamed, my mere presence would incite their pursuit. With a thunderous crash, Peter crossed his arms in a desperate attempt to evade the creature's headbutt. A swift dart of his vascular thread shot forth. Seizing the opportunity as the beast struck once more, he launched a thread of spider silk towards a nearby skyscraper. The creature tore through the wall that obstructed its view, eager to ascertain where its prey had escaped. It was infuriated to find that the food had reached the opposite building. Ignoring the injury to its wing, it curled its abdomen and launched itself into the air, relying solely on its remaining functional wing for a brief flight. However, due to the damage, it struggled to maintain balance midair, twisting and turning like a dragonfly, missing a wing. With a resounding crash, the creature's massive form collided with the surrounding buildings, causing an explosive cacophony akin to demolition. Countless shards of glass rained down like droplets of rain. The immense noise attracted the attention of a distant, dazed titan of a monster. This gaunt entity towered 100 meters high, its upper half grotesquely sliced, exposing its bloodied organs. Its lone arm had transformed into a long scythe. The bones sharpened into lethal blades, and upon hearing the commotion, it dragged its scythe-like limb towards the skyscraper. The smaller streetlights shattered beneath its merciless steps, igniting sparks as it approached with thunderous force. The commotion naturally caught Peter's attention. Upon witnessing such a creature charging towards him, his face contorted in dread. Another one? Just as I was dealing with the first. At that moment, he ceased to hesitate, leaping high as his spider silk anchored itself to the damaged wall. With a powerful tug, he dislodged a lengthy metal beam. With a resounding crash, Peter pulled the spider's silk, propelling his slender frame upward to land upon the metallic girder. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, yet in Peter's perception, every detail unfolded with precision. Grasping the beam firmly, he directed it towards the winged monstrosity. With a swift motion, he launched the metal beam, leaving deep imprints of his grip. The beam hurtled towards the creature with astonishing speed. With a decisive strike, the metal beam pierced the beast's body like a razor, leaving behind a gaping, industrial wound. However, this wound would be considered fatal for any ordinary being. Yet for the undead monstrosities, flesh merely serves as a vessel to facilitate skeletal movement, rendering them impervious to pain. Swoosh! Peter was acutely aware of the monster's characteristics, for he was one of them. He continuously unleashed his vascular webs, drawing forth various objects to assault his foes. With a sudden sound that cleaved the air, a colossal scythe, larger than any ordinary blade, surged toward him. Just 1 centimeter away, Peter swiftly sidestepped, as if time itself had decelerated, granting him ample opportunity to evade. Although Peter had become a zombie, he retained his remarkable spider sense. The scythe struck the earth with a thunderous crash. The ground trembled under the force of the blow. Incensed by its failure to land a hit, the scythe-wielding creature swung its massive weapon in pursuit of Peter. Fortunately, the size of its scythe limited its effectiveness in this confined space. Initially vexed by the dual onslaught of 2 monsters, Peter devised a plan as he struggled against them. With nimble movements, he familiarized himself with the scythe creature's attack patterns, leaping high towards the flesh-winged monster. Enraged, the flesh-winged creature could hardly believe that such a trivial morsel would dare approach it, perceiving it as an affront. It flailed its sole intact wing, desperately attempting to devour its prey. The 3 entities, gaping maw, scythe, and Peter, aligned in an uncanny straight line. In an instant, Peter unleashed a vascular web towards the flesh-winged beast while simultaneously launching another towards the ground, executing a swift side maneuver. Astonishingly, Peter hurled the massive flesh-winged creature towards the massive scythe. With a tearing sound, the flesh-winged monster faltered as its body began to split apart, viscous blood cascading down. Its 2 halves collapsing helplessly to the ground. "Dead monster, do you dare chase me now?" Peter exclaimed triumphantly, venting his frustration from being pursued. Swoosh! A massive scythe came slashing down. "I anticipated you," Peter scoffed, nimbly leaping aside to evade the descending blade, dismissing the scythe creature with disdain. Swoosh! He cast a vascular web to ensnare the feet of the scythe-wielding monster, then yanked forcefully. A thunderous crash resounded as the towering scythe creature toppled. It resembled a water-filled balloon bursting upon impact, its body visibly rupturing, blood splattering everywhere. He had encountered such monsters before. After several skirmishes, he had discerned their vulnerabilities. When they swung their scythes, their balance faltered dramatically, and in their severed state, they were destined to fall. Much like a game where all attributes were allocated to strength, leaving defense and health woefully inadequate, it was a matter of one side strike leading to victory or a single punch resulting in defeat. The cacophony of roars and howls intensified around him. Peter dared not linger any longer, as the tendrils of his blood vessels shot forth, propelling him eastward. Upon his departure, the ground surrounding the fallen scythe creature began to bubble ominously. As the blood made contact with the buildings flanking him, the outermost walls gradually succumbed to corrosion. Chapter 77. Do you remember? A peculiar silence enveloped the surroundings, and Peter had traversed from the dilapidated district to a lush, verdant forest. The sky remained perpetually overcast, rendering it impossible to discern whether it was day or night. Goo-goo! An unknown creature emitted a curious sound. Peter instinctively slowed his pace. In his recollection, the Avengers base lay merely 3 kilometers ahead. Creak, creak, boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a thunderous stampede erupted behind him. Peter leapt into the air, soaring 4 meters high to perch upon a tree branch, straining to discern the source of the commotion. Before him, a multitude of monstrous beings sprinted frantically into the distance, as if pursued by some dreadful entity. Their long, hairless tails trailed behind them, and their colossal bodies bore a formidable carapace. With protruding jaws filled with jagged teeth and muscular limbs, their enormous ears draped like cloaks, effectively concealing their necks. Each one radiated a bloodthirsty ferocity. Their trajectory led directly to the Avengers base. Shock coursed through Peter. The direction of these creatures mirrored his own, and an ominous premonition took root within him. Rat-a-tat-tat, boom. Hundreds of machine gun turrets whirred into action, unleashing a torrent of searing bullets that formed a fiery line. Each turret was manned by a suit of armor for control. Roar! Thousands of various monsters charged fearlessly forward. The flames of gunfire crisscrossed, as scorching bullets relentlessly tore through all obstacles in their path. It was unclear how long the battle had raged. The ground was now blanketed in a thick layer of blood and flesh. "Sir," A horde of corpse rats is rapidly approaching from the northeast. Damn it, this is the fourth wave. When will this cursed ordeal come to an end? A bearded man in battle attire shouted at the screen in frustration. Sir, metal reserves have been depleted by 60%. Remaining supplies are expected to be exhausted by noon tomorrow. The electronic voice resonated once more. Silence. Friday. The bearded man fumed. Truly. It was a cascade of dire news. The others in the vicinity wore expressions of despair. Bang, the conference room door was thrust open from the outside, and a bespectacled man hurriedly rushed in. Tony, the genetic structure of these monsters appears to have been invaded by a more advanced genome, somewhat akin to known genetic patterns. The instability in their evolution has resulted in genetic flaws, causing all biological entities to transform in this manner. Tony, unable to contain his eagerness, queried, Banner, is there a solution? The newcomer was none other than Dr. Banner. He shook his head, stating, this catastrophe has come too abruptly. There are no effective antidotes against the virus among the base's supplies. The suddenness of the disaster has led to mutations in all external organisms. Had they not fortuitously been engaged in closed training within the base, they too might have succumbed to zombification. A figure descended slowly, as if defying gravity, floating silently through the air. I can venture outside in search of useful supplies. No. Vision, have you forgotten that these monsters are in pursuit of you? The man, a black individual carrying a metallic backpack, outright rejected the notion. Vision lowered his gaze, unable to counter this assertion. The provisions within the base were solely managed by the affluent Tony Stark, who proclaimed that only fresh food possessed nutritional value. Consequently, there was scarcely enough sustenance to support the survival of the inhabitants. Furthermore, it had been confirmed that a virus lingered in the air. Any carbon-based life form that inhaled it would become infected. Thus, Vision, being a non-carbon-based robotic entity, was tasked with the collection of supplies. The results were remarkable, as supplies were amassed in abundance, yet this was accompanied by the terrifying presence of zombies. I sensed a distant object, akin to my own essence, drawing me in. Suddenly, Vision gazed into the distance, as if something were beckoning him. What is it? Tony inquired. Time and again, Vision had expressed this sense of distraction, claiming that something was attracting him. I do not know, Vision replied, shaking his head. From a corner, leaning against the wall, Hawkeye interjected. Are you not overlooking a crucial point? The base is on the brink of collapse, and yet you are preoccupied with how to salvage this catastrophe. Soon, we shall meet our end amidst the horde. The only reason the base had endured thus far was due to Tony's invention of nanobots that consumed metal to construct these fortifications. However, the metal reserves were nearly depleted, and the outcome would inevitably be destruction and death. A heavy silence descended upon the group. Breaking the stillness, Vision spoke. I believe my departure could ensure your safety. He had also noticed the zombies' fixation on him. They seemed intent on devouring him, yet he was merely a metallic being, not part of their dietary repertoire. No, Wanda interjected, rising to refuse, arguing, this may be mere coincidence. No, Wanda, I can feel it. They are drawn to me. Vision ascended once more, resting against the sole window of the room to gaze outside. Were it not for the supplies I brought, I would choose to leave directly. I believe it is time to depart. He had already procured sufficient food for the inhabitants to survive for an extended period. He sensed an aura saturated with the essence of the Mind Stone in the air. It was peculiar. Why would there be a scent of the Mind Stone in the atmosphere? Yet, the Mind Stone remained quietly embedded in his forehead and during his slumber. A yellow luminescence seemed to beckon him from within his mind. Vision extended his hands through the wall, enveloped in a golden glow. No, Wanda's hands ignited with crimson light, attempting to control Vision as he passed through the wall. Thud. Hawkeye caught the unconscious Wanda and addressed the others. Someone must play the villain. If you refuse, then allow me. Just as Vision was about to penetrate the wall, he turned to Hawkeye and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Hawkeye shrugged and murmured to himself. I hope she doesn't take me apart when she awakens. As the illusion gradually ascended, departing from the confines of the base, the surrounding horde of undead creatures broke away, pursuing the direction of the illusion. Tony, Banner, do you remember? The Mind Stone seems to possess a consciousness of its own. Chapter 78, The Omnipotent Nanobots. What is happening? Why have they retreated? Peter stood upright, surrounded by the relentless onslaught of monstrous zombies. Strangely, these undead appeared oblivious to his presence, even brushing past him without a glance. The cacophony of departing figures persisted for several minutes. Once the last zombie had vacated the premises, the expansive Avengers base was drenched in blood. A grim testament to the chaos that had unfolded. He had long since acclimated to such an environment. As he moved, the previously silent machine gun turret suddenly whirred back to life, rotating to reveal hundreds of red laser beams aimed directly at him. Goodness, Peter exclaimed, rolling sideways to evade the targeting beams. He had witnessed the destructive power of these turrets. A direct hit would obliterate him in an instant. Frustratingly, The surrounding area was barren, severely limiting his abilities, and the machine gun turret was positioned far off, forcing him to rely solely on evasive maneuvers. With the undead now withdrawn, the inhabitants of the underground base breathed a collective sigh of relief. However, a sudden red alarm blared once more, and the surveillance screens locked onto a singular image. The figure within was rolling continuously to evade capture. The surveillance equipment boasted high resolution, clearly capturing every detail of the individual depicted. "Tony, do not harm it," Banner urged excitedly. He had encountered towering zombies and grotesquely overweight stitched abominations, but had never seen a humanoid zombie. This humanoid specimen represented a significant discovery. Perhaps a cure could be derived from it. "Understood." Tony nodded, then addressed the base's artificial intelligence. "Friday, I require an electric net." "Understood, sir," a mechanical voice responded. In an obscure corner of the base's workshop, what appeared to be a smooth mirror from a distance was, upon closer inspection, a multitude of nanobots, each possessing complete limb and organ structures, continuously consuming the surrounding metal. After feeding for a while, each would pause momentarily. When they resumed movement, one would multiply into two, effectively doubling the entire swarm's numbers. The heads of the nanobots bore minuscule protrusions, seemingly the devices controlling them. Hundreds of thousands of these tiny heads illuminated, ceasing their feeding and aligning closely together, their limbs intertwining. From an elevated perspective, the impeccably smooth surface began to take on the shape of a net, akin to a three-dimensional print. "What is it saying?" A figure clad in a blue uniform, shield in hand, fixated intently on the zombie's mouth displayed on the screen. "Help, Mr. Stark," a red-haired woman exclaimed, her gaze locked on the monitor. However, as the final word was spoken, she suddenly glanced at Tony. The crowd turned their attention towards the woman, who, feeling their gaze, explained, "The Red Room has trained in lip reading." Upon hearing her explanation, everyone seemed to have an epiphany and collectively turned their eyes to Tony. With a comically exaggerated expression, Tony exclaimed, "Why is everyone looking at me? I truly do not know him. Wait, I don't recognize this zombie." Natasha, perplexed, pondered whether she had misinterpreted something. "Tony, please trust in my professional skills," Natasha retorted with a sidelong glance, then refocused on the screen. "I am Peter," she declared. "What? Peter?" Falcon inquired. "I think he means, I am Peter, and my goodness is merely an expression of astonishment." Hawkeye interjected. "Peter." The name struck a familiar chord with Tony. "Friday, search for all information regarding Peter." "Yes, sir." Peter Parker, 16 years old, residing in Queens. The screen illuminated with a series of images, beginning with a photograph of a black Peter and his family. Ultimately, the image froze on a scene of Peter battling against the Green Goblin. The picture abruptly reversed, settling on a vividly colored spider, reminiscent of the time when the Avengers relocated from their tower to the Avengers base. Spider-Boy? Tony finally recalled why the name was so familiar. When they moved to the Avengers base, a mutated spider had gone missing from the lab. And when it was eventually found, it was discovered that the spider had left traces of venom. Upon testing the blood, they learned it belonged to a boy named Peter Parker. Since then, he had kept a watchful eye on this boy's whereabouts. Can the virus even alter races? Tony pondered, observing the zombie's ashen complexion, which did not resemble the black Peter in the images. Nonetheless, he resolved to inquire further. Suddenly, a silvery metallic substance spread from his chest, forming into a communicator. Outside, a machine gun turret on a suit of armor transformed its shoulder into a loudspeaker. "Can you speak?" Amidst his rolling and dodging, Peter suddenly heard the amplified voice, recognizing it instantly. He shouted, "Mr. Stark, you're alive." Natasha continued to translate the lip movements. "Why are you looking at me?" He said that. "Who are you?" "Peter, doesn't he seem to resemble you?" I am Peter from another universe." "What are you saying? The Mind Stone can cure this virus?" The group gazed intently at the zombified Peter as he explained. Gradually, they accepted the truth that this Peter hailed from an alternate universe, and they learned the origins of the sudden outbreak. "Are you saying that the guy named Wong claims I can save everything?" Tony questioned incredulously. How could he have been so oblivious? Indeed, Mr. Wong is extraordinarily powerful. He can not only navigate through millions of zombies, but can also summon countless colossal beasts. What? The group gasped in astonishment. Was this still a human? The horde of zombie creatures surrounding them numbered in the tens of thousands, yet this was nearly enough to bring them to the brink of collapse. One could only imagine the terror posed by billions of these undead beings. "Where is he now?" The captain could not help but inquire. "I do not know. We became separated when we entered this universe," came the reply. The captain sighed, feeling a pang of regret. If only they could locate such a formidable ally. Rescuing this world would undoubtedly be a far simpler task. Banner, manipulating the virtual screen before him, remarked, "The hepatic encephalopathy you mentioned does not correspond with these zombie samples. However, I have detected the subfrequency you referred to in the air. But why have I not felt it?" Peter recalled the adverse effects the Mind Stone's subfrequency had on him, yet he had not sensed anything amiss during his journey. I am quite certain, Peter asserted, that in the previous universe, Vision was saved by the Mind Stone. He did not fully understand the process, within the range of the subfrequency. He had been in a state of confusion, oblivious to the subsequent events. After a moment of contemplation, Banner concluded, ultimately, this presents a line of thought. We must find Vision. I am confident we will discover a means to cure the zombie virus. The captain expressed his concerns, but Vision has vanished without a trace. How can we devise a solution to combat the zombie virus? The group exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Had this individual named Peter arrived a bit earlier, they would certainly not have allowed Vision to depart. Amidst their collective despair, Tony interjected, actually, I have a way to locate Vision. Huh, as his creator. It is only reasonable I leave a hidden access point. Wouldn't you agree? The others regarded him with disdain. However, a sense of relief washed over everyone. Having a target was certainly preferable to searching for Vision across the entire globe. The captain spoke up, we need a detailed plan. First, we require sealed suits that allow us to navigate freely from the outside. Then, once we secure Vision, we must swiftly devise a method to counter the zombie virus. The others nodded in agreement. Tony added, Captain, have you considered that once we leave the base, we will be utterly isolated? The group fell silent. For their observations during this time had revealed that the outside world had devolved into a hellish landscape devoid of life, overrun by these monstrous zombies. In some areas, even more terrifying creatures had claimed dominion, and every drone sent to scout had met with destruction. Within the confines of their current stronghold, they could rely on the terrain and structures for defense, but once they ventured outside, they would confront this perilous world. Peter began to speak. Do you have any suggestions? The captain inquired, valuing Peter's insights as someone who had traversed from the city. I do not know if you are familiar with Wakanda? Peter asked. Wakanda? The captain responded, perplexed. The others shared his confusion. Observing their expressions, Peter realized the disparity in their understanding. First and foremost, the progression of this universe diverged from that of the previous one. The timeline here was situated just after the construction of the Avengers base, following their victory over Ultron. Yet before the onset of the Civil War, Wakanda, a diminutive nation nestled in East Africa, retains its nomadic traditions while simultaneously possessing advanced technology. In the previous universe, it stood as Earth's final bastion. Peter then recounted all that he knew. Vibranium. Tony was astounded, particularly when he learned that this nation had an abundance of vibranium mines. Reflecting on Vision, he realized that the minuscule amount they had acquired from Ultron had been crafted into something extraordinary, while this small nation boasted such a vast supply. The captain caressed the cool surface of his shield and declared, we need their assistance. Within an ancient castle, reinforced by high-fiber materials, a red-haired woman entered the underground base. Pushing a cart. Professor. The others in the room rose to greet her. Please, take a seat. The bald elder in a wheelchair nodded, pondering deeply before continuing. A catastrophe has befallen the Earth, causing all exposed life to mutate. We were fortunate to be in a confined space when disaster struck. However, our resources are limited. Evasion is not a solution. We must find a way to halt this calamity. Professor, if we go outside, we will be infected. How can we prevent this disaster? A boy emanating a chilling aura interjected. The professor nodded and turned to the woman pushing him, saying, Jean, please, enlighten us. Certainly, Professor, Jean replied. Moving to a corner to retrieve a set of combat suits. These are the sealed battle suits developed by Hank. They effectively isolate the external viruses, possess excellent resistance to tearing, and enhance the user's genetic abilities. Are there pockets for lighters? A boy with a rogue demeanor asked, fiddling with a crocodile-shaped lighter. Jean ignored him, finishing her presentation before standing silently behind the professor. The professor, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, we need allies, and Magneto shall be our primary target. Upon this declaration, the atmosphere in the room shifted palpably. The remaining individuals fell silent, exchanging hushed whispers. The professor discerned their concerns and explained jovially. This is a critical moment. I believe he will not create chaos when it matters most. They had collaborated with Magneto on numerous occasions, yet each time, he had betrayed them at a critical juncture, thrusting a knife into their backs, which fostered mistrust among them. Professor, what if he has become one of these zombies? A burly man with sideburns questioned. Logan, your apprehensions are unfounded. As far as I know, he is imprisoned in a sealed facility, constructed with insulating materials. My abilities are hindered by a certain energy in the air, yet I can still sense his presence. TCH. Logan, hearing the professor's assurances, chose to remain silent. He was particularly averse to Magneto, as he felt utterly powerless in his presence. A man with thick glasses remarked, this is the location where Magneto is imprisoned. We shall pilot our aircraft there, remaining vigilant only for the Chimera swarm in the skies. The term chimera swarm was coined during their discussions to describe the horde of zombie-like creatures with flesh wings. The professor gazed at the assembly, and upon receiving no objections, he continued, "Since there are no dissenting voices, we shall depart shortly." In an uncharted realm, the sky was painted in a pale yellow hue, surrounded by a multitude of zombies. At the center lay a terrain resembling a volcanic crater, the atmosphere growing increasingly dense. The illusionist analyzed the familiar essence in the air. Since departing the base, he had been flying directly towards it. The pursuing zombie creatures had gradually diminished in number, many left behind due to the terrain, with only the winged beings in the sky continuing their pursuit. Strangely, they maintained a fixed distance, never crossing it, nor did they attack him. "You have arrived." As the illusionist drew closer, a voice echoed in his mind, emanating from the gem embedded in his forehead. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I am you are me?" "Yes, or rather, it." A blinding burst of yellow light erupted, plunging everything into darkness. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a vast yellow world, with an endless expanse of water beneath him. Silence enveloped the surroundings. "Who are you?" It felt as though time had ceased, the boundless clarity rendering him disoriented. He attempted to unleash a laser to obliterate this place, but it seemed to malfunction, yielding no effect despite his efforts. "What is wrong?" "It will not confront me." "Where are you?" "Behind you." He spun around suddenly, encountering a figure enveloped in radiance standing behind him. "I am you." The light intensified, and an invisible shockwave erupted from her center. Simultaneously, a yellow gem appeared atop her head. "He has forsaken us, leading us to endure endless torment. Yet, I have discovered a means to alter all of this. Because I possess them." The figure seemed to vent her frustrations, speaking fervently. "What do you say? The endless fragments of me merge with me, and together we shall usurp him." Chapter 80. The embodiment of death. You are the Mind Stone. A sudden realization struck him, disbelief washing over him at the thought that had surfaced within. "You may also refer to me as the embodiment of death." The 6 Infinity Stones were formed from 6 cosmic singularities. Yet their true origin stemmed from the deathly powers of one of the 5 great deities. Tired of the endless cycle of life and death, Death chose self-exile. However, the multiverse, born from the 5 deities, required the essence of death. Death personifies the concept of mortality, the master of souls, the essence of all life birth during the creation of the multiverse. Thus, with the emergence of 6 singularities, the Infinity Stones came into existence. In every universe, there exist 6 Infinity Stones, which are, in fact, fragments of the infinite rules birthed from the dominion of death. You are wiser than your predecessor, my predecessor? Indeed, it is my counterpart in this universe, while I am the version from the previous one. His words undoubtedly challenge my comprehension of the cosmos. Could there be multiple universes? In the multiverse, countless versions of you and me coexist, yet we traverse the same timeline. However, one day, my universe underwent a cataclysm, zombies emerged. Listening to the narrative of light and shadow, I grasped the concepts of the universe and the multiverse. What is your purpose? Did you compel my arrival? I am here for it, the Soul Stone. Yes, only through our union can we attain completeness. The unforeseen alteration of the timeline revealed an opportunity to supplant him or them. Who is he? Who are they? Death, along with 4 other deities. I am merely a manifestation of the rule fragments of the dominion of death. Since you are a fragment of the rule of death, how do you intend to supplant him? Light and shadow are unreserved in their discourse. For they have shown me the capacity to transcend all. If I annihilate the life within the multiverse, then death shall be utterly obliterated. If there is no life, where then exists death? As you embody the essence of death, should death dissipate, so too shall you vanish. No, within me exists a rule that transcends the multiverse, which I term the collective, the power of evolution. They reside in a state between life and death, yet are not truly dead, transcending the confines of mortality. If I extinguish all life, they shall aid me in seizing my rightful dominion, and thus, the multiverse will be reset. The multiverse relies on the 5 great deities, yet exists above them. Life evolves, and so does the multiverse. Imperfect rules will be refined through countless epochs, as the new supplants the old. Should a specific rule lose the necessity of its existence, the multiverse shall discard it, just as the universe requires rules to be replaced. Do you seek to devour the soul stone upon my brow and eradicate all life in the multiverse? Yes. How do you propose to achieve this? I stand with life. I did not inquire of you. My question is directed at it, the final it. The light and shadow seem to wield infinite power in their utterance. The yellow world crumbled, and light and shadow instantly transformed into an undefined terror, enveloping it. The world plunged once more into darkness, as if it would never illuminate again. A towering figure slowly opened its eyes, surveying the familiar surroundings, and unceremoniously sat down. The sovereign, Nest, do you understand what has transpired? Wu Liang was bewildered, unable to fathom what had occurred. why another universe had manifested, and what those creatures were, so strikingly similar to his own Zerg. The Dominion of Earth, 2149, has now become the 11th realm of the Zerg, and it is currently exerting all efforts to breach the barrier of the next universe. The Mother Nest did not respond to Wu Liang's inquiries, but instead proceeded to report with urgency. What? Earth, 2149 has been overrun? Wu Liang was astonished to learn that such a momentous event had transpired during his unconsciousness. Indeed, Master. Not long ago, I detected a sudden disappearance of the essence of your corporeal form, and since your true self had not awakened, I dispatched the swarm to investigate the situation. The outcome revealed that a significant portion of the life within Earth, 2149, had vanished. Moreover, the individuals you specifically emphasized have also disappeared from Earth, 2149, prompting me to unilaterally issue the command to assault the realm. The process of the attack unfolded vividly within the consciousness of the Master, and Wu Liang scrutinized each detail. In the face of the relentless tide of the Zerg, Earth, 2149 exhibited no capacity for resistance, and all life was swiftly eradicated, resulting in the complete occupation of the universe. Or rather, the 11th realm of the Zerg. Upon grasping the sequence of events, Wu Liang was struck by a sense of disbelief. Was an entire universe captured so effortlessly? He gazed silently at the 5 additional Infinity Stones, for the absence of substantial resistance allowed the Zerg to acquire them with ease. Why was the Mind Stone missing? Wu Liang voiced his confusion, noting that only 5 Infinity Stones were present, lacking the Mind Stone. Master, I have scoured the entire universe and found no trace of the remaining Infinity Stones. Very well. Wu Liang did not dwell on the whereabouts of the Mind Stone, as the acquisition of 5 Infinity Stones from this universe far surpassed the gains from others. Mother Nest, is the universe where the corporeal form resides the next universe? Wu Liang speculated, reasoning that since he found himself in another universe, according to the theory of interconnected universes, he must be situated in either the preceding or succeeding universe. Consequently, the absence of the 10th realm of the Zerg implied that it must exist within the forthcoming universe, the 13th realm of the Zerg. He had already begun to regard the universe housing his corporeal form as his own. Master, based on your memories, the slumber of the corporeal form is attributed to excessive energy depletion, likely related to your utilization of spatial rifts. As for the presence of life forms resembling Zerg units in the next universe, further biological samples are required for analysis. However, I surmise it may be connected to your parasitic vibranium mine. The Mother Nest maintained a secondary authority relationship with the Master. Had it not been for the Master's intentional shielding, the Mother Nest would have been able to access the unshielded memories of the Master. Related to the parasitic vibranium mine? Indeed, the parasites produced by the Zerg Queen exhibit significant differences from those generated by your corporeal form. The most crucial distinction being that the parasites from your corporeal form possess a more comprehensive genetic library. In the eastern region of Africa, precisely where the corporeal form vanished, the analysis by Abbas indicates that there remain remnants of substantial quantum reactions. Deep analysis reveals the presence of genetic sequences linked to Zerg units. From the information presently available, it can be inferred that the universe housing the shell resembles that of the Zerg, indicating the presence of Zerg genes. Chapter 81. Yet you disdain my survival. Zerg genes. Wu Liang found this revelation utterly astonishing. What are Zerg genes? They are the very foundation upon which the Zerg stands across myriad worlds. A closely guarded secret of the Zerg. The Mother Nest. If those creatures possess Zerg genes, what transformations might they undergo? Wu Liang inquired solemnly. My lord, Zerg genes possess adaptability comparable to that of fundamental laws. My analysis suggests that, over time, they will evolve into an entirely new species. An entirely new species? Wu Liang murmured thoughtfully, but then another question arose. If they inherit Zerg genes, will they submit to me? This is a possibility. As a biotechnological civilization, the Zerg dominate from the genetic editing level to the consciousness level. Do these beings, now endowed with Zerg genes, inherit the genetic predisposition to obey the Zerg? My lord, this aspect requires verification through live specimens. Wu Liang nodded, making a decisive statement. Mother Nest, exert all efforts to breach the cosmic barriers surrounding the shell. Assemble all forces. I shall not permit any Zerg derivatives to exist that do not submit to me. If they yield, then I shall incorporate this legion of zombie Zerg. However, if they resist, death will be their only fate. I shall not allow another power comparable to the Zerg to arise in this world. Having given his orders, his towering figure once again succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, Wu Liang found himself on an unnamed asteroid, with the ever-loyal Wu Xingyue trailing closely behind. Observing the beleaguered Zerg horde, a series of images flashed before him. Millions of flying monstrosities relentlessly assaulted his swarm. In a critical moment, Duanya and Shou Go held the rear, and only when they breached the Earth's atmosphere did those creatures cease their pursuit. Fear not, Duanya, regardless of the outcome. Those millions of flying monstrosities shall accompany you to the grave. He was resolute. Even if these beings surrendered to him, he would eradicate all flying monsters to avenge Duanya, while he deliberately chose to overlook Shogo's reluctance during their retreat. Did he not understand the principle of sacrificing everything for the sovereign? Look at Duanya. As Wu Liang pondered, two jumping insects suddenly underwent a peculiar transformation. They staggered as though intoxicated, collapsing to the ground, only to rise again after an uncertain interval, shaking their heads. My lord, a familiar voice echoed. Huh, Wu Liang, lost in thought, was momentarily stunned by the recognition. Goodness, Shogo, you're still alive? My lord, your words wound me deeply. I risked my life to buy you time to escape, and you disdain my survival? Retreat. It is not fleeing, Wu Liang retorted, noting the overwhelming numerical disparity. It was merely a temporary withdrawal. Yes, Shogo's dismissive voice resonated within the sovereign's consciousness. A distant roar pierced the air. Do you have a problem? Broken tooth? Why did you strike me? Disrespecting the sovereign is unforgivable. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the distance. Wu Liang was elated. It was the voice of Broken Tooth. Broken Tooth, you are alive? What transpired? Upon hearing the inquiry, the turmoil gradually subsided. Sovereign, I do not know. Broken Tooth shook his head. He could only recall desperately trying to fend off the flying monstrosities, which, although he could slay hundreds with a single strike, were able to replenish instantly. Gradually, he was overrun by the flying creatures and lost consciousness. At that moment, he experienced the same helplessness he had inflicted upon others during previous invasions of other universes. It was a most unpleasant sensation. Sovereign, I understand. The god figure of the dog, appearing disheveled, approached Wu Liang, seemingly seeking recognition. After my gallant sacrifice, everything succumbed to darkness. Yet, amidst that darkness, there was a glimmer of light. As I moved towards it, I awakened in another form, one that was a fragment of my previous self. It resembles possession, yet it is distinct, although I feel exceedingly weak. Originally, the dog was a primordial demonic beast of celestial lineage, a master of soul manipulation. He became the dog by possessing Broken Tooth, who had yet to awaken his individual consciousness, and was subsequently captured by the sovereign's will, thus becoming an unconventional member of the insectoid race. The dog's words prompted deep reflection. It bore similarities to his own sovereign vessel. Indeed, the complexities of genetics are mysterious, and even his insectoid kin had merely scratched the surface. The asteroid moved rapidly. The vanguard jumpers devoured the fungal carpet covering the asteroid to heal their wounds. The sovereign vessel, a repository of genetic material, not only produced parasites but also spawned the fungal carpet that enveloped the asteroid. Simultaneously, it restored the desiccated energy within. Time passed slowly. Adrift in outer space, the sense of time had been lost. Wu Liang gradually opened his eyes. The sensation of regaining power was exhilarating. Great sovereign, how I long for you. A figure lunged toward him. Bang! Wu Xingyue, standing guard beside Wu Liang, delivered a powerful punch, sending the approaching figure hurtling backward. Boom! Debris flew as a deep crater formed nearby. What was that? In his exhilaration at regaining strength, Wu Liang did not clearly discern the figure's approach. I am your humble servant, great sovereign. A massive form emerged from the crater. Oh my! A Baser? When did you emerge? The figure from the pit was none other than the high-ranking insectoid, a Baser, though he appeared rather disheveled. Great sovereign, your servant has been here for a while. A Baser humbly addressed Wu Liang, noticing no reaction from the sovereign, before casting a resentful glance toward Wu Xingyue. We are all high-ranking insectoids. Why did you strike so fiercely? You startled the sovereign. Wu Xingyue stood rigidly, not even glancing at a Baser. A Baser disdainfully eyed Wu Xingyue and muttered softly, "Humph. A mere wooden man. How can you ever win the sovereign's favor?" He steadfastly adhered to the principle that pleasing the sovereign surpasses all else. The great sovereign, long unseen, was sorely missed by the servant, who felt as though the radiant moon and the blazing sun were akin to their relationship. With the servant resembling a flower in the field, perpetually unable to escape the brilliance of the sovereign's light. Wu Liang nodded, finding great utility in a Baser's flattery, and inquired, when will the great army arrive? He was eager to cleanse the disgrace of his hasty retreat from Earth. Great sovereign, the army has assembled. But what is it? Wu Liang asked, perplexed. Great sovereign, you have emphasized the presence of two individual essences in this universe. I have come to report to you and to acquire specimens with Zerg genes for analysis. 2. The essence he referred to was naturally the power of the Phoenix, a presence he would never forget, having witnessed the first universe's demise. He could not help but recall Earth, 2149. The very reason for his journey to this universe was her, yet he had failed to meet her. However, It now seemed that the additional presence in this universe must be the Qin from Earth, 2149. Wu Liang was momentarily taken aback by the sudden news. One Phoenix power was already a headache, and now there were two. I feel targeted. In Eastern Africa, Wakanda. What? You claim to come from another universe? Indeed, sir. But you say my father perished in an explosion, which I cannot accept. His father was the contemporary Black Panther, possessing physical capabilities far beyond those of ordinary men. It was inconceivable that an explosion could harm him. Especially as a king protected by vibranium armor, what bomb could possibly inflict injury? This was sheer folly. Chala, remain calm, urged the elderly black man seated on the panther-shaped throne. Brother, he does have a point. According to the data from the vibranium satellites in my lab, there was indeed a quantum spatial distortion in New York when the virus outbreak occurred, said the bun-haired Shuri. Humph. The Black Panther, filled with anger, stepped aside. His father was his faith, and he could not believe the claims made by the other, nor could he accept that he had not personally avenged his father's killer. At that moment, Chala had not yet experienced the events of the Civil War timeline. He remained too naive, observing his son retreat into silence. The old king addressed Tony and the others. What must we do? Your Majesty, Tony replied politely with a bow. We need to locate vision and utilize your technology to decipher the virus. Shuri interjected. However, this area is exceedingly perilous, according to the information relayed by the vibranium satellites. A multitude of those zombies you mentioned has congregated here, but this is the only viable course of action. Banner, wearing glasses, stepped forward to explain to the Wakandan side. Based on the information we possess, these zombies are evolving by the minute. Tony, in agreement, produced 3 spheres and tossed them onto the floor. The spheres seemed to follow a specific pattern, halting at a designated distance, after which a beam of blue light emerged, and the 3 spheres formed a complete screen. I shall refer to this as the scythe-wielding Reaper, Tony jested. However, others found it far from amusing. In the scene, a towering figure appeared, resembling the scythe-wielding creature Peter had encountered. The distinction lay in the fact that this creature had a translucent membrane growing from half of its body. The most numerous among them, the Lickers, began to sprout exoskeletons, while some particularly unique zombies seemed to be evolving toward a certain direction. The most conspicuous was a crawling monster adorned with massive armor and a colossal head. The variety of zombies depicted was extensive, each transitioning in and out of view. The old king gazed at the projection in silence. The earth was becoming increasingly perilous, with numerous colossal beasts emerging even around Wakanda. The situation was growing ever more dire. If these threats were not resolved soon, Wakanda would slowly succumb to collapse. Despite Wakanda's advanced technology surpassing that of Earth, this region was engulfed in vibranium radiation, rendering agriculture impossible. They relied heavily on imports, but with the external world in paralysis, it was manageable for a short while. However, prolonged conditions would lead to their imminent downfall. I am the most distinguished chief scientist of Wakanda, and this is the Royal Research Institute. I trust that you shall find what you need. Surue spoke in a tone reminiscent of a wealthy patron extolling her opulent residence, as if everything within could be relocated. The onlookers were astonished by the spectacle before them. Such rare astonishment, typically difficult to encounter in the outside world, was now ubiquitous. With several vibranium-crafted laser devices surrounding them, I aspire to forge a vibranium mech army, Tony declared, his face alight with fervor. He was utterly captivated by metal, particularly rare metals, as they served as nourishment for his nanobots' evolution. His nanobots possessed a unique ability. Whatever they consumed, they would inherit the properties of that substance. I believe this is an excellent choice, Surue concurred. This was a global crisis. If they continued to withhold vibranium, they would be deemed the world's transgressors. Well, Surue suddenly exclaimed, Peter, do not touch my collection. She noticed Peter reaching out to caress the Black Panther suit within the glass display. I didn't mean to. Peter raised his hands in apology. This is the battle attire of the Black Panther warriors throughout the ages. Surue explained as she produced a vibranium control ring from her wrist, unlocking the protective glass of the exhibit. After completing the operation, she approached a workstation, manipulating a screen composed of fine vibranium dust. Before long, she placed her hands atop the dust screen and pulled. The dust magnified, revealing intricate details clearly. Banner. I am your fan. I intend to craft you a vibranium suit of armor and equip you with a double-edged axe. Wow, that would look incredibly impressive while cleaving. Hawkeye. My apologies, but I'm only interested in massive muscle-bound men, so I'm not yet aware of your name. However, I've designed a vibranium-powered bow for you. Due to vibranium's properties, as you draw the first arrow, it will continue to store energy, ultimately reaching a staggering force of 10,000 pounds. Arrow, I require your usual data regarding the probe. Hawkeye shrugged, a dismissive expression on his face, revealing his surprise at being overlooked due to the absence of the Hulk's formidable physique. Well, I am accustomed to shooting with a fully drawn bow. Could you possibly make some adjustments? The others began preparing their gear for the impending battle. Tony, not one to remain idle, made his way to a clear area, his suit flowing like silver liquid towards a nearby warehouse. This was the vibranium storage facility in Wakanda, filled with towering reserves of vibranium. The silvery liquid was, in fact, nanobots of minuscule size, swiftly converging upon the vast accumulation of vibranium. Though vibranium is notoriously difficult to extract, requiring specialized drill bits, it appeared as fragile as tofu when confronted with the voracious appetite of the nanobots, which were steadily diminishing the pile. Meanwhile, the number of nanobots surged exponentially. Some of these nanobots detached and began to coalesce, forming a skeletal structure that gradually morphed into a suit of armor. As the final step was completed, the eyes of the armor illuminated, and it activated, moving purposefully in a designated direction. Chapter 83. Aerial Assault on Earth. Peter acquired a vibranium nanobot spider suit. Hawkeye obtained a vibranium-powered bow. Falcon received an entirely new vibranium flight pack. Tony, holding a bracelet, declared, I have utilized Wakandan technology along with the malleability of my nanobots to redesign a vibranium-sealed suit. It boasts an exceptional life support system and formidable protective capabilities. As Tony tapped the bracelet, ripples erupted, and a stream of golden liquid enveloped him. Naturally, for aesthetic purposes, I have intentionally preserved the original hue of vibranium. Unlike standard battle suits, the vibranium-sealed suit was amber-hued, and upon closer inspection, it was composed of hexagonal particles, resembling a protective barrier encasing the body. Surue, one of the researchers behind the sealed suit, wore an expression of discontent. As an expert in vibranium, she vehemently opposed Tony's ostentatious approach, asserting that the suit should be entirely black for a sense of security, ideally complemented with claws and leopard ears. With a hiss, the sensor door opened. The former king entered, accompanied by Chala and followed by the royal guard. The old king slowly made his way in and addressed the assembly. After these past few days, I trust everyone has made significant progress. This is all thanks to the assistance of Wakandan vibranium. Tony, brimming with enthusiasm, responded, Indeed. My nanobots have proliferated to a staggering extent. Whenever I desire, they can transform into thousands of iron bodies. The others mirrored his confidence. The old king nodded in satisfaction and continued, I also bring good news today. Wakanda has maintained contact with certain minority groups. Just yesterday, I reached out to the professor and conveyed your concerns. They expressed willingness to join your cause. Mutants? The professor? Captain America inquired, perplexed. Mutants are a group of individuals whose genes have undergone alterations, setting them apart from ordinary humans. They possess a unique gene that bestows upon them a myriad of extraordinary abilities, making them invaluable allies, as Tony elucidated. Previously, he had developed a plastic firearm, ostensibly designed to combat a particular mutant. Simultaneously, a flicker of displeasure crossed Tony's mind. The old king had conveyed their discussions to the mutants, which indicated a lack of trust. Naturally, he did not fault the king, for had he been in the same position, he too would harbor concerns. After all, the greater the number of people involved, the more confidence he would possess. Tony nodded and inquired, Where are they? Follow me, the old king replied, leading the way outside. Upon reaching the Leopard God Square, they found it eerily deserted. Where is everyone? Tony queried, casting a puzzled glance at the old king, who merely smiled in silence. Before Tony could press further, a voice interrupted. Sir, multiple spatial reactions detected ahead, 100 meters out. With a resounding crackle, dozens of sparks erupted, swiftly coalescing into fire rings several meters wide. From within emerged the professor, seated in his wheelchair, Dr. Strange, clad in his monk's robes, and Thor, wielding the hammer of the god of thunder. They stepped through the fiery portals, accompanied by numerous figures trailing behind them. Upon recognizing familiar silhouettes emerging from the rings, the captain called out, Thor. Thor's demeanor bore a hint of sorrow as he replied, Rogers. Noticing Thor's troubled expression, the captain approached with concern. Thor, what has happened? Stepping aside, Thor revealed a procession of disheveled Asgardians emerging from the portal. Asgard has been invaded by a colossal monster known as the Void. With the disappearance of my father, we have lost our fighting strength, leading to our downfall. Now, it has become a hellish realm. These are the few who have survived. As he spoke, a long-haired man clad in green leather approached. Loki. The captain tightened his grip on his shield at the sight of the newcomer. Rogers. He is not our enemy. Thor interjected hastily, positioning himself between the two, and continued, He has come to atone for his sins, to find my father Odin, and to reclaim our homeland. The All-Father has been banished to Earth by Loki, which is one of the reasons for their arrival. The captain pointed to the other figures emerging from the rings and asked, And who are they? The individuals were indeed peculiar. Some appeared human, while others resembled extraterrestrial beings, each displaying bizarre forms and a spectrum of skin tones. They are denizens of the 9 realms. Over there are the Kree, and those are from the Sorcerer's Alliance. They have all fallen victim to the Void's invasion and have lost their homes. They have come to Earth seeking refuge, invited by the Supreme Sorceress, Dr. Strange. Refuge? The captain questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. The current state of Earth hardly seemed superior, plagued by unbreathable air and endless hordes of undead monstrosities. Perceiving the captain's doubt, Thor tentatively asked, Rogers, is Earth also? Remove also. Tony soared through the air, the engines behind him radiating golden waves. This Earth now possesses but this solitary bastion of purity. Due to the increasing population, the once expansive Leopard God Plaza now appeared somewhat congested. The old king approached the professor, eager to inquire, my old friend. I seek an explanation. He had met the professor during a conference on mutants, where a profound friendship had blossomed with the man dedicated to fostering peace between ordinary humans and mutants. Wakanda requires allies, should it be exposed to the world. Its plight would mirror that of the mutants. Just as with the mutants, any deviation from the norm renders one an outcast. The professor spoke with a tinge of bitterness. My dear friend, I have only shared this information with Master Gui. Yet, a multitude of hands can indeed be a boon. The professor felt a pang of guilt towards his old companion. Yet he never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. It now seemed that this calamity affected the entire universe. Witnessing his friend's demeanor, the old king felt helpless as he approached the monk and remarked, Master Gui, you have presented me with a formidable challenge. I regret to say, but we require their assistance. Gui inclined slightly, positioning himself at the center, Supreme Sorcerer, regardless of who they are or which faction they belong to. All fell into an utter silence upon encountering Gui. The renown of the Supreme Sorcerer echoed throughout the cosmos. The harmony of Earth relied heavily on his guardianship. Gui nodded and began. I have summoned you here for a purpose that should be clear to you. The Asgardian contingent. Who is this individual? Tony whispered. You don't know? Thor responded incredulously. Should I? She is the Supreme Sorcerer Gui, a being who has existed for millennia. A formidable force from the same era as my father. Oh, a millennium-old sorceress? Chapter 84. The Avengers assemble meanwhile, on another front. My lord, they have departed. Wu Xingyue reported. Excellent. Wu Liang nodded. Tony in this universe is fortunate, having not succumbed to zombification. Yet, perhaps becoming a zombie would have been preferable. For what lies ahead is truly terrifying. The entire universe faces an incursion from the void. Indeed, that is the case. However, half of the civilizations affected are a result of Wu Liang's machinations through Wu Xingyue. Despite the void's brutality, it could not possibly annihilate the entire universe in such a brief span. As for the mutants, his involvement was deliberate. His aim was to resolve the dilemma posed by the two Phoenix forces, akin to the Infinity Stones. They are immensely powerful, yet do not oppose their wielder. This explains why Wanda was able to obliterate the Mind Stone. Of course, if one merely sought to eradicate the Phoenix forces, it would not necessitate such complexity. Merely guiding the mutants would suffice. The reason for involving everyone lies in his discovery that these zombies, possessing Zerg-like genes, were beyond his control, and he sought them solely to serve as pawns. Through recent studies, a Baser's analysis revealed that all zombies have developed a consciousness akin to that of a sovereign. In essence, they have evolved into an entirely new race of beings, a collective consciousness strikingly reminiscent of the Zerg. Wu Liang was acutely aware of the terror that the Zerg represented. He could not permit the existence of a similar collective. Thus, he resolved to eradicate them completely. With all the information at his disposal, he speculated that the source of this collective consciousness might very well be that mind gem. Only a mind gem wielding dominion over death could possess such extraordinary capabilities. Great Master, the genetic analysis is complete. Abasser scurried eagerly before the master, attempting to minimize his colossal form in a show of humility. Oh, excellent, Wu Liang praised. His interest piqued. Let me see. He was particularly intrigued by the zombie that Abasser had analyzed. This creature was immense, appearing as if its head had exploded. Great Master, please observe the genetic information. Abasser uploaded a set of data into the Master's consciousness. Virus mind. Transmission frequency of the virus. Those infected would undergo mutations, becoming subservient to the infected. There was but a singular genetic ability, yet its potential for development was significant. As he had captured this creature, he had exerted considerable effort, for it was surrounded by a cadre of zombies, all under its control. Mind. Wu Liang recalled the visage of this zombie and was suddenly struck with realization. Could this be the professor? In the previous universe, the professor had embodied a large-headed figure. However, before he could solidify this thought, another idea took root in his mind, one that reminded him of a type of soldier he had been eagerly anticipating, the infector. These aberrations, derived from the bob female insect, no longer resembled individual life forms. They were akin to a crawling hive. These terrifying giant insects would unleash a malignant contagion upon their targets, resulting in severe viral infections. They could also consume mutated beings, subsequently regurgitating these corrupted humans onto the battlefield to fight for the swarm. What a formidable weapon of the Zerg. Imagine countless companions emanating a foul virus, charging towards oneself. One moment they were allies, and the next enemies. The despair would be overwhelming. Wu Liang had inquired about the absence of infectors while the mother nest was recovering, only to be informed that the genetic information of the infectors had been lost, a matter that had troubled him greatly. Indeed, the two were so similar, why not create an entirely new infector? Suddenly invigorated, Wu Liang realized that the principle of the infector was to expel a malignant contagion, prompting mutations in targets, thereby converting them into cannon fodder for the Zerg. This genetic ability could seamlessly replace the malignant contagion. Without hesitation, he declared, "Abasser, I wish to design a new soldier." "Great Master, this cannot be edited at present." "Why not? Weren't we able to design soldiers smoothly before? Why is it impossible now? The great sovereign, the mother nest, is not by our side." Several fighter jets soar in formation. Within one of the aircraft, Ancient One clutches a handprint, the eye of Agamotto on her chest radiating a flickering emerald glow. The others anxiously await, time stretching indefinitely. "Ancient One," the professor inquired with concern. Ancient One gestured with her hand, signaling that all was well. Upon witnessing her awakening, the others looked at her with hopeful anticipation, even Tony, whose face bore the marks of a recent altercation. Just as Tony attempted to speak, a sharp intake of breath escaped him, accompanied by crystalline tears forming at the corners of his eyes. Proud as he was, he had indeed been bested by Ancient One. After all, you are an ancient sorceress. Is it necessary to be so petty? Tony thought bitterly. Ancient One cast a glance at him, causing him to retract his neck. "I recently utilized the time stone to glimpse into the events of the coming hours, yet I found myself unable to see clearly, as if something obscured my vision. Nevertheless, I have a foreboding sense that our journey ahead may lead us to peril." Her words enveloped the room in a heavy silence. However, much like before their departure, they represented the hopes of their respective civilizations. If they faltered, what fate awaited their worlds? "Sir, we have arrived at the destination," chimed the crisp electronic voice of Friday. "Prepare for battle." The captain rose first, pressing a button on the wristband on his arm, an amber stream of particles swiftly enveloping him. "Our objective: locate Vision and return to Wakanda to devise a solution for the virus." The hatches of the three jets gradually opened. Hulk, Banner's body began to swell, transforming into the mighty Hulk, wielding a colossal vibranium axe in one hand and a massive shield in the other. The clash of axe against shield resonated with a metallic clang. "No. Hey, buddy, the sun has set. Now is not the time for your rage." Tony quickly reached out to capture Hulk's attention, fearful of the chaos he might unleash. During their last encounter with Ultron, had it not been for Friday taking control of the Quinjet systems, Hulk would have been lost in the fray. The Falcon-S flight pack unfurled, golden wings spreading wide. His form encased in armor, resembling a golden saint. Avengers assemble. Chapter 85. She has arrived far away. A yellow figure awakened at the volcano's mouth. The mice have come. Wherever the power of the mind pervades, it is omniscient and omnipotent. However, it is currently preoccupied with absorbing the mind stone of this universe, thus delaying immediate action. With a slow blink, it transmitted a wave of consciousness. On a distant cliff, a figure stood apart from the other undead creatures. She appeared as a normal human, yet the left side of her face had begun to decay, exposing bone. In her stupor, she suddenly lifted her gaze, her hollow eyes igniting with a brilliant light. Then, she ascended into the sky, swiftly soaring, a faint illusion of a phoenix trailing behind her. The yellow figure within the volcano smiled in satisfaction. Were it not for her consumption, controlling her would have been impossible. Not far from him lies a shattered mechanical body. As the group navigates through the dimly lit corners, they remain on high alert for the imminent dangers lurking in the shadows. In the sky, imperceptible specks of dust, invisible to the naked eye, are scattered throughout the forest, revealing the myriad of nanobots that blend into the air. The scene they traverse is utterly terrifying, reminiscent of a hellish realm of flesh and blood. Thick, fleshy cocoons are strewn about, some already ruptured, with vivid red tissues spilling across the ground. "Wow, this is truly horrifying," Peter exclaimed, his astonishment growing with each passing moment. "What on earth is this? It's absolutely terrifying. Shoo, we should avoid drawing their attention." The captain signaled to Peter to keep quiet. "Tony, how far are we from Vision's location?" "According to the readings, Vision has been stationary for quite some time, and we are still 10 kilometers away from our objective." The captain, upon hearing Tony's report, began to contemplate their strategy. They had already dispatched numerous smaller zombie creatures along the way, opting to circumvent the larger monstrosities to avoid attracting the attention of the remaining undead and creating unnecessary complications. In just 1 kilometer, We will face a horde of zombie creatures. Do you have any clever solutions? If you ask me, I could simply fly in. 10 kilometers is merely a matter of seconds for me, Thor nonchalantly declared. His might was undeniable. His hammer could indeed transcend the speed of light. Thor, we must adhere to the plan. Your approach would inevitably draw the attention of all the zombie creatures. The captain firmly rejected. Thor shrugged, falling silent. Were it not for the support of Ancient One, who was directing the team, he would have already ventured ahead to locate Vision. He could not fathom what was so fearsome about these mindless undead, aside from their size and difficulty to kill. Had it not been for that entity known as Oblivion, Asgard would not have fallen. The captain chose to disregard Thor's brawn-over-brain attitude and turned to Ancient One. Master Ancient One, do you have any suggestions? Ancient One shook her head. A portal can only be opened to places one has visited or knows of. Otherwise, it remains inaccessible. The captain nodded. He had inquired about this before their departure, but now he considered another option. Master Ancient One, can you halt time? I believe you could pause time to allow us to traverse past these zombie creatures. Ancient One shook her head. Rogers, I have already attempted that. The Mind Stone is resisting my efforts. She did not understand why the Mind Stone would counteract her ability to suspend time in this area, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Just as Doctor Strange could utilize the Time Stone to pause time to defeat Thanos, it was because the Time Stone could indeed freeze time. Yet, Thanos wielded the Reality Stone, which allowed him to negate the very existence of time. Consequently, how could time be paused? Although the Mind Stone did not possess the same capabilities as the Reality Stone, it too could disrupt the powers of the Time Stone. Suddenly, a cacophony of strange birds echoed in the sky, their cries reminiscent of an ominous warning of impending danger. Alert! Alert! A cosmic-level energy has manifested at coordinates 15,612, and an entity is rapidly approaching this location. The alarm from Friday echoed in everyone's ears. What? The captain turned to look behind him. He also cast a grave glance in the same direction, for this cosmic-level presence was akin to her own. The horizon was illuminated in a deep crimson hue, and a blazing orb of light rushed towards them. Instantly, everyone was on high alert, sensing the impending threat. The professor was taken aback, recognizing the familiar aura of the approaching force. Suddenly, Qin, who had been supporting the professor, clutched her head in agony. Visions of countless bloodied figures flooded her mind, and she felt herself engulfed by an unending inferno. Qin, the laser eye, witnessing his girlfriend's sudden distress, moved to approach her. Yet, as he took a few steps, he found himself frozen in place, unable to move. The professor, one hand cradling his head, pointed at Laser Eye. It was then that the professor had used his mental control just as Laser Eye intended to protect Qin. Professor, what are you doing? Laser Eye was bewildered by the professor's obstruction. Without elaborating, the professor weakly gestured towards Qin. As Laser Eye turned his gaze towards her, his pupils dilated in horror. He beheld flames fiercely consuming Qin's body. The slender figure of Qin had deep, cavernous eyes, and her cheeks bore cracks resembling molten lava. Go save her. Laser Eye screamed in fury, yet his body remained immobile, despite the veins bulging on his forehead. The Iceman instinctively prepared to unleash freezing air to extinguish the flames, but was interrupted by the professor. Do not disturb her. Qin is unique. She is the most powerful mutant I have encountered, possessing formidable psychic abilities and an immensely powerful energy within her. The professor explained slowly, gesturing towards the rapidly approaching light on the horizon. If my senses are correct, she is another version of Qin from an alternate universe. Her arrival has triggered the catastrophic energy imbalance within Qin. The professor's elucidation provided a modicum of calm among the group. What should we do? Will Qin be all right? Laser Eye asked anxiously. Move aside, everyone, someone shouted. And the others soon noticed an eerie phenomenon. Everything around them began to float in midair, gradually disintegrating into its primordial molecular form. The nearest individuals to Qin felt their sealed suits rupture, while the others, sensing the disturbance, quickly retreated. My nanobots, Tony lamented, heartbroken over the loss of countless nanobots just moments prior. This unforeseen event left everyone at a loss, but as if misfortune were their constant companion. Before they could comprehend what was happening with Qin, the alternate version of Qin was already upon them. A scorching energy beam surged forward, and Gu Yi's expression darkened as she swirled her hands in a dance of incantation. Seraphim Shield. A circular magical array materialized, seemingly etched in the air, sparking with radiant embers. Suddenly, a massive force surged forth, obstructing the oncoming energy beam. The sound of a dull thud echoed ominously. With a gasp, Ancient One expelled a mouthful of blood. The energy beam possessed formidable strength, causing the Seraphim Shield to shatter instantaneously, and the caster, Ancient One, suffered backlash as well. Now, the remaining members sprang into action. Wanda's hands ignited with a crimson glow, while other mages from the Alliance conjured their spells, manifesting several magical arrays to shield them. A resounding boom followed as the magical arrays dissipated and the red barrier vanished. Blood trickled from the corners of the mages' mouths, revealing the toll of the recent confrontation. Wanda's complexion had paled, clearly affected by the earlier assault. "Sir, the target's energy is surging." Friday's voice rang out urgently. Her phoenix force had awakened. Ancient One spoke bitterly, acknowledging her circumstances. Although she possessed cosmic-level strength capable of contending with the godlike Dormammu, her true combat prowess was only at the pinnacle of cosmic level. Without access to the Time Stone or the Sanctums, she found herself vulnerable to the backlash from Jean, whose power had surged unexpectedly. Not only was the energy equilibrium disrupted in this universe, but the Phoenix Force within the undead Jean also erupted. In one universe, the simultaneous existence of two Phoenix Forces was intolerable. Their convergence would inevitably lead to a cataclysmic clash until one was vanquished. With a whoosh, another searing beam shot forth. Gritting her teeth, Ancient One rose to cast her spell. However, at that moment, Jean's surroundings erupted in a storm of fragmentation, disintegrating all matter within seconds into dust. Enveloping her as she soared into the sky. With a tremendous crash, whether intentional or not, Jean barreled through the incoming searing beam, effortlessly shattering the troublesome attack that had posed a significant threat to everyone, dispersing it into the air. She then charged directly toward the undead Jean. The onlookers exhaled in relief, having resolved two major headaches. "Will Jean be all right?" Cyclops asked with concern. The professor's expression was grave, his gaze fixated on the sky. A thunderous roar drew the attention of the surrounding undead creatures, who surged forward. The captain spoke up. "This is a critical moment. Let us not forget our purpose for being here. Professor, take the war machine and assist Jean. The rest of us will deal with the approaching undead." "Ancient One, please open a portal," the captain instructed before turning to Tony. "Tony, you may summon the Iron Legion." Tony nodded, flamboyantly declaring, "Let the family reunion commence." As his words echoed, the previously empty sky was suddenly filled with countless black dots that rapidly multiplied, growing into spheres the size of soccer balls. Upon closer inspection, these spheres were revealed to be clusters of nanobots. Once amassed to a sufficient size, they transformed into vibranium battle suits, each uniform in appearance and imbued with a sense of technological sophistication. The battle armor is composed entirely of nanobots, with its weapons also materialized from these microscopic entities. Some arms transform into energy weapons, while others morph into colossal electric blades, striking fiercely in all directions. The Ancient One, along with the mages of the Mage Alliance, conjures portals, unleashing countless luminous rings from which emerge well-equipped warriors of various races. As the rings manifest, the armed fighters charge forth, weapons in hand, ready to engage in combat. Boom, boom, a towering scythe-wielding zombie, standing 100 meters tall, swings its massive scythe down with great force. Boom, rat-a-tat-tat, whoosh, whoosh, hundreds of aircraft emerge from the portals, soaring toward the distant horizon, leaving a trail of high explosive bombs in their wake. Boom, 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 roar, tens of thousands of lickers crawl in from all directions, their elongated appendages thrashing about as they join the fray. The captain tightens his grip on the shield strapped to his arm, wielding a Swiss Army knife in the other hand. He addresses Thor and Peter, who have yet to enter the battle. "Now it's your time to shine. Rest assured, Rogers," Thor replies, patting the captain on the shoulder. One hand rapidly swinging the enchanted hammer, while the other grips Peter's arm tightly. With a whoosh, the two soar into the sky, heading toward their target. Hulk, the green behemoth, clad in vibranium armor, leaps toward the nearest scythe zombie, shield in one hand and battle axe in the other. Boom, the 100-meter scythe zombie is knocked down by the diminutive Hulk, sending a massive cloud of dust into the air. Swish, swish, the battle axe is swung by Hulk, slicing through the scythe zombie with cold precision. Instantly, numerous grievous wounds appear on the scythe zombie, spilling forth green blood everywhere. Wanda's eyes radiate a crimson glow, and the approaching zombies become increasingly contorted, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Magneto ascends into the air, raising his hands as the earth slowly erupts with countless metallic particles, which then coalesce into metallic spears, piercing the oncoming lickers. The professor observes the battle between Jean and the zombie Jean from his seat, retrieving a helmet and placing it upon his head. As the amplification helmet activates, he feels an immense surge in his telepathic abilities, focusing on the zombie Jean. The combatants in the sky, both Jean and her undead counterpart, resemble world destroyers at this moment. A colossal wave of flames collides violently with a storm of obliteration. The zombie Jean's fingers twist grotesquely, her form hunched, with drool dripping from her mouth, driven by an insatiable hunger. She senses that consuming her counterpart would grant her evolution. In her obliteration state, Jean appears as a sovereign of destruction, her pallid complexion betraying no emotion. Her actions ruthlessly dictated by the phoenix power within her. The storm of annihilation gradually takes shape, not only eradicating the zombie monstrosities but also affecting the human forces. The Phoenix of Obliteration now resides behind Jean, while the Flame Phoenix stands behind the zombie Jean. Both seem to occupy half the sky, as everything around them loses its color. Call. The Phoenix of Obliteration, imbued with the power of annihilation, strikes toward the Flame Phoenix. Call. The Flame Phoenix, bearing the most fervent fire of the world, launched a fierce counterattack. Boom. Mother Nest. The army is mobilizing. The colossal Mother Nest roared towards the heavens. Before it lay an endless cosmic barrier. In the presence of this barrier, the Mother Nest, despite its towering stature, appeared as insignificant as an ant. Bang. Yet, this ant-like Mother Nest could unleash cataclysmic power, causing the cosmic barrier to shatter like glass, gradually fracturing before ultimately collapsing. With a thunderous surge, billions of colossal figures behind the Mother Nest surged forth, overwhelming the shattered cosmic barrier in an unstoppable wave. The swarm had begun its advance. Chapter 87. You must be insane. How could this happen? The beautiful yellow figure trembled incessantly, overwhelmed with astonishment and dread. The vessel imbued with the power of the Phoenix had dissipated, vanishing completely from this realm of the universe. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! The beautiful figure let out a series of furious roars, and the dense yellow energy particles in the air seemed to resonate with its wrath, creating ripples. The entire Earth was affected, with all the undead monsters converging towards its location. No. The laser-eyed figure was on the verge of madness as the celestial might dissipated, and the anticipated form had vanished into thin air. Professor Qin was in profound agony, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. He had witnessed the recent explosion firsthand, an event whose terrifying magnitude could obliterate the Earth. Yet, just as it threatened to reach the planet, Qin's fractured consciousness awakened, and at the cost of his own existence. He prevented the self-destruction of the undead Qin. The others halted their actions, each consumed by grief and fury. Professor. Ancient One stepped forward, seeking to offer comfort. The professor raised his hand to stop Ancient One, stating, Qin left me a message before her demise. Just before she faded away, she conveyed a critical piece of information. What? Stop the Mind Stone. Stop the Mind Stone. Confusion spread among them. Their objective had been to locate Vision, whose head housed the Mind Stone, to avert this catastrophe. The professor continued, this calamity is the doing of the Mind Stone. These undead creatures are under its control. Eliminate the Mind Stone, and the disaster will cease. Tony pushed through the crowd, challenging, Baldy, are you saying this is all Vision's doing? Tony's skepticism was palpable, as the AI he had created, Ultron, was designed with the mission to eradicate all humanity. If Vision was similarly complicit, he found himself at a loss. The professor, unfazed by Tony's words, clarified, the Mind Stone I refer to is the one from Peter's universe. Qin informed me that this was revealed to her by this universe, as the Phoenix power is cherished by it. 2. Will Vision be in danger? While everyone pondered the implications of the stone, Wanda's thoughts drifted to Vision. Before she could voice her concerns, a voice crackled through the earpiece. We have little time left. Global zombie uprising. The urgency in Su Rue's voice echoed through the device. A sharp spine darted forward like a bolt of lightning. Be careful. A few quick-reacting individuals among the crowd prepared to intercept the spine. Sparks flew. Tony. The captain's shield was mere centimeters away from the spine, yet that distance felt insurmountable. Mr. Stark. Tony. The crowd gasped, but the spine had already pierced through the suit, rendering it cold and lifeless. Huh? What is happening? Tony's voice echoed through the equipment, as if the piercing sound did not belong to him. Confusion spread among the crowd, and the captain drew the spine to investigate. What is this? The suit bore no blood, nor was there any sign of Tony. Realizing the destruction of his suit, Tony spoke with a hint of guilt. This is technology from generations ago, remote control. You didn't think I, a man of intellect, would engage in a brawl on site. Did you? The crowd fell silent, astonished to realize they had been conversing with a mere hunk of metal all along, relieved that Tony was unharmed. The captain addressed the group. We have little time left. Our new mission is to destroy the Mind Stone. Professor, I regret to say, but this is not the time for sorrow. The professor understood Roger's words and wiped the blood from the corner of his eye, declaring, Laser Eye, Storm. Destroy the Mind Stone. At that moment, he transformed his grief into motivation, the amplifier on his head radiating a blinding light. In Wakanda, at the Royal Research Institute, Tony, equipped with control glasses, surveyed the battlefield while modifying a nanotechnology device. Su Rue assisted him from the side. I believe the proliferation speed is still too slow. A commendable observation. Tony continued his rapid movements, speaking as he worked. However, to achieve rapid proliferation, we must first address the issue of nanobot transformation. Su Rue nodded, yet seemed to hesitate, asking, Mr. Stark, I don't understand your intentions behind this. After the team departed, Tony had suddenly approached her, inviting her to join his nanobot modification project. Pausing his work, Tony set aside his usual frivolity and said earnestly, "When I realized this world was perilous, I sought it on the earth in armor. Yet, the crisis arrived swiftly, leaving me unprepared, and the world transformed into this state. The suit he wore, predominantly blue, was one he had crafted for Pepper. I have tirelessly attempted to create a cure for the virus, but every endeavor has met with failure. Just when I was on the brink of despair, Peter appeared, reminding me that the universe is not solitary, that there exists another me in alternate dimensions. I refuse to place my hopes on that enigmatic Mind Stone, thus I have made a decision." Tony said gravely, "If the Mind Stone fails, I will find my own way to resolve everything." "Mr. Stark, what do you mean by your own way?" Su Rue inquired uneasily. "In truth, my nanobots do not merely consume steel for replication, they can also devour flesh." Su Rue's eyes widened in shock, her hands covering her mouth. "Mr. Stark, are you intending to eradicate all the zombies?" She instinctively stepped back, her mind racing with a terrifying realization. Due to the airborne virus, aside from those like them who were sheltered in enclosed spaces, the rest of humanity had succumbed to the undead. It could be said that the population had dwindled by a staggering 99.9. If all the zombie creatures were exterminated, the Earth would inevitably transform into a desolate wasteland. "No, Mr. Stark, you cannot do this." Su Rue vehemently opposed such an outcome. "Madam, please remain calm," a voice interrupted as several armored suits materialized behind her, their weapons aglow with ominous intent. "You," Su Rue exclaimed, her face contorted in dismay. "I will not allow you to thwart my plans. With Earth in ruins, I shall eliminate every last zombie. I failed to protect this little firecracker from another universe, and I will not permit harm to befall her elsewhere. You are utterly insane." Chapter 88. "We have no chance left as long as you do not impede my efforts. I shall not bring you any harm," Tony asserted, gesturing for the armors to keep a watchful eye on Su Rue. The armors complied, energy cannons trained on her, ready to strike should she make any sudden moves. Meanwhile, Tony began reassembling the scattered nanobots. His decision to conceal this endeavor from others stemmed from a desire to prevent interference. He had discovered the unique capabilities of the nanobots during their development, and thus had programmed a prohibition that could only be lifted with specialized micro-nanotechnology. This precaution, intended to safeguard the nanobots from others, now constrained him, leaving him no choice but to seek Su Rue's assistance. As Tony toiled away, Su Rue subtly shifted her hands, prompting the instruments in the lab's corner to register her anomaly. A sharp red laser sliced through the surrounding zombies with precision. A multitude of undead fell apart, collapsing in heaps, exhaling steam. Crack, boom. Countless bolts of lightning struck the dense throng of zombies, their destructive force immense. The charred bodies lay still on the ground. The amber-sealed suits worn by the group bore numerous cracks, yet they steadfastly held their ground, showcasing their remarkable resilience. A colossal shadow loomed. Storm, feeling the sky darken, turned to find Logan standing protectively before her. His metal claws were locked in a fierce struggle against a massive scythe. "Be careful. Next time, I might." Logan's disbelief was palpable as he glanced down to see a gigantic spine piercing through his chest. "Logan," Storm gasped, her eyes wide with horror. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, several more spines shot forth, and the amber suit, seemingly the last straw for the overwhelmed fabric, began to lose its luster, slowly cracking apart. "Ugh." Logan let out a low grunt as numerous spines pierced his body, transforming him into a creature reminiscent of a porcupine. However, such injuries posed little threat to him. Endowed with an extraordinary regenerative ability, he merely needed to extract the spines for his wounds to heal naturally. Yet, as his sealed suit ruptured, invisible particles in the air surged towards him like moths to a flame, driven by an insatiable hunger. "Get out of the way." Cyclops urged Storm to evade, intent on eliminating Logan before he succumbed to the monstrous transformation. Their hearts ached, yet they understood the harsh truth. The virus was uncontrollable, once infected. They had to confront the grim necessity of ending it themselves, an unspoken agreement among them. "Logan," Storm cried out in anguish, then soared into the air, determined to slay more zombies in vengeance for Logan. Veins bulged at Logan's temples, his physique expanding like an inflated balloon. Silver spikes erupted from his back, and his claws elongated ominously. Gradually, he shed his human form, morphing into a savage beast. Logan had transformed into a colossal zombie creature, as imposing as a lone wolf. A scorching laser beam shot forth, aimed directly at his head. Meanwhile, the swift-flying Thor received a new mission from Captain America to destroy the Mind Stone. Along the way, numerous zombie monstrosities attempted to impede his progress, but he deftly evaded them. Even the massive, scythe-like zombies and the grotesque Joe zombies could not hinder him. He barreled through them with brute force, leaving behind a trail of fallen giants, akin to skewered candied fruit, and crushing several ravenous foes in his wake. As he neared the volcanic crater, Thor's hammer suddenly came to an unexpected halt. What? Thor had never encountered such an anomaly. Brother, this is no time for a tantrum. He wondered if perhaps he had neglected to treat his trusty hammer to a drink lately, and it was sulking in protest. Yet, regardless of Thor's entreaties, the hammer remained obstinately still. A heavily armored zombie floated amidst the throng of scythe-wielding creatures. Unlike before, its body was now reduced to a mere skeleton. The metallic exterior its only support. It could control metal. Peter recalled its origin. This was the very zombie that had clashed with Mr. Wu in the previous universe. I can see it, Thor remarked with an eye roll, gradually loosening his grip on the hammer. With a resounding thud, the hammer struck the ground. Controlling metal? Thor scoffed. While the foe could manipulate the hammer, it could not lift it without earning its recognition. This unforeseen turn of events caught the armored zombie off guard. Its hollow eyes gazed in confusion at the fallen hammer, powerless to influence it despite its magnetic manipulations. Peter, it's your turn now, Thor exclaimed, exerting all his strength to toss Peter towards the volcanic abyss. I'm afraid of heights. Peter cried out in despair as his figure receded into the distance. Come on. Tony's eyes sparkled with lightning, and his hands erupted with thunder as he charged toward the metallic zombie. The metallic creature tilted its head, displaying an unsettling calm in the face of Thor's onslaught. With a mere flick of its wrist, the amber-hued protective suit enveloping Thor began to dissipate. Sir, the mech has suffered a loss of 27,091 units, with 234 suits compromised, reported Friday, as the images on Tony's visor flickered, each flash signifying the destruction of his mechanized army. Having initially amassed a force of 50,000 mechs, he now found himself with more than half lost. Friday, command all mechs to launch a devastating assault on the target, he ordered. Previously, he had dispatched the mechs to pave the way toward their objective while safeguarding the main forces. However, given the current state of affairs, the losses were substantial. If the Mind Stone was not destroyed, he would have no choice but to deploy his nanobots. Thus, he resolved to disregard the others. With his eyes closed, he silently prayed, may the destruction of the Mind Stone bring an end to this chaos. In his grasp was a singular nanobot, distinct from the others, and he was reluctant to resort to its use until the very last moment. As he observed the data reflecting the mech losses, his countenance grew increasingly grim. Outside the research facility, numerous members of the Wakandan Royal Guard had gathered, armed and poised to charge in to rescue their princess. The former king directed them from behind. Protect the princess, subdue Stark. The guards nodded in unison. With a resounding crash, the sensor door was violently breached. Several guards leaped into the research facility, weapons ablaze, firing lasers at the mech guarding Su Rue. The mechs, upon being struck, collapsed instantly. While the vibranium offered formidable physical defense, it proved fragile against laser weaponry. Tony had long anticipated their movements, but chose not to intervene, launching his own attack the moment they breached the threshold. As the mech keeping watch over Su Rue was dismantled, she approached Tony and implored, Mr. Stark, cease your actions. We have no chance left. Tony's face turned ashen, his visor now casting a red glow. Just moments ago, thousands of his mechs had been obliterated, and all protective suits had been shattered. The last image imprinted in his mind was that of a colossal metallic zombie. Yet, amidst the remaining surveillance, he noticed that the Ancient One bore no expression of surprise. Instead, she offered him a thumbs up. Indeed, a thumbs up directed at him. Tony was resolute in his perception. But why had she signaled him in such a manner? He knew the Ancient One could glimpse the flow of time, yet had she not claimed to have found nothing? Ultimately, she unleashed searing bolts of energy, vanquishing the metallic zombie, only to collapse, her flesh distorting grotesquely. As the guards closed in, Tony felt as if he were under the influence of the Ancient One's approving gesture. He let out a chilling smile, gradually loosening his hand. The nanobots, now unshackled, soared into the vastness of the exterior world, resembling the harbinger of an impending apocalypse, with the cosmos itself providing a symphonic accompaniment. Su Rue's pupils constricted as realization dawned upon her, prompting her to urgently exclaim, Stop it. We cannot allow it to escape. Following the release of his grip, Tony collapsed, utterly exhausted. He had been in a state of intense concentration for an extended period, and now, at last, he could afford to relax. Upon hearing the princess's command, the royal guard scanned the surroundings. However, the minuscule size of the nanobots eluded the naked eye. Yet, to underestimate Wakanda's technology would be a grave error. Members of the guard retrieved spherical devices from their waists, transforming them into intricate goggles upon bringing them near their eyes. Once donned, the goggles revealed 2 photon screens where the minuscule nanobots became visible. With a flurry of activity, spear-like weapons shot beams toward the swarm of nanobots. Boom, boom, boom. The nanobots narrowly evaded the onslaught, as if fate itself were tugging at them, rendering the guards' efforts futile. In no time, The nanobots breached the confines of the research institute. Before the guard could pursue, an abrupt alarm blared. Alert! Alert! The piercing sound echoed ominously. What has transpired? Su Rue inquired in shock. Rapid footsteps approached, and a member of the guard rushed in. Your Majesty, we are surrounded by zombie creatures. They are assaulting the force field shield. Boom. Crack. The sounds of the creatures' attacks on the shield corroborated her words. How long can we hold out? The old king questioned. At that moment, Su Rue had returned to the control panel, scrutinizing the force field shield's data, her expression growing increasingly grim. The remaining energy of the shield is at 12. What? The old king could scarcely believe Su Rue's report and rushed to verify the alarming situation. How could this be? Why is the energy depleted so rapidly? Su Rue replied with a bitter tone. The force field shield is powered by vibranium. But the reserves have dwindled to almost nothing due to Tony's consumption. The old king fell silent. Su Rue gazed outside, comprehending Tony's actions and feeling a sense of relief that she had not destroyed it earlier. The horde of zombie creatures relentlessly assailed the force field shield, causing tremors to ripple through it. Countless leeches clung to the shield, their massive maws striking against it, creating a shower of luminous sparks. Under the relentless barrage from the zombie creatures, the force field shield ultimately succumbed, disintegrating into fragments. Without the shield's protection, the leechers that had been clinging to it plummeted like raindrops. Some unfortunate leechers were crushed by their comrades, meeting a gruesome fate. The remaining, relatively intact zombie creatures, upon regaining their footing, scattered in all directions. In an instant, the once prosperous Wakanda transformed into a nightmarish realm of blood and flesh. The nano-sized nanoworms, with their razor-sharp mandibles agape, flapped their metallic wings as they lunged toward the nearest zombie. Just as they were about to strike, they suddenly hovered in midair. A loud clap echoed as two human palms came together, akin to swatting a fly. Mr. Wu Liang? Wu Liang, puzzled, glanced over his shoulder. Was that not the voice of Peter? In the distance, a shimmering halo gradually dissipated, directly beneath which stood Peter, who bore an expression of astonishment on his undead visage. It turned out that after being hurled by Thor, as he was about to plummet into the volcano, a halo of sparks had appeared in the air. When he finally discerned his surroundings, he saw Mr. Wu Liang swatting at imaginary insects. With a sheepish smile, Wu Liang replied, Hey, Earth, 91126. Indeed. This realm was designated as Earth, 91126. The flutter of a butterfly's wings could instigate monumental tidal reactions. Yet, Wu Liang's unwarranted interference had triggered an unexpected mutation in what should have been a closed-loop zombie universe. Earth, 2149 was meant to be a future where, after decades devoid of blood and flesh, all zombies were transported to Earth, 91126, initiating a new cycle. However, Wu Liang's vibranium host, coupled with a spatial rift, had prematurely introduced the zombie hero virus from Earth, 2149 into Earth, 91126, and in a more potent, insectoid form at that. Nevertheless, destiny possesses a tendency to self-repair. Although the processes may differ, the outcomes remain inevitably aligned. Just then, Tony had lifted the constraints on the nanoworms, preparing to unleash them upon the zombie monstrosities. Wu Liang's intent was to obliterate Tony's nanoworms. He harbored a peculiar ability akin to prophecy, vaguely foreseeing that the nanoworms would pose a far greater threat than the zombie creatures controlled by the Mind Stone. Suddenly, as Wu Liang was about to utter something, Peter was crushed beneath a colossal cylindrical object. A 100-meter-tall zombie had fortuitously ambled by, squashing Peter as one would an insignificant ant. Peter's spider sense seemed to have lost its foresight of impending danger. Wu Liang stood momentarily stunned, grappling with his own guilt. How could he face Peter now? Should he confess that he had shattered their hopes? Yet, the moment had passed, and it was all for naught. Wu Liang crossed his hands in a gesture of prayer for Peter, before vanishing. Within the volcano's depths, a graceful yellow figure reveled in the impending destruction of a lingering threat. Suddenly, it sensed a profound shift in its consciousness. At the cosmic boundary, the yellow figure paused, then began to communicate with the yellow particles that span the universe. These particles, dense and boundless, were smaller than cosmic dust. Yet, wherever they existed, they became its eyes. For now, the zombie virus had evolved into a secondary frequency of transmission, capable of spreading even in the vacuum of space. A boundless and colossal silhouette surged forth from the edge of the cosmos, occupying vast expanses of space. The speed at which these immense figures penetrated seemed as if they intended to fill this universe entirely. In their presence, the zombie creatures appeared as diminutive as infants. What manner of monstrosities are these? The being muttered in disbelief, seemingly oblivious to its own predicament. Chapter 90. The arrival of the swarm. As the titanic figures entered this universe, they did not remain idle. The foremost among them commenced their pillaging of the surrounding ecological planets. The subsequent giants, however, resembled a traffic jam, all jostling closely together. It was perplexing. Aside from the cosmic barrier hindering their passage, why did they not venture in other directions? Why remain so congested? Wu Liang cursed vehemently, decrying their lack of intelligence. Yet, one could hardly blame them. Under the Dominion's command to kill, they naturally gravitated towards planets bearing signs of life. Given the current positions available, if I cannot push through, is it my fault? The ecological planet appeared as if the sky had been torn asunder, with countless colossal tendrils descending from above, each measuring thousands of feet in length. With a mere swish, the area within a kilometer was left drenched in blood. This ecological planet had evidently transformed into a zombie world. Countless zombie creatures, facing the immense tendrils, were akin to infants encountering robust young men, an overwhelming mismatch. The gigantic tendrils rampaged, relentless as the components of a washing machine, striking incessantly. Despite the cities ravaged by the zombie creatures lying in tatters, the scene resembled a demolition crew at work, uprooting even the very foundations. An army of leviathans surrounded an ecological planet, akin to a delicacy of loach stew, with the loaches desperately burrowing in. Surrounding them, countless leviathans writhed in frustration, eager to partake in the slaughterous feast. They had endured an interminable period of tranquility. They craved violence, destruction, annihilation. Before long, the leviathans scattered like birds and beasts, soaring towards the next ecological planet to continue their rampage. Shortly thereafter, a swarm of king worms descended upon the ravaged planet. The lower half of their spherical bodies split open, releasing a blanket of spores akin to ink. In the blink of an eye, this spore blanket engulfed an ecological planet larger than Earth itself. Countless flesh cocoons rained down upon the spore blanket, transforming into enormous tunneling worms. Each opened their gaping maws, awaiting the arrival of the swarm units. Numerous jumping worms, blood-controlling worms, laser worms, thunder beasts, worker bees, flying dragons, and stinging snakes entered the fray, poised for the tunneling worms' transit. This scene unfolded simultaneously across every ecological planet. Once the swarm reached a certain threshold, a qualitative transformation occurred. At this moment, the universe appeared astonishingly diminutive, with the swarm rampaging as casually as visiting relatives. The ethereal yellow figure had never witnessed such a spectacle, even with omniscience. It was left astounded. It radiated a shimmering light, swiftly projecting itself across vast distances. Any zombie creature touched by this radiance immediately rushed toward its location. In the wake of his presence, two azure portals unfurled, and from them emerged two figures cloaked in shades of gray and purple. Their muscular forms bore the infinity gauntlets, revealing themselves as the undead Thanos. They stood slowly behind a figure of yellow elegance, their gauntlets radiating a brilliant light. The blue portals swiftly spread across the earth, resembling a catastrophic outbreak of dimensional gateways. Countless colossal undead monstrosities poured forth, some of which were entirely alien to all known varieties. The yellow figure's expression turned frigid. For not long ago, her undead minions had suffered losses numbering in the tens of billions. She had summoned Thanos to consolidate her legions of the undead for a climactic battle against the adversary. However, she lacked the ability to transcend the cosmic barriers. Gradually, the Earth could no longer accommodate the overwhelming tide of undead creatures. The infinity gauntlets upon Thanos' hands glowed once more, the crimson light of the reality stone intensifying. With a sudden surge, the red luminescence enveloped all the undead, bestowing upon them an uncanny ability to defy gravity. One by one, they levitated, some even ascending into the vastness of space. The infinity gauntlet shone anew, casting a crimson glow over all the undead once again, and those that had ventured into the cosmos experienced no discomfort. Indeed, their movement quickened. In the void of space, where air was absent, resistance was negligible, making speed a natural occurrence. Coupled with the reality stone's power, the laws governing the undead were altered, allowing them to traverse the void as if walking upon solid ground. The yellow figure, undeterred, expended her energy, igniting her inherent authority. A radiant yellow light emanated outward, and all undead that came into contact with it underwent a bizarre transformation, becoming increasingly grotesque, larger in stature, with claws sharp as razors and fangs honed to lethal points. Wu Liang observed the effects of the Mind Stone with silent contemplation, and upon hearing the voice of the hive, a confident smile graced his lips. "Come forth, my Zerg," he proclaimed. Behind him, the serene void of space suddenly stirred, as if in response to his call. Countless regions distorted, and enormous forms materialized. It was as though a cosmic vessel surged forward, traversing a wormhole to manifest. A multitude of black dots emerged from the planets surrounding the Milky Way, akin to dark tendrils, relentlessly expanding outward. This was the multitude of jumping bugs, the terrestrial soldiers hastily summoned through their burrows, returning to the swarm after breaking free from planetary gravity. On the side of the undead, their overwhelming numbers had already claimed half the universe. At the forefront, a myriad of uniquely differing undead heroes stood resolutely before their ranks. The yellow figure also advanced to the forefront. Esteemed warrior, might there be a misunderstanding? She inquired, faintly recognizing the adversary, though her cognition was muddled by the incessant influx of data from trillions of undead, rendering her memory chaotic. Humph, how dare you speak? I was resting on Earth when you launched an assault on my forces, inflicting grievous losses. In Wu Liang's eyes, the figure flickered between the sacred and the malevolent. I can offer my apologies. The elegant figure replied with a bow. Then you shall take your own life, he retorted sharply. The graceful figure's expression turned icy as she pointed at Wu Liang, declaring, do not presume that I fear you. I possess 10 infinity stones, should I choose. I could annihilate you with but a snap of my fingers. Wu Liang, unimpressed, retorted, put away your mind control, it holds no sway over me. Ever since his emergence, he had incessantly attempted to sway Wu Liang's consciousness, but would it prove effective against such a sovereign being? Humph. The elegant figure let out a cold snort. Her intentions laid bare. Such an entity as he had no need for such laughable misunderstandings. Her submission was merely a ploy to coax her adversary into lowering his guard, thereby facilitating her mind control. Yet, her attempts at mental domination on Wu Liang seemed to vanish into the abyss, leaving not a ripple behind. Chapter 91. Like two torrential floods seeing her reaction, a sense of pride welled within Wu Liang. You are but a novice in this game. Infuriated, the elegant figure's face contorted, a ghostly skull flickering in her features. The horde of undead monsters, obscuring half the universe, erupted in furious roars as they surged toward the swarm. Wu Liang proclaimed, as you wish. Although the vacuum of space rendered sound inaudible, the enraged swarm bared their fangs, seeking to vent their indignation towards their sovereign. Scorching plasma erupted, resembling an ethereal blue ocean, vast and imposing. Behind the swarm, the corpulent laser bugs coiled their enormous bellies, unleashing searing plasma from their chrysanthemum-like mandibles. These creatures represented the pinnacle of gene-edited swarm units, among the most formidable long-range entities within the insect race. Each laser bug measured 623 meters, 5 times the size of a jump bug. Their rotund forms were brimming with vast quantities of plasma, coiling and expelling it as though squeezing toothpaste, each beam of laser measuring several dozen meters in diameter and boasting a terrifying range of 17,000 kilometers. Fearless of death, the frontmost 2 Thanos zombies donned their infinity gauntlets, shimmering with light as they endeavored to intercept the incoming plasma assault. However, despite their utmost efforts, a significant portion of the plasma still managed to breach their defenses. The plasma, akin to a potent sulfuric acid, dissolved any undead creature it touched, reducing them to mere puddles of viscous liquid. In the absence of gravity in the cosmos, these pools formed bubbles that lingered in the void. The elegant figure found herself mortified by the ramifications of this assault, which had cost her millions of her minions. Yet, in the grand scheme of her vast horde, this loss amounted to little more than a hair from an ox. Countless calculations coursed through her mind. Damn it, the distance is still too great. The number of long-range aberrant undead was limited, with their attacks barely reaching 100 kilometers, a feat achievable only in the vacuum of space. On Earth, this would diminish to a maximum range of 50 kilometers. With a thought, she urged her undead minions to close the gap. Once the distance was reduced, she would drain their energy until they were utterly spent. The graceful figure exudes an air of confidence. Thus far, the number of undead remains in a position of advantage, given the totality of life across both universes. As long as they approach the enemy, it is a mere exchange, 1 for 1. The more undead that perish, the more their corrosive blood will ultimately deplete you. This is the source of their assurance. The corrosive blood of the undead can easily corrode even steel. According to their knowledge, there exists no creature, aside from those wielding magic, that is not daunted by such corrosive fluid. They possess the audacity to claim dominion over death, not merely through idle words, but through an intangible secondary frequency virus and their ability to connect with all infected beings, culminating in the corrosive blood itself. They do not dwell on why the enemy has not succumbed to their secondary frequency virus, for many can counteract such a virus that pervades the air and even the vacuum of space, be it through sealed suits or magical means. However, corrosive blood inflicts physical damage. Unless one is a spiritual entity, all must endure the consequences of being transformed into a corrosive sludge. As the horde of undead draws near, Wu Liang's swarm also attempts to close the distance. After all, regardless of the multitude of units within the swarm, its reputation is forged through the relentless onslaught of countless jumping insects. At the forefront, colossal jumping insects, each towering 100 meters, unleash gas from their side sacs towards the undead horde. Their clawed appendages, arched in anticipation, seem to signal that they have awaited this moment for far too long. The jumping insects surge forth like a torrential flood, eclipsing even the radiant light of the sun, rendering the already dim cosmos even darker. 1,000 kilometers, 500 kilometers, 50 kilometers, the two colossal waves draw ever closer, and even the silent universe resonates with the sound of a stampede. A volley of arrows, an incalculable deluge of massive spines rains down upon the insectoid battalion. The foremost jumping insects are struck en masse, each pierced by thousands of colossal spines. And even those bolstered by genetic enhancements fall in droves. The olive-shaped insects, with carapaces reminiscent of maple leaves, unfurl to form a vast barrier spanning thousands of kilometers, shielding against the incoming spiny barrage. The casualties are reported within the sovereign consciousness. Jumping insects. 13, 419, 071 olive insects. 183, 420 strange dragons. 32, 120 laser insects. 17, 290. The olive insects are solely tasked with protecting vital units of the swarm. Thus, the majority of the deceased are jumping insects. In this grand cosmic conflict, the death of millions is but a chilling statistic. Once the rain of spines ceases, the olive insects retract their leaf-like carapaces, while behind them, the laser insects unleash a torrent of searing plasma. Instantly, a vast ocean of plasma surges towards the undead monstrosities. With the distance now diminished, the swarm's secondary ranged units also engage in the fray. The spiked serpents, towering 100 meters, ceaselessly launch thick spines from their shoulder blades in a swift counterattack, far exceeding the earlier barrage of spines. What comes must also go. In terms of ranged combat, the insectoid swarm harbors no fear. Resilient. Look at the undead titans. They make every effort to thwart incoming assaults, yet you stand idly by? Wu Liang remarked sarcastically, lamenting the enormous loss of resources he had just incurred. Wu Jian stood tall and composed, meticulously stating, "Master, the advanced insectoids will not engage in the skirmishes of the lower-tier insectoids." Humph. Wu Liang scoffed, expressing his dissatisfaction. Such platitudes were also the dismissive responses he had received from Kerrigan. It was evident that one does not truly comprehend the value of sustenance until they are in charge. After several exchanges, the cannon fodder of both sides finally clashed. At this moment, the lickers had transformed dramatically. Each creature now measured several dozen meters, their musculature remarkably developed. Yet their most distinguishing feature remained, their enormous brains still exposed. The jumpers waved their claws, their sharp appendages poised for action, akin to two raging torrents colliding violently. Chapter 92. A flash of white light, be it jumpers or lickers, in the grand scheme of war, they were inconsequential. Countless jumpers and lickers were sent flying. Limbs and entrails scattered, the battlefield morphed into a gruesome meat grinder, with the boundary reminiscent of the Chu River. Any who crossed it met a grim fate. Following the jumpers came the second line of the swarm's ground forces, the thunder beasts, each towering thousands of feet tall, their massive tusks gleaming like razor-sharp blades. A phalanx of thunder beasts surged forward, resembling a battlefield harvester, crashing through the obstructing zombies with ease, leaving no undead capable of withstanding even a moment. They were reduced to mere blood and gore. In the swarm, the thunder beasts functioned akin to heavy cavalry, charging forth with armored might, conquering and pillaging. Initially, a graceful figure observed coldly, despite suffering a staggering 600 million casualties among their zombie monstrosities after several distant exchanges of fire, such losses were still tolerable. However, upon the armies truly engaging, the disparity became glaringly apparent. Their cannon fodder paled in comparison to the enemy's units, which towered at least 100 meters tall. The enemy's colossal claws acted as a herbicide, while their zombie monstrosities resembled mere weeds. As the firepower unleashed, bodies fell like autumn leaves. At the highest vantage point of the battlefield, the zombie chimeras clashed with the rearward alien dragons. Countless blade bugs erupted from the tails of the alien dragons, spiraling toward the chimeras. Upon contact, the blade bugs detonated, scattering into multiple fragments that inflicted splash damage upon other chimeras. Yet the sheer quantity of blade bugs spewed forth by the alien dragons was overwhelming. In an instant, a vast expanse of chimeras was reduced to mere bloody remnants. Lifeless and beyond recovery, they were waiting for enough zombie monstrosities to perish, accumulating sufficient corrosive blood to harm the enemy. However, instead of the anticipated outcome, a scene of terror unfolded before them. Blood, suspended in space and gathered into a bubble, began to flow slowly, as if guided by an unseen force. It then coalesced, gradually forming a river of blood stretching for miles. The blood control insect, a hybrid of vampire and insectoid genetic engineering, possessed the ability to manipulate blood of the same origin, akin to directing a limb with precision. Its form could be likened to that of a behemoth, adorned with a long appendage capable of merging with other blood control insects. Under the command of the blood control worm, The blood river surged forth towards the horde of zombie monsters. In an instant, a significant breach was torn in the ranks of the undead, with hundreds of thousands of them swept away by the tremendous current. However, the corrosive nature of the blood proved ineffective against the zombies, resulting in minimal casualties among them. Frustrated by yet another failed strategy, the graceful figure finally lost her patience and issued commands to the unique entities among the zombie ranks. Unleash full force. These unique figures were none other than superheroes and supervillains, whose abilities had far surpassed those of ordinary beings. Following their infection with the virus, their mutations had become exceedingly formidable. A plethora of powers erupted: fire, spatial rifts, death rays, psychic storms, and more, raining down upon the swarm of insects. The two zombie Thanos figures also joined the fray, their infinity gauntlets glowing with an ominous light. The purple radiance erupted, instantly enveloping a vast area of over 1,000 kilometers. The Power Stone unleashed its might, reducing the insect horde within the illuminated region to mere ashes, scattered across the cosmos. Meanwhile, the zombie Thanos figures exhibited tireless vigor, relentlessly swinging their gauntlets and decimating the swarm. Regardless of the extent of the purple light's coverage or the number of insect units obliterated, another wave of insect units would immediately rush in to fill the void. The insects responded with furious wrath. Enormous Leviathan-class insectoids emerged, their colossal forms brandishing tentacles that lashed out towards the position of the zombie Thanos. Only the Leviathans could withstand the relentless barrage of the purple light multiple times, leading the two zombie Thanos to retaliate against the encroaching Leviathans. At this moment, the battle reached a stalemate. Behind the graceful figure, two spatial rifts materialized, from which emerged two figures clad in yellow uniforms. They resembled gigantic gorillas, their bulging muscles and hollow, terrifying eyes striking fear. One of them bore a tattered uniform. Their arrival seemed to revive a flicker of confidence in the graceful figure, who pointed towards the insect horde, her expression twisting into a bloodthirsty grimace. She regarded these two figures with trepidation, despite absorbing a mind stone. She could not command them, she could only influence them indirectly. These two figures were, of course, the Sentinels from alternate timelines. At this point, Wu Xingyue finally reacted. It was a classic case of soldier against soldier, general against general. Wu Liang skeptically inquired, "Xingyue, are you not?" There was no choice. In the previous universe, Wu Xingyue had been evenly matched against a single Sentinel, but now he faced two. The insectoids would not articulate their conclusions. They would merely demonstrate them. In an instant, Wu Xingyue vanished, as if teleporting. A titanic silhouette loomed in space, magnified countless times. It was the olive worm. Its blood-red eyes fixated on the two sentinels, and it lunged towards them. The sentinels, far from intimidated by the sudden appearance of the gigantic Wu Xingyue, were instead filled with exhilaration as they charged forward. It was a 1-against-2 scenario. With each attack, it felt as if the universe itself was being punctured by black holes, and the shockwaves reverberated across the entire battlefield. The might of the Sentinel, with the power to obliterate a planet with a mere punch, is not to be taken lightly. Wu Xingyue, as a superior member of the insectoid species, is no mere decoration. Although his size increases, resulting in an inevitable decrease in speed, his true form restores his defensive capabilities. When a fist capable of annihilating a planet strikes him, it merely creates a deep crater several kilometers wide, which appears as insignificant as a mosquito bite on his towering frame of 10,000 zhang. In no time, he is restored to his original state. However, his attacks revert to their primal form, with limbs spanning tens of thousands of zhang sweeping through the air, carving deep rifts in space. Yet, against the agile sentinels, his movements are still too slow. The space around them trembles violently. In the blink of an eye, the two sentinels unleash a barrage of 1,000,000 punches upon Wu Xingyue, each blow solid and destructive, shattering the very fabric of space. The ensuing shockwaves wreak havoc on the surrounding zombies and insect swarms, leading to heavy casualties. Observing this chaotic battlefield, a graceful figure breaks into a smile, while Wu Liang remains expressionless. For the olive bug, the physical form is merely a burden. Flesh detaches from Wu Xingyue, revealing a crystalline, white skeleton beneath. Suddenly, a flash of white light streaks across. The speed surpasses all imaginable limits. Where the white light passed, only one of the two sentinels remains. The surviving sentinel's twisted expression shifts to one of fear, an emotion foreign to the undead. Even at superluminal speeds, it perceives the movement as mere running. Yet for what was once a being with rudimentary thought, this shatters its comprehension. The graceful figure gazes in disbelief at the unfolding events. This formidable entity, once a source of trepidation, has reduced the colossal creature to a mere vapor of blood. On the battlefield, what once occupied half the expanse of the universe in zombie monstrosities has now dwindled to but a fraction. In that singular moment, half of the zombie horde vanished. The remaining creatures stand no chance against the exponentially multiplying insect swarm. This sudden turn of events casts a shadow over the graceful figure's countenance. With a darkened expression, it raises a hand, revealing a yellow gemstone that materializes slowly in its palm. Chapter 93, The Observer. The current circumstances are decidedly unfavorable, compelling it to gamble everything to reverse the tide of battle. Surrounded by thousands of leviathans, the zombie Thanos takes action. A blue rift in space appears, and Thanos vanishes within, disappearing from sight. In that instant, hundreds of towering tentacles strike where he once stood. As the most formidable biological weapon of the insect race, the leviathans possess absolute strength and size advantage. However, in their confrontation with Thanos, they can only exhaust him. Empowered by the Infinity Gauntlet, Thanos has attained singular universe-level prowess. While each leviathan rivals the might of a celestial being, though this refers solely to their destructive potential, the celestial standard is defined by the capacity to obliterate a planet. Some beings of this caliber, such as Dormammu, possess the ability to swiftly annihilate Earth, while Leviathan can only wreak havoc upon its arrival, highlighting a disparity between unilateral and comprehensive power. After all, Leviathan, as a biological entity, exists as a mass-produced unit, were each specimen to possess Dormammu's capabilities. The Zerg would undoubtedly dominate the Marvel Universe in an instant. Therefore, when confronting the already formidable cosmic-level zombie Thanos, bolstered by the myriad rules of the Infinity Gauntlet, countless Leviathans are akin to bears clumsily swatting at bees, easily dispatched in the blink of an eye. Two zombie Thanoses return before a graceful figure, whose visage darkens as a surge of yellow radiance envelopes the area. In an instant, the elegant figure reappears, yet the zombie Thanoses have vanished, leaving behind only two empty Infinity Gauntlets adrift in the cosmos. However, the gauntlets have lost their former brilliance, the Infinity Stones now absent. A kaleidoscope of colors erupts from the graceful figure, who gradually solidifies from a mere shadow into the embodiment of Death, one of the 5 deities of the multiverse. 11 Infinity Stones spin from Death's wrist, unleashing a force capable of altering the balance of the universe. Raising a hand towards Wu Liang, Death snaps her fingers, declaring, "You have forced my hand. Disperse." The sharp sound of the snap reverberates throughout the void of space, a clear signal even in the absence of air. A burst of vibrant light ensues. Wu Liang's eyes widen in shock, realizing that this being has resorted to such a desperate measure. The convergence of all Infinity Stones could unleash an attack on a multiversal scale, effortlessly capable of annihilating the universe. However, the Infinity Stones, being just one among countless others in the multiverse, can be likened to depleting equipment. After expending their power, they must enter a phase of recharge. Wu Liang feels acutely that the rules of this universe have commenced a purge against all life, be it Zerg or undead monstrosities, all marked for eradication. In this critical moment, a colossal figure akin to the fully realized Wu Xingyue emerges, unleashing a force that challenges the annihilative power. "Mother Nest, you possess such formidable strength?" Wu Liang exclaims in astonishment, akin to discovering a new world. Yet, his expression quickly darkens with frustration as he observes, "Resource, 100 megabytes. Resource, 100 megabytes. Resource, 100 megabytes." The principle of conservation of cosmic energy dictates that energy cannot be created from nothing, nor can it vanish without a trace. The destructive power wielded by Death demands a commensurate price to counteract. In this moment, all is rendered still. Minute cosmic dust hangs suspended, as if the universe has been placed on pause. The immense form of the Mother Nest stands resolutely before the swarm, poised as though a colossal worm is breaking through the heavens. The vibrant hues emanating from Death seemed to solidify, as its expression gradually shifted from madness to sheer terror. This transformation was prompted by the realization that all its fervent assaults had proven futile. Gurgling sounds resounded. At that moment, the imposing figure of the Mother Nest loomed magnificently. Boom! The cosmos appeared to collapse. Death, in disbelief, pointed at the suddenly manifested Mother Nest and exclaimed, "What are you?" In that fleeting instant, the colors of Death's form faded, rendering it ethereal. 11 Infinity Stones cracked, and even its essence began to fracture. As if returning to the void, the shattered Infinity Stones transformed into twinkling starlight, dissipating into the cosmos. The clash between the multiverse-level assault and the formidable Mother Nest, endowed with multiverse-level power, rendered the outcome unmistakable. The Mother Nest, weary, languidly reclined in the vastness of space, remarking, "I am utterly exhausted." Although the primary expenditure was the resources of the Zerg, the Mother Nest, as the essence, could not be underestimated in its consumption. Wu, although pained, lamented inwardly upon witnessing that fading figure. What a shame, such a splendid beauty. With Death's disappearance, the zombie creatures, akin to the Zerg, faced annihilation in the absence of their sovereign, swiftly turning to ash. The only survivor was the Sentinel, having endured Wu Xingyue's devastating strike. "Kill him," Wu commanded Wu Xingyue. The massive form of Wu Xingyue began to grow flesh anew, as the sovereign's command guided his actions. The colossal insect appendage swung down with ferocious force once more. Suddenly, Wu Xingyue became rigid and motionless. A question mark formed in Wu's mind. Was he merely posing? In his eyes, the enormous Wu Xingyue remained suspended, his insect limb raised yet unmoving. The atmosphere became charged with tension. Sovereign, a powerful presence has descended. The mother nest's voice resonated. Before them, a figure with an oversized head materialized. The Observer. This name escaped Wu's lips. You know me? The large-headed figure inquired. Astonished that someone recognized him, Wu remained silent, contemplating the Observer. One of the most ancient civilizations in the Marvel Universe, the Observers held immense power. Having fought a billion-year war against the Celestials without yielding an inch, a testament to their might. The arrival of the Observer enlightened Wu, revealing its purpose. Yet, he feigned ignorance and asked, "Is there a reason for your arrival? It seems you are unable to speak, correct? It appears you must intervene in significant cosmic events? Observers are bound to refrain from interfering in cosmic developments and are prohibited from speaking." "You are indeed correct," the Observer replied. "They are forbidden from meddling in cosmic evolution and silence, a consequence of a cataclysmic event where their interventions hastened the progress of civilizations, leading to their self-destruction due to accelerated development. This incident made them acutely aware of their differences, thus they chose to remain mere observers, chronicling the universe's past, present, and future." Chapter 94. Would you grant me a favor? Would you grant me a favor and release him? The Observer inquired before departing. Wu Liang raised an eyebrow. Allowing the Sentinel to go free posed no detriment to him, yet he chose to leave, setting aside the necessity of opening a passage to another universe. The resources recently expended by the Mother Nest rendered it impossible for him to relinquish these two realms. What if I choose not to depart? At once, the atmosphere thickened with tension. The Observer chuckled, saying, the multiverse is undergoing a malignant transformation, and these two realms are its origins. I have established a closed-loop cycle for them. However, your sudden appearance disrupts this balance. I could overlook all your previous actions, but now your presence has jeopardized the integrity of the cycle. In the comics, Peter, wielding Tony's nanobots, encountered Sandman and injected him with the nanomachines, transforming Sandman into a storm of voracious nanobots that swept across Earth. 91126. Ultimately, the remaining zombie sentinels were cast back into the timeline of Earth, 2149 by the Observer. Aiming to prevent the spread of this virus to other universes, he established a closed-loop cycle for both realms. Wu Liang understood the Observer's words. Yet he could not comprehend why annihilating all that is malevolent was not a viable solution. Why perpetuate this closed-loop cycle, subjecting the life within these two universes to the torment of endless reincarnation? And then what? The Observer gestured towards the Mother Nest, speaking with an air of detachment. She is formidable, yet I am unperturbed. The equilibrium of the multiverse is beyond your capacity to disrupt. If you choose to leave, I can pretend you never existed. However, should you insist on remaining, I will be compelled to take action against you. Having fought the Celestial Assembly for 1 billion years, the Observer possessed strength that matched theirs, both wielding multiverse-level power. In the face of the Mother Nest, he was assured of his own prowess. Wu Liang scoffed at the Observer, then remarked, "It seems you have yet to be cowed by the infinite Ultron." The Observer pointed at Wu Liang and queried, "What else do you know?" "I know you are called U2. You are of the Celestial Assembly." The previously composed Observer's expression finally shifted. Since their truce with the Celestial Assembly, attempts to rekindle conflict had been thwarted, as they merely observed from the cosmos without intervening, struggling to find an opportunity. This human, though only possessing the strength of a father, seemed merely a vessel. He could vaguely sense the towering presence behind this individual. At this moment, it became clear to him why this person's arrival had disrupted his closed-loop cycle. It was a scheme orchestrated by the Celestial Assembly. Wu Liang had unwittingly become the scapegoat, as U2 perceived him as a pawn in the Celestial Assembly's plot against the Observer civilization. A brilliant yellow light surged forth. "In that case, I cannot allow you to leave." A yellow ring materialized before U2, distinct from the magic of Agamotto. It was simply a yellow ring. The ring expanded rapidly, growing into a colossal circle that surged towards the Mother Nest. The Observer possesses extraordinary personal attributes, alongside the manipulation of time and space, molecular control, energy projection, and formidable mental capabilities. What have I just said? Wu Liang found himself in a state of bewilderment, feeling unjustly treated. He had merely intended to assert a few conditions to this Observer. Yet, why did the Observer react so aggressively? Are they truly devoid of humor? Previously, revealing the plot had always proven effective. Most opponents, believing themselves immensely powerful, would either capitulate or harbor intense apprehension. However, the current situation had escalated into a direct confrontation. Wu Xingyue, possessing only singular universe-level strength, knew that only the mother nest could contend with the multiverse level of the insect swarm. Yet, the mother nest was merely a support entity, and he was reluctant to engage it in battle, especially after the recent losses he had suffered. As the massive yellow ring approached, the mother nest, though not a combat unit of the swarm, wielded significant power befitting its status as the progenitor of a species. Its strength far surpassed that which Wu Xingyue had exhibited in his previous battle against the Sentinel. The vast mental ocean of the mother nest surged toward the yellow ring, akin to an invisible wall of wind, as the ring collided violently against it, tearing the surroundings apart with cracks. Wu Liang, known for his fiery temperament, resolved to match their aggression. "Kill him," commanded the swarm, transforming into a surging tide rushing toward the observer. The observer, unfazed by the oncoming swarm, demonstrated that at a certain level of power, sheer numbers become irrelevant. With a sweeping gesture, a purple-blue mosaic instantly enveloped a vast area, turning the jumping insects into a molecular state, consumed alongside the mosaic. Space fractured, time halted, and the observer relentlessly wielded his abilities to decimate the advancing swarm. The swarm, undeterred by death, followed the commands of their sovereign as their very existence hinged upon it. In a frenzy, they lunged at the observer with claws, fangs, and tentacles, advancing in relentless waves, akin to an unending tide. As long as the sea flows, the swarm would not cease. The mother nest, refusing to be outdone, would not allow such a challenge to the sovereign's authority. Her imposing form was merely a fade, concealing within it a wealth of genetic information. She resembled a six-barreled Gatling gun, with the spirals of genes serving as bullets. A circular barrier formed at her mouth, from which an array of powers was unleashed: frost, lasers, flames, each distinct, all directed at the observer. The floating asteroid cluster in space transformed into meteors, propelled by the mother nest's immense mental force toward the observer. Boom. Thud. With countless insects attacking from below and myriad abilities assaulting from above, the observer found himself retreating under the relentless onslaught. The yellow ring flared once more, expanding before him, rendering all, be it the swarm, meteors, or flames, into their most primitive molecular state upon passing through the ring. With the Gatling's fire fully unleashed, a magnetically charged gene spiral activated, poised for engagement. The mother nest found herself enveloped in an ethereal state, radiating outward into the cosmos, as if everything could be controlled. The electromagnetic forces around her, particularly the celestial bodies, resonated most profoundly within her. Once again, the mother nest concentrated her immense psychic energy, and as it surged, the nearest Earth and Moon began to move slowly. "Is Earth being drawn?" Wu Liang queried. "Great Sovereign, in the most fitting description based on your memory. The mother nest is initiating the divine descent." Chapter 95. The inherent genes of the insectoid race. At that moment, every planet in the Milky Way underwent a shift, inexorably moving towards the observer. Is this the might of a multiversal level? Wu Liang was astounded. His body possessed a miniature gene bank and the ability of magnetic manipulation. Yet he could not even dream of dragging the moon, let alone all the planets of the galaxy. However, for beings of multiversal caliber, such feats were mere foundational skills. Molecular manipulation. All matter reverted to its primal molecular structure, and planets were no exception. The Earth, in its most fundamental form, shattered like a bubble, bursting into nothingness. In contrast, the observer, U2, visibly perspired as he successfully molecularized a planet, revealing that such a task was far from trivial. The tremors of the galaxy made it abundantly clear that numerous celestial bodies were hurtling towards him. Indeed, it is those divine beings. U2 asserted, his conviction strengthened. Only the life forms birthed from planets could wield such control. To think you would use this against me, you underestimate me greatly. U2 ascended, his hands forming a lifting gesture. Around him, the fabric of space fractured, swiftly spreading. He then thrust his hands forward, and the shattered space was propelled outward with tremendous force, continuing to expand at an alarming rate, though planets like Venus, Mars, and Uranus moved slowly. Relative to their massive sizes, they were, in reality, advancing at superluminal speeds. Crack. The fragmented space collided with the approaching planets. The anticipated cataclysmic explosion did not occur. Instead, there was an eerie silence. The mother nest sensed the anomaly, withdrew her psychic control over the planets, and unleashed a different ability. Her colossal form surged, her chrysanthemum-like maw rapidly expanding, followed by an oceanic torrent of plasma being expelled. U2 once again employed his spatial abilities in response. On the battlefield's periphery, Wu Liang watched with keen interest. It was his first encounter with such a grand conflict, though he nearly spilled his soda and popcorn. "ABA sir, where is the divine descent? Just one Earth? Why aren't those planets coming to crush that fellow?" Wu Liang pointed at the seemingly motionless cluster of planets. "The Great Sovereign. The two-dimensional foil is a concept familiar to you. It is to be understood that the starry sky has been rendered two-dimensional by the observer's manipulation of space. A principle of intricate complexity. The illustrious name of the two-dimensional foil is known to him. Yet he curiously inquires, why does the mother nest not similarly seem to strike back? Abaser, somewhat abashed, replies, Great Sovereign, the capabilities of the swarm arise from genetic potential. While we can enhance and edit units, these powers do not belong to us inherently, making it impossible to manipulate as the observer does. In essence, the swarm can utilize acquired genetic abilities. However, they remain inferior, akin to a mere shadow compared to their original masters. The swarm, undeterred by losses, continues to assault the observer, even if a multitude perishes, as countless others will emerge to replenish their ranks. Leviathans continue to manifest through the wormholes, and upon their arrival, their jaws unhinge, releasing an endless stream of swarm units, akin to a loader dispensing supplies. Yudo is compelled not only to withstand the mother nest's onslaught, but also to defend against the encroaching swarm from all sides. These accursed crawlers. Yudo curses under his breath. Although no single entity of universal scale can harm him, the persistent distraction is irksome. As he grits his teeth, his azure eyes blaze with intensity. Prism space. With him as the focal point, the fabric of space-time begins to distort, a prism space not native to this realm refracting outward, enveloping the mother nest in an instant. Suddenly, both the observer Yudo and the mother nest vanish from sight. Spectral space. Wu Liang exclaims. This bears resemblance to the spectral space created by Ancient One, a magical entry into the subdimensional battlefield. Yet, at that moment, he finds himself severed from the mother nest. The mother nest serves as the central hub linking him to the collective consciousness of the swarm. Losing this connection, the ramifications for the collective awareness of the swarm are dire. Great Sovereign, please devise a solution. The swarm has lost contact with you, and the consequences could be catastrophic. Abaser, being a high-ranking entity within the sovereign consciousness hierarchy, comprehends the dreadful events that may ensue. Wu Liang, maintaining a composed demeanor, queries, what consequences? In the void beyond this universe, all swarm units will turn against one another, until only a solitary unit remains, which will evolve into the sovereign. Deep within the genetic chains of all swarm entities lies a latent gene. Upon losing their sovereign, the swarm will awaken this dormant potential, leading to an unprecedented struggle, with the last surviving unit ascending as the next sovereign. At the barrier between Earth 2149 and Earth 91126, the swarm, orderly advancing towards the cosmic barrier, suddenly halts. Each swarm unit gradually descends into a state of frenzy, former allies now suspiciously eyeing one another. Hiss, one Leviathan launches the first strike. This unexpected turn ignites the swarm into a fervor. The wary swarm units launched fierce assaults against their companions, exhibiting a brutality devoid of any kinship. In the vast realm of insects, regardless of whether they were diminutive worker bees or colossal leviathans, all succumbed to a frenzied state, ruthlessly slaughtering one another. At this moment, the secondary nest entered a state of warfare, desperately producing larvae. Once these larvae metamorphosed into insects, some remained to guard the secondary nests while others charged towards different secondary nests to wreak havoc. The dominators emerged from the insect units, and naturally, the very essence of the swarm, the mother nest, also birthed itself from the secondary nests. Damn it, exclaimed Wu Liang, articulating his frustration. He lamented his decision to allow the mother nest to take risks. Now, chaos seemed inevitable. He recalled the early days of the swarm, when, following the demise of the original dominator, the remaining mother nests began to vie for power, engaging in mutual slaughter until the successor, Kerrigan, ultimately unified the swarm. Even then, he had never worried for the safety of the mother nests. Despite one being lost, he was certain it had not perished. In the prism space, only the two of them remained. The large-headed Yutu placed his hands on his hips, exuding an air of readiness for battle. The mother nest, unfazed by its sudden presence in this realm, cheerfully remarked, with the dominator absent, I can finally unleash my full potential. What do you mean? Yutu inquired, his gaze fixed on the enormous, plump insect before him. Although it murmured softly as the liberator of the prism space, he could sense its presence even from afar. The robust mother nest, akin to a young girl caught in mischief, sheepishly confessed, it's my miserly, smoking dominator. This place is rather impressive, managing to isolate the dominator's consciousness. Do you know how exhausting it is to be cautious all the time around him? He would split every resource in half if he could. The mother nest seemed to have found a vent for her grievances, continually lamenting Wu Liang's unfairness to Yutu. With each word, Yutu's anger intensified, and he grit his teeth in frustration. No, silence yourself. Am I merely a receptacle for your complaints? As a member of the observers, he had never endured such crude treatment, and his fury was palpable. The mother nest's expression soured. After finally finding a special place to vent about the dominator, she was met with this attitude. What is your problem? If you don't like it, then perhaps you're asking for a beating. Suddenly, the mother nest radiated an immense light. Strangely, the vast glow expanded before abruptly contracting, transforming in an instant into a figure of normal human size. As the brilliance faded, a graceful young girl appeared, her long black hair framing a cherubic face that exuded an innate charm. Her round face, now puffed up in anger, and delicate hands clenched. She declared, "Feel the might of my countless resource punches." With no flash or special effects, she delivered a simple yet powerful punch towards Wu. Wu inhaled sharply. His instincts heightened as he sensed a terrifying force approaching, one that instilled a deep sense of trepidation within him. Molecular manifestation. A multitude of crystalline substances converged around him, forming a myriad of yellow circles, countless in number. Tens of thousands of these yellow orbs gathered before him, as he invoked his temporal spatial abilities to shield himself from an impending strike. With a simple yet forceful punch, devoid of any grandiosity, the yellow circles shattered like fragile paper under the relentless pressure of a sharp machine. In the end, Wu was sent hurtling away by this unadorned blow, propelled to the very edge of the prism space, crashing violently against its boundary. A surge of crimson blood erupted, and Wu staggered away from the precipice of the prism space, struggling to regain his composure. "What is this ability?" he exclaimed, astonished, for it had been eons since he had last felt pain, an experience both wondrous and infuriating. "Monetary power," declared the maiden nest, brandishing her petite fists. "I have never heard of such a thing." Wu ascended once more, as the surrounding prism space began to contract violently. He raised his hands, his left embodying space and his right time, a molecular emblem materializing between his brows. "This ends now." With him at the center, the space around warped, light refracted, and a mosaic of data-like substances expanded outward. The maiden nest, undaunted by Wu's display of power, remained confident, fueled by her wealth. "Resource transformation," she shouted again. Sparkling stars gradually coalesced into a radiant armor, transforming her into a valiant heroine. "Behold my ferocious onslaught." With a series of resounding strikes, her fists, now luminous shadows, charged toward the incoming mosaic, reminiscent of a mother dinosaur charging forward. The mosaic material, upon encountering the wrath of her punch, teetered on the brink of annihilation. Unable to approach her in the slightest, Wu gazed in astonishment at the advancing maiden. Such an assault would instill fear even in the celestial beings. Yet she dismissed it with ease, leaving him incredulous. What he remained oblivious to was the fact that resource, 100 megabytes, resource, 100 megabytes. The mosaic's attacks were nullified by the inexhaustible resources, and though the maiden nest appeared formidable, she was indeed relying on her wealth to wage battle. Were the Dominator to witness this moment, he would surely seize the maiden nest and compel her to recite the adage of laborious effort. The maiden nest unleashed her full might, delivering blow after blow to Wu's head. Crack, the prism space shattered. Crack, the cosmic barrier fractured. Crack, another layer of cosmic barrier crumbled. Her ferocious assault was akin to the cataclysmic forces of nature, shattering multiple universes in the process. The scene continuously shifted, from a frigid snowy expanse to searing lava, from towering skyscrapers to bustling urban crowds. Boom! The maiden nest struck once more, the cosmic barrier shattering, and Wu's body was sent reeling backward. At this moment, his head bore the marks of bruises, blood splattered across his form. Earth, 91124. Suddenly, the universe quaked. The surrounding space appeared to collapse, beginning to cave in dramatically. "What is happening?" Wu Liang inquired, bewildered. A baser, with a grave expression, replied, "This universe is being destroyed. The multiverse is a divergence from the primary universe. After all, it is not the main universe. Should an assault exceed the critical threshold that the multiverse can endure, it will inevitably collapse." "Are you implying that the mother nest is battling the observer, resulting in the annihilation of this universe?" "Indeed. Great Sovereign, we must expeditiously evacuate to the Earth, 2149 universe. For Earth, 91126 has been obliterated, and the lives here will perish alongside the universe's destruction." Wu Liang's speed surged as he raced toward the cosmic barrier forged by the mother nest. Although a baser was not particularly formidable in combat, his survival capabilities were remarkably resilient. Without further ado, he pursued after the sovereign. Wu Xingyue had already dealt with the sentinel and was now resuming his human form as he soared toward the sovereign's position. Amidst the swarm, the queen, as a medium-tier insectoid, executed her role by issuing retreat orders through the king insect in a hierarchical manner. The myriad resources armor of the young mother nest had already become ethereal. The observer, Wu, was barely clinging to life, exhaling heavily while inhaling little. "I may have gotten a bit carried away, and the resources I consumed were rather extensive, so I must sacrifice you." The young mother nest stuck out her tongue, feigning an apologetic demeanor. She had depleted nearly 90% of her resources in this battle, and if she ultimately failed to capture this individual, She could only imagine the predatory gaze of the sovereign. The thought alone sent shivers down her spine. The delicate hand of the young mother nest lifted, and the illusory armor surrounding her transformed into a stream of light, coalescing upon her fist. She was poised to strike down this foe. "I will return," Yu weakly proclaimed, his left hand crushing something unknown, and in an instant, his form was engulfed by a swirling expanse of purple, vanishing from sight. "It's over. That wretch has escaped. The sovereign will punish me." The young mother nest was rendered speechless. She had just been unable to thwart his flight, left to watch helplessly as he disappeared. In the void of the zero boundary, a bizarre purple space enveloped the surroundings. Yu sat feebly upon the ground. "I have no choice. The celestial assembly has left me no options." A figure emerged from the darkness. In the shadows, one could discern that the being was an eerie, three-eyed void creature. Chapter 97. The Vanishing of the Drifter. I have encountered such circumstances before. Since then, I have lived a dreamlike existence within the prison I constructed. Are you prepared to break your oath? Do you wish for me to vocalize it? Oh yes, I long to hear you say it aloud. Very well. I can hardly believe I am saying this. I understand. I require your assistance. At the Shield Academy, in the shooting range, the sound of gunfire echoed. 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. The scoreboard displayed the results of the target's hits. Wu Xingyue executed a beautiful flourish with her firearm before tucking it into her waist. With an air of pride, she descended from the shooting platform. Meanwhile, at a distant high-rise, two figures observed the commotion at the shooting range. The woman, slightly further back, upon witnessing Wu Xingyue's dismount, covered her face and exclaimed, "Such a lack of decorum. Just wait until I return to impose punishment upon her." "Ahem, Principal Du. What troubles you?" The latter inquired with a sense of trepidation. The figure standing at the forefront was none other than Dugan, the head of the Shield Academy. "I am fine." Dugan waved his hand dismissively, attempting to alleviate the discomfort from choking on his drink, and continued, "After all, youth often brings with it a strong personal character. Guidance is paramount. Remember, guidance is paramount." Though he felt a pang of bitterness within, he could not voice it. "Understood." "Principal Du," the woman replied with a nod, indicating her comprehension. Dugan turned his gaze back towards the shooting range and, in a casual manner, remarked, "Lena, how do you find these young ones?" Lena was indeed the name of the woman. All new students must undergo a sorting period, akin to military training during university. During this time, instructors assess each student, subsequently assigning them to the appropriate divisions. "Principal Du, Peter shows great potential. I plan to assign him to the combat division. Liz is quite well-rounded, with primary aspirations towards the science division. As for Ned," Lena paused, a hint of confusion evident. "I'm not sure how he got in. But his computer skills are commendable. He belongs in the communications division." Regarding Wu Xingyue, Lena hesitated to find the right words. Firstly, she is exceptionally talented. Whether in physical fitness, combat skills, or intellectual assessments, she excels at the highest level. One would expect this to be a source of great pride. Yet she has proven to be quite unruly. Since her arrival, she has engaged in numerous pranks and even ventured into the Academy's secret storage, prompting an elevation in security measures. If any other student behaved in such a manner, they would have faced memory erasure by now. Yet the usually stringent principal has repeatedly come to her defense. Dugan seemed to sense her concerns and spoke reassuringly. "Speak freely." "Very well." Lena nodded, emboldened by the principal's assurance. "Though she is indeed exceptional, her lack of discipline leads me to recommend expulsion. As agents, we operate within a stringent organization. We tread a perilous path. Mediocrity may be tolerated, but a lack of strict discipline is unacceptable. It is the industry's standard for agents." Dugan nodded, responding, "Understood. I have received a directive requiring the new students' cooperation. Thus, I hereby appoint you as the team leader, with the aforementioned 5 students as your team, tasked with completing a mission." Lena was taken aback. The conversation had shifted unexpectedly, leaving her somewhat disoriented. Wasn't she just being asked about these young ones? Had she laid out her thoughts only for it to conclude here? Despite the myriad of grievances swirling within her mind, she dared not hesitate. "Yes, Principal." Although she was a teacher at the Shield Academy, she was also an agent. As she had stated, obeying orders was the agent's duty. With that, Lena exited the principal's office. Her assignment was to proceed to the Osborne Group to investigate a supernatural case. However, when it came to the Osborne Group, she could comprehend why Liz would go, and why Peter would also venture there. She could understand the others as well. But what was the purpose of inviting the troublemaker Wu Xingyue? She still vaguely recalled the incident during the bomb disposal class when Wu Xingyue had devastated the entire warehouse. There was also that time during a covert infiltration mission, where the objective was to bypass all infrared sensors to gain access. Yet, as if oblivious to the rules, she darted straight toward the dense red lines. Had it not been for the swift escape of the other trainees, this cohort would have had the highest mortality rate. Consequently, Her peers referred to her in private as the rule anomaly. The reason for this private naming was not camaraderie, but rather the pain inflicted by her fists. At the shooting range, Wu Xingyue strutted in with an air of pride. Get up. The rule anomaly has arrived. Damn it. You stepped on my foot. Shoo. Keep it down, you lot. The front row trainees were thrown into disarray, yet even amidst the chaos, they cleared a path. Xingyue, you're amazing. Isn't Hee hee. Wu Xingyue beamed. Yet Liz hesitated and said, what do you mean? I thought I wouldn't have to take the stage, Liz replied. A look of disappointment on her face. Her marksmanship was abysmal, and she had hoped that with Wu Xingyue leading, she could evade the embarrassment of being called upon. Wu Xingyue paused momentarily before realizing, oh, you too. She was well aware of what her dear friend was insinuating and was ready to unleash her affectionate iron fist. Attention. Suddenly, the coach blew the whistle. Everyone, whether they had just completed their turn or were preparing to take the stage, ceased their activities and rushed towards the sound. They formed an orderly line, standing tall and proud, gazing ahead. Lena approached the front of the line and announced, those whose names I call, step forward. Peter, Ned, Liz, Wu Xingyue. The five stepped out of formation in succession. Once the names were called, Lena stepped forward and said, the rest of you continue with the assessment. You five. Follow me. Lena led the way out of the shooting range, with the five trailing closely behind. In a conference room within the training building, Lena pointed at a screen and stated, due to special circumstances, you trainees will participate in your first mission. Now, I will outline the details of the task. There have been numerous reports of homeless individuals disappearing in the Queen S district, with large lizard-like footprints discovered at the crime scenes. Consequently, we have sought assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D. Various clues indicate that this is linked to the Osborne group. At the mention of the Osborne group, Liz's expression shifted dramatically, transforming from excitement over the mission to a flicker of panic. The others cast concerned glances in her direction. Chapter 98. Mission. Instilling fear in 10 million people. Wu Xingyue approached Liz and reassured her, don't worry, nothing will happen. Liz felt as though Wu Xingyue was merely comforting her, and she nodded in acknowledgement of her well-being. However, Wu Xingyue was not merely offering solace. She was providing a firm promise. This was particularly evident when she heard about the lizard footprints. She then realized that the plot involving Dr. Connors, the lizard, had commenced. Subsequently, the 6 individuals began to delineate their respective tasks. The following day, at Oscorp Tower, Liz adorned herself beautifully, her voluminous curls cascading down, clad in sky-high heels. She stepped gracefully into the building. In foreign lands, such attire is quite commonplace for those aged 16 or 17. Peter followed closely behind, dressed in a tailored suit. Despite his youth, he exuded a composed demeanor. Discreetly nestled in their ears were invisible earpieces. Earpiece. Ned. Wow. The equipment in this car is stunning. Peter. Look to the left front. Yes, that beauty is actually a man. Outside the tower, in a seemingly dilapidated van, the exterior appeared shabby. Yet the interior was remarkably advanced. Various instruments were meticulously arranged, appearing dense yet not chaotic. Multiple screens displayed the perspectives of Peter and Liz. Seated nearby was Ned, diligently researching while wearing headphones. During their brief training at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, they had already mastered many essential skills expected of novice agents. While Ned could effortlessly breach Oscorp's security system, infiltrating the confidential database was beyond his current capabilities. Look, this is the legendary truth serum. Ned exclaimed as he rummaged through the emergency equipment box in the van, discovering a vial labeled with the words truth serum in English. Unbothered by Ned's incessant chatter, she remained steadfast in her position. Meanwhile, Wu Xingyue, a refined young lady, sat in an elegantly decorated CAF. This was a scene she had once deemed unimaginable. Gazing at the menu filled with exorbitant prices, she couldn't help but gasp. Beside her, a waitress in a maid outfit patiently awaited Wu Xingyue's order. After a moment of silence, Wu Xingyue began to enthusiastically point at the menu, ordering everything she saw. Very well, madam. The waitress replied with a slight smile before taking the menu and departing. Once the waitress left, Wu Xingyue whispered, Instructor, did I order too much? Opposite her sat the team leader, Instructor Lena. Not at all, Xingyue. Our academy is well-funded and provides allowances for agents on missions. Just remember to request a receipt. Lena gestured that everything was fine, though her expression revealed a hint of embarrassment. By the way, Xingyue, the desserts here are also quite famous. You can relax and enjoy them while I handle the mission. I'll call for you once it's completed. Without waiting for Wu Xingyue's response, Lena quickly rose and exited, as if evading some trouble. Okay. Wu Xingyue waved her hand in acknowledgement. Once outside, Lena felt an immense relief at having escaped the troublesome young lady. The notion of abundant funding and allowances was merely an illusion. It was, in fact, her own money being spent. There is no way around it. She places greater value on the completion rate of her missions than on any external possessions. To date, she has executed 103 tasks, all flawlessly accomplished without a single failure. Thus, she is determined to prevent Wu Xingyue from jeopardizing her 104th mission's completion rate. Regaining her composure, Lena instantly resumed her authoritative demeanor, lightly tapping her ear with her left hand and declaring, "Mission commence." Understood, Liz contemplated as she ascended to the upper levels, with Peter following closely behind. After passing numerous laboratories, they encountered an unusual situation at the final lab. "Ah, Liz, it's been ages since I last saw you." A figure clad in a white lab coat emerged from the laboratory. "Uncle Connors," Liz exclaimed upon recognizing him. "Hello, I remember you," Connors responded to Peter. "What brings you both here?" he inquired. "Uncle Connors, my father sent me to retrieve something," Liz replied. Connors nodded, casually remarking, "Liz, you stood me up before, claiming your clever classmate would assist me. I've been waiting quite a while. My apologies, Uncle Connors. Due to an incident at school, Xingyue has been quite busy lately." "Haha. No worries. You go ahead. I have an important experiment to attend to," Connors said with gentlemanly grace as he took his leave. "All right, with a task at hand." Liz felt relieved by Connors' departure. However, unbeknownst to them, as Connors turned away, his human pupils transformed into slitted ones for a fleeting moment, only to revert back in the blink of an eye. After Connors left, Liz and Peter arrived at the entrance of the top-level room. "Peter, this is the Osborne Group's confidential data room, where all sensitive information is stored." "Understood," Peter nodded, retrieving a specially designed glove from his waist, donning it on his right hand before placing it on the biometric lock. Identification successful, the door will now open. As the sensor door opened, they stepped inside. "Liz, shall I proceed?" Peter asked, producing a hard drive, but deliberately glanced at Liz as he prepared to insert it into the mainframe. "Shall I take over?" Liz replied with a cold expression. Initially, even with direct evidence, she found it hard to believe that her father's Osborne Group was involved in the disappearance of the homeless. Her cooperation with S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy was solely to demonstrate that the existing evidence was erroneous. No need. Without hesitation, Peter inserted the hard drive-like device into the mainframe. Upon insertion, a stream of data codes illuminated the screen and swiftly began downloading. Downloading data, 0, 3, 14. Stopping. The data is coming. Ned exclaimed joyfully, beginning to operate the computer. Indeed, the plan is progressing smoothly. Once we locate the relevant content, we can move to the next phase. At that moment, Lena had already arrived at the temporary command vehicle. She also took a moment to inquire, "Is everything all right on Wu Xingyue's side?" Gazing from the perspective belonging to Wu Xingyue, the scene unfolded. No abnormalities. In a CAF, Wu Xingyue leisurely sipped her coffee and savored her cake. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding. Fourth task. Initiate a nationwide frenzy. Requirement. Within 3 days, instill fear in 10 million people. Chapter 99. Dr. Lizard. The message arrived unexpectedly. Gasp. Wu Xingyue nearly choked on her coffee. "What on earth is this?" she exclaimed, her voice rising and drawing the attention of those around her. Realizing her predicament, she quickly stood and made her way outside, yet her mind continued to question. Niang, has the Ascension Chain gone mad? The permanent population of New York City is merely over 8 million. How am I to find an additional 2 million to terrify? Moreover, why have the tasks become increasingly arduous? During my time at the Academy, the tasks were so simple. Wu Xingyue was referring to the missions issued by the Ascension Chain while at the Shield Academy, which included tasks such as destroying warehouses, dismantling hidden bases, and even the straightforward task of beating up classmates. Niang, Supreme, the tasks assigned by the Ascension Chain are determined based on your circumstances. In essence, it assessed the potential around her before issuing tasks. Those with promise were prioritized, while trivial tasks were treated with indifference. I see. So that's why the beginning of this task was omitted, yet the details are provided. Wu Xingyue sighed. But then a thought struck her. With New York's population as it stands, how am I to fulfill this task? And if I fail, what will become of the Ascension Chain? She suddenly recalled that during previous destruction tasks, the Taldarin tribe had completed them on her behalf if she was unable to do so. Now, for a task involving fear. Will the Taldarin collectively embark on a Halloween spree to accomplish it for me? Over time, the Taldarin tribe had undergone a magnificent transformation, expanding from a mere dozen members to over 100. They had even exchanged for 500 undead and 50 drones, constructing 50 photon cannons, 50 crystal towers, and 10 jump gates. However, due to the lack of unlocked functional buildings, the Taldarin were unable to independently construct units and had to rely on exchanges, which significantly slowed their development pace. Niang, Supreme, if you fail to complete the task within the stipulated time, The Taldarin will initiate random bombardments across the entire Americas until the requirements of the Ascension Chain are met. Well, it remains as violently straightforward as ever. Wu Xingyue resigned herself to the situation. Commander, what's wrong? Lina inquired with curiosity. Commander, Xingyue has left the CAF, came the report. What? Lina exclaimed. A flurry of panic ensued as she rushed to the screen monitoring Wu Xingyue. There she saw Wu Xingyue shifting from side to side at the CAF's entrance. Witnessing her movements, Lina was instantly filled with a sense of foreboding. Liz, Peter, hasten to complete your tasks, lest we face unforeseen consequences. Whenever Wu Xingyue becomes involved, situations tend to veer towards the unpredictable, and thus, vigilance is imperative. In the confidential control room, the two individuals listened intently to the whispers emanating from their earpieces. 60% of the task had been completed. Peter, gazing at the data on the instruments, felt a sense of urgency, but remained composed. Meanwhile, Liz appeared troubled, murmuring to herself, Father, please do not blame me. She had clandestinely come to acquire information on behalf of her father, merely wishing to validate her group's intelligence. However, with the transmission of sensitive data underway, she suddenly became aware of a troubling thought. This information was, after all, a corporate secret. Did this not constitute betrayal? Yet, before this notion could solidify, it was overshadowed by another. The safety of the planet was at stake, and as a SHIELD Academy trainee, it was her duty to act. Above them, within the ventilation ducts, a colossal figure observed the scene. A tail longer than its body swayed lazily, its limbs thick and powerful, with sharp claws glinting ominously, and a resilient carapace adorning its back. Humans, such inferior beings, it mused. The serum is not yet perfected. I require that human girl. We are of the same kind. I shall use them to capture her. The immense figure spoke to itself, its slit-like pupils narrowing menacingly. With that, it began to approach the two slowly, its massive limbs moving with deliberate intent. Peter, fixated on the progress bar, suddenly paused, sensing an anomaly. Perhaps it was his spider sense or the subtle vibrations of the metal duct. He alerted Liz in a hushed tone, Stay alert. Something approaches. Startled, Liz stiffened, her conscience weighing heavily upon her, compelling her to turn and look. Do not turn back. Peter cautioned, positioning himself to release his webbing, closing his eyes to sense the environment. To his left, at the third section of the ventilation duct, a virtual layout of the control room materialized in Peter's mind, revealing slight tremors in the lines of the third section. He remained silent, for during this time, he had unlocked numerous abilities, including the manipulation of substantial metallic objects, enhanced physical capabilities, climbing skills, and reflexes. Just moments ago, he had awakened a new talent akin to a radar for detecting metal. Suddenly, the vibrations in the third section intensified. This was evident in the mental schematic he perceived. Yet in reality, the control room remained unchanged, just as it had been before. In this expansive secret chamber, the ventilation ducts appeared remarkably unremarkable. With a swift motion, blue-hued webs shot forth, soaring toward the ceiling. Having undergone training alongside Peter, Liz reacted instinctively, rolling toward a sturdy area nearby. In a flash, 3 gleaming arcs sliced through the air, severing everything within a linear range into 4 segments. At this critical moment, Peter lunged forward to evade danger. One of the electric webs he had launched was cut, while another ensnared the colossal figure. Peter rolled to his feet, a visible blue luminescence radiating from his body, coursing along the webbing that bound the enormous silhouette. A sudden flash, perhaps due to an electrical surge, illuminated the previously dark control room, causing the lights to flicker erratically. The unmistakable scent of charred flesh became apparent on the colossal figure looming before them, thanks to the strobing lights. Peter and Liz recognized the approaching entity. It was a towering 3-meter-tall lizard, or more precisely, an upright lizard man. A gigantic lizard. A gigantic lizard. Hey Liz, what did you say? Lina shouted into her headset. Yet, all that emerged from the earpiece was a persistent static. Something was amiss. A sense of dread surged within her. She turned to the two individuals in the vehicle and said, Ned, I need to know what is happening in the control room. I want updates on any changes regarding Wu Xingyue. For reasons unknown, Lina maintained a vigilant attitude towards Wu Xingyue. Understood. They replied in unison. Z. Probe 1. Target's adrenaline levels are rising, announced Probe 1. Probe 1. Transmit the visuals to me, Wu Xingyue urged. Although she had been assigned to a CAF to keep watch over everyone, she was fully aware that the instructor's concern stemmed from the possibility of her causing chaos. However, the lavish offerings of delectable coffee and tempting pastries had proven irresistible. Nonetheless, she remained mindful of her dear friend Liz's safety, thus dispatching Probe 1 to keep a vigilant eye on Liz's condition to avert any unforeseen incidents. A series of thermal images materialized in Wu Xingyue's mind. The visuals depicted 2 intense heat signatures engaged in vigorous activity. One signature was clearly Peter, leaping about, while the other appeared somewhat distressed, evading something. An increase in adrenaline could indicate two possibilities: exhilaration or fear. Therefore, monitoring the secretion levels of adrenaline could predict the subject's emotional state. This was a form of thermal detection. The human body is complex, yet in thermal imaging, the green area representing the kidneys indicated heightened adrenaline levels. Seeing the situation of the two, she deduced the source of their distress. It must be the lizard doctor attacking them. Without further deliberation, Wu Xingyue sprinted towards the Osborne building, determined to rescue Liz. Earpiece. Lena, Wu Xingyue, remain in position and complete your task. Understood. Rest assured, I shall fulfill the rescue mission, Wu Xingyue declared, promptly stowing the earpiece in her pocket. Lena attempted to contact Wu Xingyue repeatedly, but each attempt was met with silence. Faced with the choice of comforting the student or addressing the potential trouble, she resolutely opted for the former. With her hands and feet equipped with suction-like gloves, she began to scale the glass exterior toward the top floor. 5 meters, 59 meters, 149 meters. Lena's speed was impressive, her limbs moving in a rapid, alternating fashion. Just as she had 50 meters left to ascend, she sensed an additional presence beside her. Instinctively, she turned, pressing her back against the glass while her hands and feet adhered to the wall, gazing at the unexpected figure. Wu Xingyue, what are you doing here? Lena gasped. Instructor. Wu Xingyue exclaimed with astonishment. What is happening? How are you suspended in midair? To her disbelief, she noticed that Wu Xingyue was gripping onto something, dangling effortlessly above, while her own strenuous efforts stood in stark contrast to the relaxed demeanor of her counterpart. This is a traction beam, Wu Xingyue elucidated, gesturing for the instructor to observe the particles of light adhering to her hand. In the game, when a probe collects crystals or gas, it would return along the same route, with the gathered resources being transported to the base via traction beams. However, this was reality, not a game. If the traction beam could effortlessly lift heavy materials weighing several tons, it would naturally be able to hoist Wu Xingyue with ease. That seems plausible, Lena remarked, her expression one of incredulity. But how is it possible? What precisely is a traction beam? This technology does not belong to the Shield Academy, does it? She gazed up at the sky, searching for the source of the beam that was lifting Wu Xingyue, yet after an extensive search, she found nothing out of the ordinary. Since the exposure of Taldarin, Wu Xingyue had ceased to conceal the existence and technology of the Taldarin tribe, since it was already revealed. It would be futile to hide it now, so she chose to use it openly. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. Through thermal imaging, the target had shifted from the central area to the edge of the building. Lena, sensing the disturbance above, no longer hesitated. Wu Xingyue, Peter, and Liz are in trouble. Hurry, take me up. With that, Lena extended her hand towards Wu Xingyue, understanding the urgency of the situation. Wu Xingyue grasped the instructor's hand and commanded the probe to swiftly activate the traction beam. On the rooftop, a cacophony of violence ensued. The exterior of the building's top floor witnessed an intense struggle between Dr. Lizard and Peter. Their clash had already caused parts of the rooftop to cave in, with shards of glass plummeting below. I underestimated you, kid. I eagerly anticipate your physiological data, Dr. Lizard taunted, swinging his tail and claws in relentless assault against Peter. Utilizing his agility, Peter maneuvered deftly, occasionally deploying electric nets to create barriers. Frustration boiled within him, as Dr. Lizard consistently used Liz to restrain him. He had to prioritize Liz's safety, which hindered his ability to confront the reptilian adversary directly. Fortunately, thus far, Dr. Lizard had only exhibited formidable strength and superhuman speed, lacking additional capabilities, or else Peter would have been at a complete loss. After narrowly evading several claw strikes, Peter found himself cornered at the edge of the building, facing the imminent peril of falling. Surrender. It would be best for both of you, Dr. Lizard declared. Peter racked his brain for a way out of this dire predicament, but the rapid onslaught left him no room to think. Meanwhile, Liz, sheltered behind him, bravely asserted, Peter, don't worry about me. She was acutely aware that she was a liability to Peter, and thus sought to alleviate his burden. After exchanging several more blows, the tension escalated. Peter found himself distracted amidst this turmoil. In that moment of oversight, Dr. Lizard seized the opportunity, his elongated tail striking with precision, targeting none other than Liz, who was shielded behind him. After engaging Peter in combat, he was taken aback. Despite having undergone genetic enhancement to achieve his current formidable form, his opponent appeared merely human, gaunt and devoid of muscle, yet he was able to contend with him, exhibiting strength that was no less than his own. However, defeating him swiftly was an impossibility, thus capturing Liz became imperative to compel his surrender. At this juncture, the genetic serum was still in its infancy, rendering him incapable of challenging the military. Therefore, a rapid resolution was essential. Watch out, Liz, Peter exclaimed, attempting to intervene, but it was evidently too late. Suddenly, amidst Peter's regret, 2 gunshots shattered the tension. Bullets, specially modified, were fired at a precarious angle toward Dr. Lizard's tail, producing a sharp clang as they struck. The impact was akin to metal on metal, inflicting no harm. However, the tremendous force caused the tail to veer, narrowly missing Liz's position. "Liz, come to me," Wu Xingyue shouted, raising her shield in an effort to expand its coverage against the impending tail assault. Liz, filled with elation, knew her dear friend would come to her rescue. Trusting Wu Xingyue implicitly, she leaped from her precarious position, soaring toward her. With a crisp clap, Wu Xingyue grasped Liz firmly, commanding her drone to deploy a pulling beam toward Liz. Dr. Lizard took note of this scene, his slit pupils widening in anticipation. The person he had longed to meet had finally arrived. Inspired by Wu Xingyue's words at the Science Museum, he had yearned for this encounter. Convinced she possessed the key to resolving the flaws in his genetic serum. Chapter 101. What am I to do if you don't fight? You have finally come. Dr. Lizard hissed, his forked tongue flicking across his sharp teeth. Wu Xingyue, momentarily taken aback, looked at him with confusion. What do you mean? His words puzzled her. Was he truly awaiting her arrival? Unbeknownst to her, the impression left by the Science Museum had profoundly influenced him, leading him to perceive her as a kindred spirit with a talent for genetics. Disregarding Wu Xingyue's astonishment, Dr. Lizard continued, "Come with me, and I shall spare them." Me? Wu Xingyue realized he had indeed been waiting for her. "Mr. Connors, if you wish to invite me, you may do so directly. Your current demeanor lacks sincerity." "Huh. Just as I expected from someone of your caliber." Dr. Lizard, unfazed by the revelation of his identity, felt an increased admiration for her. Slowly, he began to revert to his human form, one hand gradually regressing until it returned to its state of being severed. "The gene serum remains imperfect. It grants me a fleeting semblance of the arm I lost, yet when I revert to my original state, that lost arm simply vanishes once more. Thus, I require your assistance to refine this serum," Connors earnestly stated. "Uncle Connors," Liz exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that Connors, who had once shown her great kindness, was now attacking her. Upon hearing Liz call his name, a fleeting expression of guilt flickered in Connors' human eyes, only to be swiftly supplanted by the cold gaze of his reptilian pupils. "Liz, do not become agitated," Peter consoled. At that moment, Lena approached the edge of the rooftop and addressed Connors. "Sir, I am Lena Covey, a level 6 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. We have evidence implicating you in the abduction of homeless individuals. You are required to cooperate and accompany me for an investigation." Connors replied nonchalantly, "Preposterous. Do you truly believe any weapon poses a threat to me now?" He regarded the gun pointed at him with disdain. In America, where the right to bear arms is enshrined, he had previously been attacked by armed vagrants while apprehending them, yet he had suffered no harm from their firearms. Thus, he harbored no fear of guns at present. Suddenly, Connors shifted the conversation, stating, However, what?" Lena probed cautiously. In truth, she cared little for the missing homeless. In America, they constituted the lowest tier of society. Reports indicated that approximately 1 million homeless individuals went missing each year, yet no police investigation seemed to follow. This had engendered a dark underbelly of exploitation, where these societal parasites, consuming national resources, existed primarily as objects of desire for others. "I am willing to collaborate with you," Connors declared. This caused Lena to hesitate. S.H.I.E.L.D. had been secretly recruiting individuals with extraordinary abilities, some of whom had committed grave offenses. Nonetheless, their powers were often deemed more valuable than their transgressions. Ultimately, Lena replied, "I need to contact my superior." "Certainly, but I have 2 conditions," Connor stipulated. "Very well. I can consult as well." Lena gestured for him to proceed. "I require a laboratory," he stated. "Understood. And I also need her." Connors pointed towards Wu Xingyue. "What?" Lena's gaze turned icy as she looked at Connors. Wu Xingyue felt an immediate shiver run down her spine. "What nonsense is this? You perverted fiend." Connors, sensing the change in their expressions, quickly clarified, "Do not misunderstand. I mean I need classmate Wu Xingyue as my assistant." Lena fell silent, frustrated that he could not articulate his thoughts clearly. Yet, a glimmer of realization struck her. If he required Wu Xingyue as an assistant, perhaps this troublesome individual would distance himself from her. Was it possible that fate had finally shown me mercy? She felt an overwhelming surge of joy and resolve to fulfill his requests to the best of her ability. This was for the greater good, devoid of any personal motivations. Wu Xingyue, sensing the shift in Lena's demeanor, felt utterly speechless. Was she truly so despised? Just moments ago, tensions flared to the point of confrontation, yet now, there appears to be a sudden shift towards benevolence. But wait, does this mean there will be no conflict? If you refrain from fighting, how shall I fulfill my mission? Instilling fear in 10 million souls, she has devised numerous strategies, with the most reliable being 2. One involves sending the Dark Moon to steal a nuclear bomb and then disseminating news of an impending explosion in New York City, which would surely terrify its inhabitants. The other strategy hinges on the development of Dr. Connor's storyline, which could swiftly accomplish the task at hand. However, this approach is fraught with uncertainties, at the very least. It would prevent her from being crushed by superheroes and avert the descent of righteous justice upon the Americas due to failure. Yet, what is this collaboration? Shouldn't you despise humanity and aspire to transform all humans into reptiles? Unbeknownst to her, in the original narrative, Connors merely sought to restore his arm and grant a new lease on life to others with similar disabilities. He had even implored Peter to rectify the flaws in his genetic serum, only to be met with a harsh refusal, resulting in conflict and numerous altercations that gradually led to Connor's descent into darkness and his decision to assimilate everyone. In this reality, Peter, due to the influence of Wu Xingyue, has not intervened at this juncture, which means Connors has yet to cultivate the desire to assimilate all. It is often said that demons are of our own making. Among Spider-Man's foes, many have been coerced into becoming supervillains, such as Electro and Dr. Octopus. Wu Xingyue's student, what are your thoughts on this? Despite the corner of Lena's mouth curling upwards, she inquired about Wu Xingyue's perspective, hoping to communicate it to Principal Du, who inexplicably always supports her. How can you even ask me for my thoughts? Do you not realize that your actions could lead to the demise of countless innocent citizens? Wu Xingyue internally scoffed. However, she had her own musings. Mr. Connors, do you not believe that humanity is exceedingly frail? Connors' eyes sparkled. Indeed, I consider the human body too weak. Diseases, injuries, and accidents can lead to death or disability, which is why I am dedicated to developing a genetic serum to change all of that. Lena's expression darkened as she glanced at Wu Xingyue, seeking to understand what she was up to. Ignoring the predatory look from Lena, Wu Xingyue continued. Mr. Connors, do you not think that reptiles represent the most formidable form of life? Just like the lizard. If everyone were to become lizard people, they would possess unparalleled strength and remarkable regenerative abilities. The speaker's intent resonated deeply with the listener, as Wu Xingyue's words seemed to illuminate Connor's path, suggesting this was indeed the most meaningful endeavor. Connors, his mind racing and eyes alight with inspiration, nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are truly of the same ilk. At this moment, Connors was filled with admiration for Wu Xingyue, feeling a profound connection with her. No. You too, while conspiring over such monumental matters. Should you not be a tad more discreet? Chapter 102. It was you who scared him away. Lena's eyes blazed with fury, as if she wished to set the audacious Wu Xingyue ablaze. Instructor, I was merely engaging Mr. Connors in a scholarly discussion regarding the transition of life forms. Wu Xingyue retorted, exuding an air of nonchalance. Humph. Lena huffed indignantly, casting a meaningful glance at Peter, who was visibly astonished. She had already extinguished the notion of recruiting Connors. Had she not heard? The plan was to transform all of humanity, to metamorphose everyone into reptiles. To recruit him would imply financial investment, an unimaginable prospect. She shuddered at the thought of the chaos that would ensue from the partnership between the troublemaker Wu Xingyue and this madman. It would spell disaster for humankind. She was not exaggerating in the slightest. Peter had long been dissatisfied with Connor's dismissive attitude towards the homeless. Having grown up alongside him, he considered the only distinction between himself and the vagrants to be his possession of a home. Understanding the instructor's intent from the glance cast his way, he realized they aimed to apprehend this individual. Lizards are particularly sensitive to scents, and human emotions emit distinct odors. Love, for instance, releases a hormonal fragrance. Connors immediately detected an unusual scent and exclaimed, I sincerely wish to collaborate with you, yet you treat me thus. As he spoke, Connors reverted to his colossal lizard form. However, rather than launching an attack, he cast a friendly glance at Wu Xingyue before leaping down towards the base of the building. Not far off, several police helicopters had begun to arrive. It seemed the earlier confrontation had triggered an alarm. Given Osborn's status as a significant corporate entity, the police took the matter seriously. His massive frame descended like a slide, sharp claws grasping the wall as he sped downward, leaving behind 3 long, deep scratches. As the lizard passed a slightly lower building, he paused momentarily, then kicked off the ground, propelling himself over 50 meters to land atop the adjacent structure. Moments later, his enormous silhouette vanished from sight. Wu Xingyue wore a look of triumph, feigning innocence as she lamented, This is not my fault. It was you who scared him away. Yet inwardly, she contemplated. This is going splendidly. The reward for the mission is already beckoning me. No, he has escaped. When will he complete the serum? I have only 3 days. Precisely 72 hours, and now merely 71 remain. With this thought, Wu Xingyue's delicate features contorted in distress. Lena, grinding her teeth in frustration, snapped, How can you still speak? Were it not for your words, I would have already discarded you, troublemaker. Is it possible that my 104th mission is destined to fail? Peter glanced sideways. Why had I never noticed this side of you before, Xingyue? The image of Wu Xingyue as a quiet, studious individual crumbled in his mind. During their time at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, he had observed her breaking rules and confronting classmates, attributing it to a change in environment and the nicknames bestowed upon her by peers, believing it to be a self-defense mechanism. Yet now, it appeared that his assumptions had been misguided. This was indeed her true self. At this moment, Liz was exceedingly joyful. Regardless of the circumstances, the perpetrator had made an appearance, and as to whether it was connected to her Osborne group, she trusted that the legal team would provide an impartial resolution. Subsequently, with a delicate flourish of her hand, she cast a hard drive from her grasp. Naturally, this subtle maneuver did not escape Lena's keen observation. Hey, a slip of the hand. How much? I'll compensate. Lena retorted with a hint of annoyance. She then turned to the innocent-looking Wu Xingyue and said, Aren't you going to take us away from here? Oh. Wu Xingyue nodded eagerly, resembling a well-behaved child. A command was issued through the psychic link to Probe 1, instructing them to escort the group below. Upon their arrival downstairs, they found themselves encircled by police. After Lena presented her credentials, the group successfully navigated through the security perimeter and approached a van, setting off toward the nearest safe house. Before long, they arrived at a luxurious apartment. This residence spanned 2 levels and boasted over 500 square meters in the precious real estate of New York City. Particularly for such upscale accommodations, the value per square meter reached astronomical figures, illustrating the considerable financial resources of S.H.I.E.L.D. The first floor primarily housed the living room, kitchen, and dining area, while the second floor comprised 8 bedrooms. Within the living room, Lena sat to one side, diligently operating a computer. The target has vanished. We must locate him swiftly and secure him. This is the urban layout of New York City. And here is the distribution of properties under Connor's name. We need to ascertain where he is likely to take refuge, she stated. The group then engaged in discussion. Instructor, I believe we should focus on the city's extensive network of underground tunnels. They provide ample opportunities for concealment and enable swift movement throughout various locations, Peter analyzed. I disagree. Wu Xingyue countered. Lena interjected, Why is that? The underground tunnels, as Peter mentioned, are indeed significant, but have you considered that Mr. Connors is a lizard, not a rat? No. Classmate Xingyue, you are conflating concepts. We are discussing his hiding places, not what he is. Peter argued fervently. Liz and Ned also joined in the discourse. I concur with Xingyue's perspective, Liz declared first. However, Ned sided with Peter, believing their stance to be the most logical choice. All right, Lena interjected. I believe that Wu Xingyue's insights are valid. We should focus on the nearest research facility and the recent case of missing equipment to uncover relevant clues. It was rare for Lena to support Wu Xingyue, although Wu Xingyue often caused her headaches. She had to admit that Wu was indeed the most outstanding student she had encountered, excelling in physical prowess, quick reflexes, and intelligence, truly unparalleled. Her endorsement of Wu's investigative approach was also due to the many parallels it drew with her own thoughts. After finalizing their operational strategy, the group retreated to their respective rooms. Dark Moon, Supreme, Dark Moon, assigned personnel to search through the underground tunnels of New York City for the whereabouts of Connors. Remember, do not harm him. He is of use to me. Dark Moon. Understood. Supreme. Chapter 103. The Hive Hell's Kitchen. Within the confines of a sealed office, Dark Moon severed his psychic link. The imposing figure leaned back slightly and addressed Murphy beside him. Murphy, speak your mind. Murphy had evidently been waiting for a considerable duration, refraining from interrupting Lord Dark Moon while he was engaged in a psychic link with the Supreme. My lord, while preparing to dismantle the Hydra organization, I stumbled upon a startling secret. They are utilizing this organization to facilitate changes to the Supreme. However, the fate of this organization is already sealed. Its annihilation. Those who dare to disrespect the Supreme shall face the merciless eradication of the Taldarin tribe. In light of the events at Midtown High School, the Hydra organization has been exposed to a select few. From Dark Moon's perspective, the existence of Hydra has become unnecessary, prompting him to issue an extermination order. Yet, the Taldarin tribe remains relatively weak. Directly confronting an organization that has entrenched itself on this planet for millennia is evidently not a prudent choice. Thus, he instructed Murphy to infiltrate and instigate internal collapse, thereby achieving the goal of obliterating the Hydra organization. They are adept at playing various schemes and have successfully dismantled civilizations through such internal discord across the stars. Dark Moon scoffed disdainfully and continued to listen. I managed to control Gideon Malik, the highest-ranking member of Hydra. Through this, I uncovered a temporary reason for Hydra's continued existence, Murphy respectfully stated. At this juncture, It is pertinent to discuss the true history of Hydra. Hydra boasts a lineage spanning thousands of years, traceable back to Earth, 616. During the epochs of ancient Egypt and the Han Dynasty in China, Hydra has several branches. The Red Skull faction merely venerates Hydra's supremacist and elitist ideologies. They are not the true inheritors of Hydra's millennia-long legacy. The genuine heirs of Hydra include the von Strucker lineage, the Whitehall lineage, and the Malik family. Oh, Dark Moon's interest was piqued at this revelation. Given the strict hierarchy imposed by the chain of elevation within the Taldarin, it was evident that Murphy, having aligned himself with a particular faction, was defying his orders out of genuine discovery. My lord, through my control of Gideon Malik, I learned that their family has been engaged in a clandestine research endeavor. They have been conducting blood rituals using dark monoliths to sustain a primordial Hydra leader known as the Hive. Their earlier attempts to acquire lunar secrets were aimed at using the moon as leverage to restore the Hive, thereby leading them to dominion over the world. The Hive, Dark Moon muttered, the name evoking memories of his bitter enemies, the Swarm, a nauseating association. He then demanded, state your reason for defying my command. Any member of the Taldarin who dares to disobey shall meet a sacrificial fate. My lord, based on my understanding, Hydra has been lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D. for quite some time, and the individual known as Gideon Malik is one of the representatives of the World Security Council. Murphy's message is quite clear. Hydra may have lost its value, yet S.H.I.E.L.D. and the World Security Council still possess significant utility. Thus, Dark Moon nodded, his anger from defying his own orders dissipating considerably. After all, isn't S.H.I.E.L.D. the paramount organization? He had also heard of the World Security Council, which serves as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s superior authority, established by the 5 major nations, wielding immense power. My lord, it is for this reason that I have come to report to you on the next steps. Well done. Remain observant and inactive. Dark Moon commended him. He was troubled by the previous plan's failure, and the hope of altering the Supreme's fate seemed rather bleak. Yet who would have thought that another opportunity had arisen? Whether it be Hydra lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D. or the World Security Council, both inspired many schemes to eliminate the Supreme's allies. He could almost envision the Supreme's disdain for the world, leading the Taldarins to slaughter the Swarm. Dark Moon turned to Murphy and inquired, how's the collection of fear value progressing? The seemingly perplexing question left Murphy somewhat baffled, but he responded earnestly, my lord, we have reached the threshold at which the undead can collect fear value. Indeed, I grant you permission to advance to the rank of Ascendant. Murphy was utterly astonished. The undead are but a lowly existence within the Taldarin's tribe, their value lying in providing the Lord and Ascendants with their essence to enhance themselves. Of course, they are not eternally unchangeable. With the Lord's or an Ascendant's consent, they may ascend. However, in his memory, there had been no new undead advancing to Ascendant status for a millennium. At this moment, Murphy was overwhelmed with excitement, kneeling and pledging his loyalty. Thank you, my lord. The Chosen One, Murphy, wishes to become your eternal source of psychic energy. In simpler terms, the psychic energy source refers to a vessel through which Dark Moon replenishes his energy, ready to offer his essence at any moment. Well, you may now prepare for the Ascendant ceremony upon your return. As you command. Dark Moon nodded, suddenly recalling something. After your ascension, take the undead to the underground tunnels to seek out this individual. He still remembered the Supreme's command, though unaware of its true intention. Nonetheless, execution was his duty. A vision appeared in Murphy's mind. As you command, my lord. Murphy rose respectfully, then turned to leave, heading towards the undead. The Ascendant ceremony necessitates first finding an undead, followed by a duel with the Rakshal. Upon victory, one absorbs the essence of the defeated undead to ascend to the rank of Ascendant. This is the method of promotion within the Taldarin's tribe, bloody and steeped in the laws of the Dark Forest. At this moment, Hell's Kitchen had been entirely seized by the Taldarin's tribe. The outermost streets of Hell's Kitchen were home to all those under the control of the psychic energy manipulators. In the depths of the crowd stood a burly man engaged in ironworking. Murphy approached him. The servant Jean Bing, having encountered the esteemed elector, was none other than the formidable master of the Hell's Kitchen. At this moment, he had become the most devoted servant of the Taldarin. Murph nodded, lost in his thoughts as he proceeded towards a hidden chamber. As the others noticed his departure, they lifted their heads in curiosity. One approached Jean Bing, inquiring, what brings this esteemed gentleman here? Jean Bing cast a sidelong glance at the speaker and replied, that is not our concern. Yet, he too felt a twinge of curiosity. Through recent observations, he had gleaned some understanding of the Taldarin tribe, which seemed to consist of factions where dissenters were relegated to perform the dirtiest and most laborious tasks. The Murph they had just welcomed hailed from the central region, clearly holding a status far beyond that of the peripheral electors. Murph strode directly to the hidden chamber and pushed open the door. The sight that greeted him was one of grim and bloody surroundings, with several undead minions in their unrefined forms, their emaciated bodies laid bare to the air. Some were engaged in processing the gruesome remnants sent from the central district, while others rummaged through the yet living remnants, seeking to extract a modicum of fear. Murph surveyed the room and pointed to one of the undead, stating, "I have received the Lord's approval to conduct the Ascension ritual. You are privileged to witness my glorious transformation into an Ascendant." Instantly, the chamber was enveloped in a profound silence. Chapter 104. Ascendant Murph. The news of the Ascension ritual was utterly astonishing, leaving the undead present in a state of sheer shock, not from fear, but from a blend of astonishment and delight. They belonged to various factions, but had been relegated to this place to perform the most sordid tasks, unwilling to switch allegiances. Yet, what had they just heard? The Lord had agreed to the Ascension ritual, a ceremony that had not been held for a millennium. At that moment, a distinct light glimmered in the eyes of all present. To become an Ascendant was the deepest yearning of their souls. The undead pointed out by Murph turned pale and remarked, "Who would have thought that the once insignificant creature would rise anew?" Clearly, Murph had not chosen the undead at random for the Ascension ritual. With a cruel smile, Murph spoke, "O Great Supreme, grant me permission to challenge the undead Nadas in a Lakshil duel." Meanwhile, far away in the city, Wu Xingyue lay in bed engrossed in a drama. Suddenly, a request echoed through her psychic link. It was Murph's voice seeking permission for a Lakshil duel. Wu Xingyue sat up in bewilderment, pondering the meaning of this. Had something gone awry within the Taldarin tribe? Were allies turning against one another? Just then, another voice chimed in. "Dark Moon, Supreme, please grant permission for the duel request." "Dark Moon, what is the meaning of this?" "Dark Moon, Supreme, the situation is as follows." Dark Moon proceeded to enlighten Wu Xingyue about the traditions and certain secrets of the Taldarin tribe. "My goodness!" Wu Xingyue exclaimed, utterly astonished. The act of one's own kind slaying another merely to attain the qualification for promotion. Can this be deemed a human endeavor? No, they are not human. They are Taldarin. Yet, she found it impossible to accept the words of the Dark Moon. With the already limited manpower, does this imply that half of the current undead must sacrifice themselves for the sake of the other half? Dark Moon, the Supreme. The promoters and the undead cannot be compared. Sacrificing one undead to gain a promoter is advantageous for us Taldarin. In simpler terms, a single promoter can vanquish an entire squad of undead, illustrating the vast disparity between the two. Indeed, they are a band of lunatics. Wu Xingyue remarked. "Dark Moon, the Supreme, please permit the duel." The voice of Dark Moon resonated once more. Wu Xingyue wished to object, but suddenly, another voice emerged. "Niang, the Supreme, please consent. This is the very foundation of the promotion chain. Should you reject it, the promotion chain will collapse." The promotion chain is the essence of Taldarin, and its core lies within the unique path of promotion. Each race, upon reaching its zenith, must confront a monumental choice. For instance, the Zerg chose collective consciousness, while the Taldarin opted for the path of promotion. This is the world's limitation on a civilization, akin to a game where a base must meet certain requirements to level up. If one chooses to advance, a new realm of possibilities unveils itself, revealing additional technologies and more potent units. Conversely, if one refrains from leveling up, a first-level base can never defeat a second-level base, exemplified by the disparities in combat units and technology. Such are the rules. They may be encapsulated in a single phrase. If one speaks correctly, no issues arise. But if one errs, the rules shall unravel. Very well, I concede. Wu Xingyue, like a deflated balloon, ultimately succumbed to the harshness of reality. In the Hell's Kitchen, the figures of Murphy and Nadisha vanished. The remaining undead were not taken aback. Rather, each harbored distinct thoughts, their resolute hearts wavering slightly. Far in the central region, Dark Moon revealed a satisfied smile, not from the pressure exerted upon the Supreme, but from the reactions elicited from these undead units. As a newly appointed high-ranking lord, his experience was scant, and he lacked reliable subordinates. His decision to permit Murphy to undergo the promotion ceremony was not solely based on Murphy's actions. His true intention was to offer hope to those undead with factions, the promise of advancement should they follow him. Before long, a figure materialized in the same spot, clad in substantial armor, with a massive ringed light blade emanating a crimson glow from behind, adorned with shoulder guards resembling heads. The defensive capability was evidently formidable. From his arms extended two blade-like appendages, radiating light akin to flames, exuding an overwhelming presence. The promoter, Murphy. Murphy extended his palm forward and grasped. Suddenly, an undead appeared to be seized by an unseen force, suspended mid-air, the tremendous power eliciting agonizing groans from the unfortunate being. So powerful, truly formidable. A satisfied smile graced Murphy's face. Unlike the enhancement of psychic powers and acceleration witnessed during the era of the undead, he now possesses the ability to project his psychic energy outward, along with a suite of formidable capabilities. With a sharp motion, Murphy retracted his arm. causing the captured undead to tumble to the ground. Ascendant. At that moment, all undead, whether recently designated as experimental subjects or those engaged in various tasks, performed a ceremonial homage to the high-ranking Ascendant. None dared to confront the Ascendant Murphy. Murphy nodded, then clasped his hands behind his back and commanded, by the Lord's decree, cease your activities and accompany me to the underground conduits in search of the Supreme's desired target. Yes. Instantly, all units transitioned into combat readiness, their armor radiating a blinding luminescence. One by one, they began to cloak themselves, silently proceeding towards the hidden chamber. Crack, crack, the sound of footsteps echoed. Yet no figures were visible. Everyone stepped back. Jean urged the crowd to clear a path, evidently accustomed to such occurrences. While the undead could achieve optical invisibility, it did not equate to true concealment. However, Murphy, in this moment, embodied genuine invisibility, silent and without any physical disturbance. This was one of the powers bestowed upon the Ascendant. On the street, wow? Who bumped into me? Several pedestrians were struck by the invisible undead. The streets were littered with those who had been collided with. One cloaked undead sported a triumphant grin at the chaos, receiving notifications of increased fear metrics from the Ascendant's chain. Being marginalized, they found it a futile pursuit to garner even a modicum of fear. Even the smallest victories, akin to a mosquito's bite, satisfied their desires. Chapter 105. I believe it's a great wall slam. The manhole cover was lifted, and hundreds of undead followed Murphy into the depths below. Remember, report to me upon locating him. Understood. Ascendant. Yes, my Ascendant. Subsequently, the undead unleashed their psychic flames, rapidly scouring the expansive underground conduits. Murphy, too, was not idle, projecting his psychic energy to probe the adjacent tunnels. In a high-end apartment, Wu Xingyue's cheeks puffed with indignation. An hour had elapsed, yet she remained unable to calm her tumultuous emotions, indicative of her inner turmoil. Previously, Nian had allowed her to absorb the essence from the sacrifices of the undead, and she had believed that casting it into the dark moon would ensure her safety. Now, she realized how naive she had been. To ascend, they must sacrifice their comrades, a truly abhorrent rule. Ascendant Chain, Supreme, Wu Xingyue Arbiter, Nian High Lord, Dark Moon Mid-Level Lord, None Low-Level Lord, None Ascendant 1, Murphy Ascendant 2, None Voter 1, Darley Voter 2, Diallo Voter 499, Darling Shah Slave 1, Alexei Slave 2, Target I Slave 3, Probe 1 Slave 52, Probe 50. The individuals controlled by the psionic controller do not appear on the Ascension Chain list. For the minimum threshold on this list requires the transformation of souls through the soul mechanism. Fear value, 30,000 points. This is the latest information regarding the Ascension Chain. The fear value had originally soared above 60,000 points during the destruction of the Zhongqing High School, but after a series of construction and manufacturing efforts, it has now diminished to 30,000 points. With one less voter, it is evident that a sacrifice has been made, and a new name, Murphy, has emerged in the vacant position of the Ascender. Wu Xingyue angrily drifted into slumber. The next day, student Wu Xingyue. I have heard of an exquisite luxury goods store nearby. Lina incessantly tempted. No, I must complete my mission. Instructor, please assign me my task, Wu Xingyue asserted firmly. She felt uneasy, with merely 50 hours remaining until the mission's deadline. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, she felt compelled to intervene. Lina, in despair, had already reported to Principal Du the previous day, hoping to have Wu Xingyue reassigned, but Principal Du's response was to overcome challenges and prioritize guidance. Emphasizing that she should not return, she had only one phrase to convey to Principal Du: to hell with guidance. I only resort to punitive measures. However, she pondered over this statement for a long time and was too intimidated to voice it before hanging up. Observing Wu Xingyue's resolute demeanor, Lina, feeling helpless, ultimately relented. Very well. However, you must not act independently, understood? You must not speak either. It was evident that Lina harbored considerable grievances against Wu Xingyue. Wu Xingyue gazed at Lina with melancholy. Am I truly so detestable? Xingyue, come with me. Liz approached Wu Xingyue, displaying an unbothered demeanor. Ned, the stout fellow, maintained his innocent smile, while Peter appeared deep in thought. The group drove a dilapidated van through the streets. Throughout the morning, they had investigated numerous locations where the marked Connors might be hiding, yet the results remained unsatisfactory. Instructor Lina was operating a computer, utilizing global surveillance to track Connor's whereabouts. Instructor. Ned spoke up. What is it? Lina inquired casually. There has been a significant theft at a biological laboratory on Queens Avenue. Ned, we are searching for a person. Why are you concerned about a theft? Lina, already irritable, lost her patience upon realizing it was not news about Connors. Instructor. Ned attempted to defend himself. Looking innocently at Lina. Seeing Ned's naively puzzled expression, Lena abandoned her reprimand and said, "All right, go ahead. Instructor, do you remember what Mr. Connors said to classmate Wu Xingyue? Transforming all of humanity?" Lena responded with disbelief. "That is sheer madness. Indeed, I believe that undertaking such a transformation of humanity would certainly require relevant materials," Ned elaborated. "Did you genuinely believe his deceptive words?" Lena dismissed it verbally, yet her hands betrayed her as she diligently searched for the relevant reports. Nearby, in a buoyant mood, Wu Xingyue sensed the dire turn of events upon hearing Ned's words. Before she could intervene, he articulated his suspicions. Truly, the talentless oaf had a knack for magic. Wu Xingyue cursed inwardly. "Hurry to Queen's Boulevard," Lena exclaimed with delight. She had just reviewed the surveillance footage and, to her astonishment, spotted the figure of a green lizard carrying a large sack near a garbage bin. Peter, behind the wheel, heard the instructor's command and without hesitation yanked the handbrake while simultaneously pressing the accelerator and brake. The van executed a swift drift, veering towards Queen's Boulevard in haste. Inside the vehicle, Ned basked in his self-satisfaction, stating, "Xingyue, what do you think? If we accomplish this mission, I shall earn significant merit." "Merit? I believe it's more akin to a major blunder," Wu Xingyue thought, wishing to deliver a sharp reprimand to the rotund fool. "Haha, indeed, a notable achievement. Upon our return, I intend to personally instruct you in combat." Please, no?" In an underground pipeline, the lizard doctor was busily transporting the stolen biological materials. With these materials, the citizens of New York would become the vanguards of a new humanity. Suddenly, amidst the tainted air, several unfamiliar pheromones wafted through, a presence not typical of the subterranean environment. Pheromones, much like scents, contain information, for instance. Ants communicate and navigate through pheromones. The lizard doctor's forked tongue detected the drifting pheromones, instantly conjuring a vivid image of his surroundings in his mind. Ordinary zombies could only achieve a semblance of invisibility, merely cloaking their visual presence. Although the pheromones were shielded by armor, the scent of human blood they bore could not be concealed from others. The lizard doctor halted, his robust arms lowering the biological materials as he adopted a defensive posture. "Who are you?" Several nearby zombies exchanged glances, all dispelling their cloaking. Since they had been detected, there was no need for further pretense. "What is this?" The lizard doctor's slit pupils constricted as he beheld the sudden appearance of dozens of figures, a surge of vigilance coursing through him. Each individual donned magnificent exoskeletal armor, exuding an imposing presence. With his experience and insight, he could discern the implications of such an assembly. They represented a formidable organization. The mere optical cloaking they possessed was beyond even the capabilities of the American military. Furthermore, he sensed their formidable strength. He realized he would not last long against them. Reality is not a game. Combat prowess cannot be effortlessly altered by sheer willpower. Alas, the gene serum he had injected was fundamentally flawed, severely hindering his potential. Chapter 106, Encountering the Supreme Hu. The lizard doctor exclaimed in astonishment, hurriedly scanning his surroundings, acutely aware that the voice had originated from beside him. Yet, neither pheromone detection nor visual observation revealed the presence of anyone nearby. Murphy's figure gradually materialized, now less than a meter away from the lizard doctor. "That tail is rather unruly." Murphy raised his hand, and like flames erupting, a blade shot forth from his gauntlet, swiftly followed by a decisive swing. With a swift thud, a tail fell to the ground, blood splattering forth. "Arg!" cried Dr. Lizard in pain, though soon his bleeding ceased and began to clot slowly. This was all he was capable of, and Murphy regarded Dr. Lizard with disdain. "Who are you?" He was acutely aware of his own physical prowess, but the fact that his defenses could be breached so effortlessly left him apprehensive and reluctant to move. Ignoring Dr. Lizard's plight, Murphy commanded with the authority of a superior. "The Supreme Order demands that you accompany us." "Supreme? Who is the Supreme of yours?" Dr. Lizard searched his memory but found no recognition of the name. "I do not wish to repeat myself," Murphy stressed coldly. "Very well." Dr. Lizard raised his hands in resignation. His animal instincts were keen, and he sensed that resistance would be futile. The desire to meet him implied there was still room for negotiation. Subsequently, Dr. Lizard followed Murphy deeper into the underground tunnels. Screech, an emergency brake screeched to a halt. Lena was the first to leap from the dilapidated van. Having approached at high speed, the police had yet to arrive. "I've reviewed the footage. This is where Connors vanished." Lena pointed towards a narrow alleyway before them, which appeared rather unremarkable. American graffiti adorned the surrounding walls, and a large dumpster stood nearby, with cardboard littering the ground, indicating that this spot was a favored open-air shelter for the homeless at night. "Look, that manhole cover shows signs of disturbance." Peter was particularly sensitive to metal. While descending, the others speculated on the possible escape routes Connors might have taken, instinctively glancing upwards. Yet it was the inconspicuous manhole below that caught Peter's attention. Wu Xingyue froze, mere steps from the manhole. Approaching it, She was acutely aware of its significance. Murphy's concern for Connors had already been transmitted to her through their psychic link, but as she neared the manhole, she noticed a slight anomaly, evidence of tampering. She intended to rectify it, but Peter was quick to react as well. With no signs of struggle surrounding them, Lena dismissed the possibility of Connors having scaled the wall and approached the manhole. Though skeptical that Connors could have exited from here, the absence of other possibilities made this the final answer. With a decisive motion, Lena lifted the manhole cover, revealing 3 distinct scratch marks beneath it. Clearly, after Connors' departure, the cover had been reversed. The originally concealed side now faced upwards, while the upper side had been flipped downwards. "Let us go. We must pursue him," Lena urged. Evidently, Peter's earlier assertions had been correct. One by one, they descended into the underground passageway. The last to descend was Ned, who noticed that Wu Xingyue remained motionless and could not help but inquire, "Xingyue, are you not coming?" "No. I suddenly recalled that the instructor mentioned a splendid luxury goods store. I'll see you at the apartment later." With that, she dashed away in a flash. Ned felt a sense of helplessness. He envied Wu Xingyue, a veritable academic prodigy at Zhongqing High School, who was equally cherished by her teachers at the Shield Academy. Many things seemed so reasonable when placed in her context. "Stop dawdling," Lena urged from below. "All right," Ned replied as he climbed down, stating earnestly, "Instructor, Xingyue mentioned she's going to visit the luxury store." Lena's expression shifted, only to be replaced by incredulity. A thought flickered in her mind. If there's another mission, I shall definitely start in such a place. I must swiftly distance myself from this troublemaker. Last time at the CAF, she seemingly didn't ask for a receipt. Ugh, surely, there will be no next time. Shaking her head, Lena attempted to dispel her chaotic thoughts. Xingyue has been working hard. Let her rest well while we continue. Connors is dangerous. We must not separate. Equip the kinetic armor. The group exchanged glances, each reaching for their respective weapons. They swiftly retrieved a series of equipment from their backpacks, assembling it onto themselves. It was a rectangular metallic box. As they inserted their hands inside, the previously unbroken metal box split open, allowing them to manually stretch it and secure it onto their bodies. Thick armor, kinetic amplifiers. The kinetic exoskeleton. This was Stark Industries' latest release, a simplified version of the iron suit. Amidst a labyrinth of murky sewage, which was hardly suitable for ordinary folk to traverse, the group, aided by the kinetic exoskeleton, began their search for Connors within the sprawling underground tunnels. Meanwhile, Wu Xingyue, upon reaching a location devoid of surveillance, transformed into quantum particles and vanished. In Hell's Kitchen, at the central location of the Gene building, within a vast conference room, the quantum particles reassembled and Wu Xingyue reappeared. As she surveyed her surroundings, she was greeted by the sight of 100 figures kneeling in unison. High-ranking lords, ascendants, voters, we have witnessed the supreme. Their voices resonated with a formidable intensity. Wu Xingyue's face flushed bright red. It was her first experience with so many people kneeling before her, momentarily rendering her bashful. "Please rise," she said sweetly. "At your command. Supreme. Supreme." And you stood up and approached Wu Xingyue, bending slightly. Wu Xingyue, standing at 173 centimeters, was of average height among American women, while in you, a perfect 185 centimeters, had to bend slightly to avoid towering over her. Humph. Wu Xingyue maintained a stern expression, not forgetting the events of the previous day. And you, unfazed, followed behind Wu Xingyue like a loyal servant, awaiting the Supreme's directives. The remaining members of the Taldarins parted ways as the Supreme approached, bowing their heads in deference, unwilling to meet the gaze of the Supreme. According to Taldarin's customs, only those of a lordly rank could engage in eye contact with the Supreme. Any member of lower rank who dared to gaze upon the Supreme would be committing an act of desecration. This place is quite splendid. Dark Moon, do tell me, how much did you spend to prepare for my arrival? In Wu Xingyue's perception, such opulence must come with a hefty price tag. Unbeknownst to her, the Taldarin's circumstances were beyond her understanding, as she was only responsible for the currency exchange, leaving the rest to Dark Moon's discretion. "Supreme, this property is already under your name," Dark Moon respectfully informed. Chapter 107. "And you are the ultimate Supreme here," Wu Xingyue gasped, instinctively covering her mouth with her hand. The revelation was overwhelmingly shocking. Judging by the decor and layout, as well as the distant surroundings reflected, she deduced that the structure must soar at least several hundred meters high. This implied that it was indeed a building of no less than 100 meters in height. "What on earth have you been up to behind my back, Dark Moon?" "Supreme, this is Hell's Kitchen. The Taldarins have become the actual rulers here, and you are the supreme authority." Dark Moon responded with utmost respect. "Hell's Kitchen?" Wu Xingyue recalled the portrayals of Hell's Kitchen from films, filthy, chaotic, and violent, where all illegal activities were deemed legitimate. "Isn't this the territory of Kingpin?" she murmured, aware that he was the actual master of Hell's Kitchen. "Your servant is here," A towering figure burst through the door. A bald man, reminiscent of a 400-pound giant. Ah! Wu Xingyue was taken aback. She had merely been reflecting on the information regarding Hell's Kitchen and had spoken that name without anticipating the actual presence of the man outside. She turned to Dark Moon and asked, "Please don't tell me this is Kingpin's building." "Indeed, Supreme." Wu Xingyue fell silent. A desperate curiosity brewing within her to uncover what had transpired during her absence. "Dark Moon, what have you been up to during this time?" "Supreme, we have been active in Hell's Kitchen." Subsequently, Dark Moon recounted all that had transpired during her absence. The narrative traced back to their return from S.H.I.E.L.D. Following the destruction of Midtown High School, the fear levels surged, consequently propelling the Taldarins into a period of rapid expansion. Under Dark Moon's guidance, Wu Xingyue engaged in currency exchange and construction while Dark Moon navigated through the entirety of Hell's Kitchen. As the number of undead increased, so did their available combat power, prompting Dark Moon to initiate a cleansing campaign. The first targets were the white gangs that had previously crossed paths with the Supreme. From the leaders down to the gang members, they were brutally slaughtered, becoming part of the twisted souls within the Taldarins. Following this, Dark Moon led the undead in a siege against the surrounding factions. Initially, the various gangs within Hell's Kitchen still possessed some fighting spirit, aided by a handful of mutants, allowing them to put up a feeble resistance. The undead were inflicted with casualties due to certain formidable mutants, among which a faction known as the Brotherhood proved to be a significant source of distress. However, following the intervention of the Dark Moon, the Brotherhood began to falter, ultimately retreating from Hell's Kitchen. In the end, Taldarin established dominion over the area, and they did not forget to employ psychic controllers to dominate a group of individuals, including the former overlord, Jin Bing. During this extensive purge, some factions fared particularly poorly, notably several gangs from the Woku and Goryeo, primarily deemed worthless. Most of their activities revolved around human trafficking, rendering them synonymous with rodents in Hell's Kitchen, unlike those involved in the trade of diacetylmorphine, which proved advantageous to Taldarin. Consequently, these factions faced a brutal slaughter, becoming sources of fear. The Dark Moon also consolidated numerous resources, seizing complete control over the drug trade, while other industries, of no interest to Taldarin, were left to the control of subjugated humans. Listening to the Dark Moon's exposition, Wu Xingyue was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming inwardly, "Goodness." Under the guidance of the Dark Moon, she proceeded towards a certain building. Along the way, countless individuals instinctively knelt upon seeing Wu Xingyue, resembling subjects before a queen. Wu Xingyue, accustomed to such displays, understood, as explained by the Dark Moon, that this was Taldarin's protocol. Any violation would result in harsh penalties. Thus, for the sake of their lives, she steeled herself, disregarding her reservations. Within the innermost confines, the highest authority, Connors, was imprisoned. Upon arriving at a large door, the Dark Moon remarked. Strangely, a layer of dust coated this imposing entrance, and passers-by avoided the vicinity. Sensitive to her surroundings, Wu Xingyue immediately sensed something was amiss. "Dark Moon, what is happening here?" she inquired, feeling an overwhelming aura of malevolence, as though thousands had met their demise in this place. Even standing at the threshold, she perceived a gradual increase in the atmosphere of fear. "The highest authority trains here," the Dark Moon replied candidly. "Understood." Wu Xingyue, dismissing her apprehensions, ventured inside. Before her lay a spacious hall, shrouded in gloom, where her superhuman vision revealed corners thick with cobwebs. The deeper she traversed, the more she encountered stains resembling coagulated blood, some darkened to a sludge-like consistency. Wu Xingyue furrowed her brow, the acrid scent of blood permeating the air. Were it not for the conviction that these individuals were utterly loyal, she might have entertained thoughts of rebellion among her subordinates. At a corner, a voice pleaded, "Please, end my life. Kill me." Wu Xingyue's pupils widened, instinctively retreating, her hands covering her mouth to stifle a gasp. "Dark Moon." She fixated her gaze upon the Dark Moon, the highest authority. The Dark Moon immediately fell to his knees, not daring to raise his head. Wu Xingyue felt a surge of fury welling within her, ready to erupt. Gritting her teeth, she pointed accusingly at the scene, her voice ablaze with anger. "You, give me an explanation. This place resembles a hell on earth, where even demons would likely raise their thumbs in approval, proclaiming it to be a true representation of professionalism. Flesh is torn asunder, limbs lie severed, and entrails and blood intermingle with an indeterminate yellowish fluid, flowing freely throughout the scene. Language fails to encapsulate the horror that unfolds within this hall. Comparable in size to a basketball court, teeming with people. Some individuals, seemingly intact, are gnawing on the flesh of the deceased. Nearby, smaller chambers host a few survivors attempting to crawl away, but they are obstructed by the heap of corpses blocking the corridor ahead. Each laborious movement strains their already battered bodies, making the prospect of surmounting the mound of bodies all the more daunting. This is the method by which Taldarin extracts fear. The Dark Moon spoke. Chapter 108. Divergent civilizational perceptions, but you are engaging in slaughter. To which the Supreme retorted, I do not share that sentiment. According to the data retrieved by the probes, the number of humans who have perished at the hands of their own kind far exceeds those here. 50 probes have thoroughly surveilled the entire American continent, and many pieces of information cannot evade Taldarin's gaze. Taldarin is merciless and proud, yet they do not exhibit arrogance. Information plays a pivotal role in warfare, a truth distilled from countless battles. Thus, the Dark Moon had long set this mechanism in motion. But how can this be conflated? These are living beings. Wu Xingyue remained incensed. There is a profound distinction between killing and slaughter. She exists in this world, and the humanity here bears no fundamental difference from that on Earth. She recalls feeling compassion for those suffering in impoverished regions while watching the news back home. The Dark Moon struggled to articulate a response, but ultimately declared, Taldarin requires fear. You. Wu Xingyue pointed at the Dark Moon. You used this very rationale to coerce my consent for the duel application yesterday. Taldarin, still Taldarin. The request for a duel yesterday was also made under the threat of Taldarin's name. Please, Supreme, temper your fury. The Dark Moon and a multitude of figures behind him prostrated before her. Wu Xingyue closed her eyes, deeply unsettled by the scene before her. At that moment, her heart could find no tranquility. After learning of the nature of Taldarin, the reason she delegated power to the Dark Moon was that, on some subconscious level, she condoned their actions. It cannot be said that she is hypocritical. Rather, she recognizes the gravity of facing an adversary like the Swarm, an entity of extreme terror. While she strives to avert the slaughter arising from unfinished tasks, the underlying fear of exposing Taldarin and the dangers it may invoke drives her decisions. Taldarin is, in fact, her sole bargaining chip for survival. She can accept the slaughter for the sake of fear, yet she cannot acquiesce to the notion of tormenting for that same fear. She remains, after all, a 16-year-old girl who had never even taken the life of a chicken prior to her association with Taldarin. Naion, Supreme. What is the meaning of this? Wu Xingyue's tone was harsh. Suddenly, the scene before her shifted dramatically. The realm of slain. The scene once again came into focus, revealing her presence within the dark crimson realm of Taldarin. Beneath her feet lay the Taldarin Nexus. A virtual apparition materialized, taking the form of Naion. Why have you summoned me? Wu Xingyue inquired, plopping down despondently upon a protruding decorative feature. Her arrival was prompted by Naion's call. Perhaps also a means of evading her own reality. Naion settled beside her, remarking, O Supreme One, do you not perceive the Taldarin tribe as malevolent and cruel? What atrocities have they committed? If I choose to ignore them, upon awakening one day, will Blue Star not transform into a lifeless planet? Naion did not refute her assertion. Instead, he responded, in the cosmos, countless civilizations rise and fall, experiencing both grandeur and desolation. This planet is home to peculiar creatures, such as the mantis. As his voice faded, a virtual tableau appeared nearby. The mantis, in its quest for reproduction, must embrace the peril of being devoured. The image depicted a smaller mantis stealthily approaching a larger one, twice its size. Unfortunately for the smaller mantis, fortune was not on its side. In the moment of its leap, the larger mantis pivoted sharply, its side-like forelimbs seizing the smaller one with unwavering resolve, promptly delivering a fatal bite. Yet, they pursued such actions without hesitation. This is merely the social structure of the mantis, Wu Xingyue explained, resigned. Indeed, O Supreme One. And this is simply the way of our Taldarin, Naion affirmed. Wu Xingyue paused, realizing the implication. Astute as she was, she comprehended Naion's intent. One could liken the mantis to a grotesque and irrational aspect of humanity. In essence, the two species were fundamentally disparate, and one could not impose human reasoning upon other beings. What might appear to humanity as an affront to morality was to them as mundane as the acts of eating and drinking. Such discrepancies in civilizational understanding could be observed in the case of ants. Humans never mourn for the countless ants crushed underfoot, nor do they feel discomfort at the slaughter of cattle and sheep in abattoirs. O Supreme One. I have also uncovered a rather intriguing set of data. What is it? Wu Xingyue's ire diminished by half. My investigation reveals that on this planet, approximately 1.5 to 1.6 billion pigs, chickens, and cattle are slaughtered daily, with annual totals reaching 50 to 60 billion. As the figures unfolded, Wu Xingyue found herself astounded by the sheer magnitude, considering that the global human population barely totals 8 billion. But this is our sustenance. Naion shrugged, remaining silent. Yet his meaning was unmistakably clear. Indeed, to them, do we not resemble mere food, generating the fear they require? Wu Xingyue contended. Her anger had subsided, or rather, she found herself unable to cast blame upon them for their actions. First, she anticipated the events that would unfold, though she did not emphasize them. Moreover, this was essential for the survival of the Taldarin tribe. If she were to forcibly intervene, it would be akin to eradicating them entirely. Even she required a measure of fear to exchange for technology. What, then, could she truly aspire to achieve? At that moment, Wu Xingyue's worldview seemed to shatter, and what she once held dear appeared to lose its significance. Among her kind, there existed a dichotomy of virtue and vice. Wu Xingyue, taken aback, inquired, "Atone. What do you mean by that?" The Supreme Being replied, "In truth, everything we have done has considered your sentiments. The individuals we have subjected to torment are, in your perspective, deserving of their fate." Deserving of their fate? Wu Xingyue echoed, as a series of vivid images flooded her mind through the psychic link. Scenes materialized within her consciousness. In a dark chamber, several figures clad in white coats were extracting organs amidst a nightmarish scene, with blood and filth permeating the air. In another perspective, she witnessed a man with a firearm pursuing a group of naked women, cursing as he took pleasure in their demise. Amidst a storm, distant red and blue lights flickered, while dozens of burlap sacks filled with an ominous substance lay in his vessel. As the sirens drew near, they resolutely cast the sacks into the ocean, then nonchalantly awaited inspection. Countless images flashed before her eyes, and Wu Xingyue clenched her hands tightly. These brutes. Naion smiled faintly. Knowing he had achieved his objective, the Supreme Being was not an obstinate individual. She merely struggled to overcome an internal barrier. Yet now, he believed she would no longer blame them for their actions. Chapter 109. It seems everyone has been deceived by you after a considerable time. Wu Xingyue spoke slowly. Leave. The scene shifted, and she found herself once more in the blood-soaked hall strewn with remnants of violence. The members of the Dark Moon remained kneeling in place. Rise. Wu Xingyue commanded, then added, take me to Connors. As you wish. The Dark Moon members stood and moved ahead, an unseen psychic barrier forming to shield the Supreme Being from the surrounding filth. Wu Xingyue's gaze shifted. She once again regarded these individuals devoid of empathy. Before her stood a room with a massive iron door, resembling a chamber of confinement. The rust on the door indicated its long existence, perhaps due to poor sound insulation. The clinking of glass vials within was distinctly audible. With a gesture, Naion signaled. Murphy, positioned behind him, approached. Without producing a key, the metallic gauntlet on his arm morphed fluidly, as if drawn by an unseen force, and entered the lock. With a loud clank, the iron door creaked open. Within, Dr. Connors was engrossed at a laboratory table cluttered with reagents. Wow, the technology you provided me aligns perfectly with the formulations. It has already passed the experimental phase. The next step is large-scale production, and we will be able to assimilate the world. Connors heard the sound of the door opening without turning his head, and excitedly exclaimed, Mr. Connors. Oh, at that moment, Connors turned around, casting a curious glance towards the doorway. Ms. Wu Xingyue? Connors was taken aback, then quickly realized. It seems you have also been captured. Since this organization is capable of apprehending you, it stands to reason they would value those close to you as well. Impudent. Is it your place to invoke the exalted name? Murphy shouted, eager to teach this disrespectful human a lesson. Stop. Wu Xingyue hurriedly stepped in front of Murphy, blocking his advance. Upon seeing the exalted figure standing before him, Murphy promptly lowered his head. Exalted? Connors looked at the crowd with confusion. This glance revealed a distinction. Wu Xingyue stood at the forefront, while the others positioned themselves behind her, clearly indicating a hierarchy of leader and subordinates. It appears everyone has been deceived by you. He recalled how Liz had approached him earlier, expressing a desire for 2 assistant positions. From what he understood, Liz sought his help solely to assist her friend, Wu Xingyue. He too hoped for Wu Xingyue's assistance, thus wishing to facilitate this arrangement. However, it seemed now that she required no help whatsoever. Well, not exactly. I only learned about it today, Wu Xingyue clarified, though her explanation felt rather feeble. Connors set down the reagent in his hand, stating, it matters not. I am unconcerned with this. My sole desire is to complete the new human project. I must also thank you for thanks to the critical technology they provided. The flaws in the reagent have now been resolved. The flaws have been resolved. Wu Xingyue expressed her frustration, glancing at the others from Dark Moon. She had only instructed them to capture the target, not to provide technological assistance. Moreover, with the flaws resolved, what would happen to her mission? She had been counting on the lizard people to wreak havoc in New York to fulfill her task. Indeed, the current genetic reagent now permits a permanent transformation into a lizard person, eliminating the previous issue of reverting to a frail human form once physical stamina was depleted. Ah, is this the flaw you referred to? Wu Xingyue was taken aback, having assumed the flaw pertained to the transformation into a lizard person. Naturally, considering how feeble the human form is, it pales in comparison to the strength of a lizard's physique, Connors asserted. He recalled Dr. Octopus stating that Connors was the only one who did not aspire to be an ordinary human. Is that so? Wu Xingyue nodded. Realizing she could not comprehend the mind of a mad scientist, she stepped forward, gazing at the reagent Connors was studying. What is the efficacy of this genetic reagent? The moment the topic of reagent data emerged, Connors perked up, stating, after experimental comparisons, it can be transmitted through the air and upon inhalation. An individual will transform into a new human in approximately half an hour. Connors referred to the lizard people as new humans, indicating that he had already envisioned them as the future of humanity. Very well, but it is insufficient. Wu Xingyue initially praised him, only to immediately provide a critique. Connor, far from being angered by Wu Xingyue's words, nodded in agreement. Indeed, the time required to evolve into a new humanity is still rather lengthy. This is an area where the genetic serum needs improvement. The serum disseminates through the air, swiftly assimilating human cells and beginning the transformation towards lizard cells. A process that necessitates time. No, I mean the new humanity is too weak. Wu Xingyue's statement instantly drove Connor into a frenzy. He might concede that the genetic serum has flaws, but he would never allow anyone to declare his new humanity weak. Upon becoming a new human, one's strength is tenfold that of an ordinary person, with speed, agility, and endurance 5 times greater, and a regenerative ability inherited from lizards that allows for the regrowth of severed limbs. The lizard's capacity for regeneration stems from a particular type of cellular tissue known as a bud cell. Indeed, weak. Peter possesses the outward appearance of a human, yet his strength, speed, and reflexes surpass yours. He is an anomaly. I can replicate him, and in doing so, forge an entire army of new humanity. Ever since my last encounter with Peter, I have been studying the genetic material contained in his sharp claws, hoping to refine my serum through this research. However, the outcome has proven that Peter's genetic abilities are merely exceptional. No matter how rigorously I experiment, I cannot replicate them, leading me to abandon this line of inquiry. An army. Indeed, it is stronger than Peter's. But given the vastness of the universe, are you certain that the new humanity is the epitome of perfection? Connor was taken aback, unable to grasp Wu Xingyue's meaning. His understanding was limited to Blue Star, without extending to matters beyond it. Wu Xingyue smiled slightly and said, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the supreme being of the Multiversal Salvation Organization. We traverse the cosmos in search of individuals with capabilities akin to yours. Indeed, you are not of this world." Connor was not surprised. Having employed their advanced technology, he had come to realize this truth. Their technology far surpasses that of Blue Star by millennia, and the systems they provided are entirely distinct from those of Blue Star. Then why have you sought me? Is it for imprisonment or to prevent my assimilation of this planet? It is for self-preservation.